In her previous life, she devoted everything to her family, only to be treated like refuse. After her rebirth, she decisively severed ties with her blind and heartless husband and distanced herself from the noble residence. Battling deceitful rivals, she transformed from a discarded wife into the beloved national treasure sought after by powerful figures, rising to prominence with the support of her adoring maternal family. Her brother and former husbands, who once cast her aside, now regretted their actions and lined up to seek her forgiveness. When she discovered that the one who had always protected her in her past life was her cousin, her eyes brimmed with tears as she clung to him tightly. The man, feigning indifference, tightened his lips. In broad daylight, what kind of conduct is this? Yet, his cold demeanor betrayed a hint of affection, his voice hoarse as he commanded, "Close the door." Chapter 1. Rebirth. On a winter night, in the residence of the Duke of Yongning, heavy drapes fell to the floor, impervious to the gusts of cold wind. On the bed, a man's temples throbbed as he glared at the plump woman beneath him, his eyes filled with disgust. "Hua Qianqian, are you satisfied? You used despicable means to replace Xu Yu and marry me. Is this what you wanted? Fine, I shall indulge you." With that, he began to tear at her clothing, startling the woman awake. Groggily, Hua Qianqian opened her eyes, and upon recognizing the man, shock flooded her face. "Xiaoyan? What is he doing here? Wasn't he a monk?" Looking around the room, she felt a strange familiarity with the scene. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her head, and in agony, she buried her hands in her long, flowing hair, only to discover that her once dry, white hair had transformed into lustrous black locks. Xiaoyan showed no mercy for Hua Qianqian's discomfort. He roughly pinned her hands down, confining her to the bed. Her ample visage bore no trace of beauty, yet her eyes held a resemblance to the woman he longed for. Xiaoyan felt a stirring within him and leaned in to kiss Hua Qianqian. However, before he could touch her lips, his handsome face contorted in pain as a sharp agony struck him. "Hua Qianqian, you." A sudden pain in a sensitive area nearly made him shatter his silver teeth. Seizing the opportunity, she flung aside the drapes and stumbled off the bed, frozen in shock at the room's decor. At that moment, she realized, she had been reborn. Once the legitimate daughter of the noble house, with a grandfather as the left chancellor and a father as a local official, she had 4 dashing brothers and was the youngest daughter. Ironically, despite such a lineage, she had been overlooked in her family, receiving none of the affection bestowed upon her cousin, Xu Yu. Hua Qianqian had spent over a decade in the noble residence, feeling as inconsequential as air. She had thought that marrying Xiaoyan would change her life, but it turned out to be the first step into the abyss. Years prior, the Flower family had arranged a marriage with the Duke of Yongning, but Xiaoyan was meant to wed her cousin, Xu Yu. As their wedding approached, Xu Yu fell gravely ill due to her melancholy, revealing her unwillingness to marry him. To restore Xu Yu's health, her grandmother and mother decided that Hua Qianqian would marry in her stead, and eager to please her family, she acquiesced. Little did she know, Xiaoyan desired no one but Xu Yu. Xiaoyan harbored nothing but disdain and loathing for her, believing she shamelessly sought to take Xu Yu's place. After their marriage, he had never touched her. When he learned of Xu Yu's marriage to the Prince of Zhao, he left the residence in despair and became a monk. Had it ended there, her life might not have been deemed tragic. After Xiaoyan's departure, her mother-in-law attempted to seize her dowry, confining her and forcing her to consume mind-altering concoctions daily. Her seemingly upright father-in-law sought to violate her, and if not for her desperate resistance that drew the attention of the household servants, her purity would have been shattered by the Duke of Yongning. When the scandal spread, the Duke accused her of luring him with such drugs, rendering her a pariah, and she was brutally beaten, her hair turning white overnight. Eventually, she met a tragic end at Xu Yu's hands. Recalling her past, Hua Qianqian felt her breath hitch, her body trembling involuntarily. Seeing her in distress, Xiaoyan suddenly burst into laughter. "Hua Qianqian, are you pretending to be virtuous now?" With a swift motion, a sword was drawn, cold steel pressed against her neck, sending chills down her spine. She gazed at the sword-wielding Xiaoyan, clad in a moon-white robe with a loosely slung silver belt, his gaunt face flushed unnaturally. His beautiful peach blossom eyes, once warm, now glared at her in disgust. "Is this what you truly wanted? Who are you trying to fool with this charade? How can there be such shameless women in this world? You repulse me." No one would have anticipated that the once gentle Xiaoyan would utter such words to his wife. A bitter smile graced Hua Qianqian's lips. In her previous life, she had genuinely cared for this man, wanting to soothe the melancholy that lingered in his brow. She had poured her heart into caring for him. When he was unwell, she crafted incense. When he felt cold, she knitted him garments. When he craved tea, she fetched dew for him. She believed she could warm his heart, yet he only found her repulsive. Regaining her composure, she met Xiao Yan's gaze, her voice steady as she declared, "Since we are mutually displeased, I request a divorce, my lord." Her voice was soft, yet her tone bore the weight of centuries of resolve. Xiao Yan regarded her in disbelief. This was the woman who had schemed to marry him, now demanding a separation. He scoffed, "Are you jesting?" As his words fell, Hua Qianqian seized the sword at her throat, slicing a lock of her hair, leaving a strand in her palm. Gazing at the severed hair, tears welled in her eyes. This time, she would not be foolish. "Xiao Yan, I swear by my severed hair that from this day forth, we shall part ways as strangers." Her voice trembled, blood trickling from her palm, the pain sharpening her clarity. "Kindly write the divorce decree." As she spoke, her tone gained strength, deepening the furrow in Xiao Yan's brow. "You said it first." He had contemplated divorcing her, yet the laws of the kingdom forbade it without cause. Now that Hua Qianqian had proposed separation, he had no reservations. While he pondered whether she was playing a game of pretense, she had already retrieved paper and ink, presenting them to him. As he signed his name, Hua Qianqian pressed her bloodied handprint onto the decree without hesitation. With swift hands, she snatched the document, cherishing it as a treasure. Chapter 2. Striding Towards a New Life. Xiao Yan scrutinized Hua Qianqian's expression, a mix of suspicion and uncertainty clouding his features. "You better not play tricks. If I discover you tarnishing Xu Yu's reputation, I will not spare you." At this moment, his thoughts remained with Xu Yu. Hua Qianqian understood why Xiao Yan uttered those words to her. It was because she had previously explained to him that her marriage into the Bo family was not her own intention, but rather a consequence of Hua Shiyue's unwillingness. Yet, Xiao Yan did not believe her. In his eyes, Hua Shiyue was the epitome of perfection, a flawless moonlight, and would never engage in the act of reneging on a marriage for the sake of finding a substitute. As Hua Qianqian gazed at Xiao Yan, a look of pity emerged in her eyes. Subsequently, she strode out of the courtyard, hastening towards her new life, almost stumbling over her own gown in her eagerness. Xiao Yan was somewhat unsettled by the final glance from Hua Qianqian. He observed the scattered strands of her dark hair, his heart swirling with an indescribable sensation. However, the radiant smile of Hua Shiyue surfaced in his mind, intensifying his urgency, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily curve upwards. Upon returning to Luoming courtyard, Hua Qianqian summoned the two maidservants accompanying her to the Bo family, embarking on an all-night endeavor to pack her belongings and tally her dowry. The two maidservants, one named Qiu Tao and the other Bihua, were utterly astonished to learn that Hua Qianqian intended to leave the Bo family. Qiu Tao did not inquire further and began to gather her belongings as instructed by Hua Qianqian. In contrast, Bihua anxiously interjected, "Madam, what is the matter? If there's an issue, it is best to discuss it with the young master. How can one leave so abruptly?" Hua Qianqian regarded the maidservant clad in a pale pink silk gown, a layer of frost settling in her eyes. Perhaps due to her lack of favor in both the Xiong and Bo households, even her maidservants often took liberties to lecture her. At that time, she was unaware of the adage that good-natured people are often exploited, believing Bihua's straightforwardness was intended for her benefit. However, when she was falsely accused of seducing the young lord of Yongning, that very maidservant, who daily professed to care for her, was the first to tarnish her reputation. Had it not been for Qiu Tao, who defended her and bore the blame, she would have faced dire consequences for her supposed failure to uphold her marital duties. It was a tragedy to witness Qiu Tao suffer a brutal fate, while she could do nothing. "Madam, did you not hear what I said? You must apologize to the young master. He is not a cruel man and will surely forgive you." Before Bihua could finish her plea, a sharp crack echoed in the air, and her cheek instantly swelled. "Enough!" Hua Qianqian glared at Bihua, her once gentle countenance now hard and unyielding, her eyes brimming with intensity. "Is your master's affair something you can meddle in? Such audacity deserves punishment. Kneel here and strike your own face." "Madam?" Bihua gasped, clutching her swollen cheek, her astonishment rendering her wide-eyed. "Though your words may lack tact, they are intended for your own good. If you leave like this, there will be no turning back. The Lord has never favored you. Upon returning to the Xiong residence, how will you face the displeasure of the Lord and the old matriarch?" Bihua was astute. She understood what weighed most on Hua Qianqian's heart. Throughout her life, Hua Qianqian had yearned for the affection bestowed upon her cousin, Hua Shuiwe, by their family. Thus, she was cautious not to offend, fearing the ire of her relatives. Yet, in this new life, Hua Qianqian had come to realize that rather than exhausting herself to curry favor with those who cared not for her, it was far wiser to acknowledge those who stood steadfastly behind her. With a chilling gaze, she regarded Bihua, fully aware of her ulterior motives. She had no desire to leave the Yongningbo residence. She merely harbored thoughts of how easily she could ascend to Xiaoyan's bed if he did not hold her in esteem. Regrettably, Bihua was oblivious to the fact that Xiaoyan was a rare, infatuated soul, devoted solely to Hua Shuiwe, and would not entertain anyone else. Lacking the patience to further engage with Bihua, Hua Qianqian turned to Qiu Tao and commanded, "Qiu Tao, once you have finished packing, find a broker and have Bihua sold." "Madam." Bihua's emotions shifted from shock to terror as she realized Hua Qianqian's expression was devoid of jest. Weak in her knees, she fell to the ground, pleading, "Please, madam, how could you sell me?" Cold sweat beaded on Bihua's forehead. She could not comprehend how Hua Qianqian had seemingly transformed overnight. No matter what she said previously, Hua Qianqian had always acquiesced. Doubt began to gnaw at her. Did Hua Qianqian know she had tampered with the drinks? Her intention had been to incite Xiaoyan's disdain for Hua Qianqian, never anticipating it would escalate to such drastic measures. "Madam, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not sell me. Everything I did was for your benefit. I thought once you and the young master were intimate, he would focus his attention on you." Before she could finish, another sharp crack resonated through the air as Hua Qianqian coldly interrupted, "Do not make me repeat myself." Bihua was utterly flustered by Hua Qianqian's demeanor, frantically slapping her own face in hopes of eliciting sympathy and forgiveness. Those of her station, raised in affluent households, would find no good families willing to accept them once sold by their masters. Merchants would often sell them to the most disreputable establishments. The sounds of packing and cries soon attracted the attention of others in the vicinity. Before long, the lady of the Bo family and her daughter, Xiaolon, arrived at Luoming courtyard, accompanied by 2 maidservants. Upon entering, they furrowed their brows at the sight of several stacked pearwood boxes. "Hua Qianqian, what are you doing?" Xiaolon seethed, angered that her brother, a paragon of virtue, had married a woman as plump and foolish as Hua Qianqian, causing her to feel ashamed among her peers. Beside her, Lady Xiao wore a stern expression, clearly disapproving of her unrefined daughter-in-law. Her tolerance for Hua Qianqian stemmed solely from her status as a legitimate daughter of the Xiang family and the substantial dowry she brought. Upon hearing the servants speak of Hua Qianqian packing her dowry, Lady Xiao hurried over, standing expectantly for an explanation, yet Hua Qianqian did not spare her a glance. "Is this how your family teaches daughters? To neglect greeting their mother-in-law? Go to the Buddhist hall and copy the Diamond Sutra 100 times. You shall not leave until it is completed." Hua Qianqian turned her gaze to the mother and daughter, noting their striking resemblance, both possessing elongated faces and high cheekbones, exuding a sharpness. When she first married into the Bo family, Lady Xiao had not dared to overtly mistreat her. Although the Xiang family disregarded her, she had a beloved grandmother who cherished her. Most of her dowry had been prepared by her grandmother. Unfortunately, shortly after her marriage into the Bo family, her uncle, a general, fell from grace due to a royal decree and was exiled. In her past life, she sacrificed everything for her family, only to be cast aside like a discarded shoe. After her rebirth, she decisively severed ties with her blind and heartless husband and distanced herself from the noble family. Battling against scheming rivals, she transformed from a forsaken woman into the beloved national treasure sought after by powerful figures. With the support of her loving maternal family, she soared to greatness. Her once rejecting brother and former husbands now regretted their actions and lined up to seek her forgiveness. Upon discovering that the person who had consistently saved and protected her in her previous life was, in fact, her cousin, her eyes glistened with tears as she clutched him tightly, unwilling to let go. The man, who had been both enticing and aloof, tightened his lips and remarked, in broad daylight, "What a disgrace." Yet, his coldly beautiful features had already curved into a crescent moon. His voice, husky and low, commanded, "Close the door." Chapter 1. Rebirth and Return. On a winter night at the residence of the Earl of Yongning, heavy drapes hung down to the floor, impervious to the gusts of cold wind. On the bed, a man's temples throbbed as he gazed with disdain at the portly woman beneath him. Hua Qianqian, are you satisfied? You used despicable means to replace Xu Yu and marry me, just to engage in such acts. Very well, I shall indulge you. With that, he began to tear at Qianqian's garments, his roughness startling the woman awake. Drowsily, Qianqian opened her eyes, and upon recognizing the man, shock enveloped her features. Xiaoyan? How did he end up here? Wasn't he a monk? Surveying the room, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Suddenly, a sharp pain pulsed through her head. In agony, she buried her hands into her cascading hair, only to discover that her once dry white locks had transformed into glossy raven strands. Xiaoyan, unmoved by Qianqian's discomfort, brutally pinned her hands down, trapping her on the bed. While her corpulent visage lacked any semblance of beauty, her eyes bore a striking resemblance to the one he had long yearned for. Xiaoyan felt a stirring within him, leaning in to kiss Qianqian's lips. Yet, just as he approached, his handsome face contorted in anguish, and his already flushed complexion deepened to an alarming hue. Hua Qianqian, you. A sudden pain struck him, causing him to nearly bite through his silver teeth. Seizing her chance, Qianqian swiftly lifted the drapes and retreated to the floor, stunned by the room's furnishings. At that moment, she realized she had been reborn. Once the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, with a grandfather serving as the Left Chancellor and a father as the Magistrate of Yunzhou, she had 4 dashing elder brothers and was the youngest in her family. Ironically, despite such lineage, she had been overlooked in her household, living in utter humility as her family lavished all their affection on her cousin, Xu Yu. As for Qianqian, she had spent over a decade in the household like a mere shadow. She had believed that marrying Xiaoyan would change her fate, but that was merely the first step into the abyss. The Flower family had long ago arranged a marriage with the Earl of Yongning, but it was Xu Yu, not Qianqian, who was intended for Xiaoyan. As their wedding approached, Xu Yu fell gravely ill, revealing her reluctance to marry him. To aid Xu Yu's recovery, her grandmother and mother decided that Qianqian should take her place, and in an attempt to please her family, she accepted the proposal. Little did she know, Xiaoyan desired only Xu Yu. Xiaoyan viewed her with disdain and loathing, believing she had shamelessly schemed to usurp Xu Yu's place. After their marriage, he never touched her. When he learned of Xu Yu's engagement to Prince Zhao, he left the Earl's residence in a daze, renouncing the world. Had it ended there, her life might not have been so tragic. After Xiaoyan's departure, her mother-in-law sought to seize her dowry, confining her and forcing her to consume potions that drove one to madness. Her seemingly righteous father-in-law devised ways to intrude upon her chambers, aiming to violate her. Had she not fought fiercely, drawing the attention of servants, her purity would have been compromised by the Earl of Yongning. When word of this incident spread, the Earl accused her of seducing him with those very potions, branding her as a loathsome wretch, subjected to public scorn and brutal violence, resulting in her hair turning white in a single night. Later, she met a tragic end at Xu Yu's hands. As memories of her past life flooded back, Qianqian felt as though her breath was being stifled, her body trembling involuntarily. Xiaoyan, observing her anguish, suddenly burst into mocking laughter. Hua Qianqian, are you a shameless actress seeking to build a reputation? With a swift motion, a long sword was thrust against her neck, sending chills down her spine. She gazed at the sword-wielding Xiaoyan, clad in a pale blue robe, his silver belt hanging loosely, his gaunt face bearing an unnatural flush. As he looked at her, his beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with revulsion. Is this what you truly desire? Why then this charade? How can such a shameless woman exist? You disgust me. No one would have expected the formerly gentle Xiaoyan to utter such words to his lawful wife. A bitter smile crossed Qianqian's lips. In her past life, she had genuinely cared for this man, wishing to soothe the melancholy that lingered in his brow. She devoted herself entirely to him. When he suffered headaches, she crafted incense for him. When he felt cold, she knitted garments. When he craved tea, she fetched dew for him. She believed she could warm his heart, yet he found her repulsive. Regaining her composure, Qianqian lifted her gaze to Xiaoyan and spoke with deliberate clarity. Since we both find each other intolerable, I request you, young Master Xiao, to grant me a divorce. Let us part ways amicably. Her voice, though soft, resonated with a resolute finality, as if touched by the frost of millennia. Xiaoyan stared at her in disbelief. This woman who had schemed to approach him, who had gone to great lengths to replace Xu Yu, now desired to part ways. He scoffed, "Are you jesting?" As his words fell, Qianqian seized the sword poised at her neck, slicing a lock of her hair and leaving a strand of ebony in her palm. With tears brimming in her eyes, Qianqian declared, "Young Master Xiao, I swear upon this severed hair, from this day forth, we shall be like strangers, parting ways to pursue our own paths." Her voice wavered, the wound in her palm bleeding profusely, the tangible pain sharpening her clarity. "I request you, young Master Xiao, to draft a divorce decree." As she concluded, her tone grew stronger, deepening the furrow in Xiao Yan's brow. "You said it yourself." Though he had contemplated divorcing Qianqian, the laws of the Great Feng forbade it, without just cause. Since she had initiated the request, he felt unencumbered. While he pondered whether she was merely playing a game of seduction, Qianqian had already procured paper and ink, presenting them to him. Watching Xiao Yan sign his name, Qianqian, without hesitation, pressed her bloodied handprint onto the divorce decree. Swiftly, she claimed the document as if it were a treasure. Chapter 2. Striding towards a new life. Xiao Yan observed Qianqian's expression with uncertainty, furrowing his brow as he coldly warned, "You had best not play any tricks. If I learn you have slandered Xu Yu, I will not forgive you." At this moment, his thoughts were still consumed by Xu Yu. Hua Qianqian understood why Xiao Yan uttered those words to her. It was because she had previously explained to him that her marriage into the Marquis's residence was not her own desire, but rather a consequence of Hua Shiyue's reluctance. However, Xiao Yan did not believe her words. In his heart, Hua Shiyue was the flawless moonlight, incapable of reneging on a marriage to seek a substitute. Hua Qianqian gazed at Xiao Yan, unable to suppress the look of pity. She then strode out of the courtyard, hastening toward her new life, nearly tripping over her gown in her eagerness. Xiao Yan felt unsettled by the final glance Hua Qianqian cast his way. He looked at the scattered strands of hair on the ground, unable to articulate the feelings swirling within him. Yet, the bright smile of Hua Shiyue surfaced in his mind, intensifying his urgency, and a smile involuntarily curved at the corners of his lips. Upon returning to the falling sound courtyard, Hua Qianqian summoned the two maidservants accompanying her to the Marquis's residence and began to pack her belongings and tally her dowry that very night. The two maidservants, named Qiutao and Biha, were taken aback upon learning that Hua Qianqian intended to leave the Marquis's residence. Qiutao refrained from asking questions and began to gather her things at Hua Qianqian's command. However, Biha anxiously interjected, "Madam, what troubles you? Whatever the issue, it is best to discuss it with the young master. How can you just leave?" Hua Qianqian looked at the maidservant dressed in a delicate pink satin gown, her eyes glistening with frost. Perhaps it was due to her lack of favor in both the Xiang and Marquis's residences that even her maidservants felt emboldened to lecture her. At that time, she did not comprehend the adage that the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of, believing instead that Biha's bluntness stemmed from genuine concern for her well-being. But when she was falsely accused of seducing the Duke of Yongning, this maidservant, who had always feigned care for her, was the first to cast aspersions upon her character. Had it not been for Qiutao defending her and taking the blame, she would have faced dire consequences for violating the principles of a virtuous wife. It was a pity that she had to watch helplessly as Qiutao was brutally beaten to death, unable to intervene. "Madam, did you hear what I said? You must apologize to the young master. He is not a cruel man and will forgive you." Before Biha could finish her sentence, a sharp crack echoed through the air, and her face instantly swelled. "Enough of your noise." Hua Qianqian shot a cold glance at Biha, her previously gentle features now hardened, her eyes filled with a piercing intensity. "Is it your place to meddle in my affairs? Such audacity warrants you kneeling here and slapping your own face. Madam?" Biha was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock at Hua Qianqian's sudden ferocity. "Though your words may be unpalatable, they are meant for your benefit. If you leave like this, there will be no turning back. The master already holds no fondness for you. Upon your return to the Xiang residence, how will you face the displeasure of the master and the old matron?" Biha was astute. She understood what mattered most to Hua Qianqian. From a young age, Hua Qianqian had yearned for the affection of her family, much like her cousin Hua Shiyue. Therefore, she was careful not to offend, fearing the wrath of her kin. Yet, in this new life, Hua Qianqian finally realized that rather than exhausting herself to appease those who cared not for her, it was far wiser to acknowledge those who had steadfastly supported her from behind. She regarded Biha coldly, easily discerning her ulterior motives. She had no intention of leaving the Duke of Yongning's residence. She merely thought that since Xiao Yan favored her little, she could easily ascend to his bed. Alas, Biha was unaware that Xiao Yan was a rare and devoted soul, incapable of touching anyone but Hua Shiyue. Losing patience with Biha, Hua Qianqian instructed Qiutao, once you finish packing, find a broker to sell Biha. Madam. Biha's emotions shifted from shock to terror, her knees giving way as she prostrated herself, pleading, please, madam, how could you sell me? Sweat beaded on Biha's forehead as she struggled to comprehend Hua Qianqian's sudden transformation. In the past, Hua Qianqian would have heeded her every word. Doubts crept into Biha's mind. Could it be that Hua Qianqian was aware of her tampering with the wine? Her intention had been to make Xiaoyan despise Hua Qianqian further, never anticipating it would escalate to such a point of separation. Madam, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not sell me. Everything I did was for your sake. I thought once you and the young master became intimate, he would focus his affections on you. Before she could finish, another resounding slap echoed through the air. Hua Qianqian's voice was icy as she stated, do not make me repeat myself. Biha was thrown into a frenzy, desperately slapping her own face in hopes of softening Hua Qianqian's heart. Those raised in noble households, once sold, found no kind families willing to take them in. To fetch a good price, brokers would send them to the brothels. The sounds of packing and weeping in the courtyard soon attracted the attention of those in neighboring residences. Before long, the Marquis and his daughter, Xiaolon, arrived at Falling Sound Courtyard, accompanied by 2 maidservants. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of several stacked pearwood boxes, and both mother and daughter frowned in disapproval. Hua Qianqian, what are you doing? Xiaolon was filled with indignation at the sight of Hua Qianqian, who had married her elder brother, a man of such grace and refinement, yet had taken as his wife this clumsy, plump woman who made it difficult for her to hold her head high among the noble ladies. Beside her, the Marquis's wife, Madame Xiao, wore a stern expression, clearly disapproving of this unsatisfactory daughter-in-law. She had only tolerated Hua Qianqian thus far due to her status as a legitimate daughter of the Xiang family and the considerable dowry she brought. Hearing that Hua Qianqian was packing her dowry in the courtyard, Madame Xiao hurried over, standing by and awaiting an explanation from Hua Qianqian, who, however, did not spare her a glance. Is this how the Hua family raises their daughters? Failing to pay respects to your mother-in-law upon arrival? Go to the Buddhist hall and copy the Diamond Sutra 100 times. You may not leave until you complete it. Hua Qianqian turned her gaze toward the mother and daughter duo, who bore a striking resemblance to each other, both possessing long faces and high cheekbones, exuding an air of sharpness. When she had first married into the Marquis's household, Madame Xiao had not dared to treat her too harshly. Although the people of the Xiang family disregarded her, she still had a beloved maternal grandmother. Most of her dowry had been prepared by her grandmother. Unfortunately, shortly after her marriage into the Marquis's residence, her uncle, a general, had fallen out of favor and been exiled due to a grave offense. Chapter 3. What belongs to me, I shall naturally take back. The Duke of Yongning's residence, fearing repercussions, forbade her from associating with her maternal family. Afraid of incurring her husband's wrath, she severed ties with her maternal kin. From that moment onward, she found herself utterly bereft of support, and her situation within the Duke's household grew increasingly precarious. What are you dawdling for? Did you not hear your mother telling you to stop? Xiaolan's voice jolted Hua Qianqian from her reverie. Before Hua had the chance to respond, Bai He, who knelt at her feet, tugged at her skirt and wept, Lady, please do not throw a tantrum. I beg you to appeal to the old madam and Miss Gu to intercede on your behalf. The young master will surely have a change of heart. Madame Xiao, her countenance stern, inquired, what on earth is happening? Have you angered Yenner again? Need I say? Just look at her face. It is infuriating, and she constantly hovers around my brother. Xiao Lan fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Hua Qianqian. Can you not possess a shred of self-awareness? My brother would never take a liking to you. Keep your distance. Hua Qianqian, observing the jade bracelet adorning Xiaolan's delicate wrist, suddenly seized her hand. I will. What? I said I will. But before I depart, you must return all that belongs to me. With that, Hua Qianqian, her expression serene, grasped Xiaolan's wrist, attempting to forcefully remove the bracelet. However, the bracelet's narrow opening proved a challenge, halting its descent halfway as Xiaolan's thumb caught it. Xiaolan's face contorted with pain. She attempted to resist. Yet she lacked the strength of Hua Qianqian, who continued to pull insistently, eliciting cries of discomfort from her. Beside them, Madame Xiao, exasperated, shouted, Hua Qianqian, cease this at once. How dare you steal Lanu's bracelet? Have you lost your mind? In the midst of Madame Xiao's admonishments, Hua Qianqian forcefully yanked the bracelet from Xiaolan's grasp. The edges bore traces of Xiaolan's blood, which Hua Qianqian disdainfully wiped away with a tattered cloth. Fuming, Xiaolan's face drained of color as she cried out, "Hua Qianqian, how dare you treat me this way? If my hand is injured, I will have my brother divorce you." She sobbed, hopping towards Madame Xiao. "Mother, fetch my brother. My hand hurts terribly." Madame Xiao, equally incensed, ground her teeth and retorted, "You madwoman, kneel and apologize to Lanner. You shall not rise until she has calmed down. What wrong is there in reclaiming my own bracelet?" Hua Qianqian replied coolly, tossing the bloodied cloth at the feet of the mother and daughter. "This bracelet is my dowry. It rightfully belongs to me. Not only this bracelet, but madam, this outfit you wear is also made from the fine brocade of my dowry. Shall I assist you in removing it?" Madame Xiao, seething with outrage, gasped, "You insolent wretch! Do you even comprehend the words you utter?" Hua Qianqian's audacity left Madame Xiao astounded. This woman, who had once cowered before her like a timid mouse, now boldly claimed what was rightfully hers. In the past, she had not dared to voice a word, but today, what had emboldened her to take such a stand? Xiaolan, biting her lip, retorted, "Hua Qianqian, on what grounds do you declare this bracelet as your dowry? It was given to me by my brother. You shameless harlot, taking my possessions and then turning the tables on me. Kneel and beg for forgiveness, and return the bracelet, or I shall have my brother divorce you." Hua Qianqian's eyes flickered with derision at her sister-in-law's words. This little sister had not changed one bit. In her previous life, most of her dowry had been consumed by this very sister-in-law, who had even conspired to have her maimed when she was slandered. "Then summon your brother. It is high time we settle accounts. I entered this household with 32 dowry carts, and now only 10 remain. If you take without asking, it is theft. If you do not return it, we shall see each other in court." "What did you say?" Madame Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Most of Hua Qianqian's dowry had long been squandered by her and her daughter, and they had no intention of returning it. Moreover, even if there were remnants, they would not part with them. Her son was destined for greatness, and marrying this woman was already a source of shame. What was the loss of some dowry? Madame Xiao, baffled by Hua Qianqian's boldness, found herself unwilling to engage in further debate with the insolent woman. She turned to the maids behind her and shouted, "Are you all made of wood? This shameless woman dares to defy her superiors. Seize this madwoman and confine her to the woodshed." The maids, taken aback by the spectacle, were astonished. Ever since the second young mistress had entered the household, she had been meek and submissive, never daring to speak out against the mistress and her daughter. They could hardly believe she would dare to strike at Miss Lan. At the sound of Madame Zhao's command, two maids finally regained their composure and lunged towards Hua Qianqian. Meanwhile, Qiu Tao, who had been tidying up, saw someone bullying her young mistress and angrily threw down her belongings, rushing over to shove aside a maid reaching for Hua Qianqian. In an instant, chaos erupted in the courtyard. "Hua Qianqian, you dare to retaliate. To lay hands on your mother-in-law is unforgivable. Hurry, call for help, and have this madwoman and her maid seized." Madame Xiao felt no fear of repercussions from the Xiang residents. Hua Qianqian had been wed to the duke's household for 6 months, and to them, she was merely a daughter-in-law long since cast aside, water spilled from a jug, nearly forgotten. Even if they confined Hua Qianqian, no one would come to her aid. They would simply declare her insane to the outside world. Just as the maid was about to call for assistance, a tall figure strode into the courtyard. Upon witnessing the disarray, Xiao Yan's expression turned icy, akin to the snow atop Changbai Mountain. "Brother, you have finally arrived," Xiao Lan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. "Look, this wicked woman has injured my hand. How can I face anyone again?" Upon seeing his sister's bleeding hand, Xiao Yan's eyes, usually warm like peach blossoms, filled with fury. "Hua Qianqian, what on earth are you doing?" He had suspected as much. This woman could not so easily sever ties with him. And he had naively believed she had changed. Madame Xiao, noticing her son had come dressed only in a thin garment, felt a pang of concern. Since marrying Hua Qianqian, he had grown increasingly gaunt, and if he were to fall ill, she would never forgive Hua Qianqian. "Yenner, why have you come here? Let mother handle this. Your wife has lost her senses, and I shall have her confined to the estate, so she will no longer trouble you." Xiao Yan, hearing his mother's words, pursed his lips, casting a penetrating gaze at Hua Qianqian, as though awaiting her explanation. Chapter 4. Soft approaches have failed. Shall we resort to force? Hua Qianqian had stirred up such a ruckus deliberately to draw Xiao Yan's attention. Despite his mistreatment compared to the other members of the Xiao family, he was a man of his word and integrity. Only in his presence could she hope to reclaim her dowry. Young Master Xiao, your household's brazen and unruly behavior has truly opened my eyes. All I seek is to reclaim my dowry, yet your mother insists I am mad and plans to confine me to the estate. Do you intend to silence me and abscond with my dowry? Xiao Yan's brow furrowed at her words, his gaze shifting between his mother and sister. Brother, do not listen to this shameless woman. That bracelet is rightfully mine. She is utterly despised in the Xiang residence. Where could she have acquired such a substantial dowry? Hua Qianqian was nearly driven to laughter by Xiao Lan's audacity. She called for Qiu Tao, proclaiming, "Fetch my dowry ledger at once." Qiu Tao complied promptly, returning with a ledger and presenting it to Hua Qianqian. Hua Qianqian took the booklet and gave it a gentle shake, causing the long list of dowry items to tumble to the ground. The end marked with the crimson seal of the Yongning Duke's residence. Gazing at the red seal, Hua Qianqian felt her eyes sting. Her grandmother had vehemently opposed her marrying into the Duke's household to replace Hua Shiyue. Yet, when she insisted on the marriage, her grandmother prepared a lavish dowry and instructed her to ensure that the Duke's seal was affixed to it upon delivery, to prevent the Xiao family from absconding with her dowry without accountability. All of this foresight from her grandmother was indeed accurate. They had considered her well-being at every turn. While in her past life, she had severed ties with them for the sake of transient relationships. The thought twisted her heart in pain. With a slightly hoarse voice, she declared, "This is my dowry booklet. When it was brought into the Duke's residence, it passed through your scrutiny and bore your seal. Every item is meticulously recorded. I brought in 32 loads of dowry, and now only 10 remain. Pray tell, where has the rest of it gone? This bracelet, the brocade worn by the Duke and his wife, even the jade pendant hanging from young Master Xiao's waist, each item originates from my dowry. If you are not blind, then look for yourself." Xiao Yan's face flushed as he regarded the lengthy list. Given the divorce, returning the dowry was indeed a matter of principle. He had not anticipated that his mother and younger sister would secretly seize Hua Qianqian's dowry. Although he held no affection for her, he never intended to humiliate her. Such behavior was unbecoming of a gentleman. Madame Zhao's brows furrowed at the sight of the extensive list. She had never imagined this little wretch had such a card up her sleeve. "Yenner, do not listen to her nonsense. These items were voluntarily given by her to honor us. Furthermore, she is now a member of the Duke's household, so her dowry naturally belongs to the Duke's family.
Yenner,
You need not concern yourself. Leave this matter to your mother." Qiu Tao, fuming, stepped in front of Hua Qianqian with arms outstretched. "You lie. These items were taken by you, not given by our young lady. Our young lady has already divorced young Master Xiao. Should you dare to harm her, I shall fight back." Divorce? Upon hearing Qiu Tao's words, Madame Xiao and her daughter were stunned. Such a woman as Hua Qianqian, to have married her son, must have accumulated considerable virtue in her past life. How could she possibly seek a divorce? It was absurd. "Qiu Tao, do not create trouble for the young master's wife." Bai He, still kneeling, caught sight of Xiao Yan and her eyes brightened with hope. "Young master, please forgive Our Lady. Her actions stem from your displeasure. The young master's wife threatened to sell me. Please, just one word from you, and she will surely retract her statement." Bai He wept bitterly, deliberately exposing her swollen face to Xiao Yan. She understood that Hua Qianqian's affections were directed at him, and with his intercession, Hua Qianqian would surely hesitate to sell her. Xiao Yan, observing Bai He's pitiful demeanor, quickly grasped Hua Qianqian's intentions. This was her attempt to coerce him into submission. "Hua Qianqian, your true colors are revealed," he snapped, cracking his knuckles. "Since I have already written the divorce decree, our ties are severed. Do not harbor illusions of my returning." Hua Qianqian was taken aback by his self-importance and rolled her eyes. "Since young Master Xiao is aware of our divorce, let us swiftly resolve the return of my dowry. 32 loads of dowry, 660 items. Ensure none are omitted." Xiao Yan, his lips trembling with anger, retorted, "Where am I to find these items? You are clearly making this difficult for me." "Patience," Hua Qianqian replied, slowly retracting the dowry list. "I shall grant you 10 days. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth. "Very well.
10 days it is.
But let me be clear. Do not entertain any ulterior motives during this time. Once your dowry is returned, Do not let me see you again in the Duke's residence. Hua Qianqian's lips curled into a gentle smile, a long-lost radiance illuminating her previously plump face. Her smile inexplicably pierced Xiao Yan's heart. It seems we are of one mind, for I do not wish to encounter you again in this lifetime. However, I must remind you, young Master Xiao, the dowry must be delivered to me. Otherwise, I shall not acknowledge its return. Her intent was to compel Xiao Yan to agree to return her dowry. She had no desire to linger in the Yongning Duke's residence. To her surprise, Xiao Yan assumed she would use the 10 days to stall, but instead, she directed her dowry bearers to load the boxes onto the carriage. Once everything was arranged, Xiao Tao rushed over to pull Bai Hui, who clung tightly to Xiao Yan's leg in fear. Bai Hui was bewildered. She had never expected Hua Qianqian would truly leave the Duke's residence. What was she to do now? Young master, please save me. Consider my service to Miss Xue. The mention of Xue softened Xiao Yan's expression. He frowned at Hua Qianqian. If you intend to sell her, then sell her back to the Duke's house. Agui. Fetch 50 taels of silver. Hua Qianqian almost applauded Xiao Yan's heartfelt gesture, but alas, she had no interest in his 50 taels. Without sparing him a glance, she simply replied, not for sale. With that, she climbed into the carriage. Xiao Tao, having long been displeased with Bai He's duplicity, recalled seeing her lingering near Xiao Yan's study just days prior, her intentions written plainly on her face. Previously, Bai He had always concocted excuses to deceive her young lady. But now that her mistress had seen through Bai He's true nature, Xiao Tao felt elated and enlisted the help of Uncle Zhang to drag Bai He onto the carriage. As Bai He screamed and resisted, Hua Qianqian grew impatient and struck the acupoints on Bai He's head and neck, rendering her unconscious. Chapter 5. No longer the pitiful creature craving love, Xiao Tao recognized her mistress's medical skills, but was unaware of their extent. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Hua Qianqian. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you in the future, Hua Qianqian said, playfully tapping Xiao Tao's nose. Uncle Zhang, having completed the preparations, inquired, Miss, shall we return to the Xiang residence? Hua Qianqian feigned contemplation before responding, Tuani Street. The carriage departed, leaving the Duke's household in stunned silence. Hua Qianqian had truly left, without a backward glance. Only then did Madame Xiao realize the gravity of the situation, glaring at Xiao Yan. Yan, you, have you truly divorced her? Yan, according to the laws of Defome, one cannot divorce without cause. You are a favored figure by the Zhaowang. Your future is bright and should not be tarnished by this wretched woman. Mother, I know you dislike her, but if you keep her here, I will handle her. There is no need for you to see her. If you let her go back, how will she retaliate? Madame Xiao persisted in her complaints, causing Xiao Yan to clench his fists and interrupt her. Mother, it was she who proposed the divorce.
What?
How can this be? Xiao Lan, filled with disbelief, clutched her injured hand in anger. That wretched girl would gladly bare her heart for my brother. How could she possibly initiate a divorce? She must be scheming something. No, I shall go to the Xiang residence tomorrow and inform Grandma Hua of everything she has done today. Let her punish this wretched woman. Xiao Yan frowned at his sister's unruly behavior. I have already divorced her. You are not to trouble her again. Return all the dowry items you have taken. Anything you cannot return, redeem with silver. Within 3 days, you must gather her dowry. Brother, why should I?
Xiao Lan thought that.
Mother said those items are meant to be my dowry. After Xiao Lan uttered those words, she immediately regretted them, for it was tantamount to acknowledging that she had seized Hua Qianqian's dowry. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression grew even more somber. Suppressing his fury, he reprimanded Xiao Lan, return the dowry. You are to remain indoors for the next few days and transcribe Buddhist scriptures 10 times. Xiao Yan pressed his thin lips together, feeling no relief from shedding Hua Qianqian. Instead, he became increasingly agitated. He thought that he must not wish to owe her anything, which was the source of his unrest. Once he returned her dowry, he would be free of any burdens. Watching Xiao Yan depart with his hands behind his back, Xiao Lan stomped her feet in frustration. Mother, what should we do? Do we really have to return those items to that foolish girl? Lady Xiao, unfazed, remarked, divorce? That woman truly dares to say it. As if the Hua family would accept a divorced woman. Although the Defome dynasty has issued a decree allowing women to seek divorce. No respectable woman has ever dared to approach her husband with such a request. A woman follows her husband in marriage and, upon his death, her son. Such is a woman's fate. She firmly believed that Hua Qianqian, having become a discarded wife, would not fare well. The scorn of the capital's populace would surely drown her. By the time she desired to return, it would not be so simple. Unbeknownst to Hua Qianqian, Lady Zhao's thoughts at that moment. She felt as though she had truly come back to life the moment she left the Yongning Marquis' residence. Qiu Tao gazed at Hua Qianqian with concern. Throughout the journey, the young lady had not uttered a single word. She knew that the young lady harbored deep affections for young Master Xiao, and thus parting must have been painful. Yet, this was the decision of the young lady, and Qiu Tao would not question it, only feeling a sense of injustice for her mistress. Such a wonderful young lady. Those blind fools would surely regret it in the future. Miss, are we truly not returning to the Xiang residence? Hua Qianqian stared into the deepening night outside the carriage, remaining silent for a moment. The Xiang residence? She would return, but not now. All she wished for at this moment was to hasten towards Ani Street. Seeing her mistress unresponsive, Qiu Tao did not press further, but looked down at Bihua, puffing her cheeks as she asked, Miss, at this hour, we may not find a broker. What shall we do with Bihua? Hua Qianqian turned to Qiu Tao. What do you wish to do? In her previous life, Bihua had caused Qiu Tao's demise. In this life, Bihua's fate would rest in Qiu Tao's hands. Yet this was indeed a perplexing question for Qiu Tao, who was not particularly adept at thinking. Scratching her head with a foolish grin, she replied, Miss, whatever you say goes. I will follow your lead. Hua Qianqian was amused by Qiu Tao's demeanor, her beautiful eyes glancing towards the bright lights of a nearby street. She softly said, If we cannot find a broker at this hour, then let us sell her there. Qiu Tao, taken aback by the smile gracing Hua Qianqian's face, was momentarily entranced. Miss, you look truly lovely when you smile. You must smile more often. Lovely? Hua Qianqian languidly leaned against the side of the carriage. At this moment, she was burdened with excess weight. How could she be considered lovely? In her childhood, her parents and brothers favored Hua Shuyue, praising her roundness and cuteness. Motivated by these words, Hua Qianqian ate incessantly, hoping to earn similar compliments from her family. Yet, she grew into a plump girl, and rather than being called cute, she faced ridicule daily. Back then, she was utterly at a loss regarding what to do. Hua Qianqian lowered her long lashes to conceal the pain in her eyes. Indeed, even after being reborn, recalling those past events still brought bitterness to her heart. However, she quickly composed herself. Having endured so much, she was no longer the pitiful creature yearning for love. The carriage soon approached a brothel, and Uncle Zhang summoned the madam, selling Bihua to the establishment. The madam, pleased with Bihua's delicate beauty, promptly handed over 30 taels to Uncle Zhang before leading 2 men to drag Bihua into the brothel. Dazed and disoriented, Bihua repeatedly bowed and begged Hua Qianqian, yet she remained unperturbed and drew the carriage curtain closed. After selling Bihua, the carriage continued for a while longer until it finally arrived at Ani Street in the western part of the capital. Here resided the most impoverished citizens of the capital, and in stark contrast to the bustling streets, this thoroughfare appeared shabby and dilapidated. At this hour, the sky was still dark, and the dogs in the alley began to bark in response to the sound of the carriage. Uncle Zhang halted the carriage outside a courtyard, and Qiu Tao jumped down to knock on the door. Shortly after, a young man emerged from the house. The young man, not yet 20, possessed striking features that were accentuated by his coarse clothing, which could not conceal his innate elegance. Upon seeing this young man, Hua Qianqian's eyes instantly welled with tears, and her throat tightened. Second cousin, Li Yuanbang, upon hearing her voice, was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Hua Qianqian disembark from the carriage, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. What brings you here? His face slightly puffed, and his long brows knitted together, lending an air of annoyance to his otherwise androgynous visage. Has the young lady of Yongning Marquis severed her ties with our family, yet here you are, knocking on my door in the dead of night? Although Li Yuanbang's words were harsh, he still took a moment to scrutinize Hua Qianqian, and upon finding her well, he turned with a cold huff and retreated into the house. Watching her second cousin's back, Hua Qianqian felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. How many times had she focused solely on pleasing her several older brothers? The eldest adored chess, so she tirelessly collected game records throughout the capital, completely overlooking the second cousin, who had always helped her with transportation. The second brother excelled in painting, and she had gone up the mountain to mine for pigments for him, forgetting that it was her second cousin who worked tirelessly on her behalf. The third brother enjoyed swordplay, and she saved her monthly allowance to buy him a fine spear, all the while knowing her second cousin was also skilled with a spear. Yet she merely asked for his assistance in selecting one, only to turn and present the chosen spear to her third brother. The fourth brother loved delicacies. She painstakingly crafted various pastries, the first to sample them being her second cousin, who accepted them regardless of their taste, unlike the fourth brother, who would toss anything unpalatable to the dogs. Compared to those four brothers, her second cousin was far more like a true brother to her. Observing the coldness in his demeanor, Hua Qianqian understood that he was genuinely hurt. Not long after Li Yuanbang returned indoors, a gentle yet weary voice resonated from within.
Bing.
Who has come? Hearing that voice, the tears that Hua Qianqian had held back finally fell. Yet, she hesitated to step through the door, overwhelmed with shame, unsure of how to face her grandmother. In such cold weather, why haven't you closed the door? Do you wish to make your grandmother ill? Li Yuanbang's voice echoed again. Though they held grievances against her, they still could not bring themselves to truly ignore her. Only then did Hua Qianqian muster the courage to enter the house. Upon catching sight of her silver-haired grandmother, her heart quivered. In her previous life, shortly after severing ties with her maternal family, her grandmother had fallen ill from worry and passed away within half a year. At that time, her heart had been solely devoted to Xiaoyan, completely oblivious to her grandmother's passing. It was not until months later, when she encountered her eldest cousin preparing to leave the capital, that she learned of her grandmother's demise. They had concealed the news from her, fearing it would grieve her. She should be grateful to the heavens for granting her a chance to amend her past mistakes. From now on, she would ensure that Qianqian looked after her grandmother, preventing her from falling ill and ensuring that her second cousin would not bear enmity on her behalf, ultimately leading to a tragic end in prison. Seeing Hua Qianqian merely weep without speaking, the old lady felt a pang of sorrow and could not help but shed tears herself. Suddenly, the creaking sound of a wheelchair echoed in the room, followed by a cool, low voice. If you have come merely to cause your grandmother distress, you may as well leave at once. This voice, akin to a spectre meant to silence a child's wailing, instantly rendered Hua Qianqian speechless. She gently lifted her head from her grandmother's embrace and beheld a wheelchair stationed at the entrance. A man sat in a wheelchair, and though only half of his profile was visible, it was enough to illuminate the humble room with an aura of elegance. His brows were sharp and defined, and his eyes, slightly upturned, held a captivating allure. His jet-black hair was neatly secured at the crown with a wooden hairpin, revealing a perfectly sculpted jawline. Yet, his strikingly handsome face bore a hint of illness, pale to the point of translucence, which only served to accentuate the vivid redness of his thin lips. Upon seeing his visage, Hua Qianqian instantly stifled the tears that welled in her eyes. In her effort to suppress her emotions, she inhaled deeply, accidentally drawing air into her lungs and subsequently letting out a small hiccup. The man turned to glance at her just as she was hiccuping while trying to stifle her sobs, her petite nose twitching adorably, with a small mole on the tip appearing particularly vivid and pitiable. The sight of her distressed demeanor caused a subtle shift in the man's gaze, prompting him to press his lips together and clear his throat softly. Li Yuanbang, hearing his brother's cough, voiced his concern. "Elder brother, are you all right?" Li Yuan stopped coughing, gesturing dismissively, "I'm fine." However, his expression remained stern and unyielding, lacking the irritation of his cousin, instead exuding a cold detachment, akin to a rare flower on a high mountain, shrouded in mystery and aloofness. Hua Qianqian was not well acquainted with her elder cousin Li Yuan, for he had departed with their uncle to the northern frontier at a tender age, and despite their uncle's return to the capital, Li Yuan had chosen to remain under the command of the aged king. His return now was prompted by a recurrence of an old ailment, necessitating treatment in the capital. Strangely, his malady required tranquility. Any disturbance could provoke a violent cough, causing him to bleed, rendering him exceedingly fragile. This affliction led him to maintain a distant demeanor with everyone, preventing anyone from inciting his ire, which in turn made Hua Qianqian hesitant to approach him for fear of displeasing him. Less than a year after her marriage, her elder cousin had left the capital, and she hadn't heard from him since. Observing that Hua Qianqian had finally ceased her tears, the elderly matriarch held her hand gently and inquired softly, "My dear, what brings you out of the Marquis's residence at this hour? Have you suffered some grievance?" Li Yuanbang, recalling Hua Qianqian's dismal state at her in-laws, retorted indignantly, "There is something, grandmother, nothing at Yongning Manor. Would you think of us if all was well? You weren't cast out by that scoundrel Xiaoyan, were you? As soon as he spoke, Hua Qianqian remained unfazed, but Li Yuan's expression darkened considerably, and he covered his mouth with a fist, succumbing to another fit of coughing. Elder brother.
Dua.
The elderly matriarch and Li Yuanbang exchanged worried glances as they witnessed the crimson blood trickling from Li Yuan's lips. Quick, go fetch Dr. Lu. The sight of her grandson coughing blood deepened the elderly matriarch's worry, her wrinkles deepening with anxiety. Was it not said that as long as he remained calm, he would be fine? Why is he coughing blood now? Li Yuanbang, too, felt a surge of panic, casting a glare at Hua Qianqian. This is all you're doing. Hua Qianqian was perplexed by the accusation. Her elder cousin had always kept his distance, often turning away upon encountering her. And she could not fathom how she had provoked him. As Li Yuanbang prepared to dash outside, she hastily grasped the hem of his garment. Cousin, you must carry elder brother to bed. Li Yuanbang hesitated, furrowing his brow as he tried to retract his clothing. What chaos are you adding now? I am not causing chaos. If you do not heed my words, elder brother may not last until you find a doctor. Although her words were somewhat exaggerated, she recognized the severity of Li Yuan's condition. Any delay could be detrimental to his health. At that moment, Li Yuan's cough grew more violent. The veins in his temples bulging, his once pale face now flushed with a deep crimson hue. Qiu Tao, fetch my silver needles. Qiu Tao immediately complied, swiftly retrieving Hua Qianqian's silver needles from the carriage. Meanwhile, Hua Qianqian reached out her delicate hands to grasp Li Yuan's broad palm, applying pressure to the Higu acupoint, and subsequently to several other points such as Fengqi and Dazui. Kneeling quietly beside Li Yuan's wheelchair, she caught a glimpse of a serious demeanor reflected in his deep, cold eyes, causing ripples in his stillness. Yet, when Hua Qianqian turned her gaze toward him, he quickly averted his eyes, concealing any hint of emotion. Unbeknownst to them, two figures lurked in the shadows, exchanging furtive glances. A handsome man clad in black raised his eyebrows in unspoken inquiry, seemingly asking, "What shall we do? Should we intervene?" The bearded man beside him, however, appeared oblivious to his questioning gaze, his expression impassive. Noticing Amo's lack of response, a duo gestured silently. What if the young lady causes harm to the master? She is merely a girl of 16 or 17. How could she possibly treat the master's illness? I will remain here. You must go and find a proper doctor. Amo remained steadfast, unyielding in his position. A duo was on the brink of exasperation. The master's condition was dire, and each bout of illness left him in a weakened state. He was genuinely perplexed by the young lady's presence. Wondering if there was some cosmic discord, for every time the master encountered her, his ailment seemed to worsen. He gritted his teeth, preparing to leave when Amo seized his collar. The master has not given the order. Remain here. In the room, Li Yuanbang watched anxiously as Hua Qianqian kneaded Li Yuan's palm, puffing his cheeks in worry. Qianqian, are you sure you can manage? Elder brother's face was not this red before. His ears aren't red either. I should go fetch Dr. Lu. Second young master. Perhaps you should heed the young lady's advice. Have you not noticed that elder brother's cough has lessened? Qiu Tao, pouting, could no longer contain herself at Li Yuanbang's constant jibes at her mistress. Our young lady possesses remarkable medical skills. Back in the Xiang residence, when the master had headaches or the elder had a cold, it was always our young lady who provided treatment. Her skills are no less than those of the imperial physician. Hua Qianqian felt a twinge of embarrassment at Qiu Tao's blind admiration. Had it not been for her past life experiences, her current medical skills would be akin to child's play, hardly comparable to those of a seasoned physician. Ironically, in her previous life, she had been cast aside by the Yongning Marquis and left on a rural estate, where she stumbled upon a hidden chamber filled with books, predominantly medical texts. During her years in seclusion, she diligently studied these texts, experimenting on herself, ultimately honing her skills. Qiu Tao, stop talking. Help me lift elder brother to the bed. With that, she rose, extending her hands to lift Li Yuan from the wheelchair. Li Yuan felt a flush rise to his ears, coughing weakly as he glanced at Li Yuanbang, gritting his teeth. You help me. Li Yuanbang was taken aback by Li Yuan's unexpected trust in Hua Qianqian and insisted, Elder brother, you can indulge her in other matters, but your health cannot be left to her whims. He was aware that Hua Qianqian had some rudimentary medical knowledge. Yet Li Yuan's ailment was a long-standing one that required careful oversight, as the imperial physician had advised. Otherwise, it could worsen. How could he place his elder brother's well-being in the hands of Hua Qianqian? If anything were to happen to Li Yuan, how would he explain it to their father? Noticing that Li Yuan's coughing had not abated, Hua Qianqian placed her fingers on his wrist, her cherubic face adopting an expression of utmost seriousness. Qiu Tao, heat some water. And have Uncle Zhang retrieve a clean cloth from the trunk. Her tone brooked no argument, and the decisive demeanor of Hua Qianqian took everyone in the room by surprise. As she observed the increasing darkness in Li Yuan's complexion, she could no longer hesitate and reached out to loosen his outer garments. Li Yuan's brows twitched, a hint of discomfort crossing his handsome face, and he feebly protested, "I can manage myself." Hua Qianqian, however, maintained her resolve. "What time is this? Do not move. I shall handle it." Her expression was reminiscent of a fierce yet adorable little cub, commanding and undeniable. For a moment, Li Yuan was taken aback, as his clothing was swiftly removed, revealing half of his chest. Due to years of enduring illness, Li Yuan's physique was somewhat slender, yet not emaciated. On the contrary, Hua Qianqian unexpectedly discovered that Li Yuan's figure was exceedingly captivating. His fair skin enveloped well-defined muscles, and his broad shoulders evoked a profound sense of security. For reasons unknown, Hua Qianqian felt a peculiar familiarity with his physique, reminiscent of the night she escaped from the Zhuang family in her previous life. A sudden cough from Li Yuan jolted Hua Qianqian back to reality, causing her to blush at having stared at her cousin's form. She dared not meet his gaze and swiftly retrieved silver needles, deftly inserting them into several acupoints on Li Yuan's body. When Uncle Zhang brought cotton cloth and Qiu Tao presented hot water, Hua Qianqian placed a cloth, repeatedly soaked in hot water, by Li Yuan's mouth and instructed earnestly, "Bite down on it." However, Li Yuan remained as motionless as a statue in a temple. Not wanting to force him, Hua Qianqian resolutely pierced the tip of the knife into Li Yuan's chest.
Qianqian.
Witnessing her actions, Li Yuanbang and the old matriarch were momentarily dumbfounded, their hearts nearly leaping from their throats. Strange sounds emanated from above, and Li Yuan subtly shook his head, silencing the noise. A duo, witnessing the scene, nearly fainted, casting frantic glances at Amo, silently expressing his dread. "See? I told you that girl is reckless. It's over, it's over. If something happens to the master, we are finished." Amo seemed to comprehend a duo's gaze, rolling his eyes and remaining silently vigilant. If it weren't for the sweat soaking his back, a duo might have thought Amo was entirely indifferent to their master. Both were perplexed as to why their master allowed his cousin to act so freely. However, they dared not intervene without his consent. Fortunately, Hua Qianqian's hands were steady, and the incision she made was shallow. She swiftly retracted the knife, allowing dark crimson blood to flow from Li Yuan's chest. After releasing a quantity of black blood, she proceeded to treat the wound. Her delicate fingers grazed Li Yuan's skin, causing his lips to press tighter, their vibrant hue becoming increasingly alluring. This tumultuous episode lasted over an hour, fatigue etched on everyone's faces. However, as Li Yuan's complexion visibly improved, the concern concealed in their brows began to dissipate, prompting a collective sigh of relief. A duo noticed that their master did not appear to suffer as acutely as during previous episodes, raising an eyebrow in disbelief as he exchanged glances with Amo, silently questioning the improbability of the situation. As Li Yuan's condition gradually stabilized, Amo maintained a stoic expression, ignoring the astonished duo beside him. He understood that everything was under their master's control. Once Hua Qianqian had tended to Li Yuan's wound, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing his pallid visage, Hua Qianqian furrowed her brows. Upon examining Li Yuan's pulse and symptoms, she discerned that he was not afflicted by a peculiar illness, but rather had succumbed to a rare poison. She had encountered mention of this poison in a journal she had read in the Zhuang residence. The journal resembled a travelogue, chronicling numerous extraordinary tales, including one about a tribe in the southwestern region. It stated that this tribe revered the moon as their totem, and the most esteemed individual among them was the sacred maiden. However, the chosen maiden must possess a pure heart, forsaking all love and emotion, devoid of joy or sorrow. To ensure she could achieve this, the maiden would be anointed with the juice of the silver moon flower shortly after birth. The Yuli tribe regarded this flower sap as sacred, though Hua Qianqian deemed the poison cruel. Each time an afflicted individual suffered from the poison, their condition would worsen, ultimately leading to a demise by coughing up blood if the toxin remained untreated. Yet, who could genuinely renounce love and devotion? Thus, nearly every sacred maiden of the Yuli tribe perished before reaching 18, extinguished in the prime of their lives. She had once dismissed the account as mere fabrication, hastily skimming through it, unaware that such a poison truly existed in the world. Had she not read that journal, she would have been oblivious to the antidote. However, how could her cousin have fallen victim to such a toxin? Just as Hua Qianqian pondered this, Li Yuanbang carried Li Yuan back to his room. The old matriarch, visibly distressed, inquired, "Qianqian, how is Yuanu's condition?" Grasping the old matriarch's hand, Hua Qianqian hesitated, choosing not to divulge her cousin's poisoning. For her grandmother had spent her life worrying for her descendants, ultimately succumbing to illness herself. She could not bear to add to her burdens. "Do not worry, grandmother. I will find a way to cure my cousin's ailment." "You can cure my brother's illness?" Before the old matriarch could respond, Li Yuanbang, having returned to the room, eagerly interjected. Hua Qianqian composed herself and nodded earnestly. "Not yet, for I still require many medicinal herbs, but I can help my cousin manage his condition." The old matriarch trusted Hua Qianqian's sincerity, her joy causing her to choke back tears, while Li Yuanbang's eyes sparkled with hope. Even the two shadowy figures lurking nearby were visibly agitated, their palms clammy. A duo raised his eyebrows, glancing at Amo. "Can we trust this cousin? The master always falls ill when she is around. She is his nemesis. What if she fails to heal him and instead incites his fury?" Though Amo too harbored doubts about Hua Qianqian, with no one else able to heal their master, a glimmer of hope lay before them. And he did not wish to forfeit this opportunity. Thus, he impatiently raised an eyebrow at a duo. "Everything awaits the master's command." A duo, observing Amo's disjointed expression, curled his lip in disdain. Their master, so averse to seeing his cousin, would surely never permit her to treat him. If the need arose, he would discreetly alleviate their master's woes, ensuring this cousin would not encroach upon him again. In the room, although the old matriarch rejoiced at the prospect of Yuan'er being saved, her thoughts soon wandered back to Hua Qianqian's predicament, and her heart filled with anxiety once more. "Qianqian, you left the Bo residence last night. The Shao family must be quite displeased. If they learn you visited us and treated Yuan'er, how will you manage upon your return?" Li Yuanbang, hearing his grandmother's words, cast a worried glance at Hua Qianqian. In the past, when the Shao family bullied her, they could offer her support. Yet now that their own family had fallen from grace, the Shao family, with their disdainful demeanor, might be scheming against Hua Qianqian behind the scenes. Contemplating this, Li Yuanbang felt as if a heavy stone lay upon his chest. His once cherished little cousin had fallen prey to that boorish Shao Yan. Gritting his teeth, his handsome features twisted in frustration, he thought that if all else failed, he might secretly bind Shao Yan and give him a good thrashing, just to relieve Hua Qianqian's grievances. "If you find it difficult, hurry back. Write me a prescription, and I will procure the herbs for my brother." Although Li Yuanbang was preoccupied with concern for Hua Qianqian, his tone remained somewhat sour when addressing her. Hua Qianqian observed her second cousin's awkward demeanor, a warm smile gracing her lips. Li Yuanbang felt even more uncomfortable under her gaze and hurriedly plopped down beside her, pouting as he muttered, "It feels peculiar since you entered last night. Crying like that, one might think you hadn't seen me in a lifetime. If you've suffered any grievances, do speak up. My fists have been itching these past few days." Just as Hua Qianqian contemplated how to share her entanglement with Shao Yan and Li with her grandmother and second cousin, the sound of horses reining in the courtyard interrupted her thoughts. Before long, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Li Yuanbang rose to answer it, with Hua Qianqian following closely behind. Upon seeing the visitors, her breath hitched, her hands clenched tightly into fists hidden within her sleeves. The newcomers were none other than her beloved cousin, Hua Shuiwe, and her former sister-in-law, Xiaolon. Following closely behind them was her biological third brother, Hua Jingli. Hua Shuiwe donned a dress of a delicate azure hue, her hair simply tied back with a band. Her charming visage, though not a paragon of beauty, was enhanced by her adeptness at adornment, her makeup applied with just the right touch. Upon spotting Hua Qianqian, her eyes filled with concern as she hurried to her side, grasping her hand and exclaimed, "Sixth sister, how fortunate to find you here. You are already married. How can you be so willful? Come, let us return home." Suppressing the tempest of resentment within her, Hua Qianqian pulled her hand away and coldly retorted, "Return home? Which home? Yours or mine? Her frigid demeanor and pointed words astonished all present. Qianqian, how could you speak to fifth sister in such a manner? Hua Jingli's voice, laced with suppressed anger, reached her ears. She looked up to see a young man clad in dark attire leap down from his horse. He was strikingly handsome, with strong brows and a tall, imposing figure exuding masculinity. His expression, already serious, darkened further with irritation as he admonished Hua Qianqian, I have heard that you harmed Miss Xiao at the marquis residence. As a lady raised in the Xiangfu, how could you display such rudeness? You have brought shame upon the Xiangfu. You must apologize to Miss Xiao and return with us to seek grandfather's forgiveness. Third brother, do not speak so harshly to sixth sister. Hua Shua shot a warning glance at Hua Jingli, who promptly fell silent. Hua Qianqian could not help but smirk. Her brother's explosive temper had led him into many brawls. In the past, she worried for his safety and often urged him to be less impulsive, providing him with ointments for his wounds. Yet he never heeded her advice, but would become mute at a mere glance from Hua Shuyue. Sixth sister, I know you must have your reasons, but regardless, it is wrong to have harmed Miss Lan. Now that you are married into the Marquis family, we are all one family. Any issues can be discussed amicably. I have brought Miss Lan with me. If you apologize, she will forgive you. Hua Shua spoke with the persuasion of a caring elder sister, an act that had once deceived Hua Qianqian in her past life. However, Li Yuanbang, having listened to their exchange, stepped protectively behind Hua Qianqian and declared, let those who wish to apologize do so. Qianqian will not. He glared at the others. You have coddled her, indulging her to the point of becoming so willful and selfish. Do you not understand? She has sold her maidservants into brothels without a second thought and even privately proposed a divorce to young Master Xiao. Divorce? Li Yuanbang gazed incredulously at Hua Qianqian, seeking confirmation. Upon hearing the word, she nodded calmly and replied, Cousin, I intended to inform you and grandmother that I have already divorced Xiao Yan. Before she could finish, Hua Shua interrupted, Qianqian, sister knows you are merely throwing a tantrum. Apologize to Miss Lan, and we shall return to the Marquis residence to plead your case to the Xiao family. Fear not. With me by your side, Brother Xiao will surely forgive you. Miss Xiao, however, scoffed, Shuyue, I agreed to come here out of respect for you, but I never said I would forgive this woman. Does she think our family is a city gate where one can enter and exit at will? Lanner, dear sister, I know you are magnanimous. My sixth sister is merely naive. Please do not hold it against her. Hua Shua cast a glance at Hua Qianqian, but the latter met her gaze with a frostiness akin to ice. She had never before realized that she had always referred to Xiao Yan as Brother Xiao. Yet now, Hua Shua called him Husband Xiao, a detail of no concern to her. She stepped forward, chin raised, emerging from behind Li Yuanbang with an air of resolve, her expression betraying neither joy nor anger. This new demeanor in Hua Qianqian sparked a flicker of doubt in Hua Shua's eyes. Had the girl she once knew transformed so completely? In the past, Hua Qianqian would have been reduced to tears, pleading for her assistance in apologizing to their family and the Marquis residence. Yet today, there were no tears, and her aura had shifted significantly. Despite appearing unchanged in her outward form, there was a palpable difference in Hua Qianqian. In a measured tone, she addressed Hua Shuyue and the others. I would not mind apologizing to Miss Xiao, but there must be a valid reason. Is it not obvious? Hua Jingli gritted his teeth. You injured Miss Xiao's hand grievously. Should you not apologize? Oh. Hua Qianqian approached Miss Xiao. I recall that Miss Xiao took my bracelet without permission. I merely wish to retrieve what is rightfully mine. Miss Xiao, feeling cornered, stepped back nervously. I only borrowed your bracelet for a few days. You are cruel to harm my hand. I never said I wouldn't return it. Then let me see how grave your injury is. Miss Xiao extended her hand, glaring. Look, I have so many cuts. Before she could finish, Hua Qianqian seized her hand, forcefully pressing down on her thumb joint, and with a crack, Miss Xiao's thumb was dislocated, eliciting a cry of pain. My apologies. I should have used this method to retrieve my bracelet yesterday. Then you would not have any cuts. With that, she declared, I have apologized. Now, you may leave. The final two words were pronounced with such emphasis that Li Yuanbang nearly applauded. He gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, Cousin, splendidly done. Hua Qianqian, how could you commit such a cruel act? Hua Jingli stared at her in disbelief. Despite his previous belief that Hua Qianqian was more thoughtful than Shuyue, He never imagined her capable of such ruthlessness.
For?
Hua Qianqian smiled bitterly, a smile etched with profound sorrow. In her previous life, she had been branded a wanton, and not a single member of the Hua family came to her defense, save for her second cousin, who had believed in her innocence and confronted the Marquis residents. In the end, he had clashed with the Marquis people and had been imprisoned for it, while she endured years of hardship in solitude, the Hua family remaining entirely indifferent. They did not even spare her a glance, and the Marquis would not pursue her endlessly. Master Hua is indeed generous. In comparison to you all, my cruelty is but a trifling matter. She was disinclined to exchange further words with them and stated coldly, I have apologized as you requested. However, I cannot return to the Marquis residence. Please remind young Master Xiao that the 10 days will soon pass. I hope my dowry is ready by then, or else I shall not be held responsible for the consequences. Observing the unyielding Hua Qianqian, Hua Shiyue's expression betrayed her growing bewilderment. How could this be? This was not how it was supposed to be. Hua Qianqian had always been easily manipulated, a character in the tale who suffered in silence. How had she transformed into this? It seemed as though something had slipped beyond her control. Hua Jingli, watching Hua Qianqian's retreating figure, seethed, Fifth sister, let us depart. Do not concern yourself with her. She will one day regret this. Do not leave. Bring this unfilial daughter back to the Marquis residence. At that moment, a strong, yet aged voice echoed from not far away. Hua Qianqian turned to see a middle-aged woman assisting an elderly lady down from a carriage. The middle-aged woman bore a striking resemblance to Li Yuanbang, though her eyes lacked the same brilliance.
Aunt.
Upon seeing the woman, Li Yuanbang called out.
Li Shi?
Hearing the call, seemed reluctant to respond, merely nodding slightly. The person she was supporting was none other than the matriarch of the Hua family, Lady Hua Qianqian's grandmother. Chapter 10. A pathetic and ridiculous group of people. Lady Hua was dressed in a tea-colored embroidered robe adorned with 5 bats, holding a string of prayer beads. Her expression stern and commanding. Upon seeing her, Hua Shiyue hurried over to assist her, expressing concern. Grandmother, why did you come down? It's cold. I told you not to get out of the carriage. How could I see her dual faces if I stayed inside? Lady Hua retorted, glaring at Hua Qianqian. In the past, you always appeared so pitiful. One would think you suffered greatly in the Hua and Xiao families. Little did I know that behind the scenes, you are so sharp-tongued and unruly. How could our residents raise such a daughter? Seeing Lady Hua's voice tremble with anger, Hua Shiyue quickly interjected, Grandmother, please don't be upset. What if it affects your health? Upon seeing Hua Shiyue, Lady Hua's expression softened slightly. She patted Hua Shiyue's hand and said solemnly, as daughters of the Hua family, how can there be such a disparity among you? Then she turned her glare towards Li Shi. This is your well-educated daughter. Li Shi's face stiffened at the public reprimand from her mother-in-law, causing her to lower her head and hurriedly reply, it is the daughter-in-law's fault. I will certainly discipline Qianqian when we return. Turning to Hua Qianqian, she reproached her softly, you have gone too far this time. Come back with us to the residence. I have promised your mother-in-law to hand over your dowry for them to manage. Only then will they forgive you. This time it will be overlooked. But if there's a next time, I can't help you. Li Yuanbang was taken aback that even his aunt treated his cousin this way, his anger causing veins to surface on his forehead. Aunt, you must know how the Xiao family treats my cousin. You tell her to endure in silence, and yet want to give her dowry to the Xiao family. Li Shi shot an admonitory glance at her nephew. Banger. It is only right for a woman to follow her husband. The dowry is ultimately for her children. What is the difference between giving it now or later? If she offers her dowry now, she can still win her husband's heart. With a hint of annoyance, she added, Banger, you should not meddle in Qianqian's affairs from now on. She is married. She must avoid suspicion. Being seen together will ruin her reputation. Li Yuanbang clenched his fists in frustration, but being confronted by his own aunt, he could not retaliate. He turned to glance at Hua Qianqian, noticing the mist gathering in her eyes, which soon appeared to solidify into ice. I will not return. Since young Master Xiao has written the divorce letter, we are no longer bound. Her voice was resolute. If you wish to send my dowry to the Xiao family, then marry another girl into the Xiao family. Do not seek me out, and do not covet my dowry. Hua Qianqian's round face was filled with determination. In the past, she might have felt pain due to her biological mother's favoritism, but now she found these people absurd and pitiable. Seeing Hua Qianqian's obstinacy, Lady Hua struck her pearwood cane against the ground, the sound echoing ominously. You disgraceful girl. How dare you propose a divorce? Where do you plan to go after that? The Hua family cannot harbor a discarded woman. Do you want your grandfather to become a laughingstock in the capital? If the Hua family cannot accept me, then I shall sever ties with you. Hua Qianqian's cold gaze swept over the people before her. For these years, I have served you in the residence, repaying your kindness in giving me life. If you think that is not enough, then I shall return you some flesh and blood.
With that,
She drew a dagger from her waist and, with a swift motion, aimed it at her own arm. Unexpectedly, a large hand grasped her wrist first, causing the sharp blade to slice open that person's arm instead. Big cousin. Brother. Both Hua Qianqian and Li Yuanbang exclaimed in shock as they witnessed Li Yuanbang's arm bleeding profusely, yet he did not flinch. However, as he tightened his grip on Hua Qianqian's hand, he could not suppress a cough. Everyone was stunned by the scene, especially the Hua family, unable to fathom that the once timid Hua Qianqian would dare to brandish a knife before them. Hua Jingli frowned upon seeing Li Yuanbang's bleeding arm, puzzled as to why a simple apology from Hua Qianqian to the Shao family had escalated to this. Are you foolish enough to harm yourself for such trivial matters? Li Yuanbang's voice was low and filled with reproach, yet concern shone through his gaze. Hua Qianqian had not anticipated that Li Yuanbang would take the blow for her. She had intended the act to sever ties with the Hua family. Seeing him bleed so much, her heart felt as though it was gripped by an iron hand, nearly forgetting to beat. Nevertheless, she quickly rushed to treat Li Yuanbang's wound. Li Yuanbang did not stop her, merely tightening his lips as his tone softened. You have already divorced. Did you write the divorce letter? Hua Qianqian nodded. It was penned by young Master Shao himself, and I have pressed my seal. Upon hearing the word seal, Li Yuanbang's brow furrowed, glancing at the wound on Hua Qianqian's hand, his expression darkening. Since you have signed the divorce letter, there is no need for further discussion. You are no longer a miss of the Hua family, and with the divorce from young Master Shao, you have no ties with the Shao family. You are correct. At that moment, the matriarch of the Li family emerged from the house, her previously gentle face now imbued with authority. She spoke coldly. Banger, expel these irrelevant individuals from our residence. If they do not leave, go to the authorities and report their trespassing. Although the matriarch was usually kind, she had once been the head of a military household, and the years had imparted an undeniable dignity to her. Upon hearing her words, Li Shi glanced anxiously at Lady Hua, exclaiming, Mother, why are you still favoring Qianqian at this moment? You are not helping her. You are harming her. What future does she have after the divorce? What will she do? Her reputation is ruined. Who will want her? Young Master Shao is a promising youth in the capital. It is already fortunate for Qianqian to have such a husband. Is she to give up being a lady of the house and instead marry a peasant? Mother, it is not too late for Qianqian to apologize and return. Lady Shao is not so unreasonable. Upon hearing Li Shi's words, the matriarch's eyes turned red with anger. How can a mother speak so of her own daughter? Our Qianqian is the finest girl in the world. She deserves the best man. I declare this. Our Qianqian shall surely marry the finest man in the world. Chapter 11. The master never considered Hua Qianqian as a woman. The matriarch's words rang with conviction, leaving the Hua family momentarily speechless. The warmth of the matriarch's palm transmitted strength into Hua Qianqian, who had never realized her maternal grandfather could exude such an imposing presence for her sake. The matriarch continued to gaze at Hua Qianqian, stating, Qianqian, you shall stay here. This is your home. Let us see who dares to take you away.
Li Yuanbang,
Gritting his teeth, fetched a hoe from the yard, shouting at the Hua family. Did you hear that?
get out now.
With that, he slammed the hoe down before Lady Hua, nearly shocking her into unconsciousness. Hua Jingli attempted to intervene, but Li Yuanbang unceremoniously struck him, causing Lady Hua to weaken and nearly fall. Mother! Li Shi exclaimed in surprise, quickly steadying the elderly Madame Hua, who was leaning back. Before she could say anything further, Li Yuanbang had already slammed the door shut with a resounding clang. Regardless of her esteemed title, Madame Hua was unceremoniously expelled, leaving her speechless with indignation, her chest heaving violently. Hua Shuiwa hurried over to support her grandmother, soothingly saying, Grandmother, are you all right? What a disgrace. How could the Hua family produce such a wretched child? Sixth sister is still young. She likely does not understand what Li signifies for a woman. In due time, she will realize that we act in her best interest. Yet, The more Madame Hua pondered, the angrier she became, her cane striking the ground with a thud. If she had any sense, such an incident would never have occurred. Years ago, when you fell into the river, Qian, seeing you nearly drown, did not come to your aid. I knew then she was not of good character. That was the moment we should have sent her away to the countryside.
Now.
Look at the situation. The Hua family has become a laughingstock, and everyone will assume our family values are flawed, tarnishing the reputations of you and your brothers. What will become of your marriages? Oh, my poor Shuiwei. Listening to Madame Hua's lamentations, Li Shi felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. The incident of Hua Qianqian's accidental fall into the water had haunted Madame Hua for years, often resurfacing in conversation. Back then, both children were still small. When Hua Qianqian fell into the water, Qian, on the bank, failed to rescue her. Consequently, numerous rumors circulated in the capital, with many claiming that she had intentionally pushed Hua Qianqian. As the only daughter of the second branch, Hua Qianqian's demise would mean the second branch's assets would fall to the first branch. Heaven forbid, she never thought that way. Qian's reputation suffered a stain, and her own standing did not improve either. Recently, Qian's unexpected involvement with the heir of Yongningbo and Li had further fueled accusations that she had instigated the affair. Otherwise, she would not have had the audacity to do so. But she truly had not. She had done everything in her power to care for Hua Qianqian, treating her as her own daughter, yet her mother-in-law still doubted her. Li Shi felt utterly exhausted, unable to comprehend how she had given birth to such a self-centered and willful daughter as Hua Qian. While Hua Qianqian soothed Madame Hua, she reassured her, saying, "Grandmother, please calm down. Rest assured, I will find a way to bring Sixth Sister back to the Shao family." Hearing Hua Qianqian's attempt to defuse the situation, Li Shi quickly added, "Yes, mother, Qian has always listened to Qianqian the most. Qianqian is clever and will surely devise a way to return Qian." The Li family refused to release her, and Madame Hua could do nothing but glare at Li Shi in frustration before returning to the carriage. Once the Hua family members departed, Li Yuanbang, who had been eavesdropping by the door, finally returned inside. He glanced at Hua Qian, recalling the Hua family's treatment of her, and erupted, "What is this nonsense about marrying Li? It's as if finding a two-legged frog is a challenge, yet finding a two-legged man is not. What is so great about Xiaoyan? He is utterly unworthy of you. The Hua family rejects you, yet the Li family wants you. You are the apple of your grandmother's eye. Why would you subject yourself to their disdain?" Hua Qian gently nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "I understand. From now on, I will sever all ties with them." Her words elicited mixed reactions from those present. Everyone assumed she was putting on a brave face, fully aware of the significance the Hua family and Xiaoyan held at her heart. Only Hua Qian understood that she merely recalled her past life as tribulations, grateful for being reborn and able to escape her suffering sooner. Perhaps it was the tension with the Hua family that caused Li Yuan's expression to darken. The others escorted him back to his room, while Hua Qian meticulously examined his wounds and remained by his side to monitor his condition. However, the exhausting events of the night caused her to doze off, resting her head beside Li Yuan's bed. Li Yuan gazed at Hua Qian, his dark eyes seemingly illuminated, the ice that had accumulated over the years beginning to thaw. Noticing her restless slumber due to her hair falling across her face, he was compelled to reach out and tuck it behind her ear. Inadvertently, his fingers grazed her soft cheek, triggering an unexpected tickle in his throat. His gaze darkened, and he quickly withdrew his hand. This moment rendered a duo, hidden in the shadows, speechless. He had never witnessed his master exhibit such tenderness, especially towards a young lady. During their time in the northern frontier, countless maidens had yearned to serve him, yet none had even touched his hem before being dismissed. And now, he allowed Hua Qian to sleep beside him, even tending to her hair. Was he dreaming? Or perhaps he simply did not regard Hua Qian as a woman. Yet, it made sense. This cousin of his was almost as hefty as he and Amo combined, so it was understandable for him not to see her as a woman. Unbeknownst to her, Hua Qian remained oblivious to Li Yuan's gaze, trapped in a nightmarish reverie. Time slipped away until she awoke, tears in her eyes, to find a man with his dark hair tied back sitting before her. Instinctively, she grasped his long, pale hand, feeling the warmth of his touch. Her anxious heart finally found solace. Li Yuan, seeing her in such distress, furrowed his brow tightly. He pressed his lips into a thin line, his hands clenched at his sides. If she held such affection for Xiaoyan, Why would she choose to leave? Retracting his hand, he spoke sternly. What are you doing? Have you lost your senses in your sleep? Upon hearing his reprimand, Hua Qian regained some clarity. Realizing she had impulsively taken her cousin as hand, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her chubby cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 12. When he grows up, he will marry her in that moment. She felt like a foolish rogue teasing a beauty, and someone as cold and detached as Li Yuan, who seemed untouched by the world, would surely scorn such brazen behavior. Quickly, Hua Qian withdrew her hand, wiping away her tears, and stood before Li Yuan, saying, I apologize, it was unintentional. Li Yuan observed Hua Qian's sorrow, wondering if she had mistaken him for Xiao Yan. Contemplating this, he took a deep breath, suppressing his own frustrations, and coldly scoffed, If you want to sleep, return to your own room. Are you here to look after me, or am I to look after you? Hua Qian, glancing at the wet spot on his blanket from her tears, felt even more embarrassed. Seeing that Li Yuan appeared to have no serious injuries, she nodded and quietly exited the room. Li Yuan stared at the damp patch on the blanket that Hua Qian had soaked with her tears, and for reasons unknown, his heart, which had long been as still as a deep well, suddenly felt restless. She left without a word. How had he not noticed her obedient nature when they were younger? He tossed aside the book in his hand and called for Amo Master. Amo replied, Send a letter to my father and mother, informing them that I will remain in the capital. Amo abruptly raised his head, astonishment evident on his wooden face. Master, think carefully. The Emperor summons you back to the capital to confine you here, to control the old Marquis, and slowly diminish your power. We should stick to our original plan and head north for medical treatment. A duo also emerged, urgently adding, Master, Amo is right. If you stay in the capital, your identity will be exposed, and that is too dangerous. Li Yuan regarded his two shadow guards, his expression revealing no discernible emotion, only stating, You will do as I say. If you do not wish to follow my orders, you may return to the northern frontier. The two exchanged glances, lowering their heads in resignation. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not abandon their master to return to the north. Amo reluctantly replied, Understood, and stood to exit the room. Li Yuan once again picked up the book he had just set down, ignoring the kneeling duo by the bedside. It was only when duo's legs began to feel numb that he finally spoke. If she ventures outside, you shall protect her. When Hua Qianqian returned to her grandmother's room, the elderly lady was mending clothes. She approached and sat beside her. Grandmother, this garment has grown old. I shall make you a new one when I return. Hearing that Hua Qianqian intended to craft a new outfit for her, the old lady's face lit up with delight as she took Hua Qianqian's hand and patted it absent-mindedly. No need for that. As one ages, one clings to the old. I have grown accustomed to this one. There's no need for a new addition. You, however, should have a couple of new garments made. You always wear such dark colors. It makes you appear aged. I still have 2 pieces of fabric saved, just right for you. The old lady's voice brimmed with affection. Hua Qianqian recalled her past life, where she had refrained from sending her grandmother any silver out of fear of displeasing the Xiao family. And a wave of guilt washed over her chest. Leaning her head on her grandmother's shoulder, she murmured, Grandmother, we shall live well, trust me. After exchanging a few words, Hua Qianqian inquired about her aunt, Madame Guan, and her cousins. The old lady sighed and said, Your aunt has taken Yan Xi and Tuanga to her family. The melancholy in her words struck Hua Qianqian, who understood that her aunt was seeking help from her family. Her aunt, a proud woman, must find it difficult to humble herself in such a manner. As she pondered this, footsteps echoed from outside. Your aunt must be back. The old lady smiled as she turned to the door, and shortly after, a dignified woman entered the room. This woman was Hua Qianqian's aunt, Madame Guan. While she possessed great beauty, her face was now etched with fatigue, and her once straight posture seemed to have faltered. Aunt! Upon seeing Hua Qianqian, Madame Guan paused for a moment, her expression a complex mixture of emotions, before nodding toward her niece. Not long after Madame Guan entered, a round figure emerged from behind her and leaped into Hua Qianqian's arms. Cousin, is that really you? I thought I would never see you again. Looking down at the rosy-cheeked boy, Hua Qianqian couldn't help but pinch his plump face, her tone softening. How could I ever bear to part with you, Tuanga? But my second brother said you would never visit us again, that you no longer wanted us. The 5 or 6-year-old's obsidian-like eyes brimmed with tears. causing Hua Qianqian's heart to ache. This boy was her cousin Li Yuanxiu, nicknamed Tuange. Sharing a love for food and with Hua Qianqian's talent for making delicious treats, he had always been quite attached to her. In a whimsical moment, he had once declared that if Hua Qianqian remained unmarried, he would wait until he grew up to marry her. Recalling her past failures, including not saving Tuange, Hua Qianqian's heart twisted in pain, tears welling in her eyes. Li Yuanbang, her second brother, pulled Tuange back by the collar, scolding him, "You little rascal. All you do is complain." Tuange pouted defiantly, "Second brother. That's not true. Yesterday you said I couldn't do anything but eat." Hua Qianqian chuckled at their banter, the sorrow of reuniting with her family dissipating somewhat.
Cousin.
Tuange missed you so much. Why did it take you so long to visit us? I missed you too. It was then that Hua Qianqian noticed a girl at the door, tears glistening in her eyes, watching her intently. Tuange turned to his sister, saying, "Cousin, my sister cried for several days after hearing you wouldn't come to see us anymore." Li Nianci, the sister in question, quickly wiped her nose, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she gestured, "Don't listen to Tuange. I didn't cry for days." She blushed deeply as she spoke. Chapter 13. I am serious about my cousin Li Nianci was Hua Qianqian's cousin, her appearance as gentle as her name, resembling a tranquil spring. Yet, fate had not granted her a healthy body. She was mute since birth, often timid and hesitant to engage with others. In her past life, Nianci's fate was tragic. After the deaths of their grandmother and second cousin, life became increasingly difficult. Their aunt, devastated, became lost in grief and, in a desperate attempt to provide for her younger brother, married a merchant. Unbeknownst to her, this man was a cruel tyrant, appearing kind while tormenting Nianci at night. Eventually, unable to endure the humiliation, she took her own life. Contemplating the fate of her family, Hua Qianqian clenched her fists, vowing that in this life, she would not allow such tragedies to unfold again. As they gathered and conversed, Madame Guan and the others learned that Hua Qianqian had divorced Zhao Yan.
Tuanyi.
Oblivious to the concept of divorce, only understood that Hua Qianqian would no longer return to the Yongning mansion, delighting in the prospect.
Cousin.
Does that mean you want to leave anymore? You can stay here and wait for me to grow up. In a few days I will be 5 years old, and when I'm older, I will marry you. Tuange presented her with a piece of candy he had pulled from his pocket, declaring, "If I have something delicious, I won't let my cousin go hungry." His round, blinking eyes and earnest expression made his small face glow with sincerity. Just as Hua Qianqian reached out to take the candy, a larger hand snatched it away first. "I heard you say the same to the girl next door yesterday." Yu Yuan's deep voice resonated, causing Tuange to blush instantly. He pouted, "I was just joking with her. I'm serious about my cousin." The innocent words of Tuange elicited laughter from everyone in the room. Even the old lady nearly brought to tears from mirth. Yet Tuange, perplexed by the laughter, placed his hands on his hips, indignantly declaring, "Are you all laughing at me? I am a man. I will keep my word. I have held my cousin's hand, and I will take responsibility for her." His earnestness only drew more laughter and playful teasing from the others. Feeling misunderstood, and on the verge of tears, Tuange looked to Hua Qianqian, who smiled and ruffled his hair, saying, "I believe in you. Our Tuange is the best. Cousin will wait for you to achieve great things and support me." Tuange sniffled and nodded vigorously. Watching Hua Qianqian comfort Tuange, a subtle smile appeared on Yu Yuan's usually stern face. Noticing Hua Qianqian's fatigue, the old lady urged everyone to rest so that she could recuperate. As the others departed, Madame Guan was about to leave when Hua Qianqian called her back. She produced her dowry list and handed it to Madame Guan, saying, "Aunt, please manage these items I brought back." Madame Guan's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, whenever Hua Qianqian visited, her mother-in-law and husband would stuff her with the household's best belongings. And even her children had been treated similarly. It was impossible for her not to feel resentment, yet she had never shown it due to her upbringing. After the Li family fell into misfortune, Hua Qianqian intentionally distanced herself from them, which only deepened her disappointment. Yet now, this girl unexpectedly offered her dowry to the Li family, entrusting Madame Guan to manage it. Recalling her recent visit to her own family, where her sister-in-law had coldly dismissed her, Madame Guan felt a swell of emotion as she gazed at the thick stack of items before her, her eyes misting over. "Your kind heart is already enough to make your uncle proud. However, I cannot accept these items. As a young woman, You must have some possessions to rely on.
Aunt.
Please do not hesitate any longer. Cousin Heir is preparing for the martial examination next year, and we cannot afford any delays. Moreover, Tuan Go is also seeking a tutor, and we must not neglect the health of both Cousin Da and our cousin sister. I have contemplated this matter, and by selling some of our belongings, we can temporarily navigate through this hardship. There are 2 shops, one a pharmacy and the other a restaurant, which I believe can still yield some profit. Once I reclaim these establishments, our lives will certainly improve. Hua Qianqian spoke with an air of tranquility, as if each word had been meticulously considered with a long-term perspective. Holding the dowry list tightly, Guan's throat tightened, and she instinctively embraced Hua Qianqian. Good child, in the past I may have been a bit petty. Rest assured, I will manage your dowry with utmost care. Hua Qianqian stiffened at Guan's embrace. Aside from her grandmother, no one had ever held her this way, not even her mother. Unsure of how to respond, she simply said, Aunt, we are family and we share everything. Guan, overwhelmed with joy, nodded repeatedly. Yes, we are family. We truly are. The old matriarch observed the scene with a sense of satisfaction that was hard to conceal. The Hua family and that Xiaoyan must be blind not to recognize the worth of such a remarkable girl as her granddaughter. While the Leaf family enjoyed clarity after the clouds had parted, the Hua residence was shrouded in an ominous gloom. In the main hall, Lord Hua's countenance resembled that of a pot's bottom, dark and grim. Upon hearing that the old matriarch and the Leaf family had failed to bring Hua Qianqian back, his already stern face lengthened further. Sitting across from him, Madame Xiao erupted in anger upon learning that her daughter had once again been hurt by Hua Qianqian. My lord, look at this. Such a daughter-in-law is simply unacceptable for our Xiao family. I must remind you, it was the 5th miss who was originally betrothed to our Yen. Now that it has been switched to the 6th miss, we cannot speak ill of it out of familial bonds. But look at what she has done. Our Yen, with such a bright future, has had his reputation tarnished. Mother. Xiaoyan shook his head at his mother, signaling her to refrain from further comments. Then, lifting his garments, he knelt upright before Lord Hua. Grandfather, although my union with Hua Qianqian has come to an end, I still wish to address you as grandfather. He paused, unable to resist glancing at Hua Shuyue, who sat beside the old matriarch, his furrowed brow easing slightly. From the very beginning, this matter had been a mistake, and now, my separation from Hua Qianqian provides a chance to rectify the situation. I and Xiao Ge. Xiao Yan had intended to propose reversing the erroneous marriage to bring his beloved home in a grand manner, ensuring everyone's happiness. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Hua Shuyue interrupted. Chapter 14. She has never occupied my heart. Hua Shuyue was aware of Xiao Yan's intentions, but could not allow him to speak them aloud. With tears welling in her eyes, she looked at him and said, Xiao Ge, how can you utter such words? Regardless of how my 6th sister is, since you have married her, she is now your wife. If you part ways with her now, what will become of her? She adores you. And how will she survive without you? Lord Hua's expression visibly brightened at Hua Shuyue's words. A daughter of the Hua family should possess the sensibility she displayed. Xiao Yan was taken aback by her response, and his once fiery heart felt as if it had been doused in ice. He had believed that upon parting with Hua Qianqian, she would feel relieved. Yet, given the circumstances, he decided not to shy away from the truth. Xiao Yan gazed steadfastly at Hua Shuyue, his gaunt face filled with yearning. But we have never truly been husband and wife. She has never held a place in my heart. You know, from the moment I became aware of my feelings, I believed I would marry you. I never envisioned marrying anyone else. Before he could finish his thought, a fist came flying toward him.
Teary.
4th brother. Upon entering, Hua Jingji immediately threw a punch at Xiao Yan, prompting gasps from the onlookers. However, Hua Jingji, being but a frail scholar, did not harm Xiao Yan, a seasoned officer of the Jinwu Guard. Xiao Yan glared at Hua Jingji in anger. What do you think you're doing? What am I doing? Since you have married my 6th sister, you should not entertain thoughts of my 5th sister. Are you trying to ruin her reputation with your reckless words? Hua Jingji's eyes blazed with fury. He had rushed back upon hearing the news and could not believe his ears upon arriving in the main hall. Lord Hua, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Marriage is a significant matter and not to be taken lightly. I urge young Master Xiao to think carefully before speaking. One granddaughter's reputation had already been tarnished, and he could not allow another to suffer the same fate. When Hua Qianqian sought to replace Hua Shuiwei in marrying into the Yongning Duke's residence, he had vehemently opposed it. However, he had succumbed to his wife's incessant pleas, which claimed that Qianqian was infatuated with Xiao Yan and that Shuiwei's parents had passed, making it unbearable for her to marry so soon. In a moment of confusion, he had acquiesced. Who would have thought that the marriage Qianqian had pursued would lead to such chaos? Once the old master learned of this, he would surely demand an explanation from the Xiao family. I kindly ask that Madame Xiao and young Master Xiao take their leave for now. Madame Xiao had come to the Hua residence to see how they would punish Hua Qianqian, but to her surprise, that woman hadn't even returned to the Hua residence. She had intended to raise the issue of the dowry, but, upon seeing Lord Hua's expression, her words faltered. Who did not know that the current chancellor was a man of ruthless disposition? Had she been facing Li Shi, she might have haggled, but before Lord Hua, she dared not oppose him, despite her dissatisfaction. Though the Xiao family held a title, they wielded no real power in court. Otherwise, they would not have endured the humiliation of the marriage substitution. However, as Lord Hua had promised to provide an explanation, she knew that Hua Qianqian would certainly face punishment, and perhaps in a few days, the Hua residence would return her to apologize. With this thought, Madame Xiao decided against lingering, taking Xiao Yan with her as they left the Hua residence. On the way, she observed her son, who appeared lost in thought and could not help but speak up. My dear, while Hua Shuiwei may possess some advantages over Hua Qianqian, I believe she is still unworthy of you. Do not fret. Once Hua Qianqian returns, I will send her to the countryside and find you the finest girl in the capital. Xiao Yan's eyes darkened. In his heart, Shuiwei was the best girl in the world. If he could not marry her, he wanted no one else. The fact that she still referred to him as Xiao Guo indicated that she still held feelings for him, and her refusal must stem from her unwillingness to hurt Hua Qianqian. All he could do was silently guard and wait. Mother, I have already parted ways with Hua Qianqian. Please do not mention her return again. I have severed all ties with her, and please retrieve her dowry as soon as possible. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, attempting to calm his tumultuous heart, yet he caught a whiff of a changed fragrance within the carriage, causing him to frown. This osmanthus scent is too cloying. Wasn't he the previous fragrance, pine resin? Madame Zhao's expression soured at his words. The previous pine resin scent had been prepared by his wife, Hua Qianqian, and that little girl had smashed the carefully crafted fragrance before leaving last night. Unaware that the scent he adored had been created by Hua Qianqian, Xiao Yan felt a pang in his heart as he recalled her resolute expression from the previous day. Mother, though I may not have feelings for her, you needn't refer to her as that little girl. Also, it's merely pine resin. Go find someone to purchase some and replace it all. Madame Xiao, however, appeared troubled. The pine resin Hua Qianqian concocted was no ordinary fragrance and could not be found in the shops. Moreover, the Duke's residence was already financially strained, and the thought of spending money on fragrances pained her. Yet, not wanting her son to be unhappy, she reluctantly agreed. After Xiao Yan and his companions departed, the members of the Hua family assembled in the main hall, their faces somber and silent. Eventually, it was Hua Shuiwei who approached her grandfather, the esteemed Hua Qianqian, and playfully tugged at his robes, saying, Grandfather, my sixth sister has always been obedient. Her actions today must have their reasons. Even if she is throwing a tantrum, she will surely calm down in a few days. I will seek her out then. Though Hua Qianqian was typically engrossed in his official duties and had little time for his younger relatives, Hua Shuiwei was different. She was unafraid of him and dared to draw near, earning a bit of his affection. Observing her, Hua Qianqian's expression softened slightly, yet he remained tight-lipped. Humph. Do not embellish her character. If she were truly sensible and obedient, she would not have locked us out today. Dressed in dark robes, the third young master, Hua Jingli, wore a countenance darker than his attire. Had I not witnessed her actions today, I would scarcely recognize her. She actually broke Miss Zhao's thumb with such force. Thankfully, I managed to get Miss Zhao to the clinic in time, or she would have surely suffered lasting repercussions. Hua Shuiwei, her brow furrowed with concern, remarked, What could have happened to Sixth Sister? She seems to have transformed overnight and even declared her intention to sever ties with the Hua family. I was terrified to see her wielding a knife today. Li Shi, standing nearby, sighed quietly, hesitant to defend Hua Qianqian. What a promising engagement turned into this. With her husband in office, she has no one to consult. I truly do not know how to proceed from here. Chapter 15. I will bring her back, I will bring her back. I refuse to believe she would cast me out. I need to ask her directly if she truly intends to sever ties with the Hua family and reject me as her fourth brother. Hua Jingji leapt to his feet, his youthful face brimming with indignation. He could not comprehend why, just days ago, she had sent him treats through a maid. And now she wished to cut off their relationship. As he spoke, Hua Jingji strode towards the door, only to be halted by a bellow from Hua Qianqian. Stop. You are not permitted to go. Upon hearing Hua Jingli mention Hua Qianqian's intent to sever ties, Hua Qianqian's pupils constricted, his anger intensifying. If she wishes to sever ties with the Hua family, let her. I shall see how she fares without the status of the sixth miss of the Xiangfu. With that, Hua Qianqian stormed off in a fury. Once Hua Qianqian departed, the oppressive atmosphere in the Hua family hall began to dissipate. Hua Shuiwa watched his retreating figure, her gaze flickering. She knew her grandfather held the family's reputation in high regard, and it was evident he was genuinely enraged this time. Once he was out of sight, she stuck out her tongue and ran to Hua Jingji, saying, "Fourth brother, today is not a holiday from the academy. Why have you returned?" Seeing Hua Shuiwa approach, Hua Jingji quickly suppressed his anger. "It's nothing. Yesterday, Cheng Erlang sent some pine nut cakes from Jibei. I had a piece that was utterly dreadful, far inferior to what Xiaolu makes. I simply wished to return and have her make me a batch. But I never expected this commotion." At his words, Hua Shiyue's smile faltered for a moment before she quickly recovered, saying, "Six sisters' culinary skills are indeed commendable. Perhaps you prefer her flavors, but Cheng Erlang is from Jibei, so I believe the treats he sent are more authentic. What do you think, fourth brother?" Hua Jingji raised an eyebrow, contemplating her words and finding them quite reasonable. He realized he was the only one who appreciated Xiaolu's pastries. Others might not find them as delightful. Yet, his mind wandered back to Hua Qianqian's inexplicable desire to sever ties with the Hua family, stirring a sense of resentment within him. Our bodies and skin are gifts from our parents, no matter the circumstances. Such treachery in words is unacceptable. If you crave pastries, I shall send Xing'er to Dahua Zhai to fetch you some, and please bring back the 2 outfits I ordered from Su Jingge. Hua Shuwei clenched her fists, determined not to let anyone obstruct her path. If Hua Qianqian did not return to the Yongning Marquis' residence, she would ensure her complete ruin. Under no circumstances could she allow her to return to the Hua family and seize what rightfully belonged to her. In the days following her departure from home, Hua Qianqian was exceedingly busy. She first sold off the items in her dowry that were unnecessary, exchanging them for silver, and then renovated her home. In her memories, the winters over the past 2 years had been particularly harsh. Her previous dwelling was too dilapidated to allow her grandmother to endure the cold. Guanxi no longer hesitated. She had grown to regard Hua Qianqian as her own daughter, fully believing that as long as they united as a family, prosperity would surely follow. In recent days, Hua Qianqian has been occupied with renovating her house and concocting syrups to treat ailments, as well as producing ointments for frostbite and burns. She intends to sell these remedies once she reclaims her apothecary, believing that the cold weather will ensure a good market for them. Qiu Tao, who assists her, understands the utility of syrups and frostbite ointments in winter, but is perplexed as to why the young lady bothers to make burn ointment as well. Chapter 16. The inappropriateness of their actions. It is not surprising that Qiu Tao does not grasp the purpose of burn ointment, for she has yet to endure the harshness of winter. Hua Qianqian patiently explains, some impoverished individuals, when severely frostbitten, lose sensation and may seek warmth from fire, inevitably suffering burns. Enlightened by this explanation, Qiu Tao praises her, exclaiming, "Miss, you truly are remarkable. You know everything." Rarely receiving compliments, Hua Qianqian feels bashful in response to Qiu Tao's candid admiration and playfully retorts, "But you did sneak a piece of sugar from Tuanga this morning." Qiu Tao, scratching her head in innocence, blinks and insists, "I did not." Her endearing antics bring laughter to those around. Tuan Go and Li Nianxi, having heard of the potential profit from the ointments, eagerly join to help. In just a couple of days, they produce a substantial quantity of syrups and ointments. Li Yuanbang even procures numerous small porcelain bottles, and after some embellishment, their creations begin to take on a more polished appearance. Hua Qianqian beams at the sight of the little porcelain bottles, envisioning the accumulation of silver to facilitate her uncle's return from exile. In addition to her preparations, she tends to Li Yuan's acupuncture daily, and his health shows improvement, allowing him to occasionally venture outdoors for fresh air. One day, a duo, Observing Hua Qianqian pushing her master outside, cannot help but comment to Amo. Don't you think Miss looks a touch more beautiful? He gestures with his finger to signify just a slight difference. Amo raises an eyebrow, initially reluctant to engage, but eventually glances at Hua Qianqian. Had a duo not pointed it out, he might not have noticed that she appears somewhat slimmer than in previous days. However, given her busy schedule and minimal food intake, it is hardly surprising. Indeed, Hua Qianqian's slight weight loss seems to enhance her beauty. Her face is less round, and her eyes appear larger and more spirited. Who would have thought my little white dragon could overlook such details? This cousin might very well rival her older sister in beauty. Just as a duo finishes his observation, he suddenly senses a menacing aura ahead, and a stone strikes his shoulder. He stifles a cry, wincing in pain. Mo casts a disdainful glance at him, muttering an unspoken serves you right before striding after the two in front. The wind today is rather strong, carrying snowflakes the size of millet that sting Hua Qianqian's delicate face. Concerned that Li Yuan might feel cold, she pauses, removes her cloak, and drapes it over him. Li Yuan, seeing the vibrant red cloak, frowns with disdain, attempting to remove it. However, Hua Qianqian tightly clutches the cloak's ties, insisting, just wear it for a while. You've finally improved a bit. Through their days together, Hua Qianqian has grown less fearful of Li Yuan. Although she knows he is particular and often critical of her, she perceives him as a mere paper tiger, much better than her indifferent brothers. Indeed, Li Yuan's expression is one of refusal, yet he remains still. Satisfied, Hua Qianqian smiles, revealing a charming dimple. The stoic elder cousin, upon seeing her smile, diverts his gaze elsewhere. Hua Qianqian carefully secures the cloak for Li Yuan, her fingers inadvertently brushing against his chin. Captivated by her delicate fragrance of orchids, Li Yuan's lips press into a straight line, and his gaze deepens, his entire demeanor stiffening. He clenches his fist near his lips, suppressing the itch in his throat. Sensing the shift in Li Yuan's body, Hua Qianqian looks up in confusion, asking, "What's wrong? Is it colder now that you're wearing the cloak? Do you feel unwell?" She reaches out to touch his forehead. Li Yuan, feeling warmth creep to his ears, quickly turns his head away, reproaching, "What are you doing? This is quite inappropriate." In recent days, Hua Qianqian has often faced Li Yuan's reprimands, the phrase quite inappropriate being his most frequently uttered remark. She rolls her eyes and mutters under her breath, hypersensitive. Then, she intentionally ties the cloak as strap too tightly, nearly causing Li Yuan to struggle for breath. Yet, when she raises her gaze and meets his face so close, her heart inexplicably skips a beat.
Li Yuan's flawless visage,
accentuated by the vibrant red cloak, is truly a sight to behold. For reasons unknown, she often feels an inexplicable familiarity with him, though she cannot recall its origin. Li Yuan notices that Hua Qianqian is dressed in merely a thinly padded dress and frowns slightly, suggesting, "Let us just head back today."
I am tired.
Hua Qianqian rolls her eyes inwardly at his audacity to claim fatigue after sitting in a wheelchair all day. However, she refrains from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that snowflakes are about to fall, and they should indeed return. Thus, she turns the wheelchair around and heads back towards Endy Street. As they enter the alley, Hua Qianqian spots a familiar figure in the distance. The person, draped in a blue cloak and adorned with a flamboyant golden crown, strides towards her with an irritated expression. "Hua Qianqian, you've truly grown bold. How could you endure so long without returning home?" Hua Jingji's demeanor is just as infuriated as ever. He is always cheerful with others but reserves his ire for her. Hua Qianqian glances at Hua Jingji, entirely uninterested in him, and continues to push Li Yuan forward. Surprised by her dismissal, Hua Jingji's anger intensifies, and he steps in front of her path. "You've made enough of a fuss. What could possibly justify such a prolonged sulk? You truly lack understanding. Why can't you learn from Shu Yu?"
Had this been a previous life,
Hua Qianqian would have felt hurt by her brother's words, striving to be better and more considerate to avoid his displeasure. Yet now she finds it amusing. "Didn't Hua Shu Yu inform you? I am no longer a member of the Hua family. From now on you, Hua Jingji, are merely Shu Yu's elder brother, and I have no ties to you. Having her as a considerate sister is more than sufficient." Hua Jingji, taken aback by her callousness, feels as though a heavy stone is pressing down on his heart, making it difficult to breathe. He grits his teeth and asks, "Hua Qianqian, what has happened to you? Why have you changed so?" His younger sister never spoke to him in such a manner. She would always express concern for him, asking about his well-being and urging him to avoid the brothels and take care of his health. Though he found her questions somewhat bothersome, he never wished for her to become so indifferent. This sentiment is deeply unsettling. Chapter 17. We shall return home. Didn't you have feelings for Xiaoyan? Why would you choose to part ways with him? Even if he doesn't love you, you should find a way to make him. Why take your frustrations out on us? Don't you know that fifth sister is worried about you? Yesterday, she even pleaded with grandfather to send someone to bring you back. You must return with me now. As he speaks, he reaches to grasp Hua Qianqian's arm. But before he can touch her, a long hand seizes his wrist. Hua Jingji looks at the icy expression of Li Yuan, furrowing his brow as he attempts to retract his hand, but despite several tries, he finds himself unable to move. Elder cousin, what are you doing? Are you really going to let her act recklessly? Li Yuan spoke in a subdued tone. I do not perceive her actions as a disturbance. I find them quite commendable. Hua Jingji, filled with agitation, retorted Li Yuan. Her decision to seek a divorce is already a significant transgression, yet she dares to sever ties with her family. The Hua family raised her. How could she commit such an outrageous act? Have you ever regarded her as family? Li Yuan's tone remained indifferent, yet his words left Hua Jingji momentarily speechless. I have grown weary. Let us return home. Upon hearing Li Yuan utter the words return home, Hua Qianqian felt a sudden pang in her heart. She refrained from casting another glance at Hua Jingji and hastened to push Li Yuan in the direction of the exit. Hua Jingji stood at the alley's entrance, watching their retreating figures. He wished to pursue them but found it somewhat embarrassing. In the past, whenever he quarreled with Xiao Lu, she would eventually realize her mistake and come to apologize. However, this time, he lingered in place for what felt like an eternity, waiting for Xiao Lu to turn back, only to feel as if something precious was slipping further away from him. Upon returning to the Hua residence, Hua Jingji felt an emptiness within. Noticing the various invitations for feasts being handed to him by the servants, he lost all interest and cast them aside. At that moment, the door to his room was suddenly flung open. Frowning, Hua Jingji exclaimed, I am in no mood for disturbances. I have asked you to leave me be. Fourth brother, what troubles you? Why this outburst? Hearing Hua Xiu's voice, Hua Jingji quickly suppressed his anger, sitting up on the bed. It is nothing. What brings you here? Hua Xiu entered with a smile, presenting a plate of pastries to Hua Jingji. Did you not mention a desire for sweets a few days ago? I specifically sent Qing'er to purchase these for you. Do try them and see if they are to your liking. Although Hua Jingji was irritable due to the earlier incident with Hua Qianqian and had little appetite, he forced a smile and replied, Thank you, fifth sister. Please leave them there for now. I will eat them later. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiu pouted, Fourth brother, I went through the trouble of bringing them to you. Why not taste them now? Hua Jingji pressed his lips together, noticing the hopeful glimmer in her eyes. Reluctantly, he reached for a piece of pastry from the plate. As he held it, thoughts of Hua Qianqian flooded his mind. In the past, she often brought him treats, fearing he might harm his stomach with too much alcohol, preparing bland porridge for him instead. He recalled how he would dismiss her efforts, pouring the tasteless porridge into Xiao Huang's bowl. Was this the reason for her displeasure? Yet, she had never expressed it before. Seeing Hua Jingji's furrowed brow as he stared at the pastry, Hua Xiu pressed, Fourth brother, what is troubling you? Coming back to the present, he finally placed the pastry in his mouth. Yet, as he tasted it, his expression froze. What is it? Is it not to your liking? Hua Xiu inquired, taking a piece herself and exclaiming, Not at all. I find it quite delicious. Is this almond pastry? She added, as if seeking praise. Indeed. The almond pastries from Su Jinjai are quite rare. Fourth brother, you must eat more. Do not waste my efforts. Fifth sister, I cannot eat almonds. They cause me to break out in hives. Xiao Lu has never made me almond pastries. At this, Hua Xiu's eyes widened, and her lips formed a slight pout. I forgot. I was solely focused on finding the tastiest treat for you. Fourth brother, do you harbor resentment towards me? Seeing her look of distress, Hua Jingji hurriedly reassured her, Of course not. I only wanted to inform you. How could I resent you? Hua Xiu's expression brightened, and she gently said, Fourth brother, I have heard that with your condition, sometimes you must endure discomfort to achieve healing. Eating just a piece or two should not harm you. Why not give it a try? Hua Jingji contemplated returning the half-eaten pastry to the plate, but was unable to do so under her unwavering gaze. Hua Shuiwei did not insist upon him consuming the pastries. She merely felt unsettled by his nostalgic mention of Hua Qianqian and desired his assurance that he favored her as his only sister. Having never denied Hua Shuiwei anything, he reluctantly placed the remaining half of the almond pastry into his mouth. Satisfied by his compliance, Hua Shuiwei's eyes sparkled with joy. Isn't it delightful? Perhaps after tasting my almond pastries, you shall no longer break out from eating almonds. However, Hua Jingji lowered his head, concealing the complex emotions swirling within his gaze. After engaging in light conversation for a while, Hua Shuiwei departed his chamber. Once alone, Hua Jingji sat at the edge of his bed, lost in contemplation. Had he truly not regarded Xiao Lu as family? They shared the same blood. He was her dear fourth brother, and naturally, he would indulge his cousin Hua Shuiwei a bit more. Xiao Lu was still too immature. He continued to rationalize his thoughts, yet his heart grew increasingly tumultuous. After a while, he felt an itch at his neck and, upon inspection, noticed a plethora of hives on his skin. The sensation resembled countless ants crawling over him. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his maid, Yudo, while scratching his neck, "Fetch me the anti-itch ointment that Xiao Lu prepared." Upon seeing the red welts on Hua Jingji's hand, Yudo exclaimed, "Fourth young master, have you eaten almonds again? Did not the doctor and Miss Lu advise you against them?" She grumbled as she hurried to the cabinet and retrieved a small porcelain bottle, handing it to Hua Jingji. Upon receiving the bottle, Hua Jingji's brows knitted tighter as he discovered it was empty. Yudo, realizing the ointment was gone, hurriedly sought out the physician. Their commotion was significant, yet no one came to check on Hua Jingji. The doctor prescribed several remedies, reiterating that he must avoid almonds before taking his leave. It was not until the latter half of the night that Hua Jingji felt some relief and drifted into a hazy sleep. Chapter 18. Even dogs would not be fed in his dreams. Hua Jingji found himself confronted by Xiao Lu. The girl timidly trailed behind him, saying, "Fourth brother, please drink less when you go out. Fourth brother, the dishes have cooled. Allow me to reheat them for you. Fourth brother, you cannot eat almonds. I have prepared a plate of walnuts for you." His desire for walnuts surged, and he reached for them, only for the plate to tumble to the ground, shattering into pieces. When he looked up at the girl, her gentle smile had vanished. She proclaimed, "Hua Jingji, what I have prepared, I would not even feed to a dog." The next day, Hua Qianqian rose early, her spirits unperturbed by Hua Jingji's earlier actions. Her thoughts were solely occupied with earning money to provide a better life for her grandmother and others. Having completed a batch of syrup and ointment, the deadline set with Xiao Yan was fast approaching. She resolved to tidy up the apothecary before reclaiming her dowry, which would provide the funds needed for its operation. Thus, Hua Qianqian bid farewell to her grandmother and set off with Qiutao. The two soon arrived at the northern marketplace, where the apothecary was located on the west side. Named Renjitang, the establishment was of decent size. Upon entering with Qiutao, Hua Qianqian found the shop devoid of customers, save for a single attendant dozing in a chair. The pharmacist, awakening to their footsteps, groaned, "We have no medicine. Go elsewhere." Hua Qianqian found this attendant unfamiliar. He was not one of her original staff. It was evident that the Xiao family had replaced her employees, and her expression grew increasingly cold. Disregarding the attendant, she approached the counter and began to open the medicine drawers, only to discover that they were nearly all empty. Upon witnessing the actions of Hua Qianqian, the attendant's eyes widened in alarm as he bellowed, "What do you intend to do, young lady? Are you attempting to seize this establishment? Do you even comprehend to whom the shop belongs?" Upon noticing Hua Qianqian's gaze directed at him, the attendant crossed his arms and sneered disdainfully, "Begone. Are you aware of the Duke of Yongning's estate? That is not something for common folk like you to provoke." Hua Qianqian, uninterested in engaging in trivial banter with a lackey of the Xiao family, cast a glance at Qiutao. In response, Qiutao swiftly produced a contract for the shop from her sleeve. "Open your eyes and behold, who truly owns this establishment." The attendant, upon seeing the contract, was so astounded that his eyes nearly popped out, his facial muscles twitching as he stammered, "Be boss." Qiutao let out a cold snort and tucked the contract away. This shop clearly belonged to the young lady, yet these servile minions only recognized the Duke's household. Truly outrageous. Where have all the medicinal herbs gone? Summon your manager to face our young lady at once. Frightened into silence by Qiutao's fierce demeanor, The attendant hurriedly retreated to the back and fetched a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe. Upon seeing Hua Qianqian, the man displayed no signs of anxiety like the earlier attendant. Instead, he forced a smile and performed a slight bow, his sly, triangular eyes scrutinizing Hua Qianqian before he said, "You must be the wife of the heir." Qiu Tao, noticing the manager's arrogant demeanor, placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "Our young lady is no longer the wife of the heir. You must address her as the boss." "The boss?" The man laughed derisively. "How splendid. I've finally awaited your arrival." Qiu Tao, unable to contain her temper at the man's mocking tone, demanded, "What do you want from my young lady?" With a dramatic sigh, the man feigned seriousness. "Since I took over the shop, I have yet to receive the monthly payment from the Duke's estate. By the heavens, I am so relieved you have come. You are here to settle the monthly dues, aren't you?" Hua Qianqian regarded the manager with an unimpressed gaze. He seemed to have anticipated her visit to reclaim the establishment, clearly having been tipped off by Madame Xiao and Xiaolon. "The monthly payment is a trivial matter," Hua Qianqian replied nonchalantly, surveying the shop with a slight smile. "As you are assisting me in my endeavors, I shall ensure you are not neglected." The manager, having heard tales of the young lady's pliability, felt a surge of triumph, believing he could manipulate her further. "Boss, while our wages are negotiable, alas, this year has been particularly unkind for business, and I have had to inject a considerable amount of my own funds to keep the shop afloat." As he spoke, he beckoned to the attendant to bring forth a ledger. "This records the losses over the past 6 months, all covered by me. I was just contemplating seeking you out. And fortuitously, you have arrived." Hua Qianqian skimmed through the ledger and noted numerous entries of credit. "What is the meaning of these accounts?" she inquired. The manager explained, "Servants from the Hua residence come to collect medicinals and simply write it down as credit. I dared not ask for payment. Some from the Duke's estate also came with your name, so how could I demand silver?"
Qiu Tao,
Upon seeing the bold figure of 1,200 taels inscribed in red, was livid, exclaiming, "In just half a year, you have incurred a loss of 1,200 taels. That is more than the official's half-year salary. This cannot be blamed on me." The manager retorted defiantly, "The shop's location is poor, and we seldom see customers. Whenever someone does come, they are friends of the boss. What can I do? I took over this shop and generously filled its gaps. Otherwise, it would not have lasted to this day."
"Boss,
"Surely you do not wish to hold me accountable for these losses? I have put in everything I possess. If you refuse to compensate me, it will be my demise." As he spoke, the manager feigned tears, inching towards the door. His exaggerated display attracted a crowd of passers-by to the apothecary.
boss."
"I know you are the 6th young lady of the official residence. Your status is beyond our humble means, but you cannot treat us this way. I have faithfully guarded the shop for you. Not only have you withheld the monthly payment, but you also refuse to repay the funds I invested." Listening to the manager's lament drew murmurs from the onlookers. Running a shop entails profits and losses, but making servants pay for losses is preposterous. This is an egregious exploitation. Indeed, this is utterly excessive. How could such an upright and incorruptible official raise a granddaughter like this? Isn't the 6th young lady of the Hua family already married? Have you not heard? It seems she has divorced the heir of the Duke of Yongning. Really? But that's no surprise. A woman like her deserves to be cast aside. A wicked woman brings ruin to 3 generations. The crowd's words grew harsher, and the manager continued, "If you were to repay me, I would accept my fate without complaint. My life matters little. I have a whole family to support." Qiu Tao was nearly driven to madness by the manager's antics, yet Hua Qianqian remained composed. "Lu manager, your performance is commendable. This audience would be wasted in a theater." The manager swallowed hard. "I do not comprehend what the boss means. We have records in the ledger." He glanced at the attendant, who hurriedly produced 2 account books. Hua Qianqian merely cast a glance at the accounts, directing a frosty gaze at the manager. "When did I ever consent to you extending credit to others?" The manager, realizing he had miscalculated, found that Hua Qianqian was not the pliable figure he had been led to believe. With a demeanor akin to a seasoned general, she exuded an aura of authority that left him feeling pale. "You granted credit without my permission. Since the debts are yours, you must reclaim the funds. Otherwise, what need have I for you as a manager?" Hua Qianqian's voice was cold and precise, each word striking like arrows toward the manager, draining the color from his face. By this time, the crowd had grown larger outside the shop, and the manager, spotting the elder Miss Xiao among them, quickly knelt before Hua Qianqian.
Boss.
Your own people are collecting medicine. How could I dare speak out against the Duke's and Hua's households? The crowd, which had quieted somewhat, erupted again at the manager's words, with some expressing their outrage. The herbs were taken by your households, yet you turn to the servants for payment. How are we to survive? Yes, this is a blatant act of oppression. Hua Qianqian smiled at their comments. Are you implying that the official residents and the Duke's estate are using their influence to bully others? I am quite curious what would happen if the manager refused to provide their medicines. Would they merely scold him, strike him, or eliminate him entirely? Hua Qianqian spoke in the gentlest tone, yet her words were chilling, prompting the manager to frantically wave his hands. That is not what I meant. Yet, she offered him no opportunity for further defense. I just perused the ledger. Many from the Duke of Yongning's estate have come to collect medicines, from the lady of the house to the young miss, down to the wet nurse and the coachman. Do explain, what means did the Duke's estate employ to coerce you? Did even the coachman and wet nurse come to my shop to take medicines for free? The manager had not anticipated that he would dig a pit for Hua Qianqian, only to find himself ensnared within it. As he felt the gazes of the onlookers upon him, he stammered, "Of course not. The Duke's estate would not threaten me. Since they did not threaten you, and you extended credit without my consent, did you perhaps receive kickbacks from the Duke's estate? Or perhaps you have conspired with the Earl of Yongning's residents to gradually consume my shop like a worm." Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Some murmured quietly, "Miss Hua Lu's words hold truth. If all shopkeepers operated like this one, even mountains of gold and silver would be swiftly depleted. This shop belongs to Miss Hua Lu, and for the people of the Earl's residence to come and take medicine without paying. Is that not an evident bullying of Miss Hua Lu? TSK. It seems Miss Hua Lu's life at the Earl's residence is quite difficult." Outside the crowd, a charming woman dressed as a man tugged at the sleeve of a gentle-looking gentleman in a ginger-colored robe beside her, her face alight with curiosity. "Second brother. Is this the Hua Lu who usurped Xiu as marriage and married young Master Shao instead? I don't quite see it." The two were Cheng Yu, the second son of the Marquis of Wuxiang, and Cheng Zhen, the third miss. They were accompanied by a girl in a pink skirt, Chen Jiyun, the granddaughter of the esteemed physician Chen. Today, they had set out with Xiao Yan and others for leisure, and on their way, upon encountering a servant from the Xiao family, Xiao Lan suggested a visit to the market in the north of the city, which led them to this unexpected incident. Cheng Yu gazed with interest into the shop and smirked. "She has lost weight." "Oh, indeed, she has slimmed down considerably. Yet, how much her demeanor has transformed." Chen Jiyun, however, wore a look of disdain. "Even if she has lost a bit of weight, she remains unremarkable. Have you forgotten how she embarrassed herself at the birthday banquet of Princess Fuan a few years back? That foolish woman nearly trampled the princess's gown." The Chung siblings recalled the past, but Cheng Yu felt indifferent. Instead, he observed the shop with intrigue, remarking, "Girls change a lot by 18. She has become quite intriguing." He remembered how this sixth daughter of the Hua family always kept her head down. When had he ever seen her so composed and confident as she is today? Could this be the essence of strength born from detachment? He had often enjoyed the pastries made by Hua Si, who claimed they were crafted by his sixth sister. Yet recently, Miss Hua Lu had not sent any pastries to Hua Si, and he found himself missing them. Cheng Zhen leaned closer to her brother and whispered, "Second brother, I don't think this Hua Lu is as inept as they say. Do you think young Master Shao regrets his choice?" Cheng Yu lightly tapped Cheng Zhen's head, casting a glance at Xiao Yan nearby, and cautioned, "Do not speak such truths carelessly." Xiao Yan had not overheard their conversation. Wishing to avoid any further contact with Hua Qianqian, he remained hidden in the crowd. Yet, even without stepping forward, his expression was grim. He had not anticipated that such a shop would have ties to the Earl of Yongning's residence. He felt certain that Hua Qianqian was up to some trickery. Chapter 20. Why are you still defending her? Just as Xiao Yan intended to untie the silver pouch to send to the shop to settle the debts owed by the Earl's residence, he saw two figures squeeze into the pharmacy. "Hua Qianqian, you slanderous wretch!" A sharp female voice rang out, followed by Xiao Lan, donning a rose-colored dress with a green gold-trimmed cloak, forcing her way through the crowd, pulling along another elegantly dressed woman, who was none other than Hua Shiyue. Hua Qianqian had long spotted Xiao Lan hiding in the crowd. As soon as she entered Renjitang, the attendant must have found a way to inform Xiao Lan. "Hua Qianqian, you have tarnished our Earl's reputation in your desperate attempt to evade payment. You are truly malicious." Hua Qianqian raised an eyebrow at Xiaolan, tilting her chin defiantly, her beautiful eyes glancing over as she gracefully settled into a nearby chair. You are so ugly that you hardly need my assistance in tarnishing your reputation. Pray tell, if you did not coerce him, and he did not take your kickbacks, why would the Earl's residents come to my pharmacy for medicine without payment, while he unconditionally extends credit to you? In contrast to the irate Xiaolan, Hua Qianqian, seated and sipping tea, resembled an elegant lady in a painting. Although her figure remained somewhat plump, her composed demeanor was undeniably captivating. Observing Hua Qianqian's demeanor only fueled Xiaolan's anger. Hua Qianqian, you have harmed me repeatedly, yet I have never sought revenge. How much could our Xiao family possibly take from your shabby shop? Saying this, she produced a silver ingot from her purse and tossed it to the ground. This is compensation for the medicine costs I covered. But shopkeeper Liu has left you with a debt exceeding 1,000 taels. You cannot refuse to repay. Xiaolan shot a glare at shopkeeper Liu, who nodded vigorously in understanding, exclaiming, Indeed, master, the debts we owe are minor. The larger sums remain unmentioned. He glanced at the onlookers, his expression laden with evasion, as if Renjitang had committed some unspeakable crime. Hua Qianqian's lips curled into a cold smile. You claim it is inconvenient to speak, yet you still bring it up. Is that not your intention? Her words left shopkeeper Liu's face flushed. I am powerless here, master. Upon taking over the pharmacy, I discovered that most of the medicinal materials were of inferior quality and counterfeit. I dared not sell counterfeit goods at Renjitang, so I had to purchase replacements at a high price. As his words left his lips, the crowd's expression shifted. The sixth miss of the Xiang family, in her greed for profit, was selling fake medicinal materials. This was truly shocking. How could this Miss Hua Lu be so heartless? Such counterfeit materials could cost lives. The profits earned were all ill-gotten gains. Fortunately, this shopkeeper Liu has a conscience and did not aid the wicked. The crowd's condemnation of Hua Qianqian only swelled Xiaolan's pride. How dare Hua Qianqian harm her? She would see to it that Hua Qianqian's reputation was utterly destroyed. Today, she had brought along the scions of the Jinyuan Marquis' residence and the granddaughter of Dr. Chen, Miss Zheng, who despised evil, witnessed the scene. There would be no chance for Hua Qianqian to step into the noble circles of the capital again. Her brother even wished for her to return her dowry to Hua Qianqian. That was impossible. She would take her time trampling Hua Qianqian into the mud. Hua Qianqian, I have never encountered anyone as malevolent as you. In a fit of anger, you sell your own maid to a lowly brothel, and for the sake of profit, you sell counterfeit medicine in your shop. What else would you dare to do? Outside the crowd, Zheng Zhen furrowed her brows and said to Chengyu, I regret having sympathized with her just moments ago. Second brother, Z, let us leave. Looking at such a person is truly an offense to the eyes. Chengyu, however, remained unmoved. Did you not just say you wished to admire the flowers with Miss Huawu at the Meiyuan? Chengzhen pouted, huffing this shop. Daring to sell counterfeit medicine that endangers lives, I shall have my brother send someone to seal it. As they spoke, Hua Shu's voice rang out from within the pharmacy.
Lanea.
Stop berating my sixth sister. She pleaded with a glance at Xiaolan, then approached shopkeeper Liu, asking, How much have you supplemented into the shop? Let us do this. Return with me to the Xiang residence, and I will find a way to repay you. After saying this, she turned to Hua Qianqian, urging, Sixth sister, let us return quickly. You must close the shop before this escalates and troubles grandfather. If you lack funds, I will find a way to make it up to you. If all else fails, I can borrow some from my brothers.
Xiaolan, decisively, interjet, sui.
Why'd he still defend her? Lan'er, Qianqian is my sister. If she is erred, I cannot stand by idly. I must help her resolve this. Please, spare her this time. She knows she has caused a mess, and she will not dare again. As she spoke, she stepped forward to grasp Hua Qianqian's hand. But to her surprise, Hua Qianqian swiftly shook her off, leaving her hand red and swollen. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaoyan could no longer contain himself. He rushed into the pharmacy, shielding Hua Shue behind him, gripping Hua Qianqian's wrist, and bellowed, Hua Qianqian, how dare you lay a hand on Shue? His face contorted with rage, as if he wished to devour Hua Qianqian whole, his strong grip threatening to crush the very hand she had raised against Hua Shue. Is young Master Xiao here to return my dowry? Upon hearing the cold voice of Hua Qianqian, Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. He had yet to gather all of Hua Qianqian's dowry, and many of the items had already vanished. He could only contemplate converting the remaining dowry into silver to return to Hua Qianqian, but in such a setting, he felt too ashamed to broach the subject. Gritting his teeth and declaring, "The deadline is not until tomorrow. Why the urgency? If you aren't here to reclaim your dowry, then kindly take your leave. My shop does not welcome you." Sixth sister, how can you speak to brother Xiao in such a manner? Hua Shu exclaimed. He is your brother Xiao, not mine. How I choose to speak to him is none of your concern. Hua Qianqian coldly interrupted, causing Hua Shuiwe to redden with indignation.
Xiao Yan,
observing Hua Qianqian's frigid demeanor, felt a pang of frustration and blurted out, "You simply do not understand. You are selling counterfeit medicinal materials. Do you think you have any justification? Hua Qianqian, you have always pretended to be meek and gentle, yet your heart is so malicious. It genuinely disgusts me."
with that,
He forcefully pushed her away and wiped his hands with a handkerchief. Xiao Lan interjected, "Eldest brother, why waste your breath on her? You should find the Jinwu guards and have her arrested." Are the Jinwu guards so idle that they are even taking on the affairs of our Jingzhou prefecture? A coarse voice emanated from outside, and the crowd turned to see several constables from the Jingzhou prefecture pushing through the throng, their swords at their waists. The appearance of the constables left everyone momentarily stunned. In Chapter 21, Why haven't you left yet? Hua Shu's face displayed a look of anxiety as she turned to Xiaolan, "Honor, regardless of what my sick sister has done, this matter is a family affair. Why have you reported it to the authorities?" Xiaolan was also taken aback. She had not reported it. However, the arrival of the constables was fortuitous. If they could imprison Hua Qianqian for a few days, she would lose all face to appear in public again. This is not merely a family matter. First, Hua Qianqian has already divorced my brother. She is no longer a member of the Xiao family. Second, she must face the consequences of her wrongdoings. If we were to let her go simply because she is the sixth miss of the Xiang residence, how would that provide justice for the common folk? As Xiaolan finished, the onlookers began shouting, "Yes, arrest her. Take her away." The leading constable raised an eyebrow at the raucous crowd before approaching Hua Qianqian. Xiaolan was nearly overcome with joy, eagerly awaiting the moment the constables would take Hua Qianqian to face justice. Even Hua Shuiwe, who had her head lowered, couldn't suppress a slight grin. However, when the constable reached Hua Qianqian, he bowed politely and inquired, "Are you the esteemed sixth Miss Hua?" Hua Qianqian nodded gently and returned the salutation. "Indeed. I was just about to present the account book to you," she began, only to see the constable instructing his subordinates to apprehend the kneeling Manager Liu instead. The crowd was left in shock. Why were they arresting Manager Liu? Shouldn't they be detaining sixth Miss Hua? Who knows? Perhaps sixth Miss Hua has bribed the constables. Alas, the common folk had no avenue to voice their grievances. Manager Liu was equally stunned. "Constable? Why are you arresting me? Have you made a mistake?" The lead constable wasted no time, producing an account book and shaking it in front of Manager Liu. "Isn't this ledger meticulously detailed? Embezzlement, falsifying accounts, defrauding the owner. How dare you ask what law you have broken? With these actions, banishment would be a light sentence." The constable's words shocked the crowd anew.
meanwhile,
Hua Qianqian stared in disbelief at the account book in the constable's hand. She had instructed Xiao Tao to summon Uncle Zhang, the coachman, to report the case to the Jingzhou prefecture, using the evidence provided by Manager Liu's fraudulent ledgers. These ledgers were riddled with inconsistencies. Manager Liu had taken over the apothecary half a year ago. If the materials were indeed inferior, he should have replenished the stock long ago. The accounts were unclear, and the invoices lacked seals. A thorough investigation would surely reveal Manager Liu's true colors. She had initially refrained from lengthy self-defense, waiting for the authorities to arrive, unaware that the constable possessed the very evidence needed to expose Manager Liu's crimes. This saved her considerable effort. However, where had that account book come from? Manager Liu was now trembling in fear, bewildered as to how the genuine ledger he had hidden beneath his bed had ended up in the constable's possession. As the constable dragged him towards the door, panic set in, and he grasped Xiaolan's skirt in desperation, pleading, "Miss, please save me." "Miss." Xiaolan had not expected the situation to escalate this way. She was furious, for Manager Liu's ledger had ruined her plans, and this fool was still clinging to her. She kicked him twice and scolded, "What are you holding on to me for?
I don't even know you."
Let go." Manager Lu realized that Xiaolon intended to abandon him now that he was of no further use. He did not wish to be banished. Who among the banished ever returned? Their lives were a living hell. Miss, you cannot abandon me. I only acted as I did because I was following your orders. At this declaration, the crowd turned their gazes to Xiaolon. Good heavens, did I hear correctly? The eldest daughter of the Xiao family actually bribed the manager to frame her sister-in-law. If the constable had not obtained evidence, Hua Qianqian's reputation would have been ruined. It dawned on them that they had been unwitting pawns in Xiaolon and Manager Lu's scheme, and they directed either resentful or contemptuous glances towards her. The constable also turned to Xiaolon and stated, "In that case, Miss Xiao should accompany us as well. Do not listen to his nonsense. I did not instruct him to do any of this." If Xiaolon were taken by the constables, she would become the first noble lady of the dynasty to be imprisoned in the Jingzhou prefecture. Regardless of her guilt or innocence, she would be a laughingstock throughout the capital. What prospects would remain for her? Xiaolon, her face pale, grasped Xiao Yan's arm, weeping, "Eldest brother, I truly did not. Please help me." Though Xiao Yan felt a mix of shame and anger, he could not allow the constables to take Xiaolon without a fight. He stepped in front of them and insisted, "Brothers, you cannot take my sister simply based on the servant's accusations. There must be some misunderstanding." Qiu Tao, witnessing Xiao Yan's attempt to shield his sister, retorted, "Did you not just intend to condemn our young lady based on Manager Lu's word?"
Xiaolan, Filiot,
Lunged forward and slapped Qiu Tao across the face. "How dare you, servant? This is not your place to speak." As her words fell, Hua Qianqian struck Xiaolon hard, causing her face to swell like a pig's head. The crowd, witnessing Xiaolan's comeuppance, could not help but cheer. Among them were both commoners and servants. How could a servant be treated with such disdain? Seeing Hua Qianqian fiercely defend her maid, they felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. The lead constable glanced at the foolish Xiaolon and shook his head. "Young Master Xiao, I cannot bear the reputation of favoritism. If you have evidence, present it to our magistrate." With that, without further ado, he ordered his subordinates to lead Manager Lu and Xiaolon away. As this sudden turn of events unfolded, Hua Shuiwei clenched her hands into fists, her sharp nails nearly piercing her palms. Yet she understood that once this matter reached the magistrate, Xiaolon's schemes would soon unravel. She usually maintains a close relationship with Xiaolon, and to avoid being implicated by her, she can only feign innocence, squeezing out 2 lines of tears from her eyes while murmuring, "How could this happen? Why would Lanner do such a thing?" Hua Qianqian finds her pretentious demeanor utterly repugnant. "Miss Hua, the performance is over. Why don't you just leave?" As she watched Xiaolon being taken away by the officials from the Jingzhou mansion, Xiao Yan was engulfed in turmoil. He initially intended to follow them to the mansion to safeguard her, but upon hearing Hua Qianqian's harsh words directed at Hua Shuiwei, he instinctively stayed to protect Hua Shuiwei. "Hua Qianqian, if this matter is truly Lana's fault, the Earl of Yongning's residence will surely compensate you. But this has nothing to do with Shuiwei. Why are you venting your anger on her?" "Nothing to do with her?" Hua Qianqian smirked slightly. "Just moments ago, you were frantically trying to pin the blame on me, insisting that I compensate Manager Lu and apologize." Her gaze suddenly turned sharp, recalling the moment in her past life when Hua Shuiwei had cruelly carved open her own chest with a knife, causing her body to tremble. Since her rebirth, she had been restraining herself, holding back the urge to confront Hua Shuiwei with lethal intent. "Sixth sister, you misunderstand me. I was merely deceived by that manager. You once stole things from the manor and sold them, and I thought you were simply in need of money, hence committing such foolishness again." With a resounding slap, Hua Qianqian struck Hua Shuiwei across the face, leaving a distinct mark on her beautiful visage. "Hua Qianqian." Xiao Yan's heart tightened at this scene as he rushed protectively in front of Hua Shuiwei, arm raised to strike Hua Qianqian. Yet, when faced with the icy glint in her eyes, he found himself unable to lower his hand. Hua Qianqian was not at all surprised that Xiao Yan would defend Hua Shuiwei. She looked at him, her eyes betraying no hint of concealment regarding her hatred and disgust. "In my childhood, I was indeed in need of money. At that time, my wet nurse fell ill, and I sought help from the manor steward. But no one paid me any heed. I had no choice but to pawn the jade pendant gifted to me by my grandmother, hoping to gather some silver for my wet nurse's treatment. What wrong did I commit? Yet, the Hua family punished me for secretly leaving the manor and made me kneel in the ancestral hall. The only person who cared for me in the Hua family. My wet nurse passed away just like that. Hua Qianqian had never stolen from the manor. That pendant was a gift from her grandmother. She had sneaked out only to save a life, yet no one was willing to assist her. Her every word laid bare the wounds she had endured, drawing sympathetic murmurs from the onlookers. In a corner, a man clad in a blue cloak swayed slightly upon hearing Hua Qianqian's words. His attendant quickly supported him, expressing concern. "Fourth young master, are you all right?" Hua Jingji shook his head, recalling the incident Hua Qianqian described. He had once believed that the sixth sister had stolen from the manor to exchange for money and had joined others in scolding her. During those days, she cried incessantly, and he thought it was merely due to her inability to sneak out and play, unaware that her wet nurse had passed away. Because his second uncle and aunt faced misfortune shortly after giving birth to the fifth sister, with the sixth sister born just a month later, their mother, fearing gossip, kept the fifth sister close, leaving the care of the sixth sister to her wet nurse. The wet nurse who had raised her fell ill, and she must have been heartbroken. Yet, he had been among those who scolded her. Hua Jingji felt a tightening in his throat, gradually realizing the extent of the harm he had inflicted upon the sixth sister. At this moment, not only was Hua Jingji filled with unease, but the Chung siblings, who had been observing from the periphery, also furrowed their brows. While Hua Qianqian recounted her past, her demeanor appeared remarkably calm, yet Qingzhen felt a pang of sorrow, her eyes reddening instantly. "Oh dear, second brother, the family of Hua Lu is so cruel. If she were here, she would have taken a whip and punished those who obstructed Hua Qianqian." Cheng Yu playfully tapped his sister's nose. "You're too gullible. Just a moment ago, you were claiming that Hua Lu had ill intentions." Cheng Zhen retorted. "Well, I was deceived by Miss Xiao. Speaking of which, second brother, Miss Xiao has been persistently inviting me to join her for outings. Today, it seems she intentionally lured us here. Do you think she has plotted this? Truly despicable. Shamelessly appropriating another's dowry while attempting to frame her. If it weren't for those officials from the Jingzhou mansion, we would have been completely duped." Cheng Yu lightly tapped Qingzhen on the head. "You are the one who is confused. Don't drag me into this." Qingzhen stuck out her tongue and linked arms with Qinjiyun, saying, "Jiyun, Miss Xiao is truly detestable. You should also distance yourself from her to avoid tarnishing your reputation." Upon hearing this, Qinjiyun dismissed her. "While Miss Xiao is vile, this Hua Lu is hardly a paragon. Lacking talent and beauty, she is a discarded woman who should stay at home instead of stirring up trouble. If she were born into the Qin family, our grandfather would have sent her to a convent." Qingyu frowned slightly at Qinjiyun's words. Were it not for their desire to seek Dr. Chen's help for their mother, he would prefer not to have his sister associate with someone as arrogant as Qinjiyun. Regardless of Hua Lu's character, it was unkind to judge someone unfamiliar. The group continued to chat idly on the outskirts of the crowd without leaving. Inside the shop, Hua Qianqian had grown weary of exchanging words with Xiao Yan and instructed Qiu Tao to push the two of them out. Hua Shuiwei was nearly pushed to the ground by Qiu Tao, looking utterly disheveled. Once outside, she looked at Xiao Yan with a choked voice. "Brother Xiao, I had no idea about Six Sisters' wet nurse's passing. It was my fault. We must have neglected her. She must have resented us all along, which is why things have come to this. Brother Xiao, what should we do? Sixth Sister truly misunderstands me." Xiao Yan felt a tightness in his chest as the cold ache in his leg from a previous mission began to throb again. "This has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. Her wet nurse's death was not your doing." After a pause, he gritted his teeth. "I never anticipated that Lanner would commit such an act. This time, my Xiao family has wronged her, and I will find a way to make amends." As he thought of Xiao Lan being taken away, Xiao Yan's expression darkened further. "Shuiwei, I'm going to the Jingzhou mansion." With that, he turned away, leaving Hua Shuiwei standing there, not casting her another glance. Observing Xiao Yan's reaction, Hua Shuiwei could easily discern his burgeoning guilt towards Hua Qianqian, though he remained oblivious to it himself. She clenched her delicate fists, jealousy surging to the surface, her lips nearly bleeding from the pressure of her bite, the unyielding bitterness evident on her face. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Hua Jingji, who stood not far away. Chapter 23. Am I so unlikable to you all? Hua Jingji could hardly believe his eyes. He had never imagined the usually gentle and understanding Hua Shuiwei would display such a terrifying expression. Sensing someone watching her, she turned and met Hua Jingji's gaze. Her face paled, and she hurried over to him. "Fourth brother, what brings you here?" Hua Qianqian's swift change in demeanor made Hua Jingji question his own vision. I came to ask Sixth Sister for some ointment. At this, Hua Qianqian's eyes flickered with surprise. She never expected that Hua Jingji had specifically come to seek out Hua Qianqian. Realizing he must have traveled quite a distance to find her, her jealousy reignited fiercely. She was about to inquire why Hua Jingji had come to seek ointment from Hua Qianqian when she suddenly noticed several red rashes appearing on his face. Hua Qianqian's expression changed instantly. She instinctively took a step back and exclaimed, "Fourth brother, what happened to your skin?" Her fearful demeanor seemed to completely erase her memory of forcing Hua Jingji to consume almond pastry the previous day. "You should see a doctor. Sixth Sister is not a physician. Why are you seeking her help?" Upon witnessing Hua Qianqian's reaction, Hua Jingji's eyes darkened, and he pressed his lips together, responding, "I consulted a doctor last night, but the rashes have yet to subside. In the past, the ointment prepared by Sixth Sister always alleviated my condition, which is why I came to request her assistance." He added, "Rest assured, this rash is not contagious." Feeling the stiffness in Hua Jingji's tone, Hua Qianqian's eyes filled with tears. "Fourth brother, what do you mean by that? I urged you to see a doctor out of concern for your health. Have you misunderstood me like Sixth Sister? Am I truly so despised by you all?" With that, her tears fell rapidly. "If you all look down upon me, then I shall leave." Filled with angst, Hua Qianqian could no longer remain in that place and turned to walk away from the crowd. Hua Jingji watched her retreating figure. His brow furrowed deeply. In the past, if Hua Qianqian had shown even the slightest discontent, he would have hurried after her to console her. Yet today, his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, and no amount of persuasion could prompt him to move. Remaining in place, he chose not to follow Hua Qianqian, but instead gazed quietly at Hua Qianqian within the shop. By now, Hua Qianqian had regained her composure. She had far too many matters to attend to and no time to waste on those scoundrels. She instructed Qiu Tao and Uncle Zhang to assist in tidying up the shop. Noticing that the crowd outside had not dispersed yet, she deemed it an opportune moment to promote the ointments. Stepping to the front of the shop, she addressed the gathering with a clear voice. "Dear villagers, I believe I need not elaborate further on today's events. The Jingzhou Prefecture will restore my reputation and that of Renjitang. Our establishment has been in the North City for many years, and we have never engaged in deceitful practices nor sold counterfeit medicinal materials. However, such unfortunate events occurred due to my inadequate supervision, tarnishing the Renjitang name. Henceforth, Renjitang is reopening, and I assure everyone that our medicinal materials are absolutely authentic. Moreover, on the 1st and 15th of every month, I will invite a resident physician to provide free consultations. From now on, we will not charge any consultation fees for children under 8 or for elderly individuals over 60. As Hua Qianqian's melodious voice faded, the crowd that had been on the verge of dispersing erupted with excitement. "Is that true? Free consultations on the 1st and 15th? Are children and the elderly really exempt from fees?" Qiu Tao, seeing that the young lady had already made herself clear, grew frustrated at the lingering doubts and snapped. "It is certainly true. Our young lady never speaks falsely." Hua Qianqian smiled gently at Qiu Tao, recalling how this girl had endured beatings to protect her in the past. In this life, she would ensure Qiu Tao enjoyed the finest luxuries. "This is wonderful. My mother has been coughing, and even coughing up blood. But we were reluctant to spend money on treatment. Now, she has hope." Such exclamations arose in succession, filling the crowd with fervor. Suddenly someone shouted, "Sixth Miss, we misunderstood you earlier, and you bear no grudge. You truly are a living bodhisattva. Indeed. Look at Sixth Miss, she has a kind and benevolent demeanor. Clearly a great benefactor." Listening to these praises, Hua Qianqian merely curved her lips slightly. Her actions were not driven by an excess of compassion but rather by her own calculations. After half a year under the management of Master Lu, Renjitang had likely lost its good reputation. She understood that to revive the business, she needed to employ certain strategies to garner public favor. Thanks to Xiaolon's assistance today, she needn't scramble for attention. The crowd had gathered naturally, and she saw no reason not to take full advantage of it. Observing that the discussions among the crowd had attracted even more onlookers, she continued, "Additionally, this winter is particularly harsh, having turned so cold so soon. Many are suffering from coughs. I have specifically invited an exceptionally skilled physician to concoct cough syrups, frostbite ointments, and burn ointments. Should anyone wish to purchase them, please register with Qiu Tao today." Due to limited supplies, we have only 30 bottles of each ointment available daily. Those who register today will pay only 10 won per bottle. Tomorrow's price will be 31, and the day after will revert to 101. Casting a glance at Qiutao, who understood her cue, Hua Qianqian watched as Qiutao rushed to the cart to bring in a large box. However, at that moment, no one stepped forward to purchase the ointments. Despite the low prices, the crowd remained uncertain about the effectiveness of the products and hesitated. 100 won for an ointment sold today for 10 won? Surely that must be a scam. I spent 200 won on a frostbite ointment at Guangdong Pharmacy, and it was ineffective. How could a 10 won ointment possibly work? Just as doubts lingered in the air, a young man clad in a navy blue robe entered the shop. Sixth miss. Is it true that those ointments are being sold for just 10 won today? His expression was somewhat exaggerated, and he raised his voice high. If so, that would be splendid. The frostbite ointment I purchased from you last time was truly effective. After my father applied it, his frostbite healed by the next day. Both my father and I are woodcutters, and you cannot imagine the pain caused by frostbite. Thank goodness for your ointment. Otherwise, my father would have been incapacitated. Quickly, bring me a bottle of frostbite ointment, as well as a bottle of that cough syrup and burn ointment. Hua Qianqian gazed at the boisterous young man, her eyes twitching slightly. When had she ever sold him a frostbite ointment? It was evident he was a plant, but she had not employed anyone for that purpose. Chapter 24. He truly is talented, though Hua Qianqian was uncertain of the man's origins. She discerned he was there to assist her, and was not foolish enough to drive him away. Reflecting on the matters concerning Master Lu's ledgers, she couldn't help but scrutinize him further. Adieu, feeling the weight of her penetrating gaze, nervously poked his nose with his index finger. What's wrong? Are you regretting the 10 won price? Words once spoken cannot be taken back. You must not renege. In his heart, Adieu silently praised his own composure, thinking that this little dragon among the flowers was adept at whatever he undertook. Even if he were to act as a plant, he had not failed his master in the slightest. If it had been AMO, he would have stood there like a wooden post, unable to utter a word. He truly was talented. Hua Qianqian assured herself she had never encountered this young man before. Sensing he bore no malice, she instructed Qiutao to assist him in obtaining the medicine. Seeing someone purchase the ointment ignited the interest of the crowd, yet they still hesitated, casting wary glances at one another, none willing to be the first to step inside. Hua Qianqian remained patient. As long as people knew she was selling these ointments, business would flourish in due time. At that moment, a petite young gentleman entered Renjitang, approaching Hua Qianqian with bright, sparkling eyes. Is your burn ointment truly effective? Can it remove scars? Hua Qianqian looked up at the young gentleman, her eyes widening in surprise, for she recognized him as the third young lady of the Wuxiang Marquisate, Chengzhen. In her previous life, Chengzhen had married alongside Hua Shuiwe to Zhao Wang. Due to the formidable influence of the Wuxiang Marquisate, after Zhao Wang ascended to the throne, he conferred upon her the title of Zhenfei, placing her on equal footing with Hua Shuiwe. While Hua Shuiwe publicly referred to her as a sister, she privately harbored a deep-seated hatred, ultimately orchestrating a conspiracy that led to Chengzhen's tragic demise. Hua Qianqian recalled that Chengzhen had met a gruesome end, suffering the torturous punishment of cannon roasting. Chengzhen gazed at Hua Qianqian, who was staring intently at her, her eyes revealing a hint of sympathy. Chengzhen furrowed her delicate brows, crossed her arms, and called out, "Sixth young lady." Upon hearing this, Hua Qianqian regained her composure, recalling the question Chengzhen had just posed. She replied, "If you seek a scar-removing ointment, please return to the shop in a couple of days. This burn ointment can diminish scars, but its efficacy is somewhat lacking." Chengzhen, taken aback, exclaimed, "How did you know I was a woman?" Hua Qianqian paused, realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much. However, she did not offer any explanation. Instead, she gently touched her own earlobe. Chengzhen mirrored the action, her fingers brushing against the small earring hole in her earlobe, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You are quite an interesting person," Chengzhen mused, appreciating Hua Qianqian's discretion in not mentioning the obvious. "I will take all your ointments. Have you made calculate the cost?" As Chengzhen prepared to retrieve her silver, a figure approached from behind and grasped her arm. "Zhen." Chen Ziyun, frowning, stepped beside Chengzhen, urgently questioning, "What do you intend to do with these ointments? Do you mean to use that burn ointment to treat my aunt's injuries?" Chengzhen nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I wish to take it home for my mother to try." Ajun, since the Marquis has invited my grandfather to tend to my aunt's wounds, we should trust in his expertise. How can you carelessly administer unverified medicine? Chen Jiyun's voice brimmed with indignation. Do you not believe in my grandfather's medical skills? He is a senior disciple of the esteemed Dr. Hua. In matters of medicine, aside from Dr. Hua himself, no one can rival my grandfather. Indeed, their skills are on par, unmatched by anyone else. Chen Jiyun's pride was evident, her anger barely concealed. Her grandfather was currently treating Cheng Fu Ren, and the thought of Cheng Zhen purchasing Hua Qianqian's ointments felt like an affront to her family's honor. I do not doubt Chen Tai's capabilities. Cheng Zhen was astonished by Chen Jiyun's vehement reaction to her simple intention of acquiring a bottle of ointment for her mother. Although she was displeased with Chen Jiyun's attitude, she recognized that the Cheng family was reliant on Chen Tai, and she had to endure it. I merely heard that the ointment was effective from that young man earlier, and I was curious. You are quite naive. That man is clearly a hired actor from their shop. Chen Jiyun scoffed. I have warned you. Should you recklessly apply ointment to your aunt, and her condition worsens, do not regret it. With that, she cast a disdainful glance at Hua Qianqian before exiting the shop, as if remaining any longer would tarnish her dignity. Hua Qianqian watched Chen Jiyun's retreating figure, suddenly perceiving how small the capital truly was. This woman had been her sister-in-law in her past life, a close confidant of Hua Shuiwe. Unlike Xiaolon, who merely used Hua Shuiwe for her own gain, Hua Shuiwe held a far greater significance for Chen Jiyun, whose grandfather was the director of the Imperial Medical Institute. In her past life, the beautiful friendship between the two had been lauded by society, even inspiring a popular saying, to marry, choose Hua Shuiwe, to befriend, choose Chen Jiyun. But who could know that one was a wolf, and the other a jackal? Their camaraderie far from the idealized portrayal? After the Hua family brothers were successively led to their demise by Hua Shuiwe, she had welcomed Chen Jiyun into the palace. The tragic fate that befell Hua Shuiwe in her past life was undoubtedly aided by Chen Jiyun's machinations. At the mention of Dr. Hua, Hua Qianqian's brows knitted together lightly. She recalled the handwritten notes from Zhuangzi, each adorned with the character Hua on the cover page. She was uncertain if those notes and medical texts were indeed left by Dr. Hua, but all her medical knowledge had stemmed from those very texts. If those notes were truly authored by Dr. Hua, then she could ascertain that Chen Tai's medical skills were utterly incomparable. Regrettably, she had heard that Dr. Hua had long since passed away, and she would never have the opportunity to bow before him in gratitude for his teachings. With her head slightly bowed, her long lashes obscured her icy gaze. Cheng Zhen lingered at the door, hesitating as she watched Chen Jiyun depart. She understood that Chen Tai was a senior disciple of Dr. Hua, and likely no one in this world possessed medical expertise superior to his. Yet, despite the time her mother had been under his care, her injuries showed no signs of improvement. Thus, she felt compelled to explore other options, even if it was a mere chance in 1,000. Young master. At that moment, Hua Qianqian's voice floated gently through the air, addressing her as young master out of respect for her attire. Even if you wish to purchase all the ointments, I cannot sell them to you. Each customer is limited to 1 bottle today. If you are hesitant to use it on your esteemed mother, you may take a bottle home as a gift for your servants. Cheng Zhen's eyes lit up, feeling that Hua Qianqian was quite considerate. She could have the servants test the ointment's efficacy before making a final decision. Very well, then. Please fetch me a bottle of burn ointment and a bottle of frostbite ointment, but let me be clear. If the ointments prove ineffective, do not expect your shop to remain open. Hua Qianqian merely smiled. Sometimes, over-explaining led to doubt, and it was better to let results speak for themselves. Qiu Tao, please escort this young master to retrieve the ointments. Upon witnessing the elegantly dressed Jingzhen entering the shop to purchase medicine, the common folk outside were stirred with interest. It's just 10 coins. That's hardly enough to buy a pound of pork. Perhaps we should buy a bottle to try. Indeed, the shop is right here. And we know who the owner is. If any issues arise, he certainly cannot escape responsibility. Exactly. If it turns out to be effective, we would have struck a bargain. The 6th young lady mentioned that the price would return to 100 coins the day after tomorrow. As they grasped this reasoning, the crowd surged into the shop, clamoring to be the first to make a purchase. A duo struggled greatly to squeeze through the throng, only to find Li Yuan and his companion A.M.O. seated in the shadows nearby. A duo patted his chest, triumphantly approaching Li Yuan. Master, I have completed the tasks you assigned. Before Li Yuan could respond, A.M.O. cast a dismissive glance. How ostentatious. Hey, do you even understand how to appreciate? A duo retorted, displeased that Amo dared to mock him. Master, you judge for yourself. Did I perform well? Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, wondering if this fellow had developed a penchant for theatrics. Would you like to be sent to the Zhigui Tower?
No, no, no.
A duo shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the notion. The Zhigui Tower, while ostensibly a place for performances, was in truth a brothel. If I were to go to the Zhigui Tower, who would protect the master? Feeling a bit wronged, a duo thought his sacrifices were considerable, yet his master failed to commend him. He pursed his lips in frustration and moved behind Li Yuan, intending to remain silent. However, the urge to speak became unbearable as he recalled the earlier events. Clearing his throat and scratching his head intermittently, Li Yuan, aware that a duo wished to speak, noted the redness creeping into his face and felt a twitch in his brow. How had he ended up with such a loquacious individual as a shadow? Speak your mind. Upon hearing this, a duo felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders and took a deep breath. Master, you cannot imagine how repugnant the Xiao family is. When I found that ledger and opened it, it contained not only the accounts of Renjitang, but also several other shops. All part of the young lady Astari. Those shops have been thoroughly drained by the Xiao family. TSK. I cannot fathom how the young lady endures life among them. Moreover, you did not see the expressions of the eldest Miss Xiao and fifth Miss Hua earlier. They made me want to retch. Fifth Miss Hua, feigning concern for the young lady, immediately began to cast aspersions on her character. One moment, she claimed to help the young lady repay her debts. The next she accused her of having pilfered items from the household during her childhood. Was she not implying that the young lady's morals were questionable? His subordinate was so infuriated that he nearly lunged forward to silence her. He had never held much affection for Hua Qianqian, yet he was taken aback to discover that the esteemed sixth miss of the Xiang family had been so cruelly bullied by those from both the Xiang and Bo families. The more a duo spoke, the more agitated he became, gesticulating fervently as he spoke. It was only when Amo noticed the increasingly grim expression on Li Yuan's face that he swiftly covered a duo's mouth. Why are you stopping me? A duo protested, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, but a sharp glare from Amo silenced him. Amo, not allowing a duo to continue, turned to Li Yuan and inquired, My lord, shall I make a trip to the Jingzhou prefecture? Go ahead, Li Yuan replied, his hands clasped, a chilling aura emanating from his gaze. Amo acknowledged the command and soon vanished into the alley. Li Yuan remained in place, gazing distantly towards Renjitang, unaware of the difficult life she had endured. A duo, sensing Amo's departure, could not restrain himself any longer. My lord, do you think that young Master Xiao is blind? How could he possibly fancy a woman as pretentious as fifth Miss Hua? Yet on the other hand, cousin Miss must also be blind, for young Master Xiao is hardly remarkable, yet she treats him like a treasure. I recall a few days ago when the Jinwu Guard was to practice outside the city. Cousin Miss was so concerned that young Master Xiao might catch a chill that she sewed a pair of knee pads and sent them to the Jinwu Guard. However, young Master Xiao ignored her, and she stood at the gate of the Jinwu Guard all night, only to have him discard the knee pads in front of everyone the next day. This incident spread throughout the city. A duo's enthusiasm grew, completely unaware of the icy demeanor that had settled upon Li Yuan's face. It was not until Li Yuan coughed twice, suppressing the dryness in his throat, that a duo realized he had crossed a line, and he quickly apologized. My lord, how do you fare? Perhaps due to Li Yuan's recent lack of illness. A duo had forgotten that his lord should not be provoked. He regretted sharing such distressing matters with him. Fortunately, Li Yuan's cough was not severe, and he did not reprimand a duo, otherwise, even cutting off his tongue would not suffice as penance. Uncertain of his lord's current health status, a duo lamented that the notes from the renowned physician Zhou still bore no clues. It seemed the only solution would be to wait until Li Yuan publicly revealed his identity and then invite imperial physician Chen to treat him. Inside Renjitang, Hua Qianqian's medicinal ointment had sold out, yet she did not rush to leave the shop. Instead, she remained with Qiu Tao and Uncle Zhang to tidy up the premises. The apothecary shelves were nearly bare, and Hua Qianqian planned to discuss with Guanshi about inviting back the manager and staff previously employed at Jirantang. While she was organizing the medicine cabinet, another person entered through the shop's door. Qiu Tao, preoccupied with sweeping and arranging tables, did not bother to look up and said, The ointment is sold out. Please come back tomorrow. However, the newcomer did not leave but walked directly to Hua Qianqian's side, exclaiming, "It's me, Xiao Lu. I've broken out in a rash." Hua Jingji had hesitated for a long time outside the shop, but seeing that everyone else had departed, he finally stepped inside. Upon seeing Hua Qianqian, he intended to utter a few kind words, but instead, he fell back into his habitual lamenting. He extended his arm towards Hua Qianqian, saying, "Xiao Lu, I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Please prepare some ointment for fourth brother." Perhaps even Hua Jingji himself did not realize that his tone carried a hint of petulance, reminiscent of the way Hua Shiyue often spoke to him. Hua Qianqian recognized Hua Jingji's voice and frowned slightly. She did not wish to engage in conversation with him and coldly instructed Qiu Tao, "The medicine has sold out. Let us close the shop and ensure no unsavory individuals enter." Chapter 26. Why do you stand there staring at me? Xiao Lu. Hua Jingji gazed at Hua Qianqian in astonishment, struggling to believe his ears. The Xiao Lu of old would have been concerned for him, rushing to care for him and preparing ointments for his discomfort. Why, this time, when he had set aside his pride to seek her out, did she not even spare him a glance? "Xiao Lu, do you truly not care for fourth brother anymore? What must I do to make you stop being angry and come home with me?" Hua Qianqian, exasperated by Hua Jingji, found it difficult to focus on the shop's affairs. She furrowed her brow and looked at him, her apricot-shaped eyes filled with frigid disdain. "Young Master Hua, have you wasted your education? Can you not even comprehend a simple human interaction? I have severed ties with the Hua family. Therefore, I kindly ask you to keep your distance from me in the future, just as you once did." Her words pierced Hua Jingji's heart, causing him to ache profoundly. He recalled how Hua Qianqian had once brought him food to the academy, only to be mocked by his classmates for having such a foolish and plump sister. Therefore, when she came to deliver food, he would intentionally ignore her, instructing his servant to accept the offerings instead. Hua Jingji was at a loss for words. In that moment, he realized with clarity that Xiao Lu was not merely being playful, she truly wanted nothing to do with them. Hua Qianqian, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Hua Jingji, picked up the ledger and instructed Qiu Tao to lock the shop before departing in a carriage from the marketplace. Upon returning to Ani Street, Li Yuanbang had been waiting at the street corner. The cold wind stung her eyes, and Li Yuanbang, with his hands reddened from the chill, shielded his ears while scanning the street. As he spotted the returning carriage, the anxious expression on his face dissipated. "Where have you been? Grandmother has been worried sick, calling for me to find you." Hua Qianqian glanced at the sky. It was still early in the evening, with the sun hanging high. This must be what it means to be concerned. Her grandmother's worry for her had caused her to fret. The warmth of being thought of by someone was truly heartening. There was a minor incident at the apothecary, but it has been resolved. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanbang's eyes widened with alarm. "What happened? Are you all right?"
No, no.
"Next time you go out, take second cousin with you. He can act as your protector." Seeing Li Yuanbang's earnest demeanor, Hua Qianqian couldn't help but smile. It was amusing how second cousin's appearance and personality seemed at odds. He was the type who could easily rely on his looks yet chose to pursue martial arts. Despite the troubles surrounding their uncle, second cousin was still able to participate in the martial examinations and earn accolades through his own merit. With Li Yuan's health in decline, the responsibility of the family had fallen upon Li Yuanbang's shoulders. She had observed his relentless training day and night, and in her past life, she had inadvertently caused his demise. This time, she would not allow anything to hinder his future. She would ensure that Li Yuanbang remained focused on his pursuits, contemplating ways to assist him instead. She recalled that the martial examination in early spring would be fiercely competitive. As the emperor had added an additional round that included equestrian skills, a discipline second cousin was not particularly adept in. Due to the inclusion of the skill, the title of martial champion ultimately fell to the unremarkable Chen Hongzhang, who happened to be Chen Jiyun's older brother. In this lifetime, she would not allow those petty individuals to enjoy such good fortune. If one were to speak of the finest equestrian skills in the capital, it would undoubtedly be the Marquis of Wuxiang, Qin Jingnan. Today, Hua Qianqian had intentionally sold the ointment to Qingzhen, knowing there was strategy behind it. However, she could not place all her bets on a single outcome. After some thought, she turned to Li Yuanbang and said, "Second cousin, I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately. If you have time, could you venture to the outskirts of the capital to hunt a couple of wild chickens or rabbits?" Li Yuanbang was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard Hua Qianqian actively request something from him. "You ought to eat better. You haven't been taking care of yourself these past few days. He scrutinized her closely, frowning. I'll go to the marketplace tomorrow and buy some chickens to stew for you. But second cousin, store-bought chickens are not very tasty. Li Yuanbang sighed at her words, tapping her forehead lightly with 2 fingers. All right then. Although my archery skills are mediocre. Since you wish to eat, I shall go and hunt some for you. Hua Qianqian smiled, her eyes sparkling. It felt wonderful to be spoiled by an older brother. Upon returning home, Hua Qianqian immediately sought out Guanshi, for she could not manage the shop's affairs alone and needed Guanshi's assistance in finding more help. Upon hearing of the events that transpired today at Renji Hall, Mrs. Guan felt both anger and sorrow. The actions of the Xiao family, particularly the mother and daughter duo, were utterly reprehensible. In the future, should such incidents arise again, do not confront them alone. Have Qiutao send a message home. Your aunt would rather risk everything than allow them to tarnish your reputation. Hua Qianqian spoke softly, a smile gracing her lips. Aunt, I will ensure they do not harm me again, rest assured. Yet Mrs. Guan remained unconvinced. It is imperative that we hire a few strong assistants for the shop. The honest and reliable heir Zhu from Aunt Li's household and Dinyo from the back alley would be suitable candidates. I shall inquire if they would be willing to help. Furthermore, if you need to go to the shop, ensure that your second cousin accompanies you. With that thought, she immediately rose, declaring, I shall go seek them out. Emerging from a scholarly background, Mrs. Guan had adapted to the bustling life of the marketplace in just a few months, her demeanor becoming remarkably capable. A woman like her, who refuses to compromise with life, truly deserves admiration. With Mrs. Guan handling the staffing issues, and with Qiutao and Li Nianzi assisting in the preparation of medicinal ointments, the pharmacy was on the brink of normal operations. Having settled the matters concerning the pharmacy, Hua Qianqian began to contemplate the next phase of Li Yuan's treatment. She organized the silver needles and medicinal herbs and approached Li Yuan's door. At that moment, Li Yuan was seated at the table, absorbed in a book. Seemingly unaware of her presence, his gaze fixed upon the pages as if carved from jade. The evening sun cast a warm glow upon half of his face, illuminating his figure while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. Hua Qianqian found herself mesmerized, perceiving him as half demon, half deity, a being not meant for this mortal realm. However, his pace of reading was rather slow. She had been there for quite some time, and he had yet to turn a single page. Why do you stand there staring at me? She asked, somewhat dazed by his unexpected voice, causing her to jump slightly in surprise. Embarrassed, she stepped into the room. I have come to tend to your ailment. Li Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Hua Qianqian before closing his book. In the corner, a duo exchanged glances with Amo. Miss is exceedingly tardy today. She is a quarter of an hour late compared to yesterday. I believe the master has been lost in thought for just as long. Amo rolled his eyes at a duo. Haven't you said enough for today? Keep talking and I shall throw you out. After provoking the master into a coughing fit earlier, a duo felt somewhat guilty and therefore stood quietly in the corner. Hua Qianqian spoke, yet Li Yuan remained unresponsive. With a soft sigh, she approached him and extended her hand to take his pulse. Cousin, your body has been sufficiently adjusted. You should begin medicinal baths from today onward. You must soak for half an hour each day, during which I shall administer the needles. However, this process may be quite painful, so you must endure. As she spoke earnestly, Li Yuan's brow furrowed deeper with each word. Medicinal baths? Does this mean you will be needling me while I bathe? Coughing, he felt a tickle in his throat and warmth creeping up to his ears. Very well. It is settled. Hua Qianqian hastily interrupted, aware that he was about to voice his unease. She truly could not comprehend how someone so young could embody such an antiquated demeanor, often exasperating her. As a physician, she would not yield to his temperament. Do not overthink it. I am merely administering needles. If you are concerned, I can blindfold myself. However, should you continue to be obstinate, all my efforts will have been in vain. Then, it would not merely be a matter of soaking for half an hour. Her gentle voice carried an undertone of annoyance, her cheeks puffing adorably, revealing her frustration. Li Yuan firmly closed his eyes, pondering his unusual reactions. Why was it that his heart could not remain tranquil when in her presence? His back straightened, yet the tension in his brow eased slightly as he murmured, understood. Hua Qianqian was taken aback by his willingness to acquiesce so readily. The tension that had previously arisen dissipated in an instant. She retrieved a paper packet from her pouch, unwrapping it to reveal a bag of preserved plums, presenting it to him.
Li Yuan is a browisha.
What business did a grown man have with such sweets? Was this how she had always coaxed Xiaoyan? Take it away. He dismissed, lifting his book to shield himself from her gaze, his handsome face momentarily clouded with displeasure. Hua Qianqian could not fathom why her cousin was once again irritated. Looking down at the preserved plums in her hand, memories of the past surfaced, casting a shadow over her spirits. You want to eat? They are truly delightful. I will not. With his resolute refusal, she could only relent, silently placing the plums on the table. Just then, Qiu Tao entered, struggling to carry a large wooden tub and without any screens for separation. She set the tub down in the middle of the room. Miss, the water is ready. I shall fetch it for you. Hua Qianqian nodded, rising to place the prepared medicinal packet into the tub. Once Qiu Tao filled it with water, she turned to Li Yuan. Shall I assist you in changing? Her eyes sparkled with clarity, her voice as soothing as a gentle breeze through the trees, as she spoke to him purely as a patient. However, Li Yuan had never been so close to a woman before, and instinctively, his lips pressed into a straight line as his brow knitted in discomfort. Hua Qianqian, perceptive as she was, recognized this expression. She had seen it on Xiaoyan's and her brother's faces before, mistaking it for disdain towards her. Lowering her head, she chose not to insist, solely wishing to heal Li Yuan's ailment without repeating the foolishness of her past life. Before he could decline, she quickly suggested, Then let Qiu Tao assist you. I shall return shortly. Having spoken, she turned and exited the room, ensuring the door was firmly shut behind her. Observing Hua Qianqian's dejected expression, Qiu Tao felt a pang of sympathy. Addressing Li Yuan, Young master, could you not be a little kinder to our miss? She has invested so much effort into your treatment. Our miss is truly remarkable. Why must you continue to mistreat her?
Li Yuan frowned.
Had he mistreated her? His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the door. Qiu Tao wheeled the chair to the edge of the couch. Noticing the untouched preserved plums on the table, she pouted in complaint. Today, the miss has been busy all day, exhausted and in pain, yet she went to great lengths to buy you these plums to ease your discomfort during the medicinal bath. She hasn't touched a single one, though she loves these preserved plums dearly. As she spoke of the plums, Qiu Tao recalled the hardships the miss had endured, her complaints spilling forth. Young master, you know nothing of the past. When Miss Shuyue fell ill, the young masters took turns bringing her preserved plums. Yet no one came to visit her. Old Madame Huang, knowing how much she longed for these treats, secretly used her own allowance to buy her a packet. But the next day, upon hearing of the illness, the madam harshly punished old Madame Huang for giving her something she should not have eaten. That punishment left old Madame Huang with lasting ailments, and she passed away not long after. Since then, whenever our miss feels sorrowful, she craves a few pieces of preserved plums, perhaps believing that eating them makes her feel as if old Madame Huang is by her side. Young master, our miss is so wonderful. Can you not be a little kinder to her? As Qiu Tao spoke, her voice was laced with a tremor. When Huang Mama passed away, she had entrusted her with the task of protecting the young miss. However, at that time, she was still too young to fulfill such a duty, which resulted in the young miss enduring considerable hardship. Upon hearing Qiu Tao's words, Li Yuan's cool gaze flickered with a hint of compassion, and he tightened his grip on the book in his hands. The Huang Mama Qiu Tao mentioned must have been the wet nurse of Hua Qianqian. It was no wonder that she cherished candied fruits, as they reminded her of the person who held the utmost importance in her life. It was understandable that in that pitch-black cave, the delicate young girl wept in fear, stuffing the candied fruit from her pouch into her mouth, even offering him one. Qiu Tao continued to speak, but Li Yuan absorbed little of her words. With Qiu Tao's assistance, he donned his inner garments and sank into the warm water. Before long, a sharp, needle-like pain began to prick at his skin. Fetch me a plum, he commanded.
Huh.
Qiu Tao stared blankly at him, and through gritted teeth, Li Yuan reiterated, I want a plum. Right away. I shall fetch it for you. For reasons unknown. Qiu Tao felt a surge of joy upon seeing the young Miss' wishes acknowledged by Li Yuan. After bringing him the plum, she then summoned Hua Qianqian. Though the pain rendered his lips somewhat pale, Li Yuan remained silent, sitting rigidly in the wooden tub. Chapter 28. My cousin has never helped me bathe. As Hua Qianqian returned to the room, her skirt gently swaying, her mood had settled. She retrieved the prepared silver needles and approached Li Yuan, stating, I shall begin now. It will be quite painful, but I shall be as gentle as possible. Upon hearing her voice, Li Yuan's already straight posture became even tenser. He tilted his chin, turning his face to the side. I understand. Proceed. Hua Qianqian found their exchange somewhat peculiar, yet could not pinpoint why, so she dismissed the thought and plunged the needle into an acupoint at the nape of his neck. Her icy fingers glided over his skin, instantly staining it a rosy hue. Hua Qianqian could not help but exclaim over the delicacy of Li Yuan's skin. A mere brush had turned it red. How could one not say that heaven was envious of such beauty? He possessed an exquisite appearance. Yet even the heavens seemed to begrudge him with a frail constitution. Just as Hua Qianqian deftly inserted the 7 silver needles into Li Yuan's acupoints, a small head poked through the doorway. Big brother actually had cousin help him bathe. Tuan Goer crouched by the door, peering in like a thief. His lips pursed in disdain. Cousin has never helped me bathe. No sooner had he uttered these words than a sharp rap landed on his forehead, as Li Yuanbang also leaned in to observe, murmuring, Little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Your cousin is treating your brother's illness. Rubbing his head, Tuan Goer protested. So what if he is sick? I want to be sick too. Before he could finish, another knock met his forehead. Guancher shot him a glare, reprimanding, Child, do you think being ill is a good thing? As she spoke, she tilted her head to glance into the room. Although the two inside remained silent, a motherly smile of contentment graced Guancher's face. Mother, your smile is a bit frightening, Li Yuanbang exclaimed, earning a playful swat on his head. You know nothing. Guancher retorted. Mother, you used to never scold anyone. Li Yuanbang was taken aback. In his memory, his mother was more dignified than any matron. Who would have thought she would now be peeking through the door with him and Tuan Goer? Guancher blushed at her son's words, replying, When have I scolded anyone? I'm simply happy for your brother. In her eyes, both Li Yuan and Hua Qianqian were pitiable children, both so exceptional yet so unfortunate. As Li Yuan's condition worsened, he had cloistered himself, unwilling to engage with anyone. Seeing him allow Qianqian to approach, to converse, and even accept the plum she brought, filled her heart with joy. Though Li Yuan was not her biological son, she regarded him as such. As she witnessed her melancholic son gradually recovering and smiling, how could she not be elated? Qianqian truly is a blessing to our family. Tuan Goer nodded in agreement, noting that since their cousin's arrival, their meals had become more sumptuous. Mother, does this mean you approve of me marrying cousin when I grow up? Guancher pinched Tuan Goer's ear, admonishing, You little rascal. You're still young, and thinking of such things. You must have the capability to match. The three of them chattered at the door, entirely oblivious to their eavesdropping. Ahem. Li Yuan could no longer contain himself and cleared his throat, interrupting their conversation. Guancher's face flushed again at the sound, glaring at her two sons as she scolded. Why are you imitating others? Go back inside. Once the three retreated, Li Yuan turned to Hua Qianqian and remarked, The candied fruit is quite good. With those words, he casually let his gaze fall upon her face. Hua Qianqian paused for a moment, then a gentle smile blossomed on her lips, causing Li Yuan to momentarily lose his composure. Did a simple compliment bring her such joy? She truly was like a hedgehog that had flipped over, exposing her soft side while keeping her spines directed inward. Half an hour swiftly passed, though the medicinal bath was indeed painful. Li Yuan found he could endure it with determination. Hua Qianqian intended to call Chiu Tao and Li Yuanbang to assist Li Yuan out of the tub, but he glanced at her and said, Help me up. Surprised, Hua Qianqian stared at him, thinking she must have misheard. Yet, seeing his unwavering gaze, she realized her ears had not deceived her. Considering that Li Yuan was still dressed in his inner garments, she didn't think it inappropriate to assist him out of the bath. She stepped closer, saying, Big cousin, after the next medicinal bath, you should be able to try standing and walking by yourself. Although 2 ingredients are still missing, I cannot completely cure you yet. But as long as you maintain a peaceful disposition and avoid extreme emotions, walking like a regular person should not be an issue. Just as her words fell, an odd sound emerged from the corner. Hua Qianqian turned to investigate, but Li Yuan suddenly stood abruptly from the tub. With a splash, he gritted his teeth and rose, perhaps too hastily, as his legs wobbled unsteadily. In an instant, he toppled heavily toward Hua Qianqian. The faint scent of sandalwood enveloped her as he bore down upon her, causing her heart to race. Fortunately, she managed to avoid being crushed by Li Yuan, thanks to her own strength. However, his wet inner garments clung tightly to his form, and as Hua Qianqian caught him, It felt as though her hands were pressed directly against his solid chest. Her face flushed crimson, and she hastily shut her eyes.
Wait.
I'll fetch second cousin to help you, she exclaimed, swiftly pushing him back into the tub and darting from the room like a startled rabbit. Li Yuan watched her retreating figure, his ears aflame. In the corner, a duo wished he could shrink into an egg. He had just heard Hua Qianqian say that his master would soon be able to walk, and he had gotten so excited that he had let out a burp. Heaven knows he had never felt so embarrassed before, and now had to rely on his master to cover for him. He longed to dive into the tub and drown himself. While the Li family experienced one fortunate event after another, the Yongning Duke's mansion was not so fortunate. After Xiao Lan and Manager Lu were brought to the Jingyao prefecture, before any punishment was administered, Manager Lu confessed unequivocally to his actions, clearly detailing how Xiao Lan had instructed him to carry them out. Initially, in her capacity as Xiao Lan, she had erred, and it was the duty of the Dali Temple to adjudicate her case. However, how could Xiao Yan allow his sister to make yet another trip to the Dali Temple? In Chapter 29, was it possible that your face would collide with his hand? Ultimately, Xiao Yan set aside his pride and pleaded on all fronts, prompting the magistrate of Jingzhou to order 10 strikes as a minor punishment with the intent of serving as a stern warning.
Yet,
everyone understood that what the magistrate truly punished was not the physical blows, but rather the loss of face. Having received punishment at the Jingzhou magistrate's hands, Xiao Lan's reputation was irreparably tarnished. The members of the Hua family, upon hearing of this incident, wore expressions increasingly grim. Li Shi, clutching a handkerchief and dabbing her tears, lamented, "What on earth is Qianqian thinking? How could she report to the authorities? This has irreparably severed our ties with the Yongning Duke's residence. How will she ever return there?" Even now, Li Shi could not believe that Hua Qianqian would truly align herself with Xiao Yan and Li.
Yet,
with Xiao Da's daughter suffering punishment due to Hua Qianqian's actions, how could Xiao Yan possibly want her anymore? She was now both anxious and furious, utterly at a loss for what to do. Hua Xiuyu, seated beside the elderly matriarch of the Hua family, offered her shoulder for support and said, "Alas, I too am at fault. I should have intervened, yet now my sixth sister is cold towards me." The matriarch gritted her teeth and retorted, "What concern is it of yours? She is nothing but a calamity. Not to mention, she shamelessly parades herself selling ointments at the apothecary. Does she wish to bring disgrace upon the Hua family? With a sister like her, how can we show our faces in public? Grandmother, I care not for my own standing. I am merely worried about my sixth sister. Though she has perused some medical texts, she only grasps the most superficial knowledge. How could she possibly manage an apothecary? She claims to have hired an exceptionally skilled physician, but I fear she may be deceived. What if her ointment causes harm?" At these words, Li Shi's face paled further. "Mother, perhaps I should write a letter to my husband and Ren Er." However, the matriarch shot Li Shi a glare, stating, "Ren Er is preoccupied with official duties. He cannot be bothered with these matters. Are you suggesting that we allow that calamity to jeopardize Ren Er's career?" Li Shi was silenced, her mouth firmly shut. At that moment, a tall man clad in dark robes strode into the hall. Approaching Hua Xiuyu, he glanced at her swollen face and exclaimed, "I have heard you were struck by Hua Qianqian today." Hua Xiuyu quickly turned her face away, replying, "It's nothing, third brother. My sixth sister did not mean it. She struck your face without intent. Is your face simply going to collide with her hand?" Hua Jingli's eyes widened with indignation.
How dare she?
How dare she? It was only then that the matriarch noticed Hua Xiuyu's bruised visage, and, in a fit of anger, banged the table. "Third brother, quickly fetch a doctor for your sister." Hua Xiuyu hastily shook her head. "Grandmother, truly, it is unnecessary. Third brother, do not be angry. Qianqian is my sister, and I ought to give way to her. She merely threw a tantrum and hit me. Must I retaliate in front of everyone? However, third brother, you should indeed fetch a doctor. Yesterday, I accidentally allowed fourth brother to eat a piece of almond pastry, and he has developed a rash. Today, he sought ointment from my sixth sister. I fear he may be upset with me, and likely does not wish to see me now. I would appreciate your assistance."
Hua Jingli frowned.
He is angry over such a trivial matter? Fourth brother is really regressing. It is merely a rash. It has happened before, and we did not seek a doctor. Applying the ointment sixth sister provided will suffice. There is truly no need for concern. The matriarch exclaimed, "From now on, none of you are permitted to associate with that calamity." Since she has declared her intention to sever ties with the Hua family, let it be a complete severance. We must prevent any future incidents from implicating the Hua family. Hua Xiuyu intended to offer further counsel, but the matriarch's resolve was unyielding. Concerned for her sister's face, Hua Jingli arranged for a doctor to apply some ointment, and no one paid further attention to Hua Qianqian's affairs. With the matriarch's decree, Hua Xiuyu felt slightly reassured, no longer needing to worry about her sister competing for affection within the Xiang residence. As Hua Qianqian's reputation continued to deteriorate, even when the elder returned, he would hardly acknowledge her as his daughter. A glimmer of malice flickered in Hua Xiuyu's eyes as she turned to head towards the Yongning Duke's residence. In Chapter 30, on the streets of An'e, breakfast stalls began to tidy up as people finished their morning meals and prepared for another busy day. Chiu Tao rushed back into the courtyard, burdened with various packages. Hua Qianqian blinked and approached to take the items from Chiu Tao's hands, inquiring, "Why did you rush out so early?" "The lady of your uncle noticed that your garments no longer fit well and provided 2 pieces of fabric to make you new clothes, which I retrieved this morning." Hua Qianqian then realized that her attire had indeed become quite loose. With a smile, she accepted the new garments from Chiu Tao and went inside to change. Upon emerging in her new outfit, Chiu Tao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Miss, you look stunning." Hua Qianqian playfully glared at Chiu Tao, sometimes questioning the latter's taste. "Truly, miss, I am not flattering you. You look exquisite in this red dress." Hua Qianqian's fair complexion and striking features were accentuated by the vibrant attire, rendering her even more captivating. In recent days, the lady had been diligently undergoing acupuncture, claiming it would help her become slimmer and healthier. Initially skeptical, she was astonished to find that, within merely 10 days, she had already lost a significant amount of weight. Although her face retained a hint of roundness, it was now adorned with a joyful smile, which radiated warmth and approachability. "Your features have always been lovely. I recall how you looked as a child. 100 times more beautiful than Xiuyu," Chiu Tao exclaimed. "Previously, you rarely smiled or spoke, often donning dreary colors, which dulled your beauty." Autumn Peach's indignation flared as she recounted the past. "You never favored those dark garments. It was Hua Xiuyu who convinced you that young Master Xiao preferred composed women, which led you to wear such drab attire." Hua Qianqian gently curved her lips, feeling a surge of happiness despite any doubts about Chiu Tao's judgment. What woman does not relish compliments, especially from someone she cherishes? Such affirmations brought her immense joy. As Chiu Tao continued to admire Hua Qianqian in her new attire, she suddenly remembered she was still holding other items. "Oh, miss, here are some candied fruits that your older cousin entrusted to me. He mentioned that the ones you purchased yesterday were not as delectable as these and instructed me to bring you some to try." Hua Qianqian raised an eyebrow, acknowledging her elder cousin's proud yet contradictory nature. The two of them shared no formalities and promptly opened 2 bags of candied fruits to sample. Just as they debated which variety was more delicious, a knock resounded at the door. Chiu Tao went to answer it, discovering Li Yuanbang standing at the threshold, his brow furrowed, holding a note. Yet, upon noticing Hua Qianqian in her crimson attire, his furrowed brows relaxed, momentarily captivated by her beauty. "Cousin, is there something you need?" Hearing Hua Qianqian's voice snapped Li Yuanbang back to reality as he presented the note to her. "It is from the Xiao family." Hua Qianqian took the note and glanced at it, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. It was an invitation from Xiao Yan, asking her to meet at the Elegant Garden to apologize for the previous day's events and to return her dowry. The Elegant Garden, located on the outskirts of the capital, was a favored leisure spot among the nobility. Understanding Xiao Yan's intentions became clear. By choosing such a formal venue to return her dowry, he sought to demonstrate his integrity and assure her that he would not owe her anything. It also served to provide a definitive closure between them. Li Yuanbang offered, "I shall accompany you, lest the Xiao family conjure any further mischief." Hua Qianqian shook her head, convinced that Xiao Yan would not harm her. If the Xiao family truly had ulterior motives, she certainly could not involve her second cousin. In a few months, he would be preparing for the martial examination, and she must ensure that he encounters no setbacks. It would be fine. She had Chiu Tao by her side. Today, the business at Renjitang was crucial, and she could not afford to leave. If trouble arose, she feared her aunt would struggle to handle it alone, so her second cousin should attend to the shop. "Do not worry, I will return with Uncle Zhang and Chiu Tao after securing the dowry. I want to engage in lengthy discussions with them." Upon hearing Hua Qianqian's words, Li Yuanbang could only nod and replied, "If anything happens, send a message with Uncle Zhang, and I will rush over immediately." Hua Qianqian smiled and nodded back at Li Yuanbang. He offered a few more words of advice before leaving. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back with a smile and remarked, "This outfit looks splendid on you. I will ask my mother to make you a few more." Hua Qianqian was taken aback by Li Yuanbang's compliment, and Qiutao chimed in with a laugh, "Miss C, I did not deceive you." After Li Yuanbang departed, Qiutao styled Hua Qianqian's hair into an elegant flowing cloud bun, adorning it with a simple silver hairpin, and only then did they step outside. In the room, Li Yuan observed the fleeting red figure outside the window, his brow involuntarily furrowing. A duo emerged from the shadows and approached Li Yuanbang, saying, "Master, young Master Xiao has sent an invitation to the young lady, seemingly to return her dowry." Li Yuan shot a cold glance at a duo. "Did I ask you?" He was indifferent to where she was going. A duo stammered, knowing his master well. That expression clearly indicated his curiosity about the young lady's destination.
Li Yuan's gasa darkanat.
His long, elegant fingers rhythmically tapping the table, concealing his inner turmoil. It was indeed the first time he had seen that girl dressed so beautifully. Was it to meet Xiaoyan? Li Yuan snatched a book and began flipping through it rapidly. A duo's face turned pale as he recognized the book in his master's hands. Wasn't this the spring day he had secretly purchased a few days prior? How did it end up with his master? Master. Li Yuan furrowed his brow, turning the pages, yet his mind was consumed by that vivid red figure. A duo, noticing his master's increasingly grim expression, swallowed nervously. Spring Day tells the tale of a frail scholar who falls for a widow, devising various means to approach her daily. The story culminates in their union, leading to a life filled with unrestrained passion. The content was scandalous, with bold illustrations, especially depicting the couple engaging in intimate acts at home without regard for time or place. Would his master, a man of refined sensibilities, be driven to the brink by perusing such material? A duo felt his recent misfortunes mounting. Without waiting for Li Yuan to speak, he knelt obediently, bracing for punishment. Yet, Li Yuan merely closed the book and tossed it aside, frowning. "What are you still waiting for?" A duo turned crimson. His master had just perused an action-packed tale. Could he be awakening to something new? But even though he was handsome, he was still a boy. "Master, while I would sacrifice anything for you, I am still a man, and Amo is still around. If anything were to transpire, it must be done discreetly." Amo could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward to pull a duo away. He simply could not comprehend how such a fool managed to stay close to their master. The elegant garden, Yuyuan, situated at the foot of Xianghua Mountain outside the capital, featured a hot spring that many cultured gentlemen favored for leisurely banquets while composing poetry and painting. It had thus gained fame, becoming a gathering spot for the scions of nobility in the capital. Besides sending an invitation to Hua Qianqian, Xiaoyan also extended one to the Hua family, recognizing the need for a formal exchange between the two families. Upon receiving the invitation, the matriarch of the Hua family was reluctant to attend. However, she could not resist the persistent pleas of Hua Shuyue. So, she reluctantly brought Hua Shuyue along with Li's family and brothers Hua Jingli and Hua Jingji to Yuyuan by carriage. Upon entering Yuyuan, they beheld the moon gate inscribed with the bold brushstrokes of listening to snow while leaning on the balcony. Soon, a maid guided them to the listening to snow pavilion, the first entrance of Yuyuan. To truly enter the garden, one must first pass through this pavilion. This was due to an unwritten rule of Yuyuan. Every guest must engage in a game of chess against one of Master Jili's disciples before being permitted entry. This custom significantly enhanced the elegance of Yuyuan's visitors. As the Hua family entered the listening to snow pavilion, they found it bustling with guests. Some had come specifically to challenge Master Jili's disciples at chess, while others sought admission to the garden. A maid approached them, bowing courteously. "Might I ask which of you would like to challenge our master to a game?" Hua Shuyue glanced around the pavilion, bashfully suggesting, "Perhaps I should try. If I falter, I can call for my third or fourth brothers." Such an excellent opportunity for display could not be missed. Hua Jingli indulgently nodded. "Shuyue, do not be modest. In terms of chess, only our eldest brother can truly compare with you." Hua Shuyue smiled shyly. "Oh, third brother, please do not flatter me. How could I possibly be on par with eldest brother?" Hearing of Hua Shuyue's chess skills, the maid led her to face one of Master Jili's disciples. After about 2 incense sticks worth of time, the maid announced Hua Shuyue's victory by half a piece. At this, The onlookers in the listening to Snow Pavilion cast admiring glances at Hua Qianqian. Isn't this the fifth miss of the Hua family? She actually bested Master Jili's prized disciple. Not only is she beautiful, but her talent is remarkable as well. Indeed. I wonder which young gentleman is worthy of such an exceptional lady. The matriarch of the Hua family beamed at the praises showered upon Hua Qianqian, her wrinkles smoothing with joy. Hua Qianqian's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The opponent was skilled, and she had merely won by a narrow margin. However, the process mattered little. The result was what counted. Soon, Hua Qianqian would arrive, and given her abilities, she would likely struggle against anyone here. At that moment, Hua Qianqian would undoubtedly be embarrassed before so many, becoming a laughingstock of the entire capital. Not only would the Hua family grow increasingly disdainful of her, but perhaps even the Li family, who had sheltered her, might cast her aside out of shame. She had long been aware of Yu Yuan's rules, which was precisely why Xiao Yan had invited Hua Qianqian here. The thought of Hua Qianqian standing helplessly in the listening to Snow Pavilion filled Hua Qianqian with delight. After leaving the listening to Snow Pavilion, the maid led the Hua family through a corridor to a courtyard where Xiao Yan awaited them. Accompanying him were Madame Xiao and Xiaolan. Xiao Yan had initially hesitated to bring Xiaolan, but she insisted she had realized her mistakes and wished to apologize to Hua Qianqian, which finally swayed him. Once the Hua family arrived, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Li was fidgeting with her handkerchief, pondering how to win Xiao Yan back. Xiao Yan occasionally glanced at Hua Qianqian, yearning to express his deep affection. Meanwhile, Hua Jingji, preoccupied with recent events, appeared disinterested. Silence enveloped the group as they awaited Hua Qianqian's arrival. Xiaolan pouted and whispered to Madame Xiao, "Surely that wretched girl, isn't planning to skip out." Madame Xiao scoffed. How could she bear to forfeit her dowry? As the others grew increasingly anxious, Hua Qianqian suddenly seemed to recall something, her tone laced with concern as she addressed Hua Jingli, third brother. If no one accompanies sixth sister, might she be stopped at the listening to Snow Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Xiaolan let out a laugh, exclaiming that it was quite unlikely. Given her foolish demeanor, she probably wouldn't even know how to play chess. Both the elderly matriarch of the Hua family and Li Shi shared this sentiment, their faces displaying a hint of embarrassment. The matriarch, in a fit of anger, struck her cane on the ground, muttering through clenched teeth that had she known, she wouldn't have brought her to such a place, as it would only bring shame to the Hua family. Hua Jingzi furrowed his brow upon hearing his grandmother scold Hua Qianqian, asserting that there was no disgrace in not knowing how to play chess, as he and his third brother were not skilled at it either.
Li Xianqian.
Stating that indeed, how many could match the talents and beauty of Xu Yu? The matriarch shot Li Shi a glare, but upon hearing her praise for Hua Qianqian, she refrained from further rebuke. Meanwhile, Madame Xiao muttered sarcastically to herself, remarking that a woman should ideally possess talent, beauty, and virtue. It was indeed rare to find one lacking in all three. What was most concerning was her lack of self-awareness. Her son marrying her was a stroke of fortune for her, yet she still pretended to be coy. Hua Jingzi felt a knot in his heart upon hearing Madame Xiao's cutting remarks and declared, "I must step outside for a moment. I shall accompany you." Xiao Yan also rose, his brow furrowed, genuinely having forgotten the customs of the Yu Yuan and not intending to make things difficult for Hua Qianqian.
His heart was not so petty.
At this moment, Hua Jingzi found Xiao Yan to be quite displeasing and snorted coldly before exiting first. Xiao Yan followed a few steps behind when he suddenly heard someone calling him from nearby. "Young Master Xiao." Turning around, he recognized it was his colleague, Captain Kai, from the Jinwu Guard. "What a rare encounter in Yu Yuan," Captain Kai exclaimed. "I heard you and Li have parted ways. It seems you are quick to enjoy life again." "Quite right. A wife as ugly as that should indeed be dismissed. It's a pity for you." As he spoke, Captain Kai stepped closer, draping an arm around Xiao Yan's shoulder. "Such a refined and handsome young man like you deserves a princess or a noble lady, yet you married such an eyesore. I feel for you," he continued. "The last time I caught a glimpse of your wife, I lost my appetite for the day. No wonder you look so thin." Chapter 32. Daring to strike me today, the Grand Princess has arranged a lotus viewing feast ahead, inviting many young ladies from noble families. Come, let us go and see. Perhaps you will find a lady to your liking. Any of them would surely be better than your ugly wife. With that, Captain Kai laughed heartily while patting Xiao Yan's shoulder. Hua Jingzi, walking ahead, was infuriated by these words, nearly grinding his teeth in anger. He turned around just in time to catch sight of Hua Qianqian looking over with a smirk of schadenfreude. Seeing her smile, Hua Jingzi's heart tightened, and upon hearing Captain Kai continue to mock Xiao Lu, his anger became uncontrollable. Clenching his fists, he rushed up to Captain Kai and struck him hard in the eye. The force of the blow was fueled by all his strength, catching Captain Kai completely off guard, and he immediately saw stars. Captain Kai covered his eye, grimacing in pain, and exclaimed, "Who dares to strike me?" Hua Jingli and others, witnessing this scene, rushed out. "Fourth brother, what are you doing?" Hua Jingli shouted. Previously, it had always been Captain Kai who instigated fights, while fourth brother was well-liked and had never been quick to anger. What on earth had changed? "What am I doing?" "Ask this bastard what he just said. He was mocking our Xiao Lu." The matriarch, upon hearing this, scolded Hua Jingzi without discernment. "Have you lost your mind?"
To strike someone over that wretch.
Hua Jingzi felt a tightening in his chest. His grandmother clearly believed Captain Kai's words held merit. Xiao Lu was their family. How could she allow an outsider to humiliate her so? Li Shi, concerned, stepped forward to grasp Hua Jingzi's arm. "Fourth brother, regardless of the circumstances, you should not resort to violence. Quickly apologize to this gentleman." With a heavy sigh, she lamented the unfortunate turn of events. Given Xiao Lu's current state, it would be difficult for her to marry well, and now fourth brother was fighting for her, risking their reputation. Captain Kai, taken aback that someone from a Hua family was with Xiao Yan, felt a twinge of embarrassment, but was unwilling to let the matter go after being struck.
"Ah,
The fourth young master Hua is indeed formidable. No wonder you forced our distinguished young master Xiao into marrying your sister." His words insinuated that the Hua family had pressured Xiao Yan into marrying Hua Qianqian, who would marry such a woman otherwise. "You speak nonsense. My sixth sister is quite admirable." Hua Jingzi was further incensed and lunged at Captain Kai again. This time, Captain Kai was prepared. He swiftly kicked Hua Jingzi in the abdomen. Hua Jingzi winced in pain, his face paling, and just as he was about to retaliate, he was restrained by Xiao Yan and Hua Jingli. The matriarch angrily struck her cane. "Fourth, stop this at once." Hua Qianqian also rushed over to mediate. "Fourth brother, cease your fighting. Did you not hear Captain Kai mention the Grand Princess as banquet ahead?" Just then, a group approached from the direction of the lotus viewing pool. Captain Kai, noticing them, decided against continuing the scuffle with Hua Jingzi, snorted in disdain, and released his grip. The group had originally intended to head towards the Tingxue Pavilion, but changed their course upon seeing them. The leader, a young man adorned with a jade crown and a grand crimson cloak, exuded an air of nobility. Upon seeing him, everyone present bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to His Highness, Prince Zhao." Hua Qianqian slightly turned her head to glance at the handsome figure resembling jade, her cheeks flushing. This man was the fifth prince of the Dafeng dynasty, Zhao Wang, Yuan Nian, the very protagonist of Qing Huan Nian, who ultimately ascended to the throne. She recalled the book mentioning that Zhao Wang would visit Yu Yuan today, prompting her to plead with the matriarch to come here and to prepare herself meticulously. Yuan Nian also noticed the charming figure among the crowd. Hua Qianqian, clad in a delicate lotus-colored dress and adorned with a pearl hairpin, had a pendant swaying near her face, captivating the eyes of those around her. Though Yuan Nian was fond of beauty, he was not easily swayed. He allowed his gaze to linger on Hua Qianqian for a moment before addressing the crowd. "I did not expect to encounter the left Prime Minister's wife and young Master Xiao here. It appears we are all out for leisure today, please. No need for excessive formalities." He approached and offered a supportive hand to the matriarch. "Given your health, you need not bow in my presence from now on." The matriarch, taken aback, hurriedly replied, "I thank His Highness for your kindness." Hua Qianqian held the matriarch's arm and discreetly stole a glance at Yuan Nian. Known for his affability and benevolence, he had garnered many loyal followers, ultimately leading him to power. Yet, only Hua Qianqian understood the man's ambitions. Surrounded by numerous women who aided his rise, she was confident that in the end, the one by his side would be her. "We too did not expect to encounter your highness here. Are you here to attend the Grand Princess's lotus viewing banquet?" Hua Qianqian's voice was sweet and soft, almost like water, causing Yuan Nian to gaze at her with increased interest. "Indeed, the snow lotus has bloomed in Yuan. My aunt invited several ladies to join in the viewing. I, finding myself with some free time, thought to join in the festivities and even invited Prime Minister Liu for a game of chess. However, I am uncertain whether Prime Minister Liu has become engrossed with Mr. Zhu Li and forgotten about me. Thus, I intended to head to the Tingxue Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Hua Qianqian smiled charmingly at Yuan, Your Highness. You intend to visit the Tingxue Pavilion? What a coincidence. We too are headed there to find my sixth sister.
Oh,
Is Miss Hua Lu also adept at playing? In the open and progressive culture of the Dafeng dynasty, a woman's talent and virtue were not seen as mutually exclusive, but rather celebrated. In the illustrious Yufeng Tower, renowned list of exceptional women exists, where those who grace the list are celebrated for their extraordinary talents. Any family fortunate enough to wed a lady from this esteemed roster would undoubtedly evoke the envy of society. Thus, daughters of noble families are meticulously nurtured. However, the infamous reputation of the sixth daughter of the Hua family has long since spread, and now, with the inquiry from the Zhao Wang, a hint of embarrassment has colored the faces of those from the Hua residence. It is at this moment that Yuan remembers the rules of Yuan and recalls the sixth daughter's reputation. Deducing that her lack of skill in chess has resulted in her being left behind in Tingxue, prompting Hua Qianqian and others to seek her there. Intent on cultivating a relationship with the Hua family, Yuan had deliberately approached their company upon seeing them. He harbors a certain affection for Hua Qianqian. Yet he finds himself torn between marrying Qingzhen from the Wu Xiangho residence as his primary consort or choosing the granddaughter of the Grand Minister Hua.
Hua Qianqian.
The formidable Wu Xiangho wields military power, while the Grand Minister Hua holds significant sway in the court. Both options are difficult to weigh against one another. Nonetheless, this does not deter Yuan from drawing closer to the Hua family. Upon hearing of their intent to visit Tingxue, he extends an invitation to accompany them. Upon arrival at Tingxue, however, they discover that apart from a few maidservants, only a young disciple of Mr. Jiuli is present, engaged in arranging chess pieces. Upon noticing the Zhao Wang, this young scholar quickly rises to bow in respect.
Xiao Lan.
Failing to catch sight of Hua Qianqian, lightly mocks, could it be that Hua Qianqian is incapable even of defeating this chess boy? Feeling too ashamed to show her face? It is hardly surprising. That girl likely doesn't even know how to grasp a chess piece, Mrs. Xiao scoffs. She had truly set up a lavish gift for Hua Qianqian for nothing. Who would have imagined that she couldn't even best Mr. Jiu Li's chess student? Such foolishness is astounding. Li Shi, on the other hand, breathes a sigh of relief, believing it for the best that Hua Qianqian has left, thus avoiding the risk of embarrassing herself in such a setting. Sixth sister should have sent word to us. Why did she leave so abruptly? Hua Qianqian's brow furrows, her expression reflecting a sister's concern for her sibling. Those who had accompanied the Zhao Wang begin to murmur amongst themselves. The disparity between the two daughters of the Hua family is quite striking. I heard that the fifth daughter recently bested Mr. Jiu Li's prize student.
Indeed.
No wonder young Master Xiao wishes to part ways with her. She truly is lacking. Kai Xiaowei, overhearing the whispers, smirks mockingly at Hua Jingji, who clenches his fists, his face turning crimson with indignation. Yuan, under the impression that Hua Qianqian has departed and that Minister Lu is also absent from Tingxue, proposes to Hua Qianqian and the others a visit to the Lotus Pond, to which Hua Qianqian readily agrees. Just as Yuan is about to lead everyone back, he is stopped by the chess student of Mr. Jiuli. Your Highness, Lord Minister Lu has left a message for you. He wishes to engage in a few rounds of chess with a young friend. If you cannot wait, you may find him at Zhuyuge.
Oh,
Minister Lu has arrived? Yuan expresses curiosity. A young friend? Do you know who that is? The crowd turns their inquisitive gazes toward the chess student, who gently shakes his head, stating he is unfamiliar with the young lady. She came to Tingxue today, played a game with my master, and within a mere half-incense stick's time, she emerged victorious. Coincidentally, Minister Lu was present, eager to challenge her, and thus, she accompanied him to Zhuyuge. Won against Mr. Jiuli? How is that even possible? The crowd displays expressions of astonishment, realizing that someone could defeat Mr. Jiuli in such a brief period. Surely even Zhao Wang himself might find it a challenge. And where is Mr. Jiuli now? Yuan inquires. The chess student replies respectfully, Master has gone to review the game. He is unlikely to return to Tingxue in the coming days. Who could possibly compel Mr. Jiuli into seclusion? Could it be the young lady from the Qin family? I have heard she possesses considerable talent. But we're speaking of Mr. Jiuli, the national champion of our Dafeng dynasty. Even if the Qin young lady is formidable, achieving a tie with Mr. Jiuli is already impressive. But to win is quite another matter. Then who might it be? Which young lady is so extraordinarily talented? I have never heard of her before. She truly seems to be a hidden gem. Since this is the case, let's venture to Zhuyugo. I, too, am curious to see which young lady could defeat Mr. Zhu Li in the time of half an incense stick. Yuan Yen jokes lightly, causing laughter to ripple through the group as they follow him towards Zhuyugo. As they walk, they soon catch sight of a bamboo grove where an elderly man with a long beard sits opposite a young girl clad in red, accompanied by a maid. The girl's back is turned to them, obscuring her features, yet her poised stature and graceful movements leave a striking impression. Someone whispers, "That girl looks unfamiliar. Perhaps she is a distant relative newly arrived in the capital seeking a match?" I doubt it. How could a branch family nurture such a poised young lady? Look at her playing chess against old Lu, so composed that she has even made him scratch his chin. Observing old Lu's subtle gestures, the crowd realizes that he seems to be at a disadvantage in this match. Hua Qianqian, listening to the praises directed at the girl in red, cannot help but bite her lip in frustration. Who is this girl who has stolen her spotlight today? Kai Xiaowei, walking alongside the group, catches sight of that striking figure in the woods, momentarily at a loss for how to move his legs. The girl sits quietly, revealing her fair neck. Her grace in lifting the chess piece akin to a work of art. Though she possesses a bit of plumpness, her figure is harmoniously proportioned, exuding a unique charm. Xiaoyan also finds himself momentarily captivated by the girl. Her silhouette seems familiar, yet he cannot place her. As the group draws near, the two engrossed in the chess game finally become aware of their presence. Old Lu looks up in annoyance, assuming it to be a maid from Yuan, and is about to scold them when he realizes it is the Zhao Wang and his entourage. However, he does not rise but instead impatiently remarks, "Ah, it's the fifth master." The Zhao Wang, undeterred, smiles. "Have I disturbed old Lu's contemplation?" Old Lu, pausing to stroke his beard, sighs in resignation. "Just a moment ago, I still had a glimmer of hope, but now that you have arrived, I have lost my focus, and this game is beyond me. Young lady, shall we play another round?" Hua Qianqian's brow twitches. The old man has already dragged her through 3 games today. She came to retrieve her dowry, and further delay would surely cause her grandmother and others to worry. "Old sir, let us call it a day," she replies, slowly rising with a gentle smile. "If fate allows, I shall accompany you for another game another time." Hearing this, old Lu becomes slightly anxious. Fate? That is far too uncertain.
Who knows if we shall meet again?
If not, how will I ever have the chance to play with you again? He is about to inquire about her name when a youthful voice exclaims from behind Zhao Wang, "Little six." Hua Jingji squeezes through the crowd, his eyes sparkling as he recognizes the girl playing chess with old Lu. Indeed, it is Hua Qianqian. It's really you. The crowd finally comprehends that this red-clad girl is none other than the Hua family's infamous sixth miss, Hua Qianqian. Realization dawns on them, leaving many astonished, some even speechless, including Kai Xiaowei, a colleague of Xiao Yan. He stares at Hua Qianqian, blinking in disbelief, unable to suppress a gulp. "Is this your wife?" "No, your former wife?" As for him, he feels a burning embarrassment on his face. Though he knows Hua Jingji would never mistake her, he still cannot believe this is Hua Qianqian. The sting of his previous insults lingers painfully in his mind. What he once deemed unattractive now appears as a radiant beauty. In the game of chess, one could hardly believe that Lu Lao was reduced to a state of bewilderment. If this is foolishness, then the white matter in his head cannot possibly be regarded as a brain. It suddenly struck Kai Xiaowei that he had never truly observed Hua Qianqian's appearance. Whenever he encountered her before, she had always kept her head bowed, and the moniker of foolishness attributed to her was something he had gleaned from others. Xiao Yan's expression mirrored this realization. When he saw Hua Qianqian at the apothecary yesterday, he sensed something was amiss, and upon seeing her again today, he felt as though he had never known her at all. "Xiao Lu, when did you become such an adept chess player? You managed to triumph over Mr. Zhu Li and Lu Lao," exclaimed Hua Jingji, approaching Hua Qianqian with a tone of pride, instinctively lifting his chin to glance at Kai Xiaowei. He had never realized how extraordinarily gifted his sixth sister was, and this sense of pride blossomed from deep within his heart. Even he was unaware that when conversing with Hua Qianqian, his demeanor had taken on an almost exalted air. Meanwhile, Hua Qianqian, witnessing this transformation in Hua Qianqian, felt her nails dig deep into her palm. How could this be? How could this person possibly be Hua Qianqian? When did she ever learn to play chess, let alone engage in a match alongside Lu Xiang? What merit did she possess? Furthermore, her crimson attire completely masked any flaws in her figure, accentuating her already fair complexion to a translucent glow, while her lightly adorned face appeared strikingly radiant, drawing the attention of all present. In just 10 days, how could Hua Qianqian have undergone such a dramatic change? It was only upon hearing Hua Jingji's words that Yuanian and the others realized that the woman in red, facing off against Lu Xiang, was indeed the infamous Hua Lunyang. Is this truly Hua Lunyang? She differs greatly from the rumors. Indeed, I had heard that the two daughters of the Hua family were worlds apart. It seems that may not be the case after all. Listening to the murmurs, Hua Shuya seethed with jealousy, desperately suppressing the flames of envy within her, forcing a smile onto her face. Sixth sister, had I known you were this remarkable grandmother, and I would not have needed to worry about searching for you. The implication was clear. Hua Qianqian was merely flaunting her chess skills while neglecting her waiting elders. Even with some talent, she lacked virtue. In the past, Hua Jingji would not have thought anything amiss about Hua Shiyue's words, often joining in her reproach of Hua Qianqian for her thoughtlessness in not informing their grandmother of her whereabouts while engrossed in chess. However, recalling Hua Shiyue's earlier smirk and observing the subtle shift in the crowd's gaze towards Xiao Lu after Hua Shiyue's comment, he suddenly grasped the underlying meaning of her words. Fifth sister, how can you speak so? Hua Jingji reprimanded her, his brow furrowing. Xiao Lu came to the Yuan today, unaware that you and grandmother would be present. Hua Shiyue's face flushed crimson at being chastised in front of so many. She had never anticipated that Hua Jingji, who had once doted on her, would humiliate her for the sake of Hua Qianqian. She gazed at Hua Jingji with a sense of grievance, murmuring, Fourth brother, I merely forgot for a moment. I thought after such a long absence, sixth sister would surely miss grandmother. Hua Qianqian had seen this act from Hua Shua far too many times to care for it, and at that moment, her attention was drawn elsewhere. She felt the penetrating gaze of Wang Zhao upon her, a chill settling on her skin. Little did she expect to encounter this person so soon. She exerted every ounce of willpower to suppress the hatred within her, although she could not exact revenge just yet. She vowed that one day, this pair would experience the anguish of her past life. Old Madame Hua, witnessing Hua Shiyue's reddened eyes, filled with grievance, chastised Hua Jingji in frustration. Fourth, have you fallen under Qian's spell? Does she not know we are here? Does she not realize that young Master Xiao and the others are waiting for her? Madame Xiao, following old Madame Hua's lead, feigned a sigh. Oh, old madam, you mustn't be so upset. If I were to be angered over such trivial matters, your beloved granddaughter would have driven me to my end long ago. Her words further corroborated the notion of Hua Qianqian's disrespect towards her elders. Those who had been previously astonished by Hua Qianqian's brilliance now frowned. Having composed herself, Hua Qianqian observed that Madame Xiao was persistently attempting to tarnish her reputation. She merely responded with indifference. You spend your days plotting how to deprive me of my dowry. When do you have time to be angry with me? Madame Xiao was momentarily rendered speechless by Hua Qianqian's retort. Her previous insinuation was now laid bare before Wang Zhao. The anger surged within her, yet she refrained from uttering any scathing words, especially in the presence of Wang Zhao and Lu Xiang. Seeing Lu Lao's darkened expression, Madame Zhao's ire diminished. Hua Qianqian, upon meeting Wang Zhao, did not even offer a greeting. She was aware that her opponent was Lu Xiang, and she displayed none of the deference expected of a junior. Her blatant disregard for decorum, offending these two eminent figures, was utterly oblivious to her. Madame Xiao smirked with derision, but before she could relish her triumph, Lu Xiang cast a cold glance in her direction. It is I who invited the young lady to play chess. It is not for you, old Madame Hua, or you, Madame Xiao, to voice discontent. His words left the assembly in astonishment. Lu Xiang was notorious for his cantankerous temperament. At over 50 years of age, he had remained unmarried, hardly allowing anyone to draw near. Even princes vied for his favor without success. Today, however, he stood up for a chance acquaintance. My young friend, do not heed their words. Stay and play another game with me. Lu Xiang's demeanor softened as he turned to Hua Qianqian, a hint of pleading in his expression. He yearned to engage in another match, not for any other reason than the feeling of nostalgia she had evoked within him, reminiscent of someone he had cherished for a lifetime. Observing Lu Lao's demeanor, Hua Qianqian felt her lips twitch in apprehension. She feared her own lack of skill would tarnish the invaluable chess manuals left by the esteemed Dr. Zhua. However, she realized that given Lu Lao's personality, should she decline, she might very well find herself unable to leave Yuan today, especially since she had her own matters to attend to. Thus, Hua Qianqian reluctantly acquiesced to Lu Lao's request and swiftly concluded the game. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Lu Lao's hand holding the white pieces fell in defeat. Chapter 35. You truly do not know your own worth. I have lost once more. The crowd had initially speculated that Mr. Jiu Li had let Lu Lao win, but upon witnessing Hua Qianqian play against him, expressions of astonishment illuminated their faces. Her chess strategies were as unpredictable as a seasoned general on the battlefield, each move striking fear into her opponent's heart. She executed her plans with unwavering resolve, leaving no room for retreat, and under her relentless pressure, Lu Lao's white pieces crumbled. Watching the game, Li Shi could not comprehend the intricacies. She merely felt incensed at Hua Qianqian's lack of mercy towards Lu Lao, and was tempted to slap her across the face. Lu Lao would not display his dissatisfaction openly before the crowd, but he would certainly seek to hold the Hua family accountable later. Madame Xiao and her daughter, sharing similar thoughts, reveled in their anticipation of Lu Lao's fury. However, to their surprise, after placing his pieces down, Lu Lao let out a long sigh. What a refreshing experience! It has been ages since I felt this exhilaration. Upon hearing this, Madame Xiao and her daughter exchanged bewildered glances, but even more astonishing words followed. My young friend, you have bested me, and though I have nothing to offer you, I shall gift you this inked jade chess piece. Yuanian's eyes widened at this proclamation. Lu Lao. That chess piece was a gift from His Majesty. Yet, Lu Lao remained unfazed, stating, a fine sword is given to a hero, and a good chess piece to a national talent. Your chess skills are comparable to those of national masters. I believe the Emperor would agree that I have acted rightly. Hua Qianqian was taken aback, after only a few games with Lu Lao. He had bestowed upon her a royal gift. Lu Lao possessed a forthright disposition, and was not one to be coy. She would not accept this gift without reciprocating with an even grander gesture in due time. Thus, it was more respectful to comply with her wishes. One dared to present, and the other dared to accept, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. At that moment, Hua Shiyue's countenance resembled a palette, shifting and changing unpredictably. Today, she intended to embarrass Hua Qianqian, but unexpectedly, it was Hua Qianqian who emerged with such prominence. The demeanor of the fourth brother towards Hua Qianqian was evidently altered from before, prompting her to glance anxiously at Yuanian, who indeed observed Hua Qianqian with great interest. Although Hua Qianqian was now a divorcee, she understood that as long as Yuanian desired something, he would not concern himself with hollow reputations. The Hua family was fortunate to have her as an outstanding daughter. She must not allow Hua Qianqian to take anything that belonged to her. As she contemplated how to whisk Hua Qianqian away, Yuanian had already invited Lu Lao to the lotus pond. Though Lu Lao felt a tinge of regret, having already played the rogue once, he could not press Hua Qianqian further, knowing well her true identity and that he would not struggle to find her again. Lu Lao had intended to invite Hua Qianqian to accompany him to the lotus pond, but she declined. For her purpose in visiting the garden was to reclaim her dowry. Hua Shiyue was taken aback that, in such a gathering of nobility, Lu Lao would extend an invitation to Hua Qianqian. She was eager to join, yet without an invitation from Yuanian, she could not shamelessly approach him. However, she remained unperturbed, for the Grand Princess held her in high regard, and should the Grand Princess learn of her presence, she might send someone to summon her. On the return journey, Li Shi was consumed with worry. Seizing a moment when the old matriarch was distracted, she stealthily approached Hua Qianqian. Qianqian, you must be having a difficult time these days. Hua Qianqian furrowed her brow, choosing not to respond, prompting Li Shi to continue. You surely are. The small courtyard in the comfortable neighborhood of the Li family cannot be compared to the grandeur of the Duke's residence. My dear, I do not know what has transpired between you and the heir, but what couple harbors lingering grievances? It's merely a small setback. Endure it, and it shall pass. You must heed your mother's advice and refrain from throwing tantrums. You ought to consider not only yourself, but also your brothers and Shiyue. Shiyue is yet to be wed, and your brothers are still unmarried. If you truly pursue a divorce, what will they say to suitable families? As she spoke, she anxiously grasped Hua Qianqian's arm. Please, listen to your mother this once, apologize to the heir, and tear up that divorce decree. We are no longer in the same position as before. Previously, you had your maternal grandfather and uncle, but now your grandfather has passed, and your uncle is embroiled in scandal, unable to be our support. Why fret over a mere dowry? This marriage has always favored us. What dissatisfaction could you possibly have with a son like the heir? You have made some progress. If you apologize to him, he will forgive you. Li Shi's words circled back to the same refrain, driven by her fear that Hua Qianqian would bring misfortune to her son and Hua Qianqian. Hua Qianqian pressed her lips together and let out a cold laugh. What was she truly hoping for? She had long since realized that none in this family had ever treated her sincerely. Bit by bit, she pried Li Shi's hand from her arm, her voice icy. I do not require my uncle as my support. I shall become their support. Li Shi glared at Hua Qianqian's demeanor, her chest tightening with indignation. What nonsense is this? Do not think that winning a few chess matches against Lu Xiang has granted you the heavens. You humiliated Lu Xiang before everyone. He may appear to let it go, but you will not know how you meet your end. You dare to accept gifts bestowed by the emperor to Lu Xiang. You truly do not understand your own worth. Do not concern yourself with these matters. I have severed ties with the Hua family, and regardless of what happens, you shall not be implicated. She, as a mother, only spoke with her back straightened when she berated her. You, Hua Qianqian, you will come to regret this. Ever since she divorced Xiao Yan, the most frequent advice she received was to not live with regret.
Regret? How could that be?
Regardless of how many choices she faced, she would resolutely choose to part ways with Xiao Yan. Hua Qianqian wished to cease any further conversation and, upon returning to Wenlan Xiaozhu with Xiao Yan, directly proposed the need to inventory her dowry. Xiao Yan had intended to apologize for misunderstanding her the day prior, but upon witnessing her cold demeanor, the words froze at the tip of his tongue, and he could only ask a servant to bring forth a brocade box. He had not gathered her dowry in full. Most items were irretrievable, and he could only compensate with silver. Once, he had promised to return all her dowry, yet now he could not fulfill that promise. Holding the box, Xiao Yan felt a pang of shame, nearly unable to meet Hua Qianqian's gaze.
He steeled himself to speak.
I have not found all your dowry, but I will not take advantage of you. Here is 1,000 taels in silver notes for you. Xiao Lan and her mother watched in disbelief as Xiao Yan handed the box of silver notes to Hua Qianqian, their faces flushed with anger. Xiao Lan whispered to Madame Xiao, Mother, is he truly returning all that money to that shameless Hua Qianqian? Madame Xiao scoffed. Not so easily. She leaned in and whispered a few words to Xiao Lan, whose face lit up with excitement upon hearing them. Afterward, Madame Xiao shot Xiao Lan a knowing glance and slipped something into her hands. Chapter 36. Punish them severely. Hua Qianqian regarded the box Xiao Yan presented with a calm demeanor. 1,000 taels? It was hardly more than what Lu Zhonggui had swindled from her. The smirk that curled Hua Qianqian's lips stung Xiao Yan, causing him to clench his fists tightly. He had recently learned that much of the expenditures of the Yongning Duke's residence over the past 6 months had originated from Hua Qianqian. Yet he could not procure more money at that moment. Gritting his teeth, he continued, If this is insufficient, I will find other means. The Duke's residence has indeed been in your debt. At this point, he looked at Xiao Lan, signaling her to apologize to Hua Qianqian. Xiao Lan had already concealed the cold glint in her eyes. Though reluctant, she complied, rising to pour a cup of wine and addressing Hua Qianqian, sister-in-law. I was wrong before. I admired your beautiful jewelry and wanted to try it on, but I should not have taken it without informing you. Eldest brother has already punished me. I apologize. Please forgive me. Hua Qianqian chimed in, Yes, sick sister. Lan'er is young. Do not hold it against her. We shall remain good sisters moving forward. Hua Qianqian was well aware of the small schemes devised by Xiao Lan and Madame Xiao. She knew they would not easily let Hua Qianqian off the hook, and with the Xiao family present, she could simply enjoy the unfolding drama. Xiao Lan stood before Hua Qianqian with the wine cup for a considerable time, yet Hua Qianqian only instructed Qiu Tao to count the silver notes in the brocade box. Xiao Lan, incensed, ground her teeth. She had lowered herself to speak with the shameless woman, only to be ignored. I am sincerely apologizing to you. Cannot you find it in your heart to forgive me? Xiao Lan thrust the wine cup towards Hua Qianqian, only to see it rejected once more, her eyes flashing with malice. In a moment of frustration, she loosened her grip, splashing the wine all over Hua Qianqian. Oh, dear. I apologize. It was unintentional. I simply held it too long and lost my grip. As she spoke, she reached out to wipe Hua Qianqian's skirt. only to be met with a sharp slap that sent her hand flying away. Sensing the mingling fragrance of wine and perfume, Hua Qianqian furrowed her brow. Her eyes filled with frost. She paid no mind to the wine staining her clothes. Instead, she approached the table, seized the wine jug, lifted the lid, and poured the contents over Xiao Lan's head. The liquid cascaded down Xiao Lan, who gasped in shock, and as everyone regained their senses, they beheld Xiao Lan drenched, resembling a drenched hen. All present were left in stunned silence at Hua Qianqian's audacious act. Hua Qianqian, you shameless wretch! How dare you treat me in such a manner? Xiao Lan's makeup had been ruined by the wine. The white powder streaked across her face, trickling onto her pristine collar, creating a most unpleasant sight. If anyone were to witness her in such a state, how could she possibly face the world again? Just at that moment, a few maidservants passed by outside the door, each carrying a platter of delicacies, sent as a reward from the king of Zhao. To their astonishment, they stumbled upon this scene, halting at the entrance, unsure whether to proceed. Hua Qianqian, however, paid no heed to the maids, casting the wine jug aside and wiping her hands with a cloth. I shall treat you as you treat me. It is only fair.
Ah!
Xiao Lan was incensed to the point of madness. Madame Xiao hurried to her side, gritting her teeth as she addressed the Hua family. Old madam, you've seen it. Lanner merely spilled a cup of wine on her by accident. Yet, she intentionally poured an entire jug over Lanner's head. How can there be such unreasonable people in this world? Old Madame Hua, noticing the whispering maidservants at the door, felt a surge of anger. Although Hua Qianqian claimed to have severed ties with the Hua family, to outsiders, she remained a Hua, and her misdeeds would reflect upon the entire family, leading others to believe the Hua family lacked proper decorum. Furthermore, they were currently in the elegant garden, a property of the Grand Princess, and these maidservants would undoubtedly report this incident to her. You wretched creature, kneel. Apologize to Miss Xiao. You shall remain on your knees until she forgives you. Hua Qianqian raised her cold gaze, her voice dripping with disdain as she uttered two words, in your dreams. Old Madame Hua, infuriated, exclaimed, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? You are nothing but a base animal. Turning to Sanling, she commanded, force her to apologize to Miss Xiao. If she dares to resist, strike her. I refuse to believe that I cannot discipline my own granddaughter. Hua Jingli hesitated for a moment, then rose with a dark expression, addressing Hua Qianqian. Do you intend to drive grandmother to her wit's end? Hurry and apologize to Miss Xiao. Or, do not blame me for being unyielding. Qiu Tao, furious, positioned herself protectively in front of Hua Qianqian, saying nothing, but prepared to fight anyone who dared to touch her young mistress. Old Madame Hua glared at Qiu Tao, her teeth clenched. That girl must have come from the Hua family. If Qianqian has become like this, it is certainly due to this insufferable servant. Sanling, have her taken back to the Xiang residence, and punish her parents severely. At this, Qiu Tao's eyes instantly reddened. She was a born servant of the Hua family, with her parents still residing there. Old Madame Hua's threats were no idle words. For such servants, their lives and deaths lay in the whims of their masters. Yet, trembling with fear, she refused to yield. Her mother had taught her to be loyal. Having chosen to follow her mistress, she must protect her. Believing her mother would not blame her for it. Old Madame Hua, seeing the defiance in Qiu Tao's eyes, felt her own dignity slip away. How could a mere maid dare oppose her? She summoned a matron serving her, pointing at Qiu Tao. Agui, go and strike that girl hard. You may cease when her mistress admits her fault. Matron Gui had no reservations and stepped forward, rolling up her sleeves as she approached Qiu Tao. You wretched girl. How dare you defy the old madame's orders? Do you not know your place? Though she scolded Qiu Tao, it was evident she was venting her ire indirectly. As she reached to grab Qiu Tao, she swung her arm to strike her face. Yet before her hand could land, something struck her head with a resounding thud. The sound of shattering porcelain rang in her ears, and when she regained her senses, a sharp pain radiated from her head. The wine jug had struck Matron Gui, shards scattering across the floor. Hua Qianqian clutched the remaining piece of porcelain tightly, aiming the sharp edge at Matron Gui as she declared coldly, if you dare to lay a finger on her, I shall send you to meet the king of hell. Qiu Tao watched as blood trickled from Hua Qianqian's hand, tears welling in her eyes. Why were these people so cruel? Why did they torment her mistress so? Chapter 37. Do not hurt Xiao Lu again. Matron Gui was utterly cowed by Hua Qianqian's fierce presence. Touching her head, she felt the sticky warmth of blood. Her face blanching in horror. She swayed unsteadily, nearly fainting. Though she did not scream, Hua Qianqian, seated nearby, could not contain herself and let out a cry of alarm. Hua Jingli's gaze sharpened. He feared Hua Qianqian might inadvertently harm Hua Qianqian and swiftly struck Hua Qianqian's shoulder in an attempt to disarm her. Though she felt pain, Hua Qianqian gritted her teeth, refusing to relinquish her grip, and retaliated fiercely against Hua Jingli.
Samling.
Third brother. The sharp edge of the porcelain cut into Hua Jingli's hand, causing both Li Shi and Hua Qianqian to exclaim in fright. Little sister, how could you harm third brother? What if his hand becomes useless? Hua Qianqian's voice trembled with tears, laden with reproach. Li Shi, heart aching, cried out, Hua Qianqian, have you truly lost your mind? Madame Xiao was equally astounded, pointing at Hua Qianqian as she urged old Madame Hua, I believe Hua Qianqian has truly gone mad. Old Madame, you should quickly have her locked away. As everyone crowded around Hua Jingli, Hua Qianqian, drenched in cold sweat, felt unable to lift her arm. Hua Jingli's strike had left her incapacitated. His expression darkened, and the look of desperation in Hua Qianqian's eyes unnerved him. He could not fathom why she bore such a terrifying gaze. As if she wished to obliterate the Hua family. I am fine. I must bring her home today. He could not allow someone like Hua Qianqian to roam free. He needed to uncover what grievances had driven her to this point. With that thought, Hua Jingli pushed through the crowd surrounding him, striding towards Hua Qianqian with a grim expression. Just as his hand was about to grasp her, a stone suddenly flew through the air, striking the back of his hand. Hua Jingli winced in pain, his brows knitting together. A chilling voice resonated from the entrance. I dare anyone to touch her. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Hua Qianqian felt her eyes welling with tears. She had not expected him to come for her. Li Yuan's gaze darkened as he saw the blood dripping from Hua Qianqian's hand. Young master Dai. Woo-woo. Third young master wants to take the young lady away. You must save her. For reasons unknown, seeing Li Yuan brought a sense of calm to Chiao Tao's anxious heart. Old Madame Hua, upon recognizing Li Yuan, felt her countenance darken like a pot bottom. She had not forgotten the day the Li family brothers had expelled her from their gates. How dare the son of a traitor come here to cause a ruckus? Our family affairs are not for you to meddle in. Samling, pay him no mind. If he dares to obstruct us again, we'll deal with him as well. As soon as the voice of old Lady Hua fell, another voice, laced with anger, echoed from outside. What an imposing presence old Lady Hua commands. How audacious to act violently in broad daylight within the esteemed courtyard of the Grand Princess. Who has granted you such audacity? Old Master Lu observed the chaos within the room, his beard bristling with fury. He let out a heavy snort, remarking, no wonder old Hua's mind is muddled and he is so rigid. He has married such a troublesome woman. Old Master Lu harbored no fear of old Lady Hua, nor did he dread the possibility of Minister Hua confronting him. Their daily quarrels in the court had long since established a rivalry that was hardly worth fretting over. Upon seeing old Master Lu, Hua Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. She understood that the banquet in the courtyard was not to be taken lightly. Thus, she had intentionally chosen to play chess with Mr. Zhu Li upon entering the garden, hoping to enlist his aid should trouble arise. Little did she expect that fate would lead to an encounter with old Master Lu instead. When she and Xiao Yan arrived at Wenlan Cottage, she discreetly instructed Chiao Tao to slip some silver to a maid in the courtyard, asking her to inform old Master Lu if any issues arose. She had thought old Master Lu would send someone to assist her due to his desire to play chess with her, yet here he was, arriving in person. Child, do not fear. With me here, I shall see who dares to touch you. Old Master Lu's declaration left the members of the Hua household in a state of discomfort, while old Lady Hua's complexion shifted like a painter's palette, alternating between hues of green and purple. She had intended to use the pretext of family matters to have Hua Jingli take Hua Qianqian away when she noticed a stern-faced matron entering behind old Master Lu. Upon seeing this matron, old Lady Hua immediately rose. Matron Fong, what brings you here? This Matron Fong was the chief maidservant of the Grand Princess, who was the Emperor's full sister. Hence, while old Lady Hua could disregard old Master Lu's authority, she had to show some respect to Matron Fong. Matron Fong entered the room and bowed to old Lady Hua, saying, Old Lady Hua, the Grand Princess has sent me to convey a message. Upon hearing Matron Fong's words, old Lady Hua's expression brightened momentarily. Oh, Does the princess wish to see Shuyu? The grand princess had always held a fondness for Shuyu, having praised her at various gatherings and even expressed a desire to adopt her as a goddaughter. As old lady Hua was about to summon Shuyu, matron Fong shook her head. The grand princess wishes me to inform you that if the food and drink in the courtyard do not suit your taste, you are welcome to seek other accommodations. Do not allow the younger generation to cause disturbances in the courtyard. What? Old lady Hua's smile froze upon her face. Matron Fong's message was quite stern, and she had not anticipated that the grand princess would not only fail to summon them for the Lotus Appreciation Banquet, but would also send a reprimand. Hua Qianqian trembled with indignation, unable to comprehend why the grand princess, who had always favored her, would publicly humiliate the Hua family. Chapter 38. Qianqian. That girl is indeed remarkable. Matron Fong then glanced at the disheveled Hua Qianqian and Xiaolon, her brow furrowing. It is quite unbecoming for you two young ladies to be in such a state. I shall have someone prepare garments for you to change into. Seeing old Master Lu and Matron Fong coming to Hua Qianqian's aid nearly caused Madame Xiao to choke on her frustration. However, upon hearing Matron Fong's suggestion to change their clothes, her mind began to churn with ideas. Indeed, it is time for a change of attire. Madame Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaolon, who understood her mother's intentions and nodded subtly. She cast a furtive glance at Hua Qianqian, her eyes filled with malice. Let your arrogance be your downfall. Soon you will learn your true worth. Suppressing her wicked grin, Xiaolon bowed to Matron Fong, saying, I appreciate your assistance, Matron Fong. Matron Fong whispered to the maidservants behind her, and one approached Hua Qianqian and Xiaolon, saying, Please follow this maid to the guest room to change. Hua Qianqian looked towards Li Yuan, who nodded gently, his voice calm as he said, Go. I will wait for you. Clad in a tea-white embroidered bamboo robe and a dark cloak, his noble countenance radiated an aura of authority. Hua Qianqian had initially intended to leave the courtyard, but hearing Li Yuan's words made her inexplicably inclined to agree, softly replying, All right. In his presence, all her resentment dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. This smile caught Xiaoyan off guard, causing his breath to hitch. Despite their time together, he felt he had never witnessed such a smile from her before. Hua Qianqian observed the scene, her jealousy barely concealed. Since their last encounter at the Li family home, the image of Li Yuan had lingered in her mind. The four brothers of the Hua family and Yuan Yan were undoubtedly handsome, yet they paled in comparison to Li Yuan. It was unfortunate that he was a cripple and of such low status. Otherwise, she might have considered abandoning Yuan Yan to pursue him. Hua Qianqian gazed at Li Yuan, unable to suppress the thought that one day she would make him enamored with her, just as her brothers were. Inciting disdain for Hua Qianqian, Qiu Tao, seeing Hua Qianqian preparing to leave with the maid, hurriedly followed, only to be stopped by Madame Xiao. Why are you following them? The courtyard's maidservants are present. What purpose do you serve? Madame Xiao pinched Qiu Tao hard, her frustration simmering as she sought to punish the insolent Hua Qianqian without being able to reprimand the maid. Qiu Tao winced in pain, but remained silent, unwilling to embarrass her mistress in front of Matron Fong. Hua Qianqian turned, her clear eyes meeting Madame Xiao's. Sometimes, when a person is intent on self-destruction, no one can halt them. Qiu Tao, please wait for me with my cousin for a moment. She offered Qiu Tao a reassuring glance. Qiu Tao obediently nodded, watching as Hua Qianqian departed. Madame Xiao, watching her retreating figure, nearly burst into laughter, eagerly anticipating Hua Qianqian's reaction upon her return. She shot a glance at Qiu Tao, sneering as she addressed Old Lady Hua. Old lady, such a servant should not be indulged, otherwise, she won't know her place. Perhaps you should give her family to me. I can train them properly and return them to you. Upon hearing Madame Zhao's words, Qiu Tao's complexion drained of color. Their entire family's bondservant contract lay in Old Lady Hua's hands. If she agreed to give them to Madame Xiao, their family would likely face ruin. Tears welled in Qiu Tao's eyes, but the real anguish lay in the thought of not being able to accompany her mistress. What would happen if someone bullied her mistress? Hua Qianqian realized that Hua Qianqian shared a close bond with Qiu Tao, and separating them would indeed cause her distress. Her eyes glinting with malice. She took Old Lady Hua's arm, saying, Grandmother, Qiu Tao has been at the Xiao residence for half a year. She has likely grown accustomed to it. Why not let her stay there? Whatever Hua Qianqian proposed, Old Lady Hua would agree. Just as she was about to nod, Matron Fong interjected. Old lady, the Grand Princess's residence is currently short-staffed. My mistress has asked me to select a few capable ones. I believe this girl would be suitable. If you wish to sell her, consider selling her to Her Highness. Old Lady Hua's expression froze at Matron Fong's words. She could not comprehend why Matron Fong was so intent on defending that troublesome girl today. However, with Matron Fong having spoken, should she send the girl elsewhere or sell her, it would be tantamount to disrespecting the Grand Princess. Rest assured, old lady, since she hails from the Hua family, the Grand Princess's residence will treat her well. Madame Hua found herself cornered by Granny Fong, forced to swallow her grievances and feign a wretched smile. Very well. I shall return and have this girl's parents sent to the Grand Princess's residence. I am most grateful, Madame Hua. I shall now take my leave to report to the Grand Princess. With a bow, she turned to exit. Yet unnoticed by all, as Granny Fong passed by Li Yuan, she subtly bent her knee in respect. Upon returning to the lotus viewing pond, the Grand Princess, Yu Dairong, was seated at the pavilion, engaged in light conversation with several ladies. Granny Fong hastened to her side, pouring wine for her as she spoke. Rest assured, my lady, all is in order. At this, Yu Dairong nodded gently, her golden hairpin swaying slightly, but soon stilled. Well then, having aided Yuana, I shall consider it a favor repaid. Her delicate brows furrowed momentarily. Yet this boy has grown rather audacious, returning to the capital without a word. If the emperor discovers this, he shall be furious. She understood well her brother's wariness of Prince Cheng, who had been deliberately given the Li surname to thwart any ambitions he might harbor. The emperor was her elder brother, while Li Yuan's father, Prince Cheng, was her third brother. She wished to avoid strife between them, but matters of the royal family were exceedingly complex.
Sighing,
she decided not to dwell on such distressing thoughts. One must seize joy wherever possible. How is Yuano's health? She pondered. That child has suffered from a strange illness since youth, rendering him proud and reluctant to engage with others, let alone seek help. I never imagined he would come to me for assistance regarding a fictitious cousin. Granny Fong replied, the young prince appears to be in good spirits. Yu Dairong responded with a soft contemplating that if he were well, settling down in the capital would be a commendable choice. A thought crossed her mind, and a smile graced her lips. That girl Shiyue seems quite suitable. Chapter 39. A spectacle awaits. Granny Fong sensed that Yu Dairong might be considering a match between the Hua family's fifth miss and the young Prince Cheng. She opened her mouth slightly, but, after a moment of hesitation, chose to remain silent. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she felt the young prince's gaze towards Hua Qianqian was unusually tender. She had never witnessed him regard anyone in such a manner. However, she was also aware of Hua Qianqian's reputation. Setting aside the compatibility of their appearances and statuses, the fact that she had been married once before would undoubtedly displease the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess, who held her nephew, the young prince, in high regard, would certainly not approve of him marrying a woman of dubious past. Granny Fong sighed softly, sensing that the long quiet capital was on the verge of upheaval once more. The maidservants led Hua Qianqian and Xiaolon to a guest room near Wenlon Cottage and waited outside. The two entered, changing into the garments brought for them. Hua Qianqian donned a stunning rosy gown with flowing sleeves, complemented by a white fox fur cloak, enhancing her radiant beauty. In contrast, Xiaolon wore a simple dark green skirt, her already mature appearance making her look significantly older than Hua Qianqian. Observing the transformed Hua Qianqian, Xiaolon felt a pang of jealousy, nearly biting her lip in frustration. However, recalling the unfolding plan, she quickly regained her composure. What if she looks better? She is still nothing but a discarded object. A spectacle is about to unfold. As Hua Qianqian prepared to leave, Xiaolon intercepted her, her expression twisted with malice. Hua Qianqian, do not delude yourself into thinking my brother will take a liking to you just because of your appearance. Xiaolan's eyes glimmered with venom, and suddenly, she received a sharp slap to the face, leaving her stunned. Does it hurt? That means you aren't dreaming, Hua Qianqian retorted. You wretched girl. How dare you strike me? Enraged, Xiaolon reached for the rosemary hidden in her sleeve. Her mother had already laced the wine with a sleeping drug. Once Hua Qianqian drank from the cup she offered, she would soon succumb to dizziness. Afterward, Xiaolon would have her taken to a nearby room to rest, where her mother had prepared a grand surprise for Hua Qianqian. Yet, to Xiaolan's dismay, Hua Qianqian had refused the drink. However, this was of little concern. She was still unwittingly falling into their trap. With another pouch of potent rosemary in hand, she felt confident. Little did she know, Hua Qianqian had already caught wind of the rosemary scent. Hua Qianqian had been on guard against Xiaolan's moves. Sensing her intent, she acted first, seizing Xiaolan's wrist before the latter could comprehend. Before she could react, Hua Qianqian snatched the paper bag from her grip and slapped it across her face. Startled, Xiaolan scrambled to wipe the powder from her skin, giving Hua Qianqian the perfect opportunity to draw a silver needle from her pouch and plunge it into Xiaolan's crown. Xiaolan managed to utter before her consciousness began to fade. She had no time to fear before she succumbed to darkness. Hua Qianqian gazed at Xiaolan's unconscious form, her eyes darkening. Just as she contemplated dragging Xiaolan to the bed, a strange noise emanated from the window. Furrowing her brow, she suspected it was the man her adversaries had prepared for her, stealing herself. Hua Qianqian removed the silver hairpin from her head and approached the window with swift determination. Moments later, the window creaked open slightly, revealing a suspicious face. The man, perceiving the stillness within, wore a look of confusion. In a swift motion, he opened the window fully and leapt inside. However, as he landed, a gust of wind brushed past him, and he turned to see a sharp silver pin glinting dangerously close to his eye. "How is it you?" Upon recognizing the intruder, Hua Qianqian's brows knitted tightly. In that instant, a duo, seizing the opportunity, while Hua Qianqian was momentarily startled, retreated a few steps, thumping his chest as he attempted to calm his racing heart. "Trust me, I mean you no harm," he whispered, gesturing towards the window. Hua Qianqian peered outside and saw a repugnant man lying in wait. This was a servant she had encountered at the Xiao household, responsible for menial tasks. Understanding dawned upon her. This was the man Zhao's mother had arranged as her would-be seducer. "Why are you helping me?" She recognized a duo, recalling his assistance in the apothecary. Surely, he was connected to the ledger as well. The memory of the man who had saved her from the village surged to the forefront of her mind, but she quickly dismissed the thought. It was clear this man before her was slick-tongued and bore no resemblance to her memories. A duo, oblivious to Hua Qianqian's thoughts, felt like slapping himself. As a personal bodyguard to the young prince, he had been discovered by an ordinary girl. He had assumed Hua Qianqian would be incapacitated by Xiaolan's scheme and planned to rescue her unnoticed. Little did he know, he was nearly caught by her instead. His impending bonus was now a distant dream. He feared his wages would be entirely withheld by his master. A duo felt utterly despondent. "Believe me, I will not harm you. You must leave now. I will handle the rest." Seeing Hua Qianqian remaining still, a duo anxiously implored, "My dear lady, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Do you truly wish to be discovered?" No sooner had he spoken than a maid's voice resounded from outside, inquiring, "Are the two young ladies ready?" Hua Qianqian regarded the man before her, who was clasping his hands in a bow, and after a brief pause, replied to the maid outside, "Please wait. I will emerge shortly after adjusting my hair." A duo sighed in relief, grateful that Hua Qianqian still believed him. She cast a deep glance at him, adjusted her attire, and stepped out of the room. Upon seeing only Hua Qianqian exit, the maid was first taken aback by her stunning attire, then quickly composed herself, bowing respectfully. "Sixth miss, why hasn't Miss Xiao come out?" Hua Qianqian glanced back at the room, then turned toward the maid with a gentle smile. "She needs a bit more time to finish her makeup. Please be patient." Chapter 40. A thought provoked by intensity. Just as Hua Qianqian was about to turn away, a fierce voice echoed from within, "You wretched servants! Do you not know to bring me a basin of water to freshen up?" It was the voice of Xiaolan. Yet the speaker was not Xiaolan herself. Had Hua Qianqian not known that Xiaolan had fainted, she too would have been deceived by that voice. Listening to the uncanny mimicry, Hua Qianqian's curiosity regarding the man inside grew. However, she could not return, for doing so would risk exposing Xiaolan's condition to the maid. Suppressing her intrigue, she said to the maid, "Please stay to attend to Miss Xiao. I shall return to Wenlan Cottage alone." The maid, recalling Xiaolan's disheveled state after being drenched in drink, knew that she would require some time to compose herself. After a moment's hesitation, she bowed and replied, "Very well. Please take care on your way back, 6th Mississippi." Once Hua Qianqian departed, the maid fetched a basin of water and returned to the guest room, calling out Miss Xiao. "The water is ready."
"Come."
Upon hearing this, the maid pushed open the door. Yet as she stepped inside, she suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck. Before she could discern the figure behind her, her vision blurred, and she collapsed. A duo swiftly caught the falling maid and gently placed her in a nearby chair. With an apologetic bow, he murmured, "Forgive me, my dear. I had no choice but to render you unconscious. I promise to treat you to a meal someday." After ensuring the maid was settled, a duo dragged the man from outside into the room and tossed him onto the bed alongside Xiaolan. This was not enough. Noticing the powder on Xiaolan's face, he chuckled softly and rubbed some of the rosemary from her cheeks onto the man's nose, then clapped his hands and whispered, "One must not reap what one sows." The scene is quite the spectacle. Alas, you both are rather unsightly. I fear I might develop a rash from looking at you. Farewell. With that, he nimbly slipped out through the window. Before long, both individuals on the bed began to regain consciousness, yet felt as if flames were consuming them. Xiaolan, unable to resist the overwhelming desire, instinctively clutched the figure before her, and soon, the bedding began to stir. Hua Qianqian remained oblivious to the events transpiring in the guest room. After leaving the courtyard, her thoughts became disordered as a myriad of questions flooded her mind. Who was that man? Why did he choose to assist her? Did he share any connection with the man from her previous life who had saved her? She realized that, even in her rebirth, many truths remained elusive. Reflecting on the masked man, her emotions became tumultuous. He had saved her, yet inadvertently led her into another abyss. When she was brutally attacked by Hua Qianqian and Yuanian, she longed to see him once more, to uncover the visage concealed behind his mask, yet she had never caught sight of him again. A tear slipped down her cheek, shattering upon the ground. Hua Qianqian intended to wipe away the other tear, but a handkerchief was unexpectedly presented before her. Looking up, she discovered Li Yuan had approached her without her noticing. The man pressed his crimson lips together, his brows furrowed, his gaze averted from her. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, "You look quite ugly when you cry." At his words, Hua Qianqian could not help but smile slightly. "Who says I was crying? It was merely the wind," she retorted. "I'm just a proud little darling." She did not wish for anyone to witness her vulnerable side. Glancing behind Li Yuan, she noted he was alone and could not resist inquiring, "Where is Qiu Tao?" "The Grand Princess has purchased Qiu Tao's family as contract from Lady Hua. I sent her to inform her parents," Li Yuan replied. Hua Qianqian was taken aback. Why would the Grand Princess buy Qiu Tao as family without reason? Could it be that old Master Lu was helping her by asking the Grand Princess? This seemed the only plausible explanation. Old Master Lu had aided her significantly today. Upon her return, she must find a way to express her gratitude. With this in mind, she tilted her head and asked, "What about old Master Lu? Has he returned?" Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, pondering how this girl, after their meeting, asked everything under the sun except about him. "He has returned." Hua Qianqian, oblivious to the shift in Li Yuan's mood, recalled the banknotes Xiao Yan had promised her but had yet to collect. With puffed cheeks, she declared, "Then let us return to Wenlan Cottage." Li Yuan believed she desired to see Xiao Yan again, and his expression darkened slightly. Yet she continued earnestly, "I still need to collect my banknotes." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan paused, his previously downturned mouth unexpectedly curving into a smile. This girl, usually so composed, lit up at the mention of money. How could she become so avaricious? But recalling that her wet nurse had perished due to lack of funds for treatment, a pang of pain gripped his heart. He had been away from the capital for years, unaware that she had endured such hardships. "I sent Qiu Tao away," he informed her. Hua Qianqian sighed in relief. "Then let us go home. Now that I have received the money, I have no desire to see those people's faces." Noticing Hua Qianqian's lack of interest in visiting Xiao Yan, a smile returned to Li Yuan's lips. His deep gaze fell upon her, the cold winds painting her fair cheeks with a rosy hue. The fluffy fox fur collar added a playful touch to her radiant face, concealing the worries that once lingered. It was evident her spirits had lifted. "Have you eaten yet?" Li Yuan asked, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "I will take you to eat," he offered, leading her toward a guest house on the western side of the elegant courtyard. By the time they reached the guest house, the moon had ascended the western tower, and the maid had lit the lanterns along the eaves. Leaning her chin on her hand, Hua Qianqian gazed out at the falling snow, feeling a chill. Spotting a table laden with delicacies alongside a warm pot of wine, she took a sip from the cup. But after just one sip, her delicate features scrunched in distaste. How spicy! While Li Yuan and the Hua family fretted over Hua Qianqian and Xiaolan's prolonged absence, they dispatched someone to seek out Mama Fong for assistance. Upon receiving the news, Mama Fong was incredulous. How could two perfectly healthy young women vanish within the elegant courtyard? After reporting to the Grand Princess, she set out with several attendants to search for them. Yet, before long, a maid hurried back, announcing, Madame Xiao has located 6th Miss Hua. Chapter 41. A most embarrassing situation. Mama Fong was taken aback by this news, perplexed as to why only one of them had been found. As she prepared to inquire further, she noticed the maid's troubled expression. The expression on the girl's face caused Mammy Fong's heart to sink instantly. She sensed that something dreadful must have occurred. Without pausing to inquire about the circumstances from the maid, Mammy Fong hastened her steps, following the maid to the location where Madame Xiao had discovered Hua Qianqian. Upon arriving near the guest room, Mammy Fong observed several members of the Hua family, along with Madame Xiao and her son, standing outside the room. Inside, sounds that would make one's face flush were resonating. Having spent so many years in the harem, Mammy Fong quickly comprehended the situation, her complexion turning ashen. The 6th daughter of the Hua family was someone whom His Highness the young prince had entrusted her to protect. With such an incident occurring, how could she explain it to him? As Madame Xiao spotted Mammy Fong approaching, she immediately came forward. Mammy, you have arrived. If you hadn't come, we truly wouldn't know how to handle this matter. The old matriarch of the Hua family approached with a grave expression, offering her apologies. It is my failure as a grandmother. Once we return home, I will send this disgraceful girl to a monastery for introspection. Hua Shuiwe feigned disbelief, murmuring, Grandmother. How could my sick sister change so, after leaving home? How could she behave like this in the elegant courtyard? The elegant courtyard was the domain of the Grand Princess. How could Hua Qianqian commit such a scandalous act here without facing repercussions? Madame Xiao pretended to sigh dramatically. I wondered why the 6th daughter wished to part ways with Yenner. It turns out it was for this reason. Hearing this, Xiao Yan unconsciously clenched his fists hidden in his sleeves, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger. However, Mammy Fong found the words of these individuals somewhat peculiar and furrowed her brows, asking, Madame Xiao, old matriarch Hua, how do you know that the person inside is the 6th daughter? Madame Xiao's face flushed, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. I was anxious earlier and opened the door a crack. I saw the garments strewn on the floor, which were precisely what the 6th daughter wore today. If it is not Hua Qianqian, who else could it be? Wanner sent word through a maid from the elegant courtyard, stating that she had been summoned by the Grand Princess to the Lotus Pool. Aside from Hua Qianqian, who else could be in that room? Regrettably, the Grand Princess had not yet arrived. If she and those noble ladies witnessed the scene, how could that wretched girl Hua Qianqian show her face again? As she contemplated this, she noticed a row of lanterns illuminating the distance, followed by the Grand Princess, adorned in splendid attire, appearing on the stone path amidst a throng. Upon seeing the Grand Princess, Madame Zhao's expression brightened, nearly unable to conceal her delight. However, the old matriarch of the Hua family furrowed her brow, casting a worried glance at Hua Shuiwe, fearing that this incident might tarnish her reputation. She hurriedly leaned on her cane and approached, bowing to Yu Dairong. Grand Princess, my apologies for troubling you with such a trivial matter. Yu Dairong approached slowly, her expression betraying a hint of displeasure. This incident had already spread to the Lotus Pool. How could such a disgraceful affair occur in her esteemed elegant courtyard without inciting her ire? Nevertheless, given the old matriarch's age, she refrained from unleashing her anger upon her, merely fixing a cold gaze on Mammy Fong and demanding, what exactly is going on here? Mammy Fong had not intended to make this matter public, but seeing so many ladies accompanying the Grand Princess, she realized it was futile to conceal it any longer. She quietly recounted the events to Yu Dairong. Upon hearing this, the anger in Yu Dairong's eyes intensified. With her experience, she could not fathom how Hua Qianqian could be foolish enough to meet her lover in such a place. Yet, the woman had been so easily deceived, tarnishing her domain. Due to her connection with Yuana, she had been willing to assist Hua Qianqian once, but now, with so many witnesses, she could no longer extend her help. The ladies who had accompanied the Grand Princess, hearing the faint sounds emanating from the guest room, could not help but speculate about the scandal unfolding. How could the 6th daughter be so ignorant of propriety? It is utterly shameful. Not only ignorant, but she is truly shameless. Any family with such a daughter deserves to be punished. Observing the Grand Princess's increasingly displeased expression, Hua Shuiwe hurriedly approached the crowd, kneeling before Yu Dairong and pleading, Your Highness, with matters having escalated to this point, I do not know how to defend my sick sister. I only ask that you consider her youth and refrain from blaming her. If you are angered, please punish me in her stead." Yu Dairong sighed inwardly upon seeing Hua Qianqian, thinking that if Hua Qianqian possessed even a fraction of her sister's sensibility, she would never have caused such trouble. Leaving it for her to resolve. The old matriarch of the Hua family could not understand why Hua Qianqian would take the blame for such a wretched girl. Her heart raced with anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot pan, but with the grand princess silent, she dared not interject. "Qianqian, why would you say such a thing?" Hua Jingji had endured long enough. He could not believe that the person inside was his little sister. She would never engage in such disgraceful behavior. They had just arrived and were still unclear about the situation, yet now, with the grand princess present, Hua Qianqian had the audacity to plead for her sister's pardon. What crime? Why is she so certain that the person inside is my little sister? His heart ached at the thought of his sister's reputation being tarnished by such an act. Hua Jingji felt as if he could barely recognize Hua Qianqian anymore, questioning which face truly represented her. His eyes reddened with emotion, startling Hua Qianqian. Li Shi quickly pulled Hua Jingji aside, admonishing him. "What are you doing? Qianqian is only acting out of concern for that wretched girl." "Mother." Hua Jingji stared incredulously at Li Shi. "Do you also believe that little sister would?" His disbelief was palpable. "What does my belief matter?" Li Shi's eyes too were red, her own frustrations unrecognized by anyone else. That girl continually stirred up trouble. And in the end, it was still her who would suffer the humiliation. Hua Jingji scoffed, gritting his teeth. Fine, you all don't believe in little sister. Then I will prove it to you." Taking a deep breath, he turned and strode toward the guest room, determined to demonstrate that the person inside was absolutely not his little sister. "Fourth brother, what are you doing? Stop right there. You cannot go in." The shouts from behind were incessant, yet Hua Jingji showed no signs of halting. Madame Zhao's smile widened. She awaited the moment when Hua Qianqian's disgraceful actions would be laid bare before all, relishing the thought of her being scorned like a rat in the street. With a resounding crash, Hua Jingji kicked open the door. Before anyone could discern who was inside, a melodious voice rang out from not far away. "What is everyone gathered here for?" Upon hearing this voice, the crowd was struck with astonishment. Hua Jingji snapped back to reality, turning to see Hua Qianqian standing gracefully nearby, tears streaming down his face. "What did I say? The person inside cannot be little sister. Thank heavens, it is truly not her." If Hua Jingji's shock morphed into uncontrollable joy, Hua Qianqian's shock transformed into rage and resentment. She could not comprehend why the person inside was not Hua Qianqian. What had Xiaolon done that even this foolish girl could not manage? With Hua Qianqian standing there unscathed, her earlier performance before the Grand Princess had become a mere jest. Once Hua Jingji learned that the person inside was not Hua Qianqian, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Who the person inside was no longer concerned him. He swiftly approached Hua Qianqian, glancing around to confirm her well-being, and could not help but laugh heartily. "Not you. Thank goodness. Truly thank goodness." On the other side, Madame Zhao recognized the newcomer as Hua Qianqian, her eyes nearly bulging in shock. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed. Hua Qianqian adjusted her cloak, raising an embroidered brow and tilting her head to gaze at Madame Zhao with her sparkling eyes. Having consumed a few sips of wine, her cheeks flushed slightly as she puffed her cheeks in a serious manner, asking, "Then where do you think I should be?" Li Yuan observed the intoxicated Hua Qianqian, her innocent demeanor evoking a hint of helpless amusement in his eyes. Upon seeing Li Yuan, Yu Dairong had already surmised that he was the one who rescued Hua Qianqian. She sighed, realizing that this child had indeed caused her trouble upon her return. However, if the person in the room was not Hua Qianqian, then who could it be? The suspense did not linger for long, as the door was kicked open by Hua Jingji, allowing a gust of cool wind to sweep in, rousing the two pale figures inside. Once the woman on the bed regained her senses and recognized the people before her, she let out a startled scream. "You scoundrel! Don't touch me! Get away from me!" Xiaolon was nearly losing her mind. What was happening? The pain coursing through her body felt as if she might split apart. Even she, despite her naivety, could piece together what she had experienced. The physical pain and the overwhelming despair surged upon her. If anyone were to see her in such a state, how could she ever face them again? Realizing her predicament, she hastily grabbed her skirt to cover herself and stumbled out of the room. Yet, she could never have anticipated the crowd waiting outside. facing their disdainful gazes. Xiaolan's face turned as pale as a sheet.
Lan air.
Upon seeing that the person who emerged was indeed Xiaolan, Madame Xiao nearly fainted. Though she was wrapped in her clothing, her panic had left one arm exposed, revealing numerous bruises. Even a fool could imagine what she had just endured. Madame Xiao felt her legs weaken. Wasn't Xiaolan at the Lotus viewing pool? How could she possibly be in this room? Suddenly, her furious gaze turned towards Hua Qianqian, trembling as she pointed at her and shouted, "It's you. You must be the wretched girl who harmed my honor." The individuals in the room must be Hua Qianqian. She had certainly caused Lana harm. Realizing this, Madame Xiao lunged towards Yudairong, weeping, "Your Highness, you must seek justice for my Lana. This vile woman is intent on ruining her. How can we allow Lana to live after this? How could she be so malicious? Unable to win my son's favor, she sought to destroy the Xiao family." Xiao Yan, who had just felt relieved that the individuals in the room were not Hua Qianqian, stood dumbfounded upon seeing Xiaolan rush out of the guest room. The Grand Princess regarded Madame Xiao, her brows knitting together slightly, a flicker of anger appearing on her well-maintained face. Did this lady of Yongning take her for a fool? She had intended to harm others, but had been harmed instead. And now she sought to use the Grand Princess's authority for retribution. Most importantly, how could she choose to engage in such disgraceful acts at Yu Yuan? "Madame Xiao, are you certain you wish for me to intervene in this matter?" Coincidentally, the wife of Lord Shi of the Dali Temple is present. Perhaps we could have her notify Lord Shi to send someone to investigate thoroughly. Yu Dairong's tone remained unaltered, yet the pressure of her position instilled fear in Madame Xiao. The latter fell to the ground, trembling, and dared not speak further. Lady Shi, being astute, recognized that the disgraceful events transpiring in Yu Yuan should not be made public. With a smile, she interjected, "Which household does not have a few foolish servants? It is not a matter of great significance. Simply return home and administer a proper lesson. Just ensure that such disgrace does not resurface." The implication was clear. Madame Xiao should marry off or confine the now tarnished Xiaolan, preventing anyone from recalling today as distressing events. The wife of the Minister of Revenue also chimed in, "Indeed, Your Highness, you have yet to respond to the previous invitation. Let us not allow a few foolish individuals to spoil the mood. Let us return." With two ladies initiating the discussion, the remaining guests followed suit. Yu Dairong glanced at Granny Fong, who immediately responded, "Your Highness, allow me to handle the matters here." Yu Dairong nodded lightly, but, as she departed, she addressed the prostrate Madame Xiao. "Madame Xiao, I loathe two things above all, being manipulated and being made a fool of. Those who dare to use or deceive me shall not meet a favorable fate." Even Madame Xiao, in her folly, discerned the implications of the Grand Princess's words. She had angered the Grand Princess. As she watched the retreating figures, cold sweat dripped down her forehead, leaving her utterly bewildered about what to do next. It was Xiao Yan who swiftly shed his cloak and draped it over Xiaolan. Realizing her current plight, Xiaolan grasped Xiao Yan's wrist, her eyes red with tears as she cried, "Elder brother, it was Hua Qianqian. That wretched girl harmed me. Elder brother, help me take revenge. I want to kill that vixen." The moment the Grand Princess suggested inviting Lord Shi for an investigation, Madame Xiao panicked, and Xiao Yan, observing his mother's expression, understood that this was likely her doing. How could he possibly blame Hua Qianqian? Seeing Xiao Lan's relentless weeping, he grew furious and struck her across the face, exclaiming, "Be quiet. Enough of this. Hurry home." His slap was delivered with great force, knocking out one of Xiao Lan's teeth. Xiao Yan, realizing he had lost control, felt a pang of regret, but given Xiao Lan's actions, he believed she deserved some form of punishment. Chapter 43. Our accounts are not yet settled. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, bewildered by how events had spiraled into chaos and yearning for those peaceful days now lost. Then, casting a complex glance at Hua Qianqian, he prepared to take Xiaolan away when she spoke up. "Young Master Xiao, do not be hasty." Hua Qianqian wore a light smile, stepping forward, but her inebriation caused her to sway slightly. Li Yuan quickly reached out to steady her. His heart raced. He regretted allowing Hua Qianqian to drink. Once intoxicated, she was incessantly cheerful. Had Xiao Tao been present, she would have reminded Li Yuan that her young lady had two prohibitions, one against drinking and the other against counting money. Once either was breached, she would transform, her mood soaring. Steadying herself, Hua Qianqian blinked innocently at Li Yuan and remarked, "Why is this path a bit uneven?" Li Yuan responded, while Xiaoyan had never seen this side of Hua Qianqian. Watching her smile at Li Yuan stirred an indescribable feeling within him, and he pursed his lips, asking, "Is there something else?" Hua Qianqian frowned, incredulous that this man still dared to inquire about her intentions. Did he not possess any self-awareness? Our accounts are not yet settled. Xiaoyan had not anticipated that Hua Qianqian would bring this up, his face flushing with embarrassment. I understand. I will ensure the calculations are settled, and the remaining silver will be returned to you. Hua Qianqian shook her head. I do not wish for silver. Perhaps the young master has none to spare. Then what do you desire? I believe young Master Xiao would prefer to avoid further entanglements with me to prevent protracted discussions regarding dowries. Instead, why not offer a few estates outside the capital as a substitute for the dowry? This was a thought Hua Qianqian had long entertained, for she sought to reclaim the texts and notes from the esteemed Dr. Zhua. You shall not have them. You vile woman, having harmed my honor this way, you still covet the Xiao family's possessions. I shall tear you apart. Madame Xiao rose from the ground, gritting her teeth as she charged at Hua Qianqian, her long nails poised to scratch her face. Li Yuan's eyes turned icy. He was about to intervene when Xiao Yan swiftly positioned himself in front of Hua Qianqian. Madame Zhao's claw struck Xiao Yan's neck, leaving a long, crimson mark.
Yan.
Madame Xiao gasped, rushing forward to check on his injury, but he shoved her away. Mother, have you had enough of your antics? Xiao Yan was genuinely enraged. He had never anticipated that his mother and sister could stoop so low. Regardless of whether Hua Qianqian had deceived him in the past, he could not tolerate his family treating her in such a deplorable manner. He had always believed that Hua Qianqian was the true villain. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was in turmoil. After stopping Madame Xiao, he dared not cast another glance at Hua Qianqian and solemnly replied, I understand. I will do as you say. With that, he did not linger, hastily instructing someone to escort Xiao Lan and Madame Xiao away from the elegant courtyard. Once Xiao Yan departed, Hua Jingji approached Hua Qianqian with a hint of trepidation, saying, Little Six, fourth brother wishes to eat osmanthus cake. Could you return and make it for him? Noting Hua Qianqian's silence, he anxiously added, Didn't you say you wanted to dine at Fuxiangju? Fourth brother will take you there tomorrow. He circled around the young lady, chattering incessantly. Yet she did not so much as glance at him, instead smiling at Li Yuan and saying, Let us go home. Li Yuan nodded gently, responding with a quiet affirmation. And Hua Qianqian then urged him to leave the courtyard. Watching Hua Qianqian's indifferent figure fade away, Hua Jingji felt an emptiness settle in his heart. He chuckled softly, dressed in somewhat disheveled attire, lacking the ostentatious golden crown, a hint of stubble gracing his face. Unable to contain himself, he stood there, laughing to the point of tears, though his eyes reflected profound sorrow. Li Shi, witnessing his state, rushed over, grasping Hua Jingji's arm. Fourth young master, what troubles you? Please do not frighten your mother. However, Hua Jingji shook off Li Shi's hand, staring intently at her. You're satisfied now that you've driven little Six away. Hua Shuiwei, tears in her eyes, looked at Hua Jingji, her voice trembling with grievance. Fourth brother, we do not wish for sixth sister to leave. But you saw it too. She refuses to engage with us. I do not know what I did wrong. If only I did, I would surely amend it. Seeing Hua Shuiwei in tears, the old matriarch, Li Shi, and Hua Jingji were all alarmed. Hua Jingji exclaimed in anger, What is there to amend? She has changed. The old matriarch gritted her teeth, declaring, Sam Lang is correct. It is that wretched child who is ungrateful. Had she not poured that jug of wine over Miss Xiao today, none of this would have transpired. If the Grand Princess were to take offense, I shall ensure she pays dearly for it. At this, Hua Jingji erupted into another fit of laughter, tears streaming down his face, yet his eyes brimmed with endless melancholy. Today's events were clearly orchestrated by the Xiao family against Little Six, yet his grandmother and mother only blamed her for resisting. If Little Six had submitted, would she have been the one in the room today? And how would they have treated her? It was no wonder that Little Six felt he had never regarded her as family. Hua Jingji gazed at Hua Shuiwei and, with deliberate clarity, inquired, Do you wish that the person in the room just now had been Little Six? With a resounding slap, Li Shi struck Hua Jingji across the face. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you speak to Shuiwei in such a manner? What has come over you today? Her three questions jolted Hua Jingji back to reality. He was not surprised by Li Shi's reaction, for he remembered that whenever he and his brothers clashed with others, Their mother would insist they apologize first. She only considered the feelings of outsiders, caring more about how others perceived her than whether her children faced injustice. Growing up, they had been raised by their grandfather, long free from their mother's reproach, except for little Six, who remained close to both mother and grandmother. Suddenly, he began to comprehend little Six's feelings. The pain of not being understood, protected, or acknowledged was truly unbearable. Hua Qianqian ceased to laugh, casting a glance at Li Shi and the others, remaining silent, before turning and vanishing into the night. Uncle Zhang drove the carriage along the route to and East Street. Hua Qianqian, still under the influence of alcohol, sat in the carriage, propping her chin on her hands, grinning foolishly at the moonlight outside, her throat humming a light tune. Li Yuan shook his head helplessly, murmuring, "This wine is quite potent. I must ensure you do not drink it again." It was astonishing how a mere cup of plum wine could leave her in such a state. Hua Qianqian, hearing Li Yuan's voice, turned her head to look at him, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, though the 2 droplets clinging to her eyelashes betrayed her true emotions. "He said he wants to eat the pastries I make. He has never said that before," she exclaimed, referring to Hua Qianqian. Chapter 44. I will not allow you to be hurt in her past life. She longed for Hua Qianqian to praise her as he did Hua Qianqian. Yet no matter how hard she tried, her 4th brother only viewed her with disdain. In her childhood, she would burn her hands while preparing food for him, only for him to laugh and call her foolish. Yet, if Hua Qianqian were to suffer even a minor injury, he would rush with Sange to every medical hall in the capital, bringing back ointments to tend to her wounds. As she recounted this, a droplet fell from her eyelashes, and Li Yuan, observing the tear, remained silent, instinctively reaching out to brush away the traces of sorrow on her face. "It's all right to cry if you are upset." "Who is upset?" Hua Qianqian defiantly pouted. "I don't care. If I get burned, I can make my own ointment. I don't need them to buy it for me." Yet, despite her words, the quivering expression on her face revealed her deep sense of grievance. No one simply becomes strong without reason. Seeing her in such a state, Li Yuan's gaze softened immediately, and he spoke gently. "I will not allow you to be hurt." Hua Qianqian smiled faintly, momentarily lost in thought, as if she could once again see the masked man. She nodded, murmuring, "All right."
I feel the same way.
Propping her face on her hands, she gazed at Li Yuan, her eyelids growing heavier, and soon, she drifted into a slumber. Watching her sleep, Li Yuan's expression turned profound. For some reason, he felt that when Hua Qianqian looked at him earlier, her eyes lacked focus, as if she were gazing at someone else. He touched his leg, letting out a bitter smile. What exactly was he hoping for? What does it matter if he cannot let go of this girl? In his current situation, how could he provide her with a promising future? Li Yuan took a deep breath, removing his cloak and draping it over Hua Qianqian, gazing at her tranquil form for a long while without moving. When the carriage returned to the Li residence, it was already late, yet no one in the family had retired. They were all waiting for their return. Upon seeing the 2 safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After ensuring Hua Qianqian was settled, Li Yuan returned to his own room. However, he did not sleep. Instead, he retrieved several letters tucked within a book and skimmed through them. At that moment, Amo and a duo emerged from the shadows. Kneeling before Li Yuan, Amo spoke softly, "Master, the preparations for your return to the capital are nearly complete. Chung and the others should be arriving in Jibei soon, and in a few days, we can meet at Yanling to return to Kyoto." Li Yuan nodded, recalling something. He fetched a box from the desk, opening it to reveal a leather mask. A duo sighed as he looked at the mask. To prevent the emperor from arbitrarily arranging marriages, the master had spread rumors that the young prince was cruel and exceedingly unattractive, bearing hideous scars on his face and delighting in tormenting women. With such a reputation, no respectable family would consider marrying their daughters to the young prince. When the master returned to Kyoto in his true identity, he could not reveal his actual appearance. Otherwise, the threshold of the prince's mansion would be trampled. A duo could not help but shake his head. Being so handsome was a curse in itself. Lost in thought, his eyes suddenly fell upon the book that had been left on the desk earlier that day. He cautiously stepped forward, reaching for the spring day painting. But just as his fingers brushed the edge of the book, Li Yuan's hand landed atop it. "My lord, this book is something I just purchased. If you fancy it, I shall acquire another for you. This edition is a first print, possessing considerable collectible value. A duo would not part with this book lightly."
Li Yuan.
though he could not recall owning such a book, was astute enough to discern its nature from a mere glance at its title and Adu's expression. Suddenly, he recollected flipping through its pages earlier that day, and the thought caused a subtle unease in his brow. Releasing his grip, he inhaled deeply and knelt upon the rooftop. Adu, bewildered and unable to voice his frustration, lamented, "My lord, if you truly appreciate it, please keep it. Do not punish me. The cold outside is unbearable, and the tiles on the roof are quite uncomfortable." 2 hours passed. Adu's heart sank as he realized he had already made the sacrifice, yet his lord remained displeased. Observing Adu's despondency as he clambered back onto the roof, Amo sighed and tossed a pillow down before him. How foolish! As dawn broke, the denizens of and East Street busied themselves with their daily toils. Mrs. Guan had meticulously checked the apothecary's accounts and was preparing to venture out to confer with the old shopkeeper about procuring medicinal herbs when she encountered a neighbor from next door. The neighbor cheerfully greeted her. "Sister, are you heading out so early?" Mrs. Guan responded with a smile. "Indeed, you are also up at this hour." The neighbor, leaning in slightly, continued, "I've noticed you've been in high spirits lately. Is there some joyous occasion in your household?" Mrs. Guan paused, momentarily puzzled by the insinuation. The neighbor, mistaking her silence for modesty, chuckled. "There's no shame in good fortune. I commend you for not shunning a girl who has been married before. However, such a girl often has a greater capacity for love. It seems your Yuan Bang is indeed fortunate." The neighbor spoke with palpable conviction, yet Mrs. Guan was taken aback. "Sister, please do not speak so. Qianqian and my Yuan Bang are not as you presume." The neighbor, skeptical, retorted, "Do not conceal the truth. If your Yuan Bang did not wish to marry that Lu girl, why would she not return to the Xiang residence but instead reside in your home? What a blessing it would be to forge a connection with the Xiang family. Perhaps soon you will move from and East Street." Hearing such words, Mrs. Guan furrowed her brow. If the neighbor had posed such a question, it was likely that many others shared the same notion. The gossip among neighbors must be rampant. Anger simmered within her, who desired a connection with the Xiang family. If her son were to wed the fifth miss of the Hua family, she would rather snuff out his life. Yet, she swiftly quelled her rising ire as the thought crossed her mind that if Yuan Bang truly wished to marry Qianqian, perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable. Conflicted, Mrs. Guan refrained from further dialogue with the neighbor. After discussing the apothecary matters with the old shopkeeper, she hurried home. Upon entering, she went directly to the old matriarch's chamber and recounted her encounter with the neighbor. The old matriarch frowned slightly at the news. Sitting in silence for a moment before inquiring, "Huinyang, tell me, if both Yuan Bang and Qianqian are willing, would you harbor any disdain for Qianqian?" Mrs. Guan was momentarily taken aback, pondering deeply. Previously, she would have been reluctant. In the past, Hua Qianqian's temperament had been excessively gentle, and her sister-in-law, who overly valued public opinion, was a person of muddled judgments whom she had never liked. However, through recent interactions, she had discovered many admirable qualities in Qianqian. Not only was she knowledgeable in medicine and adept in crafting ointments, but her culinary skills were also exemplary. Now that she had lost weight, her appearance was beyond reproach. What more could one ask for in a daughter-in-law? "Mother, how could I possibly disdain Qianqian? A daughter-in-law of such quality is rare to find. If Qianqian were to call me mother, I would be overjoyed. If she is willing, I have no objections, but I fear our family situation might burden her." Mrs. Guan spoke sincerely, and the old matriarch's worries diminished significantly. "I have faith in Yuan Bang. He is a responsible young man and would not allow Qianqian to suffer." She took Mrs. Guan's hand gently, saying, "I am grateful to have such a sensible daughter-in-law. Qianqian has endured much, but she is a good child. If she can enter our family, it would be a blessing. Huinyang, do not think me biased. I am simply reluctant to part with Qianqian." Though the old matriarch was gentle, she seldom shared such heartfelt sentiments with Mrs. Guan, and the praise brought tears to Mrs. Guan's eyes. Yet, the matter ultimately depended on the two children. If they both consented, they would arrange the union. What say you? "Very well, I shall heed my mother's wishes." Mrs. Guan nodded, her eyes glistening at the thought of her son's impending marriage. If only her husband were here to witness Yuan Bang's betrothal to Qianqian, he would undoubtedly be delighted. The old matriarch, reminded of her son by her daughter-in-law's words, felt a pang of longing. She wondered if she would ever see him again in her lifetime. However, knowing that Hua Qianqian would marry Yuan Bang meant she would no longer endure hardship from her in-laws. It was a wish fulfilled. Reflecting on this, the old matriarch's spirits lifted considerably. Mother, how shall we convey this to Qianqian? Mrs. Guan pondered, concerned that since Qianqian had just undergone a separation, would it not invite gossip if she were to marry into their family so soon? The old matriarch considered thoughtfully before whispering to Mrs. Guan, "There is no rush. Let us proceed with caution. If neither of them has yet realized their feelings, we can offer assistance. This is not a matter to be hurried." Mrs. Guan had never seen her mother-in-law in such a light. It was as if she were a child at heart. The thought of collaborating with her mother-in-law to unite Yuan Bang and Qianqian brought a smile to her face. "Very well, I shall follow your lead." The two women reached a harmonious understanding, nodding in agreement with one another. Unbeknownst to Hua Qianqian, her grandmother and aunt harbored intentions of matchmaking her with her second cousin. Perhaps it was the previous night's indulgence in wine that caused her to awaken late, nursing a headache and unable to recall how she had returned home. She had always known her tolerance for alcohol was poor, which is why she abstained from drinking. Yet, she could not resist a sip the previous day and found herself intoxicated. Alas, she wondered if she had spoken foolishly. If she had recounted the events of her past life, it would surely have alarmed her family. After freshening up, Hua Qianqian, feeling a mix of apprehension, entered Li Yuan's chamber to administer acupuncture. Li Yuan remained as distant as ever, engrossed in his book. Upon entering, she stole a few glances at him, reassured when she detected nothing amiss. Li Yuan caught sight of her cautious demeanor from the corner of his eye, and a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Approaching him, Hua Qianqian inquired, "Have your legs shown any signs of movement in the past few days?" Li Yuan nodded gently. Though painful and laborious, it was far better than remaining insensate. This revelation surprised him, since the onset of his illness a year prior. He had lost all feeling in his legs, believing he would never stand again. He had intended to travel south in search of an antidote but returned to the capital solely to see her, not anticipating that the poison within him would be suppressed by her presence. Seeing his nod, Hua Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached out to knead the area above his knees. A tingling and prickling sensation coursed through his legs, causing Li Yuan to instinctively tense up. It must hurt. Hua Qianqian noticed the furrow in his brow and softened her touch slightly. Alas, this is the only way to expedite your recovery. Li Yuan initially intended to intervene, yet the words lingered on the tip of his tongue before he swallowed them back. With a low, hoarse murmur, he turned his face away. He sighed silently, pondering whether this oblivious girl had any awareness of her actions. Did she truly regard him solely as an elder brother? Unknown to him, Hua Qianqian was focused solely on his ailment, perceiving him merely as a patient. After diligently massaging him for a while, she gently advised, "I cannot always assist you with the massage. During your free moments, you might try to do it yourself." As she spoke, she leaned closer, urging him to extend his hand, pointing to the acupoint on his leg and placing his long fingers on the spot. Hua Qianqian earnestly instructed him, her fair, delicate face mere inches from his, a strand of her dark hair cascading down to brush against the back of his hand. The faint, unique fragrance of a woman wafted through the air, causing his long eyelashes to flutter involuntarily. Clearing his throat, Li Yuan coughed lightly, swiftly withdrawing his hand and rolling his wheelchair back a few steps. "I understand. I shall manage such matters myself from now on. You should rest," he replied, his voice somewhat husky, his ears slightly flushed, though Hua Qianqian remained oblivious to these signs. She blinked, assuming he was merely fatigued, and chose not to disturb him further, instead wheeling him to a well-lit area before gathering her belongings and departing his room. Watching her retreating figure, Li Yuan let out a soft sigh. This girl harbored so many thoughts. He wondered if there was any corner of her heart that belonged to him. As the family members busied themselves throughout the day, they finally convened for dinner. Upon entering, Hua Qianqian promptly seated herself beside the matriarch, old Madame Li. The latter gazed at her with a smile gracing her eyes, feeling a wave of joy. This child had wept so sorrowfully upon her return. The matriarch had been concerned about her ability to overcome that hurdle. Tenderly, she wrapped her arm around Hua Qianqian's shoulders, gently patting her a few times, and softly remarked, "Qianqian, do not overexert yourself. Your grandmother has noticed you have lost quite a bit of weight these past few days. I fear for your health."
Leniency.
Seated on the other side of old Madam Li, nodded vigorously, gesturing earnestly, "Cousin, leave any tasks to us. Although I may not be as capable as you, I shall certainly give it my utmost effort." The concern expressed by her grandmother and cousin was genuine. Indeed, everyone in the household had been occupied, their contributions no less than her own. Yet, they seemed to take her burdens upon themselves, driven by a sense of compassion. She recalled her time at the Hua residence, kneeling beside the old matriarch for an hour, offering her a shoulder massage, yet receiving not a word of concern in return, leaving a bitter taste in her heart. Seeing the caring gazes of her grandmother and cousin, Hua Qianqian quickly brushed aside those unpleasant memories, rising with a smile to assist Guanshi and Leniency in setting the table before returning to her seat. The little boy Tuange noticed Hua Qianqian had settled down and scampered over to claim the spot next to her. Each day, he insisted on sitting beside her, yet today, he received a sharp glance from Guanshi. "Why are you always so fidgety? Move aside, don't crowd your cousin." Afterward, Guanshi turned her gaze toward Li Yuanbang, casually suggesting, "Banger, why don't you switch places with Tuange?" Despite her seemingly nonchalant demeanor, the room fell silent, everyone taken aback by her words. Guanshi, surprised by their reactions, flushed and exclaimed, "What are you all staring at?
Eat, eat."
She then shot another glare at Li Yuanbang, urging him to come over. Tuange pouted, feeling utterly wronged. "Mother, I don't want to switch with second brother. I'm not crowding cousin, am I?" Li Yuanbang, confused by Guanshi's intent, replied with a frown, "Mother, I'm tired and don't want to move." He had spent the morning hunting wild chickens outside the city and returned exhausted, longing only for a satisfying meal without any desire to shift his position. Guanshi glared at Li Yuanbang, lamenting how her eldest son could not even garner the affection of a girl as well as her younger son. Feeling she had wasted her efforts in raising such a handsome boy, Tuange, eager for Li Yuanbang to remain still, stood up. Using his chopsticks to place a piece of meat into Hua Qianqian's bowl, his round eyes sparkling as he urged, "Cousin, please eat. Tuange is worried you've grown too thin." As Tuange gazed at Hua Qianqian with hopeful eyes, expecting her to enjoy the morsel he had offered, he sensed a chilling gaze directed at him. Frowning, he turned his head to find his elder brother, Li Yuan, wearing a stern expression. Clearing his throat, Li Yuan stated, "I wish to serve myself some soup. Please switch places with me." Tuange, feeling disheartened, whimpered, "Why must everyone bully me when I just want to sit beside my cousin during dinner?" Unlike his elder brother, he dared not voice his discontent, obediently switching seats with Li Yuan. Old Madam Li and Guanshi exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh. Hua Qianqian remained unaware of the peculiar atmosphere.
Assuming Li Yuan genuinely desired soup.
Coincidentally, the bowl of vermicelli soup was positioned before her, prompting her to rise and fill a bowl for him. However, her arm, still recovering from the injury inflicted by Hua Jingli, trembled slightly as she held the bowl. Li Yuan noticed her discomfort immediately, his expression darkening as he reached out to steady the bowl in her hands. The coolness of his fingers brushed against her skin, causing her to pause. Realizing he had sensed her discomfort and was assisting her, whether startled by the near mishap or by the chill of his touch, Hua Qianqian felt her heart race, warmth flooding her cheeks. She hurriedly withdrew her hand, attempting to mask her flustered feelings by hastily sipping the soup. Observing her unusual demeanor, old Madam Li expressed concern. "Qianqian, what is wrong with your hand?" "It's nothing, just a minor twist from this morning. It's nothing to worry about," Hua Qianqian replied, choosing not to divulge the incident with Hua Jingli, not wishing to burden her grandmother with worry. Only Li Yuan was privy to that incident, and fearing he might expose her, she averted her gaze, desperately blinking at him. Li Yuan, amused by her anxious blinking, found her expression both endearing and exasperating. What could he do? He merely pressed his lips together, choosing silence. After consuming only a few spoonfuls of soup, Li Yuan excused himself from the table, as he usually ate sparingly and everyone was accustomed to his early departure. Once back in his room, he retrieved a bottle of healing ointment and instructed Amo to place it in Hua Qianqian's chamber. Meanwhile, the others lingered after dinner, with Guanshi engaged in conversation with Hua Qianqian regarding the apothecary. "Qianqian, the old steward has reconnected with previous suppliers to restock the herbal medicines and has invited Dr. Li back to consult. But I've heard that the Qin family Swan Hall is also selling these types of ointments." Li sighed, expressing her concern. The ointments at Wanan Hall are priced at 500 coins a bottle, and there are still many people queuing to buy them. Alas, we possess such quality products, yet no one comes to purchase. Wanan Hall was the largest apothecary in the capital, backed by the esteemed Chintai, the head of the Imperial Medical Office. Old Madam Li interjected, "Do not fret. The apothecary relies on its reputation. The credibility of Renji Hall has been tarnished by Steward Liu, and it will take time to regain its standing. No matter how grand Wanan Hall may be, it cannot monopolize all the business. Focus on managing your own affairs." Although Hua Qianqian found her grandmother's words quite sensible, she still furrowed her brow slightly. To safeguard both the Li family and herself, earning money was merely one aspect. Elevating the family status was equally essential. Chapter 47. A fortunate matter. Hua Qianqian's gaze fell upon Tuan Gur, who immediately sensed an unsettling premonition. Blinking his round eyes, he asked in a muffled tone, "Cousin, why are you looking at me?" A benevolent smile graced Hua Qianqian's face as she turned to the old matriarch and her aunt, saying, "Grandmother, aunt, I wish to send Tuan Gur to the Songyang Academy for his studies. What do you think?"
Tuan Gur pouted,
fully aware that Hua Qianqian's expression heralded no good tidings. Attending the academy meant he would miss out on his cousin's delectable cooking. Observing his sulky demeanor, Hua Qianqian quickly surmised his thoughts. She cheerfully reassured him, "If you excel at the academy, dear Tuan Gur, I shall frequently prepare delicious dishes to send your way." "How does that sound?" "Really?" he exclaimed. "When have I ever deceived you?" Tuan Gur's eyes sparkled with delight at the thought of his beautiful cousin delivering treats to him at school. A prospect that would surely earn him the envy of his peers. Imagining this scenario, he straightened his posture with newfound pride. This was indeed a fortunate affair. Tuan Gur chuckled joyfully, while Guanshi wore a troubled expression, her heart heavy with guilt as she observed her son. In truth, Tuan Gur should have been at the academy long ago, but recent upheavals at home had led her to neglect his education. It was surprising that Qianqian still considered these matters. With a sigh, she whispered to Hua Qianqian, "Qianqian, the Songyang Academy only accepts the sons of officials. Perhaps we should reconsider." Tuan Gur possessed remarkable intelligence and deserved a bright future, but given their current circumstances, sending him to the Songyang Academy was unattainable.
Li Wanban,
who was diligently polishing a spear tip nearby, suddenly grew serious upon hearing her words. "Mother, I will surely pass the martial examination next year. Once I secure an official position, Tuan Gur will be able to attend the Songyang Academy." His declaration was not merely to appease his grandmother and mother. Recent events had matured him greatly. Seeing his cousin work tirelessly for the family inspired him to uphold his responsibilities as the pillar of the household. The old matriarch and Guanshi felt a mix of pride and shame at Li Yuanbang's ambition. They were aware that many at court wished to see their family remain in obscurity, and the path to an official career through martial examination was fraught with challenges. However, they refrained from discouraging him, advising him instead to prepare diligently without overexerting himself. Hua Qianqian, possessing memories from her previous life, understood the difficulties of achieving an official status through martial examination. With her gaze lowered in contemplation, she finally spoke, "Aunt, there is another matter for which I require your assistance." Guanshi blinked in surprise and inquired, "What is it?" "There's no need to hesitate. Just tell me, Qianqian." Nodding, Hua Qianqian continued without any pretense, "Aunt, I currently have over 1,000 taels of silver. Please take this money to hire some workers and use the remaining funds to acquire ducks. Purchase as many as you can and raise them at the estate on the outskirts of the capital." "But Qianqian, why do you want so many ducks? Aren't you interested in wild chickens? Why the sudden focus on ducks?" Li Yuanbang looked perplexed, as duck meat was less palatable and duck eggs were not as fragrant as chicken eggs. It was uncommon for people to rear ducks, so he wondered about her motive. Hua Qianqian simply smiled, choosing not to disclose her reasons to Li Yuanbang, and added to Guanshi, "Aunt, please keep this matter discreet. Acquire them quietly, and let no one know we are involved." Guanshi felt increasingly perplexed. 1,000 taels was no small sum. She glanced at the old matriarch, who remained silent, contemplating that Hua Qianqian must have her reasons for not sharing the purpose behind acquiring the ducks, and thus refrained from pressing further. "Very well, I shall handle it," Guanshi replied. Guanshi was efficient in her tasks, and within a few days, she had procured numerous ducks for the estate, even bringing back 2 to raise at the Li household. Tuan Gur, gazing at the 2 plump ducks, squatted down, drooling in delight. Hua Qianqian was amused by his antics, playfully pinching his nose as she said, "Tuangur, help your cousin take good care of these ducks. Raise them well, and come spring, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast of roast duck for you." Upon hearing of the delicious prospect, Tuangur's eyes sparkled like stars. He eagerly wiped his mouth and nodded vigorously. "I will definitely raise these ducks plump." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly. The two ducks, seemingly understanding his words, flapped their wings and hurried to the corner of the courtyard. Tuangur, unwilling to let them escape, chased after them with chubby hands outstretched. In the corner, a duo, hearing the incessant quacking of the ducks, wished he could swiftly dispatch them. His master despised noise. Even a single word from him would earn a glare. The presence of these two creatures would undoubtedly disturb his master's peace. He exchanged glances with Amo, suggesting, "Shall we stew these ducks tonight?" Amo shot a duo a disapproving look and ignored him. A duo, seeing Amo's reluctance, dared not act on his own, scoffing as he muttered, "If not stew them, then let us poison them to silence their ruckus." Just as he reveled in his clever idea, his master summoned them. "You will assist her with the ducks." A duo was taken aback. Had he misheard? "Master, what about your principles? Your temperament?"
Li Wan, noticing a duo silansa,
raised an eyebrow in his direction. A duo, startled by his master's gaze, immediately nodded in agreement. Then, casting a tentative glance out the window, he ventured, "Master, if you find it too noisy, Before he could finish, Li Yuan interrupted him. "What noise are you referring to?" A duo sighed resignedly. "Forget it. I am my own fool." Wu Xiangho Mansion. The night air was frigid as Chengzhen nestled beneath her quilt, clutching a hot water bottle. A nearby maid added several pieces of silver charcoal to the basin. The maid rubbed her hands together and remarked, "This winter is exceptionally cold, Mississippi. Mayor and La Shue have both fallen ill. Perhaps we should ask Dr. Chun to prepare some warming herbal medicine for you, and the madam to prevent you from catching a chill." Upon hearing the mention of Dr. Chen, Chengzhen suddenly recalled the ointment she had brought back from Hua Qianqian a few days prior. She quickly jumped out of bed and rummaged through the cabinet.
"Miss,
"What are you searching for?" "Allow me to assist you. A small porcelain vial containing the ointment I brought back 2 days ago. Have you seen it?" The maid suddenly remembered and retrieved 2 porcelain vials from a drawer, presenting them to Chengzhen. "Miss, is this what you seek?" Chengzhen's eyes lit up as she recognized the vial, nodding emphatically, "Yes, that's it." She then took hold of the maid's hand, glancing back and forth, only to notice the maid's hands were smooth and unblemished, devoid of any frostbite. This left her feeling somewhat disappointed. "Miss, what are you examining?" "Frostbite. Your hands are softer than mine. How could you possibly have frostbite?" Chengzhen had intended for Lu Yu to test the ointment's effectiveness, but seeing the maid's well-cared-for hands, she realized it was futile. Chapter 48. My hand no longer hurts. Lu Yu smiled shyly and explained, "Miss, practicing martial arts with the master naturally toughens your hands. And you treat us so well. Unlike Mama He and the others, who are burdened with hard labor, how could I suffer from frostbite?" Chengzhen's eyes widened in astonishment. "Do Mama He and the others have frostbite?" "Of course. Mama He works in the kitchen and splits wood daily. Just the other day, I saw a large cut on her hand." "Really?" Chengzhen quickly pressed the ointment into Lu Yu's hands. "Take this to Mama He. It is for frostbite. Be sure to remind her to apply it carefully." Lu Yu nodded as she accepted the ointment. Chengzhen then added, "Do not mention this ointment to anyone else. Especially when Miss Chen arrives. It is best not to mention it, understood?" Although June was unaware of Chengzhen's intentions, she immediately sought out Mama He and handed her the frostbite ointment. Mama He, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt on the ground to express her thanks. Yet June felt it was merely a balm for frostbite, nothing of great significance. After watching Mama He accept it, she returned to report to Chengzhen. Upon seeing June's swift return, Chengzhen inquired, "Did you deliver it to her?" June nodded repeatedly, smiling as she replied, "Miss, you cannot imagine how overjoyed Mama He was. She even knelt to thank me." June found Mama He pitiable, noticing the wounds on her hands were close to bleeding. With the ointment, she hoped Mama He's injuries would improve. Chengzhen shared this hope, believing it would validate the efficacy of the ointment prepared by Hua Qianqian. However, unbeknownst to Chengzhen, that very night, Mama He took the ointment to the front courtyard and gave it to her son, who drove the carriage. His hands were even more severely injured than hers, especially at the joints of his fingers, which were cracked and painful with every movement. Mama He carefully applied the ointment to her son's hands, and before long, the redness and swelling diminished. "Mother, where did you get this ointment? It works wonders. My hands hurt much less." Mama He was equally astonished, recalling how difficult it had been for her son to move. "It was a gift from the third miss. Surely, anything she bestows is of high quality. This ointment must have been prepared by a royal physician. The third miss is truly kind-hearted. Use it sparingly. Winter is still long." Upon hearing it might be from a royal physician, Mama He's son carefully stored the ointment, excited at the thought of using something so precious. When others returned, he would boast about it. Mama He used the frostbite ointment on her son but refrained from applying any to herself. After exchanging a few words with him, she returned to the back courtyard. 2 days later, Chengzhan remembered the ointment and specifically went to the large kitchen to see Mama He. Upon encountering her, she asked, "Have you used the ointment I gifted you?" Mama He, being a lowly servant, rarely interacted with her superiors, and upon seeing Chengzhan, she was so excited that she struggled to find her words. When Chengzhan inquired, she nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Thank you, third miss, for your generous gift." As she spoke, she bowed deeply to Chengzhan. Chengzhan noticed Mama He's hands and saw that the frostbitten wounds had not improved at all. In fact, there were even more cracks. Anger surged within her, and she clenched her teeth, her brows furrowing in indignation. This woman dared to deceive me. Chengzhan was furious. Not only because the ointment was ineffective but also because, after meeting Hua Qianqian at Renjitang, she had inexplicably felt a degree of trust towards her. Yet in the end, she had been deceived. Not only had she been tricked, but so had many impoverished citizens. What a vile woman! When I see her next, I shall not treat her kindly. Chengzhan refrained from asking further questions and stormed out of the kitchen, leaving a bewildered Mama He standing there, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Chengzhan was not the only one harboring disdain for Hua Qianqian. The mother and daughter of the Yongning Marquis Shao family longed to see Hua Qianqian suffer. Today, after the Yongning Marquis attended court, he was harshly reprimanded by the emperor for failing to manage his own household, questioning how he could be fit for his position in the Ministry of Rights. Had it not been for his diligent service over the years and his relatively good reputation, he would have lost his title. Even so, the emperor still penalized him by a year's salary. The Yongning Marquis had been in the main hall, apologizing profusely, even volunteering to forfeit an additional year's salary, which was the only thing that assuaged the emperor's anger. Upon returning to the Shao residence, the Yongning Marquis, Shao Jingqi, revealed an uncharacteristic malice on his typically stoic face. He forcefully smashed a teacup to the ground, glaring at Madame Shao beside him. "Look at the mess you have caused. You have tarnished my reputation.
Today,
Send Lan girl to the convent. Do not let her remain here to bring shame upon us. My lord, this is not Lan's fault. It is that wretched Hua Qianqian who has harmed her." Madame Shao protested. "Lan is still so young. How can we send her to a convent?" Shao Jingqi, in a fit of rage, pushed her aside. "If you dare to act without consulting me, you must also be prepared to face the consequences. I have already apologized to the emperor and the grand princess. Shao Lan must be sent to the convent. He had other daughters. Dealing with one was of little consequence to him, but restoring the image of the Yongning Marquis' residence was paramount." As for Hua Qianqian, the Yongning Marquis recalled that unworthy daughter-in-law, and a darker fury flickered in his eyes. How dare an abandoned daughter of a noble family bring such humiliation upon the Yongning Marquis' residence? And she even dared to covet the Shao family's estate. He was eager to see if that worthless girl truly had the audacity to claim what belonged to him. "You say that the Li family's eldest son helped Hua Lunyang harm Lana?" Madame Shao recalled the servant mentioning that a man had knocked her unconscious. The only one in the UN who could assist Hua Qianqian was indeed the Li family's son. Who else could it be? That little wretch, Hua Qianqian. How could she see through her schemes? Someone must have aided her. Shao Jingqi scoffed. What audacity! Does the Li family think they are still the illustrious General Li Liangyi? They are now merely commoners. I could crush them like ants. He had not pursued the matter regarding the medicine shop, and those people were truly courting death. After calming his emotions, Shao Jingqi coldly stated, "Regardless of the circumstances, you must continue to associate with the Hua family. Do not mention Lani's affair again. It must not affect Yener and the others. They are seeking vengeance against Hua Qianqian, not the Shao family." Chapter 49. Has he not been ill for quite some time? Madame Xiao understood this reasoning. No matter how angry she was, she could only nod in agreement. Where is Yenner? His leg ailment seems to have flared up. I sent him home to rest. Hua Qianqian frowned. Has he not been ill for quite some time? Madame Xiao gritted her teeth. Is it not obvious? It must be that little wretch, Hua Qianqian, who has angered him. After a moment of silence, Hua Qianqian added, since Yenner's leg ailment has recurred, you should visit the Qin family more often these days. Perhaps Dr. Qin could take a look at him. Furthermore, now that Yenner is divorced, you must also concern yourself with his marriage. Madame Xiao had been thinking about Yenner's marriage as well. Upon hearing Hua Qianqian's words, she nodded affirmatively. Rest assured. My lord, this time I will ensure Yenner does not marry such a disgraceful person. Even if he cannot marry Miss Huawu, a Miss Chen would suffice. I will see to it that he marries a suitable match. Hua Qianqian nodded thoughtfully. It mattered little whom Yenner married, but it must benefit the Xiao family. Despite the anger Hua Qianqian and Madame Xiao felt regarding the matter, Xiaolan's situation had already become a topic of gossip among the people of the capital. In the moon-holding garden of Hua Manor, Hua Qianqian invited several young ladies to the manor for tea and flower appreciation. Upon learning that Hua Qianqian was present during the incident, the young ladies from noble families eagerly inquired about the events of that day. The eldest daughter of the Hanlin Academy's literature scholar, Miss Wen, linked arms with Hua Qianqian and curiously asked, Qianqian, do tell us, what on earth caused your cousin to divorce the young Master Xiao? The granddaughter of Lord Yi, the Minister of Rights, chimed in, isn't it obvious? With her looks, the young Master Xiao must have reached his limit. Miss Wen continued, and what about the incident in Yuyuan? I heard that the eldest Miss Xiao went to change clothes with Hua Qianqian, yet Hua Qianqian emerged unscathed while the eldest Miss, I too find this matter rather peculiar. Qianqian, do share your thoughts. Rumors abound that Miss Xiao is engaging in an illicit affair with the servants of the Xiao residence at Yuyuan, an idea that seems utterly preposterous. Should she fall victim to such treachery, her innocence would be irrevocably tarnished, her reputation shattered. How lamentable. A few young ladies glanced toward Hua Qianqian, who bit her lip and feigned a sigh. I am as perplexed as you, she said. All I know is that on that fateful day, Sister Lanner accidentally spilled wine on sick sister, who, in a fit of anger, retaliated by pouring an entire jug of wine over Lanu's head. Upon hearing of this, Mother Fong summoned them to change their garments, and thus the chaos ensued. Truly, my knowledge is limited to this, alas. If only I had accompanied them that day, perhaps such a misfortune could have been averted. Do not blame yourself. Chen Jin comforted from the side. Some individuals are clearly of ill intent. Miss Xiao has undoubtedly been wronged by them. I believe her absence from the Xiao residence is, in fact, a blessing, sparing you from the taint of her scandal. After uttering this, she caught sight of Qingzhen, who sat quietly in the corner, and continued, I am not surprised by her actions. You may not be aware, but your sister has evidently acquired some dubious skills. She has procured a concoction from some wandering medic, packaging it as a salve to sell at Renjitang, boasting it can heal scars. How many unsuspecting citizens will fall prey to her deceit? Upon hearing Chen Jiyun's words, Cheng Zhan's expression shifted from pale to flushed with anger. She too had been deceived by that woman. Thankfully, she had not directly applied the salve on her mother, for had it harmed her, regret would have come too late. This thought only deepened her frustration, and she wished to distance herself from the incessant gossip. Departing the Hua residence with her maid, Lu Yu, the midday sun shone brightly yet lacked warmth. The salve had not sold well in recent days, leading Hua Qianqian to produce less and enjoy some leisure. She intended to visit Renjitang and hoped to invite Qiutao to accompany her, only to remember that Qiutao had gone to the Grand Princess's residence. The Hua family had gifted Qiutao's family their contracts of servitude, and thus she would accompany her parents. Without Qiutao by her side, Hua Qianqian felt a sense of emptiness, though she missed her dearly. It was preferable to remain free from the Hua family's manipulation through Qiutao's contract. After preparing herself, Hua Qianqian planned to go out alone. But as she stepped beyond her door, she collided with a robust figure, nearly toppling over.
Miss.
Wu, I missed you so much. Wu. I thought I would never be able to be by your side again. Hua Qianqian looked down to find Qiutao, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Her face a mess of tears and snot, her expression one of utter desolation.
Miss.
The Grand Princess instructed Mother Fong to return my contract to Old Lady Li. Miss, I shall never have to leave your side again.
Wu.
Seeing Chiu Tao on the verge of tears brought a smile to Hua Qianqian's face, which she struggled to suppress. She pinched Chiu Tao's cheek gently and said, "Isn't this wonderful? Why do you cry so? Do you not wish to return to my side? And no, I am yours in life and in death." Chiu Tao shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel any notion of separation. "Then stop crying. Tidy yourself up and accompany me out." At Hua Qianqian's urging, Chiu Tao took a deep breath, stifling her sobs, and hurried off to wash her tear-stained face. Hua Qianqian felt a surge of joy at Chiu Tao's return, yet a shadow of doubt lingered in her heart. She recalled that the Grand Princess held great favor for Hua Shuyue. In her past life, the Grand Princess had assisted Hua Shuyue considerably, only to be betrayed when Hua Shuyue had drained her of her usefulness, leading to her imprisonment. Before long, the Grand Princess had passed away. In both this life and her previous one, Hua Qianqian had no connection to the Grand Princess. Thus her unexpected assistance at Yuyuan and the return of Chiu Tao puzzled her profoundly. Soon, Chiu Tao returned with a clean face, and Hua Qianqian masked her uncertainty with a smile, using a handkerchief to dry Chiu Tao's face. The tender gesture brought tears back to Chiu Tao's eyes. And Hua Qianqian understood well that old lady Hua had likely used Chiu Tao's parents as leverage, frightening Chiu Tao in the process. She empathized with Chiu Tao's feeling of being spared from danger, reminiscent of her own experience upon her rebirth. "How are your parents faring?" Hua Qianqian inquired, shifting the conversation to lighter topics. "They are doing well," Chiu Tao replied, wiping her tears. "The Grand Princess arranged for them to work in the kitchen and flower garden, tasks they are accustomed to." She added with a brightening expression, "The wages are generous too. They are twice what they received at the Shao residence." Hua Qianqian smiled at Chiu Tao's newfound appreciation for money, teasing her, "Do you find my monthly allowance insufficient?"
Of course not.
"Even if you did not give me any, I would still wish to be by your side. Just a morsel of food is enough for me." Hua Qianqian laughed heartily, playfully poking Chiu Tao's forehead with your hearty appetite. "You are hardly easy to maintain." Chiu Tao's face flushed with embarrassment as she scratched her head and replied, "Then I shall eat less and work more." The two shared light-hearted banter, lifting their spirits considerably. After allowing Chiu Tao some time to rest, Hua Qianqian planned to visit Renjitang. However, before they could step outside, Guanshi hurriedly approached them. "Qianqian, are you heading out?" Hua Qianqian nodded. "Yes, and I am going to Renjitang." But Guanshi interjected, "Since you have the chance to go out, there is no need to rush back. It is inconvenient for a young lady to go out alone. Let your second cousin accompany you." Hua Qianqian hesitated, then turned to see her second cousin approaching with a sullen expression. "Aunt, it is unnecessary. Chiu Tao is with me. Let him practice another time. This is not a moment to spare." Guanshi insisted, pulling Li Yuanbang over and instructing him, "With the new year approaching, I noticed your cousin's jewelry is quite plain. Since she is going out, take her to select some ornament she likes. Moreover, I heard that there is a wonton shop on Jian Street that serves exceptional dishes. Your cousin loves wontons. Take her to try some." As she spoke, she pressed a purse into Li Yuanbang's hands. "Aunt, there are still over 2 months until the new year." Hua Qianqian began, but Guanshi silenced her with a faux scold. "Are 2 months long?" Turning back to Li Yuanbang, Guanshi added, "By the way, I heard from Aunt Wang down the street that Jinsei Pavilion has acquired a large shipment of exotic materials. You should take your cousin to browse." Li Yuanbang accepted the purse, pouting, "Mother, with so little silver, do you intend to bring every fine thing in the capital back for my cousin?" Guanshi contemplated briefly, then secretly slipped a bracelet from her wrist into Li Yuanbang's embrace. With a sigh, she lamented that if the family had not changed, such a small amount would hardly suffice. Alas, she could only let Qianqian endure some hardship for now, promising to make it up to her later. Li Yuanbang was bemused by his mother's peculiar behavior, as since yesterday, she had been urging him to spend more time with his cousin. She was hardly a child anymore. What was there to accompany? Yet, despite his reluctance, he found himself unable to resist. His mother had become increasingly fierce, and he genuinely feared that disobeying her would lead to her pulling his ears in displeasure. Thus, he reluctantly set aside the long spear in his hand and sighed as he addressed Hua Qianqian, "Why are you dawdling? Let us depart." No sooner had he spoken than a sharp rap on his head followed. "You rascal! How dare you speak to your cousin in such a manner? Are you itching for a reprimand?" Li Yuanbang gritted his teeth, feeling the ire but unable to voice it. His mother was acting as if his father had possessed her spirit. With a resigned bow, he gestured for Hua Qianqian to proceed. After you, esteemed ancestor. Hua Qianqian suppressed a giggle at the antics of the mother-son duo. Considering that her second cousin had endured considerable strain lately, she thought a stroll would do him good. So she refrained from further protest. After bidding farewell to the Guans, she climbed into the carriage with Chiu Tao. As Li Yuanbang drove the carriage away with Hua Qianqian, the ever-watchful A duo, who had been eavesdropping in the corner, could no longer contain himself and remarked to AMO, "I can't shake the feeling that Mrs. Li has been acting rather strangely these past few days. It seems she is intent on pairing up young Master Yuanbang with Miss Qianqian." AMO raised an eyebrow at a duo, surprised that this fool had demonstrated such perceptiveness. He instinctively glanced back at Li Yuan, who was gazing out the window with a solemn expression, lost in thought. After a moment, Li Yuan turned to regard AMO and a duo. Sensing Li Yuan's gaze, AMO immediately looked at a duo. A duo raised an eyebrow, his face marked by a frown. Why must it always fall to me? As a third-rank covert guard, why was he relegated to shadowing a mere girl? Most troubling was her keen perception. He feared she might uncover his true identity. Yet, observing his master's demeanor, he understood that this matter was non-negotiable. Fortunately, his master would soon reclaim his status, and once that happened, he would no longer need to covertly protect Hua Qianqian. Coming to this realization, a duo felt a surge of joy, casting a glare at AMO, who was pretending to admire the ceiling, before vanishing from the room. After departing with Li Yuanbang, Hua Qianqian had no intention of perusing jewelry shops. Instead, she headed straight to Renjitang. The medicinal herbs had been replenished, and the shop appeared revitalized. However, perhaps due to a tarnished reputation from recent events, business was not flourishing. The shop was eerily quiet, with no customers in sight. The old shopkeeper, upon seeing Hua Qianqian, sighed with a hint of guilt. "Madam, I heeded your advice and procured only the finest herbs, pricing them comparably to others. Yet, even so, our business remains lackluster. With Wan and Tang releasing their ointment, our sales have dwindled. If this continues, we may face losses." Hua Qianqian was not particularly surprised. Although her frostbite ointment was effective, it catered primarily to the impoverished, who, accustomed to hardship, would rather endure than waste their scant silver. Meanwhile, the affluent would only trust Wan and Tang's brand, thus they would not purchase from her. The current income of Renjitang was fortuitously bolstered by the ruckus caused by Xiaolan and others, who inadvertently promoted her shop. Do not fret, building a reputation takes time. As long as we manage with care, Renjitang will surely prosper. The old shopkeeper was taken aback by her comforting words, feeling a twinge of shame. His employer, merely 15 or 16, exhibited greater composure than he, a man of considerable age. The old shopkeeper's confidence surged anew. His employer was right. Renjitang would indeed thrive. Just as he finished speaking, a customer entered the shop. Chapter 51. At this point, to argue is futile. The old shopkeeper, seeing a patron, greeted her with a broad smile. The newcomer was a young lady of about 16 or 17, dressed in fine fabric, resembling a maid from a wealthy household. Upon entering, she placed her hands on her hips and raised her chin, declaring, "I have heard that you sell frostbite ointment. How many bottles do you have in stock? Pack them all for me." Hua Qianqian should have felt elated at the prospect of business, yet the maid's haughty demeanor and impatient tone filled her with unease. Why did she wish to purchase so many ointments? What was the urgency? Are you truly conducting business? Before Hua Qianqian could respond, the old shopkeeper, anxious not to lose such a lucrative sale, hastily approached, saying, "Indeed, we do. Please, miss, let us know how we can assist you. Just pack my ointment quickly. I am in a hurry." The old shopkeeper nodded vigorously. Yes, I will have my assistant prepare it for you immediately." Shortly thereafter, he emerged from behind the counter carrying a wooden box, placing it on the counter. The maid glanced inside, revealing a neat arrangement of 20 to 30 bottles of frostbite ointment. Then, she produced a 10-tael silver ingot and slammed it onto the counter. "Is this sufficient?" "Enough indeed. At 100 won per bottle, that totals 3 taels. Please wait while I fetch your change." However, the maid interrupted. No need. She then clutched the wooden box and began to exit Renjitang. Despite her ungracious attitude, the shopkeeper said nothing. After all, who would turn down money? Just as he was about to share his optimism with Hua Qianqian, he noticed that the maid had not left but was instead stationed at the entrance of Renjitang. As the shopkeeper strained to see outside, he heard her shouting, "Hey, everyone, come look." The ointment sold here at Renjitang is counterfeit. Not only does it fail to work, but using it will worsen your frostbite. Do not be deceived by Renjitang. Her words attracted the attention of passers-by, who paused in curiosity. One individual, noticing her with a box of ointment, could not help but inquire if the ointment is fake. Why did you buy so much? I bought these to warn everyone. Who will help me smash this ointment? I will pay 10 won for each bottle destroyed. Several nearby rushed over, eager to learn more. Really? Just smashing the bottles earns us a reward? The maid tossed a handful of coins to a man, stating, as long as you shout that Renjitang's ointment is fake while smashing, the money is yours. Then, she handed a bottle of frostbite ointment to the man. Who would refuse such an opportunity? The man seized the ointment and smashed it onto the ground, shouting as instructed, the ointment sold at Renjitang is counterfeit. Hearing his cries, more people gathered, extending their hands towards the maid, clamoring for bottles. Give me one. I'll shout louder. Miss, I want one too. I can smash it louder. In an instant, the street was filled with shouts, and the sound of breaking porcelain echoed louder than firecrackers on New Year's Eve. The old shopkeeper could hardly fathom that the maid had purchased so much ointment merely to tarnish Renjitang's reputation. Witnessing the crowd gather and murmur, his face drained of color. Why was this happening? Why would anyone intentionally disrupt their business? If word of this spread, how could Renjitang continue to operate?
Li Wanban,
incensed by the deliberate defamation of Renjitang, rushed out of the shop, seizing the instigator. Which scoundrel sent you? Tell them to stop at once, or I shall not be gentle. As soon as he spoke, a figure emerged from a nearby carriage. Such bravado. Do you think you can act with impunity because you're backed by the government? Let us see how you plan to be not gentle. Upon seeing the figure, the maid immediately broke free from Li Yuanbang's grasp and hurried over, exclaiming, young master. The individual in question was none other than her mistress, the third young lady of the Wuxiang Marquis household, Chengzhen. Chengzhen raised her chin and strode forth, indignantly asserting, I have previously stated that if the ointment from Renjitang is fraudulent, I will certainly return to confront you. You unscrupulous merchants are truly despicable. Is there anything in your eyes aside from silver? Today, I shall ensure that the entire city knows Renjitang is a den of counterfeit medicine. I will not permit anyone else to fall victim to your deceit. Li Yuanbang, enraged, gritted his teeth and retorted, our Renjitang conducts its business with integrity. What evidence do you have to accuse us of selling fake medicine? Humph, how shameless. Even now, you continue to argue. When I purchased the ointment, you assured me of its efficacy. Yet, when I brought it home for my household servants, not only did her frostbite not improve, but the wounds on her hands worsened. What else could you call that frostbite ointment if not a counterfeit? Chengzhen's words resonated powerfully, prompting the bystanders to murmur among themselves. To their astonishment, they realized that Renjitang was no better than before, perhaps even worse. I heard that their ointment was sold for merely 10 won a bottle. I remarked at the time that genuine medicine could never be that cheap. Meanwhile, Wanantang sells frostbite ointment for 500 won. Who could argue otherwise? I once thought that Hua Qianqian was being bullied by the Xiao family and felt sorry for her, purchasing a bottle of burn ointment for 10 won. Little did I know it was counterfeit. At this point, the speaker grew agitated and shouted into the shop, refund us. That was our hard-earned money. Return the money you swindled from us. The clamor among the citizens grew louder, and the elderly shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he observed the increasingly agitated crowd.
Li Wanban, infuriata, saisa Shenzhen, demanding.
You claim it does not work? Where is your proof? You must be someone they hired to stir trouble. Come, if you have the courage, let us confront the authorities. Caught off guard by Li Yuanbang's grip on her wrist, Chengzhen's face flushed with embarrassment and fury. She raised her free hand to strike him, only for Li Yuanbang to effortlessly evade her attempt.
You scoundrel, release me.
Do you know who I am? I care not for your identity, unless you apologize. I shall not let go. How dare you sell counterfeit medicine and then demand an apology from me? Neither party yielded, and a scuffle ensued before the shop. Although Chengzhen had some martial training, her family had pampered her, and she had only learned superficial techniques to maintain her health. Thus, she was no match for Li Yuanbang, who soon had her completely subdued.
Speak. Who sent you?
Chengzhen, firmly pinned down, could not retaliate. Her cheeks flushed and tears brimming in her eyes, yet she stubbornly declared, you heartless merchants, even when I expose your deceit, you resort to violence to coerce me into silence. You shall not prevail. I will see your establishment shut down and you expelled from the capital. Let us see how you continue to swindle the common folk. The onlookers rallied, chanting, they are assaulting her. The merchants are attacking her. You bully, release her. Return the money you cheated us out of. Observing the fervent crowd, Hua Qianqian furrowed her brow. She had anticipated trouble from the Xiao family or from individuals arranged by Hua Qianqian, yet she was taken aback to discover that it was Chengzhen. She stepped forward gracefully, slowly exiting the shop. Second cousin, release her. Upon hearing that clear and melodious voice, the crowd turned to look at Hua Qianqian. Chengzhen, upon seeing her, paused momentarily, nearly failing to recognize her. Compared to a few days prior, Hua Qianqian appeared significantly more gaunt, while she still bore some baby fat. Her cherubic face was far from unattractive. Rather, it accentuated her striking features, rendering her even more exquisite. The term stunning no longer sufficed to describe her beauty, which was a rarity even in the capital. However, recalling Hua Qianqian's previous misdeeds, any fondness she had for her evaporated instantly. What does beauty matter when one possesses a heart as venomous as a serpent? She glared at Hua Qianqian, shouting, "You malicious woman! Command this man to release me at once, or I shall summon people to smash your shop." Li Yuanbang, initially intending to release Chengzhen, felt his anger swell upon hearing her insult Hua Qianqian, and he tightened his grip further. Just then, a startled voice rang out from nearby, "Sixth sister, what do you intend to do to Miss Cheng?" Both Hua Qianqian and Li Yuanbang recognized that gentle voice immediately and furrowed their brows in unison. Shortly thereafter, Hua Shuiwa, Chen Jiyun, and several other young ladies emerged from the crowd. The moment Hua Shuiwa laid eyes on Hua Qianqian, her pupils constricted sharply. The reason was simple. Compared to their last encounter at the Yuyuan, Hua Qianqian had become even more enchanting. Her beauty transcended mere appearance. It exuded an innate charm that rendered anyone standing beside her, regardless of their looks, insignificant. Hua Shiyue's hands clenched into fists, a wave of jealousy surging within her. Yet, in front of so many, she struggled to conceal her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Hua Qianqian cast a look of disdain at Hua Shiyue, her contempt fully visible in her eyes. Why must you always be around? She had no intention of engaging with her. All she desired was to repay her grandmother's kindness and ensure her family lived a peaceful life. Yet Hua Shiyue persistently intruded upon her affairs. Truly, a death wish. Upon hearing Hua Shiyue's call, Li Yuanbang realized that the youth clad in a blue brocade robe was, in fact, a young lady. His expression changed dramatically, and he promptly released Chengzhen, pushing her away. Had it not been for Lu Yu standing nearby to catch her, Chengzhen would surely have fallen to the ground. Hua Shiyue rushed forward to support the disheveled Chengzhen, inquiring with genuine concern, "Miss Cheng, are you all right? Please do not blame my sick sister. She surely meant no harm." Chengzhen's maid, Lu Yu, retorted angrily, "Is that truly unintentional? Look at my mistress's wrist. It is bruised." At that moment, several young ladies who had followed Hua Shiyue also approached, with Miss Wen exclaiming in righteous indignation, "Is it not intentional to injure someone? Is selling counterfeit medicine not intentional? Resorting to violence upon being exposed, do you not care for the law? Indeed, do you think that just because you have the support of the Xiangfu, you can act with impunity?" The crowd rallied, condemning Hua Qianqian, which only served to infuriate Li Yuanbang further as he clenched his fists and shouted, "Silence. The medicinal materials we sell at Renjitang are of the highest quality, and our ointments are priced fairly. We have never profited unjustly. You blind fools. How dare you claim we have gained an advantage?" Qiu Tao, equally enraged, chimed in. "Our young lady's ointment is already sold at a low price because we fear that people cannot afford medicine and will struggle to survive the winter. You ungrateful scoundrels. Begone." As the crowd grew increasingly agitated by the insults from Li Yuanbang and Qiu Tao, their expressions soured. "Who is benefiting? The ointment you sell is clearly counterfeit. Yet you have the audacity to claim we are gaining something? Exactly. Wan and Tang may sell at a higher price, but their products are genuine. Unlike you, who exploit honest folk. Enough of this nonsense. Refund us. Yes, refund us." Encouraged by Li Yuanbang and Qiu Tao's words, the crowd's fervor intensified, and they appeared ready to storm the shop. Li Yuanbang, furious and eager to retaliate, found himself restrained by Hua Qianqian. Throughout this turmoil, though her face bore signs of anger, she maintained a composure unlike Li Yuanbang's. She regarded the crowd, her voice chillingly calm as she declared, "Refunds can be arranged. But let me make it clear, from this day forth, anyone who has caused a disturbance at Renjitang shall never again receive our medicinal supplies. The physician from Renjitang shall no longer attend to him." Hua Qianqian's voice rang out like jade striking against stone, and upon her utterance, the surrounding shouts diminished considerably. However, Chun Jin covered her mouth with a mocking laugh and said, "You truly overestimate your own significance. Coming to your shop to procure medicine and seek treatment, are we not merely falling into your trap once more? None of us are fools. Indeed, we are not interested. We shall never again visit your shady establishment for remedies. You may treat any fool you wish. All we seek is our compensation. For our medical needs, we shall certainly go to Wanan Hall. And we will never set foot in your establishment again." Hua Qianqian cast a cold glance at those who had shouted the loudest, suppressing the chill in her eyes, and turned to the old shopkeeper, instructing, "Do as I say, refund them according to the account shortly. However, should any of these individuals dare to step into Renjitang again, instruct the staff to show no mercy and to strike them down with clubs." The old shopkeeper was in a sweat, having believed the proprietor to be composed, only to discover that he too had a fiery temper. In life, who remains unmisunderstood. A little loss can be endured, but if a fight breaks out, we would offend the common folk, and then no one would come to the shop for medicine, and the loss would be theirs alone. Chapter 53. Whoever dares to take a step closer, I shall strike them down. The old shopkeeper urged, "Proprietor, let us speak calmly. We must not act out of anger. Our shop relies on these common folk to sustain it. If we offend them all, how can we continue our business?" Hua Shuiwa observed the crowd's sentiments had been incited, a flicker of excitement flashing in her eyes. Earlier, while enjoying tea at the Hua residence, she had noticed Qingzhen brooding, and after being provoked by Qin Jiyun, she had chosen to leave early. Thus, she approached to inquire, discovering that Qingzhen had purchased counterfeit ointment sold by Renjitang. They spoke openly, and several young ladies overheard, becoming infuriated and discreetly advising Qingzhen's maid, Lu Yu, to expose Hua Qianqian. They clamored to confront her together, and she followed suit, half-heartedly joining their ranks. Since Hua Qianqian was digging her own grave, how could she miss the opportunity to give her a push? As Hua Shuiwa reveled in her scheming, she felt a chilling glare directed at her from a distance. Raising her eyes, she met Hua Qianqian's cold, piercing gaze. The sharpness of Hua Qianqian's stare left her with no option for evasion. She could only gently bite her lip, feigning a heart-wrenching demeanor. "Sick sister, in the past, no matter your actions, we indulged you. Even when you expressed your reluctance to return to the Hua residence, we did not force you. However, your current actions are simply too extreme. You may have perused a few medical texts. Massaging our grandmother and grandfather's shoulders is one thing. But producing these ointments and tinctures, what if someone suffers an adverse reaction? How could you be so reckless?" Indeed, upon hearing Hua Shuiwa's words, some still on the fence began to believe that the ointment sold by Renjitang was counterfeit. Even her own sister had come forth to condemn her. This must be true. They would return home and inform relatives and friends, ensuring that none would ever again seek remedies or treatment at Renjitang. It was truly a case of knowing someone's face but not their heart. How could such a seemingly amiable girl sell counterfeit ointment and deceive them? No wonder previously, Hua Yunyang only mentioned that the ointment had been concocted by a highly skilled physician without clarifying who it was. She had been deceiving them all along. For future remedies and treatments, they would have to go to Wanan Hall and never again fall for such petty tricks. Upon hearing Wanan Hall mentioned, Chun Jiyun's chin lifted a fraction higher, and she proclaimed, "My family has been in the medical profession for generations. My grandfather often says that as physicians, we must possess a benevolent heart to aid the world. I despise those who exploit the common folk for personal gain. I shall certainly inform my grandfather. Renjitang shall not continue its operations in the capital." In an instant, the clamor of discussion, accusations, and curses surged like a tidal wave, with someone seizing a porcelain bottle from a wooden crate and smashing it to the ground. "You deceivers! You counterfeiters! Destroy your own wares! Yes, let us all smash them together and demolish their shop. Let us see how they continue to deceive." As these words were spoken, individuals surged toward Renjitang. But Li Yuanbang and the old shopkeeper quickly blocked the entrance, preventing the crowd from rushing inside, and chaos erupted. Hua Qianqian observed the leading individuals pushing into the shop, her gaze icy, and in a swift motion, she drew the sword from Li Yuanbang's side. The sunlight glinted off the blade, casting a dazzling light that momentarily blinded the onlookers. With a powerful swing of the sword, those charging forward turned pale with fear, trembling and retreating from the sharp edge. Chen Ziyun, witnessing Hua Qianqian draw her sword, was equally alarmed, her face turning ashen as she pointed at Hua Qianqian, exclaiming, "Are you so enraged by being exposed that you seek to kill?" Hua Qianqian lifted her eyes to Chen Ziyun, the sword's tip following her gaze, causing Chen Ziyun to stumble backward in fright, nearly falling. "Renjitang is my domain. Whoever dares to take a step closer, I shall strike them down." Hua Shui gasped, "Sixth sister, please do not act foolishly. If you harm someone in public, the Marquis's residence cannot protect you. Do not fear." Li Yuanbang gritted his teeth and stepped up beside Hua Qianqian, declaring, "Whatever happens, your second cousin will shield you. Whoever dares to harm a single hair on your head, I shall fight them. And I too. Miss, hand me the sword. I shall not allow them to breach Renjitang." The old shopkeeper observed the scene, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and after a moment's hesitation, he silently positioned himself at the entrance of Renjitang, resolutely prepared to stand firm. Hua Qianqian looked at those standing beside her, and the frigid aura surrounding her gradually dissipated. Just moments ago, she had contemplated plunging the sword into Hua Shiyue's heart. Yet, upon regaining her composure, she recognized that such a death would be far too merciful for her. Hua Qianqian offered Li Yuanbang and the others a reassuring glance before solemnly stepping into the crowd. Her gaze was cold and resolute, although her actions were unremarkable. She appeared as if a female avenger emerging step by step from the depths of hell. In a nearby tea house, a guard turned to the elegantly dressed man beside him and said, "My lord, should I intervene? They dare to sell counterfeit medicine beneath the prince's nose. It is audacious." Yuanian stroked his chin, watching the commotion outside with keen interest, yet he shook his head. "We do not yet fully understand the situation. There is no need for haste." He turned to the frowning Xiao Yan and smiled. "Young Master Xiao, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Xiao Yan pursed his lips tightly, unable to articulate a single word. Having known Hua Qianqian and Li for just over a month, he could hardly recognize her now. Moreover, why did she always find herself embroiled in controversy? Could she truly be selling counterfeit medicine? This time, he genuinely could not fathom an answer. Previously, he would have rushed out without hesitation to apprehend her, perhaps even imprisoning her without mercy. However, after the events of the past few encounters, he found himself uncertain about how to face Hua Qianqian. Xiao Yan rubbed his right leg. Despite consuming numerous medicinal soups in recent days, he still felt a lingering pain. Recently, his leg's cold ailment had flared up several times, and upon questioning a nearby maid, he learned that the soups he had been drinking were all personally brewed by Hua Qianqian. Astonishingly, during her time in the Xiao residence, he had not suffered from the ailment at all. Perhaps, if she had not schemed so meticulously to replace Shui Yue in marrying him, he might not have harbored such resentment toward her. Xiao Yan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the figure clad in red outside, his brow furrowing deeper, his mood increasingly tumultuous. Seeing that Xiao Yan remained silent, Yuanian showed no signs of irritation. Instead, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table and instructed the guard, "Go, and keep an eye on things. Protect those young ladies from any mishap." The guard acknowledged the command and departed, allowing Xiao Yan to exhale a sigh of relief. Even he himself could not discern whether at this moment his heart was racing for Hua Shiyue or if it was filled with concern for Hua Qianqian. Chapter 54. What a pity it is. Yuanian brewed a cup of tea, reclining against the backrest as he gazed out at Hua Qianqian, unable to suppress a sigh within his heart. Indeed, what a pity it is. She possessed both beauty and exceptional skill in chess, catching even the eye of the Minister Lu. If only she were a tad more astute, perhaps he could employ her assistance. Alas, her lack of intellect led her to ruin her own reputation for a trifling gain. Yuanian refrained from intervening, not out of faith in Hua Qianqian, but rather in anticipation of the situation escalating, allowing him to step in and rid the populace of their troubles, while winning over a faction of hearts. At this moment, Hua Qianqian quietly entered the crowd, sword in hand, causing everyone to recoil in fear, with no one daring to utter another word. She approached Qingzhen, enunciating each word with clarity. "I shall ask you once more, you claim that the ointment from Renjitang is counterfeit. What evidence do you possess?" Qingzhen was taken aback by Hua Qianqian's imposing presence, gripping Jiue's wrist tightly to steady herself. I already stated it. I used your ointment on my servant. And not only did it prove ineffective, but her hand became even more severely injured. Does this not suffice to prove your ointment is fake? Jua nodded in agreement, affirming, what my young lady says is true. I was the one who delivered the ointment to Mama He. Upon hearing the assertions of the master and servant, Hua Qianqian let out a cold laugh. Chengzhen, incensed, retorted, what are you laughing at? What further arguments do you have? You claim you gave the ointment to your servant, but did you witness her applying it with your own eyes? Chengzhen faltered, responding hastily. I rewarded her with the ointment. Why would she not use it? Moreover, I inquired, and she admitted to using it herself. Words alone hold no weight. Dare you summon her? Hua Qianqian's gaze was clear and resolute, revealing no hint of unease, and she proactively requested to confront Mama He, which only served to heighten Chengzhen's apprehension. Regardless of the circumstances, she had not witnessed Mama He applying the ointment. Observing Chengzhen's hesitance, Hua Xue felt an ominous premonition rise within her. Did Chengzhen truly not know whether their servant had used the ointment she had bestowed? If that servant had indeed not used it, would they not be smacking their own faces with today as commotion? As she pondered, she could not help but glance towards Chen Jiyun, whose brow was furrowed tightly. Seizing the opportunity when others were distracted, she discreetly whispered a few words to a nearby maid, who nodded and soon vanished into the crowd. Hua Xue observed the scene, secretly relieved. She understood Chen Jiyun's character all too well. A person as proud as she would not have raised accusations against Hua Qianqian unless it was clear that Hua Qianqian was in the wrong. Even if the truth lay with Chen Jiyun, she would go to great lengths to ensure no one discovered the reality. Let it be so. I shall not shy away. Chengzhen hesitated but ultimately agreed to the confrontation. Although she had not seen Mama He apply the ointment, Mama He had claimed to have used it, and there were no grounds for her to lie. Thus, Chengzhen turned to Jua, instructing, go fetch Mama He. With a witness. Let us see what she has to say. Jua hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, then turned to push her way through the crowd. The Wuxian Marquis's residence was not far from the North Street Market. Within a quarter of an hour, Jua returned with Mama He in a carriage to Renjitang. However, upon their return, both bore rather grim expressions. Chengzhen hastily approached them, regarding Mama He with a furrowed brow, inquiring, Mama He, I ask you, have you used the ointment I provided a few days ago? Hearing Chengzhen's voice, Mama He glanced at the onlookers with a distressed expression, swallowing hard. This old servant has, indeed, used it. Upon hearing this, Chengzhen breathed a sigh of relief, her demeanor brightening as she commanded, now, extend your hand for everyone to see. Mama He hesitated for a moment, but under Chengzhen's expectant gaze, she slowly extended her rough, calloused hand before the crowd. The hand was marred with scars, swollen like a moldy red sugar bun, and the gaping wounds and frostbite were enough to make one feel nauseated at a mere glance. Chengzhen, upon seeing the state of the hand, angrily confronted Hua Qianqian. Do you see this? Mama He's hand has become like this. What further explanation is needed? The onlookers also witnessed the scene, their anger palpable as they shouted. Indeed, facts speak louder than words. What else is there to say about Renjitang? Oh heavens, how dreadful. A few days ago my daughter's hand was frostbitten, and I was planning to purchase a bottle for her. Thank goodness, I did not buy it. If my daughter's hand ended up like that, how could she ever marry in the future? Previously, the crowd had been somewhat irate, motivated by a sense of indignation. Yet now, upon seeing Mama He's hand, their thoughts turned to the consequences they might face after using Renjitang's frostbite ointment, intensifying their collective fury. Hua Qianqian paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd, stepping forward to take Mama He's hand, examining it closely. You claim you used Renjitang's frostbite ointment. When was the last time you applied it? Mama He's gaze flickered nervously as she cast a glance at Jua. Seeing Mama He constantly looking in her direction, Jua hastily urged, just speak honestly. Mama He averted her gaze, lowering her head as she replied, this old servant applied it just this morning. And the remaining ointment? Did you use it all? Yes. Old servant disposed of the bottle afterward. Disposed of it? Hua Qianqian raised an eyebrow, unhurriedly continuing her inquiry, knowing it was ineffective. Why would you use it all? This, Hua Qianqian, observing Mama He's stammering, pressed on relentlessly. Furthermore, our Renjitang's ointment contains borneal, which not only treats swelling and pain but also exudes a strong fragrance that lingers on one's sleeves after application. You claim to have used Renjitang's frostbite ointment. Yet how is it that you bear no hint of its fragrance? She paused, her gaze piercing into Mama He. You are clearly lying. Upon hearing this, the old shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, frowning as he affirmed, Indeed, our Renjitang's frostbite ointment has a distinctly fragrant scent. After so much use, you should have noticed it. The crowd collectively lowered their heads to sniff the air, indeed detecting a lingering fragrance. Perhaps Mama He washed away the scent while working, Jiue interjected anxiously. Washed away? Hua Qianqian scoffed, with her hands in such a state. Every touch of water must be excruciating. Do you truly think she would dare to wash her hands now? Struck by Hua Qianqian's words, Mama He's face flushed crimson, her head bowed, unable to respond. Chapter 55. Is this an attempt to deny everything? Several young ladies from noble families possessed at least a modicum of knowledge regarding fragrances, particularly one hailing from a scholarly lineage. Taking a bottle of frostbite ointment from a wooden box, she held it to her nose and inhaled gently, her eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, it is Borneal. Borneal? This ingredient does not come cheap, he exclaimed, using such an expensive material in an ointment, yet selling it for merely 10 coins? Surely, if marketed as a fragrant ointment, it would fetch hundreds of coins. Chengzhen's countenance darkened upon hearing these remarks. She snatched the ointment from one, inhaling deeply, confirming the scent of Borneal. Clenching the bottle tightly, she glared at Mama He, demanding, What is the truth? Have you truly used this ointment? Mama He, frightened, suddenly collapsed to the ground, startling Jiue, who turned pale. Miss. Just as Mama He attempted to speak, Jiue hastily interrupted. Mama He genuinely used this ointment. Even if it contains Borneal, it does not imply it possesses efficacy. Upon saying this, Jiue subtly shook her head at Mama He. Hua Qianqian's lips curled into a slight smile, seemingly resolved to deny everything. Yet, this was of little consequence. The efficacy of her ointment could easily be determined by summoning those patients who had previously used the frostbite cream. Just as she contemplated instructing the old shopkeeper to invite the customers who had purchased the frostbite ointment according to the ledger, a young man was abruptly pushed towards her from the crowd. Before Hua Qianqian could discern the man's features, Mama He, kneeling on the ground, exclaimed in astonishment, Sanfu? What brings you here? The crowd, upon hearing Mama He's call, turned their gazes towards the man. Mama He, her face pallid, stood up while urging Sanfu. You ought to attend to your duties. Why did you wander out? This matter does not concern you. Hurry back. Inwardly, Mama He lamented. When the nobility clashed, it was invariably the servants who bore the brunt. She had already been dragged into this turmoil herself. At most, she would sacrifice her own insignificant life. However, she did not wish for her son to be ensnared in it as well. He would still need to serve in the Marquis' household. How would he manage if he offended the third young lady? Mama He persistently pushed her son away, but Sanfu's gaze was fixed on a certain spot beyond the crowd, causing him to flinch and retreat, fearful of moving forward. Chengzhen, observing the reactions of Mama He and Sanfu, quickly deduced that Mama He was concealing something. Her expression shifted abruptly as she seized Sanfu back, demanding, What is going on here? Clarify this for me. Terrified, Sanfu promptly fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head to Chengzhen. Third young lady, please do not blame my mother. The ointment you bestowed upon her was used by her on me. She feared you would be displeased if you learned of it, which is why she did not inform you. In a fit of urgency, Lu Yu kicked Sanfu, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? Have you been bribed? Sanfu looked up, panic-stricken, and insisted, No, I am not lying. Third young lady, if you do not believe me, look at my hands. I have been driving carts these past few days, and they have become frostbitten. My mother, seeing my plight, secretly applied the ointment you gifted her. After using your ointment, my frostbite healed in no time. As he spoke, he produced the frostbite cream from his bosom and presented it to Chengzhen. Third young lady, I have been reluctant to use this. There is still more than half a bottle left. I was careless and did not realize my mother's hands were also frostbitten. His eyes glistened with tears as he looked at Mama He, remorseful. Mother, had you used this ointment, your hands would not have been so injured, and the third young lady would not have been misled. It is all my fault. The young boy, barely sprouting facial hair, wept profusely, nearly breaking Mama He's heart. With the truth now revealed by her son, Mama He could no longer conceal the matter. She had to devise a way to shoulder the blame herself to spare her son from punishment. She knelt beside her son, bowing several times to Chengzhen, her forehead now bruised. Third young lady, This is my fault. I was blinded by foolishness and deceived you. This matter has nothing to do with Sanfu. If there is to be punishment, let it fall upon me." Upon hearing the words of the mother and son, Chengzhen was left in stunned silence. She had never anticipated that the truth of the matter would unfold in such a way. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, her lovely face flushed with embarrassment and then paled, reflecting the tumult of her emotions. Had they misconstrued the reputation of Renjitang and Lu Nyangzi? Some in the crowd began to murmur, piecing together the unfolding events.
Indeed.
It seems the old woman never used the ointment from Renjitang, but instead gave it to her son. But why did she lie about using it? Obviously, she feared her mistress would be displeased, so she chose to distort the truth rather than admit to her mistake. Listening to the gossip, Chengzhen wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. Her father had always taught her to act with integrity. The Marquis's household had never abused their power to twist the truth. Today, in a moment of impulse, she had brought shame upon her family. While she recognized her error in this matter, had Mama He revealed the truth earlier, she would not be in such an embarrassing position now. Biting her lip, she looked at the kneeling mother and son, feeling a blend of anger and helplessness. "Show me your hands," Chengzhen commanded Sanfu, who glanced at his mother and, upon receiving her nod, extended his hands toward her. Sanfu's hands were distinctly marked, darkened by the cold, yet they bore no frostbite, only a few scars. "Is the ointment truly effective?" Chengzhen inquired again. Sanfu nodded vigorously. "Third young lady, just days ago, my hands were in a state similar to my mother's."
Oh.
"If you do not believe me, you may summon old Beige and Uncle Day to verify. Our hands were both frostbitten from driving carts." Chengzhen ordered Lu Yu to fetch them, and indeed, upon seeing the cart driver's hands, they were as severely frostbitten as Mama He's. The stark comparison left the crowd astonished. This young lad's hands were once in such a state, yet after applying Renjitang's ointment, they are completely healed. You heard those young ladies just now. They claimed Renjitang's ointment contains precious ingredients. How could it not be effective? But I heard Renjitang's ointment only costs 100 won, while Wananhal's ointment is priced at 500. I purchased a bottle of Wananhal's ointment last time, and it took ages to show any improvement. As this remark was made, everyone's attention shifted to Chen Jiyun. Chapter 56. Do you take me for a fool? Chen Jiyun gritted her teeth, struggling to suppress her inner fury. She had just spoken in front of everyone about how Renjitang had compromised their integrity and deceived the populace. Yet now they began to compare Wananhal's ointment with that of Renjitang. As she listened to the murmurs of doubt, Chen Jiyun trembled with rage. She had never been subjected to such scrutinizing gazes before. It was merely a frostbite ointment for the poor, easily remedied. Yet those who could not even afford 500 won had no right to discuss her grandfather or Wananhal. This entire debacle stemmed from that despicable, abandoned woman, Hua Qianqian. The humiliation she endured today would surely be repaid tenfold in the future. The other young ladies were equally taken aback by the revelation. Remaining here would only invite further disgrace. They exchanged glances, hastily deciding to depart. Hua Xiu's expression was also quite telling. She had never imagined that they would inadvertently provide Hua Qianqian with an opportunity to showcase the affordability and effectiveness of Renjitang's ointment. Although reluctant, she could not show her displeasure outwardly. Biting her lip, she raised her gaze, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Since it had all been a misunderstanding, clarifying it would suffice. Hua Xiu's face brightened with relief as she approached Chengzhen, saying, "Thank goodness we came to inquire with my sick sister. Otherwise, this matter could have spiraled out of control, leaving both Renjitang and my sixth sister unjustly wronged. I truly did not expect my sixth sister to be acquainted with such a skilled physician. Had we met that doctor earlier, we would not have found ourselves in such a predicament." Her tone was soft, seemingly expressing gratitude for the resolution of the misunderstanding, while subtly placing blame on Chengzhen and Hua Qianqian. Meanwhile, those who had incited Chengzhen were portrayed as virtuous. What wrong had they committed? It was Chengzhen who had misjudged Hua Qianqian. They were merely standing up for her. Hua Xiu believed her words were perfectly crafted, yet Chengzhen could not help but scoff. She suddenly recalled her second brother's advice to her: "Do not be a fool and allow others to use you as a pawn." So this was the taste of being used as a pawn, ultimately bearing the brunt of blame and public scorn. "Hua Xiu, do you take me for a fool?" Chengzhen clenched her teeth, producing an echoing sound. her eyes gleaming with a piercing coldness akin to a dagger directed at Hua Qianqian and her companions. I previously misjudged Hua Qianqian. I acknowledge my error. But does that make you virtuous? Why did you conspire to have Lu Yu smash the frostbite ointment before the entrance of Renjitang without my knowledge? I merely summoned Lu Yu to confront, not to partake in such an act. Faced with Cheng Zhen's accusations, Hua Qianqian bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, rendering her speechless. She cast a glance towards Miss Wen and the others, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance. Though she remained silent, her expression conveyed her message clearly. The idea was not hers. It originated from Miss Wen and her companions. Yet, she could not betray them, so she held her lips tightly shut. Seeing Hua Qianqian's tearful expression of injustice, Miss Wen felt a pang of sympathy and interjected, "We acted for your sake. It was you who failed to grasp the situation. Yet you blame us." Hua Qianqian sobbed, "Jenner, it was my fault. I should have stopped you at the Hua residence. Please do not be angry. Get away from me." Cheng Zhen shoved Hua Qianqian aside. "What pretense are you putting on? If you truly wished to intervene, how could you not have done so?" She recalled that at the Hua residence, it was Hua Qianqian who had summoned the others to discuss the matter. "If today the truth does not come to light and in a moment of impulse I destroy Renjitang, I will have erred and embarrassed myself, and you are equally culpable." Cheng Zhen nearly shouted this through her tears, feeling both ashamed and wronged, her anger flaring at Hua Qianqian's hypocritical demeanor. How could she have been so blind to her true nature, once perceiving her as gentle and kind, always wanting to be close? Yet, at the slightest provocation, this woman would cast her aside to endure scorn and ridicule. Hua Qianqian trembled, her lips quivering, her face as pale as paper. "Jenner, you have misjudged me," she pleaded, grasping Cheng Zhen's wrist, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I genuinely wish to help you. After so many years of friendship, do you not trust me?" Cheng Zhen, suppressing her tears, shook off Hua Qianqian's hand. "It is precisely because I have known you for so long that I find your actions terrifying." Miss Wen's face turned ashen, her frustration boiling over. "How can you not recognize our goodwill? We did this for whom? Qianqian, let us leave. Do not pay her any mind." Miss Wen attempted to pull Hua Qianqian away, but their path was blocked by a long sword. Startled, she stumbled back, exclaiming at Hua Qianqian, "What do you intend to do?" Hua Qianqian's dark eyes radiated an intimidating chill. "You think you can just walk away after causing such trouble?" Hua Qianqian wanted to intervene, but seeing the gleaming sword, she dared not move, instinctively hiding behind Miss Wen. Miss Wen nearly burst into tears. Trembling as she looked at Hua Qianqian, "It was merely a misunderstanding. We did not act with malice. What do you want from us?" Her dismissive words only enraged Qiu Tao, who retorted, "You believe a mere misunderstanding can absolve you. You have wronged our young lady, and now must apologize. Furthermore, clean up the mess you have made at the entrance of Renjitang." The young ladies felt their dignity slipping away as a maid chastised them. Miss Wen glared at Qiu Tao. "It was Cheng Zhen who misjudged Hua Qianqian. We are not at fault and owe no apologies." Miss E scanned the surrounding crowd and added, "Moreover, it was these commoners who caused the chaos. What does it have to do with us?" The moment she spoke, the onlookers' expressions shifted. How dare she refer to us as commoners? We were merely led astray. This incident stemmed from the schemes of these noble ladies. Yet we are to take the blame. The crowd glared at the noble ladies, their eyes filled with fury. Shameless. Disgusting. Suddenly, an egg soared from the crowd, splattering on Missy's face, yolk oozing down. Before she could comprehend what had occurred, a handful of wilted vegetable leaves struck her next. "What of it if we are ordinary folk? Are we to be called commoners?" "Yes, we were misled about Lunyangzi, but that was your instigation. You are the disgrace. Your entire family." Chapter 57. More terrifying than enemies on the battlefield, the crowd erupted in unison. "Apologize to Lunyangzi. Apologize to Renjitang. Yes, kneel and apologize. Or, do not expect to leave." Shouts and accusations surged from all directions, and the young ladies could hardly discern who was hurling insults at them. In a matter of moments, Hua Qianqian and Miss E were drenched in foul eggs and rotten vegetable leaves, their appearance utterly disheveled. "You commoners, do you know who I am? How dare you treat me this way? I will have my father imprison all of you." The young ladies, unaccustomed to such humiliation, began to lose composure, some screaming in despair while others huddled together, sobbing. Cheng Zhen too was not spared. Yet, she stood tall. refusing to evade the consequences she deemed deserved. Madame He and Lu Yu incessantly apologized to the crowd and Hua Qianqian, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. They could only shield Qingzhen with their bodies. The chaos intensified, and fearing for Hua Qianqian's safety, Yuanbang pushed through the throng to protect her. Hua Shuiwe and her companions were nearly engulfed by the crowd, nearly buried under the vegetable leaves. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the sound of galloping hooves echoed nearby, followed by a contingent from the Wuqing military commission advancing towards the crowd. "Cease at once. All of you," a commanding voice boomed. The sight of an official prompted the crowd to retreat in fear. A mounted officer glared at the crowd, commanding, "Who dares to continue this disturbance will be taken to the prison." The commoners, cowed by the soldiers, shrank back, wishing to disappear. Upon spotting the officer, Miss E, like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, cried out, "Arrest these unruly citizens. They dare to insult and assault the family of a court official. Seize them and throw them into the dungeons." Watching Miss Yi's frantic cries, Hua Shuiwe, concealed behind, felt her frustration boil over. Wasn't there shame enough? Did they want every man in the city to witness their disgrace? Indeed, as Miss Yi's words fell, the soldiers' gazes turned toward them, their expressions a blend of incredulity and contempt. The young ladies appeared disheveled, some with their hairpins askew, others adorned with eggshells and wilted vegetable leaves, their makeup smeared. The yellow egg liquid mingled with powder, creating a nauseating sight. This spectacle was utterly shocking, even more horrifying than facing foes on a battlefield. It would be impossible to forget this sight upon encountering these noble ladies in the future. The mounted officer furrowed his brow at Miss E, his impatience palpable. "It is merely a trivial misunderstanding, Miss E. There is no need to escalate matters. Should it come to scrutiny, you too would bear responsibility. Prince Zhao has instructed us to escort you back to your residence. You should accompany us," the officer added. The implication of the officer's words nearly caused Hua Shuiwe to faint. If the officer had witnessed the unfolding events, he must have seen her in this pitiful state. The thought drove her nearly to madness. She longed to faint, yet to do so would only draw further attention. As Hua Qianqian overheard that these individuals were sent by the king of Zhao, her brows furrowed deeply. She had not deluded herself into thinking that the king had orchestrated this for her sake. The man would seize any opportunity to win the hearts of the people. He escorted these young ladies from prominent families back to their respective residences, not only obtaining leverage over them, but also performing a favor that would endear him to the populace. Indeed, as the citizens listened to the officer's words, expressions of gratitude and admiration spread across their faces, and none dared to continue their outcry. Just as the officer was about to escort the young ladies away, Hua Qianqian spoke coldly. "They caused a commotion in front of my shop. How can you simply take them away and disregard the Renji Hall?" Standing resolutely against the wind, her skirt billowing, her eyes sparkled with clarity, betraying no hint of fear. The officer was taken aback, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He had not anticipated that even with the authority of the king of Zhao revealed, this woman would dare to persist. "Miss E, you must understand what we have endured. What more do you want?" Hua Qianqian retorted, "This is the consequence of your actions. It has nothing to do with me. You still owe me what you promised." She barely lifted her eyelids. Hua Shuiwe approached her, swaying with every step, her lips pale as she choked back tears. "Sister, we were in the wrong. We never intended to cause harm. If you are upset, punish me as you wish, as long as you can find peace. I will do anything." At this point, Hua Shuiwe was nearly inconsolable, and her tearful gaze was heart-wrenching. Despite her disheveled appearance, she wept as beautifully as a rain-soaked pear blossom, hastily wiping away any signs of her distress. Hua Qianqian scoffed, "Then go die." At these words, Hua Shuiwe was momentarily stunned into silence, unsure how to proceed. Was she truly meant to crash into a wall for this wretched person? In her fury, she bit her lip until it bled, struggled for a moment, and then feigned weakness, swaying to one side as if about to fall. "Shuiwe." Several individuals rushed to support her, just as a figure dashed in from the crowd. Approaching Hua Shuiwe, he observed her pale countenance, a trace of compassion flickering in his eyes. Turning to Hua Qianqian, he furrowed his brow and said, "Where is your sister? You know her health is frail. What deep-seated grudge could justify this treatment?" The man, clad in a fish-scale robe, bore a mask over half of his face, and his gaze towards Hua Qianqian was laden with disappointment. Hearing the man's voice, Hua Shuiwe slowly opened her eyes, managing a weak, tearful call of second brother. Upon hearing her, Hua Jingyi instantly softened, shedding his cold demeanor as he draped his cloak over her shoulders. Watching this sudden display of gentleness, Hua Qianqian forced a smile, unaware that her expression was bittersweet, piercing the heart of another. Not far away, in an inn's loft, Li Yuan observed Hua Qianqian's hidden sorrow, his gaze deepening with concern. Beside him, a duo seethed. Why does Hua Erling only care for his shameless cousin when the person being bullied is his own sister? Chapter 58. The blind heart is hard to heal under the sunlight. Hua Qianqian stood tall, her 16 years belied by the weight of countless sorrows evident in her eyes. The faint melancholy that enveloped her even drew frowns from the typically taciturn AMO, who could not help but remark, Miss Qianqian is truly pitiable. AMO genuinely felt sympathy for Hua Qianqian. Over the past days, he had watched her diligently treat their master, marveling at the improvement in his condition. A feat that had left him astounded. The master's ailment had stumped even the esteemed imperial physician Zhang, with all doctors declaring he would not live past 22. Even the master himself likely harbored little hope. Yet, Hua Qianqian had managed to stabilize his condition. An ordinary woman from the inner chambers should not possess such remarkable medical skills. Thus, he felt compelled to investigate her background privately. What he uncovered was heart-wrenching. Hua Qianqian had endured a life of suffering. From a young age, her grandfather had shown great disdain for her, often ignoring her presence. Following the incident where Hua Shuiwe had nearly drowned, the hostility towards her only intensified. The four brothers Ren, Yi, Li, and Ji had coddled Hua Shuiwe, while remaining indifferent to Hua Qianqian. Yet, she had always strived to win their affection. Hua Jingyi had once been injured while rescuing Hua Shuiwe, prompting Hua Qianqian to study medicine fervently, hoping to concoct a balm to erase his scars. Autumn Peach recounted how Hua Qianqian had often cut her own hands in her desperate attempts to create the remedy. AMO sighed. While the blind can be healed, the blind heart is a far more daunting affliction. Witnessing Hua Jingyi's concern for Hua Shuiwe, Hua Qianqian felt her nose tingle with unbidden tears. Had it been another brother questioning her, her heart might not have been so pained. In the past, she would have wept and begged Hua Jingyi for forgiveness. Terrified of losing his affection, she had always feared that he would ignore her. Unlike her eldest brother, who lectured her, or her third brother, who often lost his temper, and her fourth brother, who avoided her, Hua Jingyi was quiet and reserved, occasionally drawing for her or reading together. Because she had once held expectations for him, she still felt a deep sense of injustice. As a child, Hua Jingyi had been strikingly handsome, often referred to as a divine child. However, after that fateful incident, his appearance was irrevocably marred. To spare Hua Shuiwe from fright, he had to wear a mask. This scar did not merely mar his visage, but also shattered his future. Due to his disfigurement, he could not take the imperial examinations and was forced to abandon his scholarly pursuits to train in martial arts and join the very guard he despised. She truly felt for her second brother, wishing he did not have to live a life he loathed. Thus, she devoted herself to mastering medicine, all to heal his scars. She had once yearned for a place in his heart, believing she was as vital to him as Hua Shuiwe. Yet, that had proven to be a vain hope. Whenever conflict arose between her and Hua Shuiwe, Hua Jingyi would invariably side with the latter. This had been true in the past, and it remained so now. Hua Qianqian chuckled bitterly to herself. Despite the passage of time, she could not forget the pain of yesteryears. The affection of Hua Erling for his sister was indeed touching. When she lifted her gaze once more, her eyes were devoid of emotion, and her tone towards Hua Jingyi resembled that of a stranger. I accept your apology, but it holds little value. The losses of Renji Hall cannot be compensated by mere words. Though apologies flowed freely from his lips, they bore no significance for her. Hua Qianqian's frigid demeanor momentarily disoriented Hua Jingyi. He had heard from his third brother that Qianqian no longer recognized them. Yet, he had not anticipated such a chilling attitude from her. Qianqian, Hua Jingyi furrowed his brow, attempting to rise and speak with her. However, Hua Shuiwe clutched his garment tightly, preventing his movement. Second brother, I'm feeling faint. Hua Shuiwe's eyes brimmed with tears. Her voice frail, as if a gust of wind might disperse it. Hearing her, Hua Jingyi instinctively turned back. What are you pretending for? Cheng Zhen, observing Hua Shuiwe's pitiful act, felt disgusted and stepped forward to slap her without hesitation. Feeling faint? Go ahead, do it. Cheng Zhen, skilled in martial arts. Struck with the strength of a man, causing Hua Qianqian to tremble and her cheek to swell significantly. Hua Qianqian felt a persistent buzzing in her head, almost on the verge of fainting. Yet, the fear of Qianqian striking her again kept her grounded, as she dreaded the thought of her beauty being irrevocably marred. Hua Qianqian never anticipated that a young lady from the Wuxiang Marquisate would strike Hua Qianqian in front of such a large gathering. By the time he registered the scene, Hua Qianqian's face had already become swollen. Before he could utter a word, an exclamation came from a carriage hastily approaching from the street. Subsequently, a man in dark attire helped a woman down from the carriage. The residents had received word from His Highness Zhao Wang that their young lady had encountered some trouble at the North Street Market. Having just returned home, Hua Jingyi spurred his horse to hasten over, while Hua Jingli accompanied Lady Li in a carriage, following behind. Lady Li, yet to disembark, caught sight of Hua Qianqian being assaulted from a distance, her heart racing with dread. Observing the crowd gathered before Renjitang, surrounded by the soldiers of the Wuqing military command, her heart sank further. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly the mischief of the sixth young lady. She had always maintained that this girl could never detach herself from the residents, and any trouble she caused would inevitably reflect upon them. Otherwise, Zhao Wang would not have sent someone to the residence. Lady Li's frustration could not be contained, and she leapt from the carriage, lifting her skirts as she rushed toward Hua Qianqian, raising her hand to deliver a slap. However, the blow never landed on Hua Qianqian's face, as it was intercepted by Li Yuanbang. "Aunt, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. "Yuanbang, step aside. This unruly child has repeatedly brought trouble to our residence. As her mother, I must teach her a lesson today." The bystanders were taken aback by Lady Li's fierce demeanor. Wasn't Hua Deforan the biological mother of the sixth young lady? How could she treat her daughter in such a manner? This was hardly the behavior of a biological mother. Even a stepmother would not act so callously.
Li Wanban returta.
"Aunt, it was Hua Qianqian who came to Renjitang to stir up trouble. Why are you blaming my cousin?" Lady Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Hua Qianqian had made a mistake?
How could that be?
For so long, it had been Qianqian, the foolish one, who had caused everyone distress, while Qianqian had always been praised and protected. How could she have erred? Though taken aback, Lady Li turned her gaze to Hua Qianqian's disheveled state. Her heart began to race anxiously. If Hua Leofiren were to see Qianqian like this, she would surely be heartbroken and scold her for not taking care of her daughter. Furthermore, the other young ladies present, whose fathers and grandfathers held substantial power in the court, would undoubtedly hold her responsible for the humiliation they faced today. Lady Li was both anxious and furious. What could possibly justify treating Qianqian and the others in such a despicable manner? What could be so grave? They accused Renjitang of selling fake medicine. Was that a mere triviality? Li Yuanbang was livid. Lady Li had initially feared that the issue at hand was severe. However, upon hearing Li Yuanbang's words, she felt a sense of relief. Qianqian had always been obedient. She certainly would not act without cause. Regardless of the truth, they should not treat those young ladies in such a manner. Lady Li turned to Hua Qianqian, saying, "I have long maintained that a young lady like you should not be running a shop. You lack medical knowledge and do not even know esteemed physicians. Even if the ointment is not counterfeit, it wouldn't be of great efficacy." Taking a deep breath, Lady Li continued, "Today, you must close the shop and go apologize to these young ladies." Li Yuanbang's knuckles cracked in anger, while Hua Qianqian remained expressionless. She had grown accustomed to this. Lady Li had always held a double standard towards her and Hua Qianqian. At times, she even questioned who her biological daughter truly was. How do you know Qianqian lacks medical expertise? How can you be certain she does not know esteemed physicians? A clear, deep voice suddenly resonated, drawing everyone's attention. The voice was extraordinarily melodious, and when the crowd beheld the speaker's appearance, they collectively gasped in awe. The second young master of the Li family was already quite handsome, but in comparison, he appeared juvenile. The newcomer bore no embellishments and sat in a wheelchair, yet exuded an air of unattainable nobility. Hua Qianqian leaned against Hua Jingyi, her eyes ablaze with jealousy upon the arrival of Li Yuan. She could not fathom why that wretched Hua Qianqian had so many people rallying to protect her. She believed herself to be the chosen one. Nevertheless, Li Yuan was merely an unremarkable cripple, no matter how handsome he was. He could not assist Hua Qianqian in any significant way. Today she had lost face. But Hua Qianqian had also offended several prominent families such as the Chun and Wen clans. It would not be long before her shop was forced to shut down. As Hua Shuiwe contemplated this, a sense of comfort washed over her. Yet, unexpectedly, several lavish carriages rolled into the marketplace, and shortly thereafter, individuals emerged, carrying various items as they made their way through the crowd. Leading the procession was a well-dressed young servant who held a long box, presenting it respectfully to Hua Qianqian. Sixth young lady, my master, the Prime Minister, learned of your ownership of Renjitang and regretted not being able to prepare a gift for your shop's opening
Today.
He instructed me to present you with a jade roi as a token of his appreciation. In the capital, there were only two prime ministers, Hua Xiong and Lu Xiong. Hua Xiong was Hua Qianqian's grandfather and would naturally not refer to her as a young friend, implying that this servant must have been sent by Lu Xiong. With Lu Xiong backing Renjitang, it was evident that ordinary individuals would think twice before causing trouble. The crowd marveled at why Lu Xiong would address Hua Qianqian in such a familiar manner when another maid dressed in pale lotus-colored satin approached her, smiling as she bowed. Sixth young lady, I am from the estate of the Qinghe County Prince. My prince sustained frostbite on his hand while hunting in the outskirts and unexpectedly found relief using the frostbite ointment purchased from Renjitang. He believes the ointment to be miraculous and has ordered a plaque to be made for me to deliver to you. Saying this, she signaled to the young servant behind her to bring forth the plaque. The characters inscribed upon it were flamboyant, and literate onlookers read aloud, the finest ointment under heaven. Look quickly. The plaque is signed by Bu Wei Ju. This is indeed the writing of Bu Wei Ju. I've heard that Bu Wei Ju does not easily grant his calligraphy to others. If someone lacks integrity, he would never allow them to tarnish his work. At that moment, a long-bearded elder stepped forward from the crowd, admiring the characters. The finest ointment under heaven. Indeed, Renjitang's ointment is deserving of such praise. The young ladies from several prominent families gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the elder. Is that Dr. Zhang? Indeed, it was Dr. Zhang. Lady Li was left in a state of shock. Just days prior, when Hua Leofuren had been unwell, she had sought Dr. Zhang to visit their residence. However, he had curtly declined, claiming he was too busy. Yet today, Dr. Zhang had personally come to Renjitang. How could she not be surprised? As Lady Li prepared to greet Dr. Zhang, he ignored her entirely, bypassing her to approach Hua Qianqian directly. Sixth young lady. I previously treated the Qinghe County Prince's hand and believed it would require at least a month to heal. I never expected that after using Renjitang's ointment, he would recover so swiftly. Your ointment is remarkable, truly deserving of this plaque. Might I request your assistance in introducing me to the esteemed physician who formulated this ointment? I would like to seek his guidance. Your praise is undeserved, esteemed elder. Hua Qianqian wished to keep her medical knowledge a secret. So she smiled at Dr. Zhang and said, that gentleman prefers to remain low profile, but I will convey your words to him. Once I receive any news, I shall have Qiu Tao deliver it to you. Dr. Zhang, far from being angered by the implicit refusal, instead beamed with delight. Excellent. I shall await your news. At that moment, Dr. Zhang's gaze fell upon a pot of medicinal herbs displayed in Renji Hall, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed and inquired, Lu Nyangzi, is that the Xingluo herb? Upon seeing the herb, he strode confidently into the shop. Hua Qianqian intended to accompany him, but Dr. Zhang turned and smiled, saying, Lu Nyangzi, you continue with your affairs. I shall explore on my own. The young servant beside Dr. Zhang bowed respectfully to Hua Qianqian, adding, my master can spend an entire day studying a single herb. Lu Nyangzi need only instruct the staff to prepare some tea. No need for further hospitality. Having heard of Dr. Zhang's obsession with medicine, Hua Qianqian chuckled and promptly asked Qiu Tao to prepare some refreshments. With so many distinguished guests supporting Renji Hall, Hua Qianqian felt a moment of astonishment and instinctively glanced towards Li Yuan. To her surprise, Li Yuan's gaze was also fixed upon her. Chapter 60. You did not like her before either. Li Yuan's cool, handsome visage bore no distinct expression, yet his eyes softened, and the corners of his mouth lifted gently. This demeanor inexplicably soothed Hua Qianqian, and a faint smile graced her face, radiant and surpassing even the winter sun. While Hua Qianqian smiled brilliantly, Chen Jiyun was left seething, her fists clenched in frustration. Dr. Zhang had actually come. This old man held a status in the imperial medical institution akin to her grandfather's, preferring to devote himself to medicine rather than socializing. Why had he chosen to visit today? with the words just spoken by Dr. Zhang. It wouldn't be long before Renji Hall's reputation would echo throughout the streets of the capital, and the disgrace they suffered today would undoubtedly become common knowledge. Chun Ziyun was infuriated, but in front of so many people, she could not betray her emotions. Meanwhile, Li S family observed these typically aloof individuals either presenting gifts or plaques to Hua Qianqian. The fact that Dr. Zhang had graciously visited Renji Hall left them utterly astonished. What on earth was happening? Since when had Qian girl become acquainted with such an extraordinary physician? Even more perplexing was the revelation that Dr. Zhang sought to meet this remarkable healer, only to be subtly declined by Qian girl. How could she lack such awareness? She attempted to persuade Hua Qianqian, but was jostled aside by the throng. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd, Lunyangzi. Does Renji Hall still have frostbite ointment? Can you sell me a bottle? The speaker was a timid youth, whose voice trembled. My mother has been washing clothes, and her hands are frozen. I wish to buy a bottle of frostbite ointment for her. As soon as he spoke, others chimed in. I want to buy a bottle too. No, 3 bottles. I need 3 bottles. I need some cough syrup. My son has been coughing for several days. I took him to Wanan Hall, and he hasn't improved. Lunyangzi, can you sell me a bottle of cough syrup? In truth, these individuals had long harbored the intention to purchase ointments, but had refrained from voicing it due to past events. Now that someone had brought it up, they eagerly followed suit, fearful of being left behind. Hua Shuiwe, observing the admiration directed towards Hua Qianqian, was nearly beside herself with rage, her teeth clenched. Who was it? Who was assisting Hua Qianqian from the shadows? Who was the extraordinary healer responsible for the ointment? She was determined to uncover the identity of the person who had aided Hua Qianqian and to draw them to her side. Hidden within the crowd, a duo relished the sight of Hua Shuiwe and her companion's dismay. He quietly remarked to Amo beside him, How did you manage to invite Dr. Zhang? That old fellow is notoriously difficult to persuade. Amo shot a duo an exasperated glance. It wasn't me who invited him.
What?
A duo exclaimed, surprised. If it wasn't Amo, then it meant Dr. Zhang had indeed come for the ointment. Well, I must say, our miss really is exceptional. A duo suddenly wore a knowing smile, nudging Amo with his elbow. I bet you a tale of silver that the Hua family will regret how they treated our miss. Amo frowned, grasping a duo's arm to prevent further nudging. Did you not dislike her before? A duo's cheeks reddened as he protested. Nonsense. I simply didn't know her well enough. The two whispered back and forth, drawing curious glances from those nearby, but at that moment, everyone was too preoccupied to concern themselves with the pair, for the crowd around Renji Hall continued to swell. Those arriving were unaware of the commotion, and curiously inquired of those in front, Brother, what is happening? Why is everyone here buying ointment? The inquirer, eager to push forward, replied, Of course, it's effective and affordable. Moreover, the ointments at Renji Hall contain rare medicinal ingredients that ordinary folk cannot typically afford. Another helpful aunt chimed in. Young man, if you don't hurry, you might miss out. I heard Renji Hall only sells 30 bottles of each type of ointment daily. And look at how many people want to buy. The line will stretch into tomorrow. The shopkeeper watched the throng of eager customers with a sense of disbelief. Just moments ago, he worried that Renji Hall might close its doors, and now he was concerned about running out of stock. He had never anticipated that the ointments would be so effective. No wonder the girl remained calm throughout. She possessed absolute confidence in her products. Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, he called out to the crowd, We still have cough syrup and burn ointment available, but the frostbite ointment won't be ready until tomorrow. Those wishing to purchase the first 2 types of ointments, please line up here. The townsfolk, observing the shattered bottles on the floor, understood why the frostbite ointment was unavailable and glared resentfully at Hua Shuiwe and her companions. However, unable to procure the frostbite ointment, they resolved to buy the other 2 types of ointments instead, obediently forming a long queue in front of Renji Hall. The shopkeeper glanced at the line and noticed several individuals who had previously called for Renji Hall to compensate them. He glared angrily and declared, Our master has made it clear that anyone who caused trouble before shall never be allowed to step foot in Renji Hall again. Don't shamelessly try to enter. If you do, I shall not hesitate to drive you out. The instigators of the earlier ruckus regretted their actions, wishing they could retract their words. Who would have thought that the ointments from Renji Hall were so remarkable? They were laborers, and in the dead of winter, their hands and feet were bound to suffer from the cold. They could not afford the ointments from Wanan Hall, yet Renji Halls were both affordable and effective, yet they had been denied. What would they endure this winter? The group of individuals tearfully pleaded with the shopkeeper. Oh, please, kind shopkeeper. We too were deceived by those young ladies. Lu Nyangzi, please don't hold it against us. Just sell us a bottle. Li Yuanbang shot a glare at them, coldly responding, now you regret it? Where were you before?
Get lost.
If you come any closer, I'll knock your teeth out. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Li S family, letting out a huff. His words were intended for them to hear. The townsfolk wishing to buy ointments, fearing that there wouldn't be enough for everyone, unitedly pushed the troublemakers out of the crowd, shoving Li S family aside. With so many in line, some were there to purchase ointments while others came to collect prescriptions, leaving the shopkeeper and Qiutao bustling about without a moment's rest. Chapter 61. A heart-wrenching scene. The officer of the Wuqing military command, long pushed to the periphery by the masses, was rendered speechless by the unfolding chaos. In such frigid weather, he observed the egg wash on the young ladies freezing upon their bodies. Yet, amidst this throng, he found himself utterly incapable of extricating them. The Prince Zhao had forbidden him from harming the common folk, and broaching the subject of the young ladies once more would only serve to make them targets of public ire again. Hua Qianqian made no mention of compensation, leaving the young ladies in this predicament, truly a heart-wrenching scenario. The officer dismounted helplessly and navigated through the crowd to locate Hua Qianqian. After several exchanges, he ultimately promised that the families would come forward to apologize to Renjitang, and he would dispatch personnel to clear the area, thus enabling the safe departure of the young ladies from Renjitang. With the Hua family present, the assistance of the Wuqing military command was unnecessary. Hua Qianqian, disinterested in further negotiations with her relatives, demanded that Li Yuanbang seek compensation of 500 taels of silver from the Li family before they would allow Hua Shuyue to leave. The Li family, upon hearing this, was incensed to the point of nearly fainting. Hua Jingli, seeing Hua Shuyue's increasingly pallid complexion, felt an urgency to return her to the Hua residence quickly and began rummaging for silver. However, in his haste to leave, he had not brought much currency with him and could only turn to Hua Jingli. Upon noticing Hua Jingli's glance, Hua Jingli frowned slightly. He had just returned to the capital after completing his assignment and had not changed out of his official attire, so he had no money to spare. He glanced at himself, noting that the only valuable item he possessed was a dagger sheathed at his waist. Before he could even unfasten the dagger, Hua Jingli, filled with frustration, snatched it away and hurled it towards Hua Qianqian. This dagger, sharp as iron, is encrusted with gems on its sheath and surely worth 500 taels. Can we leave now? Hua Qianqian gazed at the dagger, a smirk of derision curling her lips as she scoffed. An exquisite dagger, crafted by Master Hishan. In order to have this dagger made, Qiutao and I spent countless days collecting firewood for him. As for the gems on the sheath, they were a gift from my grandmother on my 8th birthday. She advised me to craft jewelry, but I cherished them too much and requested the master to inlay them on this sheath. To think that these people would use something I gifted them to rescue Hua Shuyue, what a remarkable elder brother they are. Hua Qianqian's words left Hua Jingli momentarily stunned as he turned his furrowed brow towards Hua Shuyue. He recalled how, 2 years prior, when Hua Shuyue had seen this dagger in his possession, she had exclaimed, "Elder brother, how did this dagger come to be with you? Wasn't it purchased by Sixth Sister for Xiaoyan?" Initially, he had thought that Hua Shuyue had given it to him because Xiaoyan refused to accept gifts from Qian'er. At that time, he had been irked by her lack of decorum, believing that since Xiaoyan was betrothed to Shuyue, she should not privately exchange gifts with him. Yet now, Qian'er claimed that the dagger was specifically made at her behest by Master Hishan, whose words were the truth. Desiring no further entanglement with the Hua family, Hua Qianqian reclaimed the dagger and coldly stated, "I have made my position abundantly clear. I am no longer associated with the Hua family. If you detest me so, kindly keep your distance. I equally find you repugnant. Do not provoke me again. My patience has its limits." With that, she handed the dagger to Li Yuanbang, indifferently instructing him, "Smash it and sell the iron." Those words, devoid of any warmth or sentiment, fell upon Hua Jingli's heart like a hammer.
Qian'er.
Elder brother, what more is there to discuss with this wretched creature? She denies our kinship. I refuse to acknowledge her as my sister. Hua Jingli's fury boiled over as he glared at Hua Qianqian's contemptuous demeanor. He turned his attention to the frail and distressed Hua Shuyue, filled with compassion as he lifted her into the carriage. Hua Jingli cast one last glance at Hua Qianqian, but she had already turned her back and entered the apothecary. leaving him no choice but to furrow his brow and assist the Li family into the carriage. Upon returning to the Hua residence, the sight of Hua Qianqian's condition nearly sent the matriarch into a faint. After instructing the servants to wash her, she sent Hua Jingli to summon a physician to examine her. The physician declared that Hua Qianqian had merely been startled and was suffering from a cold, with no serious issues. However, after the physician's departure, Hua Qianqian's face remained pale as a sheet, prompting the matriarch to ask the Li family to prepare bird's nest and ginseng to nourish her. The Li family, not daring to be negligent, tended to the fire themselves. Hua Jingyi and Hua Jingli remained by Hua Qianqian's side, guarding her. The matriarch glanced at the brothers, her brows furrowed tightly. That ungrateful wretch. The Jiang family nurtured her and endured countless ridicule and disdain for her sake. She shows no gratitude and treats Shu so poorly. She is a calamity. The moment she was born, misfortune befell our family. I should have sent her to a nunnery. Shu's plight is all my fault. As she spoke, the matriarch pounded her chest in distress. Fearing for her health, Hua Jingli quickly stepped in to block her. The sixth miss is a heartless wretch. Do not let her trouble you. Mind your health. And where is fourth brother? Has he not even come to check on his ailing sister? At the mention of Hua Jingji, Hua Jingli's expression hardened. Ever since that day at the Yuan, he has been acting erratically. He ignores me when I speak to him and spend his days drinking. He is likely reveling outside at this very moment. The matriarch struck her cane against the ground in frustration. How could fourth brother become like this? It's all that wretched girl's doing. A true troublemaker. The Leaf family cherishes her as if she were a treasure, but she will surely bring about their ruin. Second brother, see that you bring fourth brother back to me. Even if he does not pursue a civil service career, he must not bring shame to the Jiang family like the sixth miss. Hua Jingyi, realizing that much had transpired in his absence, nodded gravely at the matriarch. Very well. I will check on Shu Yue and then seek out fourth brother. The brothers remained at Hua Qianqian's side until nightfall, relieved to see that, while she appeared weak, she did not have a fever. After instructing the servants to keep a close watch, they assisted the matriarch back to rest. Once they departed, Hua Qianqian sat up in bed, her eyes gleaming with vitality, betraying no hint of illness. Clenching her fists in anger, she recalled the earlier events of the day and leaped from the bed to find a pair of scissors, viciously shredding her blanket into tatters. Miss, please be careful. Don't hurt yourself, Qing'er timidly urged from the side. If you injure yourself, the matriarch and your brothers will be heartbroken. Hua Qianqian, upon hearing this, gradually calmed down. After all, she was the chosen one. She could not afford to be lost in rage. She tossed the scissors aside and fell into deep contemplation. She pondered the identity of the doctor who had prepared the frostbite ointment for Renjitang. If that individual shared only a casual acquaintance with Hua Qianqian, why would he entrust such a highly praised formula to her? Yet, having grown up alongside Hua Qianqian, she had never noticed her befriending any exceptionally skilled physicians.
Qing'er,
Take the blanket and burn it. Ensure no one sees it. Accompany me to Qianxi courtyard. Qing'er was somewhat taken aback. The Qianxi courtyard had been the residence of the sixth miss, Hua Qianqian, before her marriage, and it had long been neglected. She was uncertain as to why her ladyship wished to go there. However, since Hua Qianqian had already given her instructions, she dared not disobey. In haste, she tidied the bedding and assisted Hua Qianqian in dressing before accompanying her out of the courtyard. The moon hung low on the treetops. The employees of Renjitang had toiled throughout the day, their bodies weary and aching. Although the medicinal ointment had sold out early, the stream of patrons seeking medicine had been unceasing. By the end of the day, the old shopkeeper had collected several times the usual amount of silver, his delight evident in his beaming smile. Only when night fell did he instruct the staff to close the shop and begin calculating the day's profits with Hua Qianqian. Li Yuan had not left, quietly observing from the side. From time to time, Li Yuanbang cast curious glances at Li Yuan, his confusion unabated. Since Li Yuan's return from the northern frontier, he had seldom ventured out, and his status rendered him less suited to social appearances. Yet, in recent days, he had not only visited the Yuan, but also come to the northern market. It was perplexing to see him drawn to crowded places.
Li Yuanban,
Being unable to conceal his thoughts, completed his tasks at the shop and approached Li Yuan, whispering, "Brother, have you not grown weary from sitting here all afternoon?" Li Yuan raised an eyebrow at Li Yuanbang, but chose to remain silent. Li Yuanbang, plagued by unanswered questions, felt a knot of discomfort in his heart. "Brother, Regarding the plaque sent by the Prince of Qinghe, could it be that you requested the esteemed scholar not to inscribe it? He had pondered this all afternoon, sensing something amiss. Even if his cousin's ointment were exceptionally effective, the esteemed scholar would not so easily inscribe for Renjitang. There were few in this world who would disregard even the emperor's face, and the esteemed scholar was one of them, unless Li Yuan intervened. But why would he go to such lengths for his cousin? With his temperament, he would not complicate matters that could be resolved with silver. He had never seen Li Yuan care about such trivialities. Li Yuanbang scrutinized Li Yuan, his gaze sharp and inquisitive. He was eager to understand his brother's motives. He had never engaged in such mentally taxing endeavors before. Feeling uncomfortable under Li Yuan's gaze, Li Yuan shifted his position, turning away without responding. In this new direction, he found himself able to see Hua Qianqian, who was busily working at the counter. The young lady stood by the yellowing candlestick, calculating with an abacus. Her once sharp features softened in the candlelight, radiating tranquility and beauty. As Li Yuan observed Hua Qianqian, his mouth unconsciously softened. He himself could not comprehend why he felt compelled to act in such a manner, for it offered him no tangible benefit. Yet, when he saw her being bullied, her eyes flaring with a stubbornness that suggested she wished to drag her tormentors into the abyss alongside her, he felt an impulsive urge to shield her beneath his meager wings. He simply did not want her to suffer any longer. I understand now. Li Yuanbang's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, a sly smile gracing his lips. Leaning closer to Li Yuan, he whispered, "Brother, do you harbor some intentions toward our cousin?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes flickered, and his movement to turn his head became markedly stiff. "Do not speak nonsense." Li Yuan frowned as he took a sip of tea. What intentions could I possibly have? However, Li Yuanbang was convinced that his speculation was undoubtedly correct. I am not speaking falsely. Brother, do not hide it from me. Are you not hoping for Qianqian to concoct frostbite ointment for the soldiers in the northern frontier? Li Yuan's brow twitched violently at Li Yuanbang's words. So this was the intention the lad spoke of. Li Yuanbang felt his analysis was spot on. Fixing his gaze on Li Yuan earnestly, "Brother, Qianqian is not an unreasonable girl. If you wish to purchase the formula for the frostbite ointment, simply state it. If you feel embarrassed to ask, I will inquire. This is a serious matter, and Qianqian will surely agree." Their conversation piqued Hua Qianqian's attention. She looked up at the two, her eyes tinged with curiosity. "What are you discussing? What do you wish to ask?" Li Yuanbang, ever straightforward, seized the opportunity to voice his thoughts without hesitation. "Qianqian, my brother and I were considering that since your frostbite ointment is so effective, could you not produce some for shipment to the northern frontier? This winter is exceedingly cold, and the soldiers there are training daily. Their hands and feet must be freezing. If they could use Renjitang's frostbite ointment, their winter would be far more bearable." Upon hearing this, Hua Qianqian's brows instinctively knitted together. Noting her expression, Li Yuanbang hastily reassured her, "Do not worry. Your cousin will not let you suffer a loss in this transaction. It is not merely a matter of money, second cousin." "This situation is far from simple," Hua Qianqian interjected, shaking her head to silence Li Yuanbang's further remarks. She then turned to Chiu Tao, who, perceptibly, hastened to secure the shop's door. Hua Qianqian lowered her gaze, recalling events from her past life. Due to the remarkable achievements of the old Prince Cheng, the current emperor had harbored deep-seated fears of him throughout his life, constantly suppressing the Cheng family through various means, nearly leading to the old prince's demise on the battlefield. After the paranoid old emperor's death, Yuanian ascended to the throne. Newly crowned, he was even more wary of the Cheng family's influence and strength, seeking to eliminate them swiftly, thus shamelessly accusing them of treason. The old prince was torn apart by 5 horses, and his wife, donning mourning garments, leaped from the city walls in despair. From that moment on, the Cheng family ceased to exist in the Dafeng dynasty. However, before her life was cut short by Hua Shiyue, she had heard whispers of the young Prince Cheng raising an army to march towards the capital. The Cheng family had served faithfully for the nation. Although she had never met them, she held deep admiration for their loyalty and bravery. They did not deserve such a fate. Chapter 63. How much more does she conceal from him? Hua Qianqian contemplated quietly, acknowledging that while she currently lacked the power to alter fate, she would do her utmost to assist the Cheng family. Not merely for the citizens of Dafeng, but also for herself. The stronger the enemies of her enemies, the greater her chance for vengeance. Her gaze grew resolute as she softly declared, "Second cousin, I can prepare the ointment for shipment to the northern frontier, and I can even share the formula with the old Prince Cheng. But have you considered how the emperor would react if he were to learn of this? What would he think of the Li family and Prince Cheng? Li Yuanbang looked at Hua Qianqian in confusion, then at Li Yuan, perplexed. What of it? Shouldn't we save the soldiers suffering from frostbite? Li Yuan's eyes narrowed as he took a delicate sip of his tea, contemplating the implications. Hua Qianqian nodded. Acts of kindness are meant for sovereigns to bestow. If you take this upon yourself, who will the soldiers thank? Her words struck a chord of realization. Li Yuanbang's disbelief was palpable, and even Li Yuan halted, the teacup poised in his hand, casting a profound look at Hua Qianqian. He was taken aback, not expecting her to possess such insight. If his father were to procure frostbite ointment from the capital for distribution among the soldiers, the emperor would surely perceive it as an attempt to curry favor. Even if they brought back the formula to produce it in the northern frontier, it would be highly inappropriate. Especially since the northern frontier struggled each year to secure military funding from the emperor, let alone have surplus funds for creating frostbite ointment. Those who wished to see the Cheng family fall would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity to undermine his father. In any case, the Cheng family could not engage in this venture, as it would also implicate the Li family. Were they simply to watch the soldiers suffer? Li Yuanbang's eyes brimmed with frustration. Frostbite could indeed be fatal. Must they sacrifice the lives of soldiers due to unfounded suspicions? Hua Qianqian's gaze shifted thoughtfully as she shook her head. There is no way. What way? Li Yuanbang halted his restless pacing, his eyes bright with anticipation as he inquired, Cousin, do tell. It is simple. Let the emperor bestow the favor personally. Hua Qianqian's lips curved into a gentle smile, her eyes gleaming with a mischievousness that seemed at odds with her refined demeanor. This way, the prince's residence not only saved money, but also avoided the emperor's suspicion, sparing the soldiers of Beijiang from suffering. Moreover, there was another point she had not mentioned. Even the current emperor rewarded the border soldiers with the medicinal ointment from Renjitang, which would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of Renjitang further. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanbang suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, Indeed, what a splendid idea. The notion of bestowing grace is irrelevant. As long as the soldiers do not endure the agony of frostbite, they will possess greater strength in battle, ensuring that the soldiers of the Great Feng dynasty do not face defeat and the common folk remain unharmed. This is far superior to anything else. Hua Qianqian had not anticipated that Li Yuanbang would be so concerned for the nation. He truly embodied the passionate son of his homeland. However, Li Yuanbang's joy was fleeting, as his brow furrowed once more. How could they persuade the emperor to bestow such grace? They did not even have the opportunity to meet him. Persuasion seemed futile. Hua Qianqian leaned against the counter, resting her delicate chin on the back of her hand, noting that those in power must be flattered. Although they could not meet the emperor, they could seek assistance from others. Li Yuan's gaze fell upon Hua Qianqian, his eyes sparkling with an otherworldly brilliance reminiscent of moonlight illuminating a deep, ancient well. How should they flatter him? Reflecting on the past and the present, they could ultimately present a tragic narrative. Without needing Hua Qianqian to elaborate, Li Yuan instantly grasped her meaning. The emperor, known for his suspicion and desire for glory, could hardly resist discussions about his past triumphs. Having once led troops into battle, he would be captivated by anyone who could reminisce about his glorious moments. Then, they could seamlessly introduce the minor issue of the frostbite afflicting the soldiers, which the former emperor had failed to resolve, thereby allowing the soldiers to suffer unnecessarily. By elevating the emperor's stature, he would have no choice but to address the matter. Realizing this, Li Yuan's eyes reflected a hint of incredulity as he regarded Hua Qianqian. He had not expected this young woman to possess such insight and wisdom. Such mastery of persuasion might elude even the most seasoned bureaucrats who had navigated the treacherous waters of politics for decades. How much more did she know that he remained unaware of? Hidden in the shadows, a duo felt a surge of emotion as he overheard their conversation, nearly brought to tears. Though he did not fully comprehend Hua Qianqian's final remark, he understood that the soldiers of Beijiang might not endure frostbite this year. He recalled those warriors who had fought alongside him, not injured in battle, yet suffering from frostbite that had ravaged their ears, noses, and even limbs. With tears in his eyes, he turned to Amo beside him and raised an eyebrow, saying, If the soldiers of Beijiang truly receive the frostbite ointment this time, I shall never refuse the duty of protecting Miss Biao again. Amo tightly pressed his lips together, pondering if he had encountered Miss Qianqian sooner, whether his master would not have lost an arm to frostbite. This time, Amo did not ignore a duo's words. He awkwardly raised an eyebrow, replying, I too shall assist in protecting her. A duo did not understand why Amo was concerned about protecting Miss Biao, but he thought little of it. Looking at the beautiful figure in red by the light, he could not help but exclaim, the young master of Yongning is truly blind. How can he not admire Miss Biao and instead favor that pretentious and hypocritical woman, Hua Qianqian? I wish I could peer into his mind to see if it is filled with water on one side and flour on the other, shaking it to become a paste. Just as a duo was indignant on behalf of Hua Qianqian, he heard the door of Renjitang being knocked upon. The group was surprised by the sound. It was already late, and the staff had hung the closed sign outside. Who would come to Renjitang at this hour? Stay put. I will check. Li Yuanbang swiftly moved to the door, opening it a crack. Upon seeing the visitor's face, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he retorted, What are you doing here? Xiao Yan, observing Li Yuanbang's furious expression, clenched his fists and took a step back to glance inside the shop. I wish to speak with Lu Nyang for a moment. Bah! Li Yuanbang shot back angrily. You dare call her Lu Nyang? Get as far away from here as you can, or beware of my fists. Hearing Li Yuanbang's furious reprimand, Hua Qianqian walked over, her skirt swaying gently. She was also somewhat surprised to see Xiao Yan, yet she was not angry. At that moment, he was merely a stranger to her. Is young Master Xiao here for a matter of importance? Hua Qianqian's cold indifference caused Xiao Yan's brow to furrow slightly. It concerns the land deeds of the estate. May I have a word? Li Yuanbang blocked Hua Qianqian's path, frowning. What do you need to borrow? If you owe land deeds, return them here. Why are you being so secretive? Are you plotting something underhanded? Li Yuanbang, that is enough. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was evidently enraged by Li Yuanbang's accusations. I only wish to speak with her. I am not as despicable as you think. Cousin, Hua Qianqian interjected, shaking her head at Li Yuanbang. You all wait for me here. With you present, he dares not cause me trouble. Li Yuanbang snorted disdainfully at Xiao Yan, reluctantly saying to Hua Qianqian, Then be quick. There is nothing worthwhile to discuss with such a person. Hua Qianqian smiled and nodded before following Xiao Yan around the corner. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the cobblestone streets, illuminating them with a soft sheen. Xiao Yan had never imagined that he would stroll alongside Hua Qianqian at night, and he was unexpectedly filled with an indescribable sense of apprehension. Young Master Xiao, if you have something to say, please speak quickly. It is getting late, and I must return home. The mention of home caused Xiao Yan's brow to furrow, his thin lips pressed together. I apologize once more for the previous matters. Lana has been sent away by my father. With this outcome, I trust she has come to realize her mistakes. Hua Qianqian was indifferent to Xiao Yan's concern for Xiao Lan. Her expression grew increasingly impatient as she replied, Is this the reason you sought me out? Of course not. Xiao Yan responded, urgency creeping into his tone as he quickly produced several land deeds from his clothing. These are the deeds for several estates in the suburbs, including my mother's dowry and the Xiao family's private property. This serves as your dowry. As Xiao Yan presented the deeds to Hua Qianqian, her eyes sparkled with a new light, tinged with a hint of anxiety. She wondered if among these estates lay the very one where she had been imprisoned in her past life. She hesitated to specify which estate she desired, fearing the Xiao family might catch on. That place haunted her nightmares. If possible, she wished never to revisit it. Yet, the books left behind by the esteemed physician remained there, and she did not want his efforts to gather dust. Furthermore, records regarding Li Yuan's affliction also resided in the physician's notes. She had to obtain that estate's deed. After a brief pause, Hua Qianqian reached out to accept the land deeds, but did not examine them immediately, instead folding them neatly and placing them in her purse. Each of her movements was executed with a delicate grace that left Xiao Yan momentarily entranced. Had she always possessed such elegance? He truly could not recall. All he remembered was everyone criticizing her for being foolish. Once Hua Qianqian had secured the deeds, she turned to leave, prompting Xiao Yan to call out, Lu Nyang. Hua Qianqian glanced back, and Xiao Yan felt a tightening in his chest. Beneath the moonlight, her skin glowed with a porcelain-like translucence, and her beautiful eyes held a trace of impatience. He had never seen such an expression on her face before. Clenching his fists gently, he spoke. I witnessed what transpired at Renjitang today. Oh? And what of it? Lu Nyang, do not misunderstand Xue. She is truly kind-hearted. I believe she would never intentionally harm you. Do not take out your frustrations on her due to our situation, nor should you sulk any longer. It is time for you to return to the residence. Before Xiao Yan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Hua Qianqian's melodious laughter. Her autumn-like eyes sparkled with joyful tears as she retorted, Master Xiao.
Who are you to me?
And what connection do you have with Hua Shiyue? What do your words mean to me? Hua Qianqian's laughter left Xiao Yan feeling constricted.
I
merely wish for your well-being, he stammered. That is entirely unnecessary. Hua Qianqian's smile faded, and her countenance returned to its former indifference. I have no further ties to Master Xiao. Henceforth, I ask that you refrain from meddling in my affairs. Otherwise, I might think you are unable to let go. A coward. Qianqian. Xiao Yan's face flushed with anger at her words. I genuinely care for your welfare. Even if we cannot be husband and wife. We share a bond from our childhood. I do not wish to see you estranged from your family. You overly concern yourself, Master Xiao. Do not presume to think you are of such significance, Hua Qianqian replied, her patience waning. My grandfather once told me that the most detestable individuals are those who urge you to be kind. Until one has experienced another's suffering, they should not advise others to be virtuous. It seems you still do not grasp this truth. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Yan, enunciating each word. Do not use the guise of caring for me as a means to bully me. I will not tolerate it any longer. With that, she resolutely turned and walked away, leaving Xiao Yan alone in the cold night. As he watched Hua Qianqian's retreating figure, his heart grew more troubled. He muttered to himself the words she had just spoken. Until one has experienced another's suffering, they should not advise others to be virtuous. Xiao Yan found it incomprehensible that Hua Qianqian, the legitimate daughter of a prominent family, with parents and brothers to protect her, could possibly endure a life more arduous than that of Shiyue, who had lost her parents at a young age. What hardships had she endured to become so emotionally distant? Xiao Yan yearned to leave, yet his gaze remained fixed on the direction of Renji Hall. The night deepened, with only the shop illuminated by a warm glow. The young woman, lifting her skirt, cheerfully returned to the entrance of the shop, smiling at those inside, her eyes brimming with warmth. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, feeling increasingly vexed. Meanwhile, Hua Qianqian had obtained the land deed and, in high spirits, returned to the shop to instruct Qiu Tao to gather their belongings in preparation to return home with a few companions. Approaching Li Yuan, she offered to push his wheelchair, but he wore a stern expression and called for Li Yuanbang to assist him into the carriage. Hua Qianqian found Li Yuan's sudden change of demeanor puzzling. He had seemed fine just moments ago. However, she dismissed the thought and, after exchanging a few words with the old shopkeeper, took her seat in the carriage. Once inside, Hua Qianqian retrieved the land deeds from her purse. As she flipped through the pages, her fingers halted upon reaching the third deed. Biting her lip, she inhaled deeply, suppressing her excitement to avoid detection. All the effort she had expended had not been in vain. She had finally acquired the deed to the estate. Hua Qianqian's motivation extended beyond merely reclaiming the medical texts from Dr. Zhua. She sometimes wondered if the memories in her mind were merely a dream. If she could find Dr. Zhua's books in this estate, it would validate the pain she had truly endured. Li Yuan observed her emotional fluctuations. Though he was not intentionally watching, he simply wanted to know what she was doing. Were those deeds truly so captivating? Or was her joy a result of encountering Xiao Yan? Chapter 65. Will the young lady accompany him back to the Xiao residence? Li Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Upon returning home, the Guans had already prepared the meal. After washing their hands, everyone gathered to dine and engage in casual conversation. Noticing Hua Qianqian enjoying her meal with carefree delight, Li Yuan declared he had no appetite and retreated to his room. Once he departed, Guan frowned and remarked to the old matriarch, "Mother, do you not find Yuan a bit peculiar these days?" Li Yuanbang nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, "I have noticed it too. Elder brother used to never show happiness or anger over trivial matters. Yet lately, I have seen him smile multiple times. Remarkable." Guan slapped Li Yuanbang on the head, exclaiming, "Who are you calling a hard tree? How dare you speak of your elder brother in such a manner?" She cast a disapproving glance at her son, lamenting, "You call others hard trees, yet your mind is as dense as iron. Sigh. When will I ever hold a grandchild?" Horrified by his mother's wish for grandchildren, Li Yuanbang hastily shoved food into his mouth and leapt to his feet, saying, "Mother, I am finished eating. You should discuss grandchildren with Brother Tuan." With that, he dashed away. Guan ground her teeth in frustration. When will this foolish child ever come to his senses? After dinner, The old matriarch summoned Hua Qianqian to her chamber. Having already inquired with Qiu Tao about the day's events, she learned the commotion caused by the young lady from the Chung family at Rinji Hall. The old matriarch gazed at Hua Qianqian, her eyes filled with compassion. Hua Qianqian nestled into the old matriarch's embrace, who gently stroked her hand, offering comfort. "Grandmother, do you think I have been too harsh on them?" she murmured, referring to the Li family and her brothers. After all, they were also her grandmother's kin. "You handled it well. My dear is grown up," the old matriarch replied softly, shaking her head. "I understand your mother's temperament. You should not allow her to make you suffer." With a gentle sigh, she continued, "Your mother has become this way partly due to my mistakes. Had I not gone to the northern frontier with your grandfather and left your mother to be raised by your great-grandfather, she would not have developed this disposition. My dear Qianqian, I share this not to urge you to forgive her. Everyone has an unchangeable fate, just as I am her mother, and your mother is mine. However, there are many choices we can make for ourselves. Your grandmother hopes you live freely, unlike your mother." Listening to her grandmother, Hua Qianqian felt her eyes moisten. Her grandmother understood her suffering, which was why she endeavored to spoil her. The two of them nestled together, conversing for quite some time. In another room, Li Yuan, with an unsettled expression, focused on his book. In the shadows, a duo noted that his master had yet to retire and frowned, saying to Amo, "Something seems off with the master these days. Do you think the medicinal bath from the young lady has any side effects?" Amo raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "You fool. Why would you accuse me of such? Do you not sense it?" Amo retorted, glaring at a duo, though his tone soon softened. "Well, it is true. Many medicines have side effects that can cause anxiety or shortness of breath, much like how the master feels now. I believe the side effects are negligible compared to his illness. The young lady is quite impressive. We must find a way for her to prepare more remedies to uplift his spirits tomorrow, otherwise, he won't even feel like reading." A duo continued to ramble. But Amo, unable to tolerate the incessant chatter, dashed up to the rooftop. A duo, feeling stifled with no one to confide in, quickly followed. "Hey, wooden block. I noticed that Xiaoyan's attitude towards the young lady seems different. Do you think he might regret his previous actions? If he truly regrets it, will she accompany him back to the Xiao residence? After all, she nearly severed ties with her family for him. Sigh, if she goes back with him, what will happen to our master's condition? Will she forego treating him for Xiaoyan? Say something." Amber had yet to utter a word when a smooth pebble suddenly soared from the courtyard, striking Adu squarely on the cheek. Shortly thereafter, a few soft coughs echoed from the yard. Amber sighed, hurriedly descending from the house to fetch a pillow, which he tossed to Adu.
"This is all I can do for you."
Adu exclaimed, "What happened?
"What did I say wrong this time?"
Why is it always me that gets hurt?" That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. In the Huafu, at the Qianqi courtyard, the place was already secluded, and since Hua Qianqian departed, it had been a long time since anyone had entered. Hua Jingji wandered through the dust-laden courtyard with a wine bottle in hand, murmuring, "Xiao Lu, did you not say you had brewed pear blossom wine for fourth brother to enjoy after winter? Where have you hidden it?" The boy's eyes were bloodshot, suggesting he had not rested well for several days. During this time, he had secretly visited home to see Xiao Lu, who appeared to be thriving, smiling every day as he had never seen her so joyful. He longed to speak with her, but feared she might ignore him. Upon returning to the academy, Chung Air daily inquired why Lu Nyang had not sent any snacks, and he was at a loss for words. He missed Xiao Lu terribly, truly, deeply. As he gazed at the empty courtyard, echoes of Xiao Lu's gentle voice filled his ears. "Fourth brother, I made you your favorite braised lion's head. Would you like to try it? Fourth brother, I found several foreign books filled with delicious recipes. Fourth brother, when you go out with those young masters, drink less wine. Too much will make you feel unwell." Everything she did was for his benefit, yet he failed to see it. It was he who had lost Xiao Lu. Overcome with sorrow, Hua Jingji climbed onto the rooftop and took a large swig of wine. Addressing the moon, "Xiao Lu, drinking too much causes discomfort, but fourth brother abstains. And my heart aches even more." As he lay languidly on the rooftop, enjoying the cool breeze, he suddenly heard the creaking sound of the courtyard gate. He sat upright, peering towards the entrance, and saw two figures approaching with lanterns. Could it be Xiao Lu? Had she returned? His heart raced with excitement. Just as he was about to leap from the rooftop, he heard a familiar voice, "Miss, why are we here? This filthy courtyard might ruin your shoes." Upon hearing this, Hua Jingji furrowed his brow, The voice belonged to Qing'er, the maid accompanying Xiao Wu. The miss she referred to could only be Xiao Wu. What were they doing here? Filled with questions, Hua Jingji remained on the rooftop, while Hua Shuiwe and Qing'er were oblivious to his presence. Once inside the courtyard, Hua Shuiwe disdainfully waved away the invisible dust and instructed Qing'er, "Go find out if Hua Qianqian left any letters." Qing'er, puzzled by what Hua Shuiwe sought, dared not disobey and promptly complied. Entering the house, Hua Shuiwe followed suit, covering her mouth and nose. With the lantern in hand, Qing'er circled the room, surprised by its simplicity, having never visited Lu Nyang's quarters before. Besides books, there was not a single notable decoration. "Miss, Lu Nyang enjoys reading so much," she mused, adding. "But then again, no one likes Lu Nyang. Aside from reading, she has nothing else to do." Hua Shuiwe glanced at the piles of books with a hint of disdain. Understanding her sentiments, Qing'er flattered, "It's quite admirable how Lu Nyang goes to such lengths to please the young masters. Look, there's a chess manual, medical texts, and even military strategy books favored by third young master and travelogues loved by fourth young master. I wonder if she can truly comprehend them." As she spoke, she carelessly tossed those books onto the floor. Noticing that Hua Shuiwe did not stop her, she continued, "I really don't understand the point of Lu Nyang reading so much. She's unattractive and foolish. Nothing compared to you, Mississippi. No matter what she does, everyone will always favor you." Hua Shuiwe, listening to this, subtly smiled, clearly enjoying Qing'er's words. The members of the Hua family were tightly under her control, no matter how Hua Qianqian tried to curry favor with them. She could not usurp a fraction of Hua Shuiwe's affection. Although fourth brother Hua Jingji had been somewhat irritable with her over the almond incident, she knew that a few days of clever persuasion would have him circling around her like a devoted puppy once more. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she hissed, "Do not ever compare me to that fool." Qing'er nodded in agreement, refraining from further chatter as she continued to search the room. However, after a lengthy search, they found nothing. Furious, Hua Shuiwe ripped apart a few travelogues from the table and bit down on her thumbnail. If she recalled correctly, Hua Qianqian had been corresponding with a nun from Jinkong Monastery. This nun was the only person who had appeared near Hua Qianqian, yet whom she did not recognize. Since this individual had not appeared in the Qinghua year, Hua Shuiwe thought she was merely a passerby and had not paid much attention. But now, it seemed this nun was likely the one who had been assisting Hua Qianqian in concocting ointments. Although Hua Shuiwe was aware of her existence, she did not know which nun it was. Surely, she could not recklessly inquire among all the monks at the monastery. Where on earth had Hua Qianqian hidden those letters? Damn it! Frustration nearly caused her to bite her nail clean off, and finding no letters left her helpless. Furrowing her brow, she instructed Qing'er, "Find someone to check at Jinkong Monastery to see if there's a nun skilled in medicine." Qing'er nodded, quickly grasping Hua Shuiwe's intent, asking, "Miss, do you suspect the person who prescribed ointments for Lu Nyang is a nun from Jinkong Monastery? Should I inform her of all the disgraceful deeds Lu Nyang has done, so she stops associating with her?" Hua Shuiwe knitted her brows tightly, pondering for a moment before responding, "You go find her first. I will let you know what to do once I devise a plan." This person was of great importance. Even Dr. Zhang praised her medical skills, and if she could be brought under her influence, she would be immensely valuable. Hence, she needed to plan meticulously. While contemplating how to win over that nun, a sudden thud resonated from the courtyard. Moments later, a cold voice echoed from behind them, "Hua Shuiwe, what do you intend to do to Xiao Lu this time?" Upon hearing this voice, Hua Shuiwe's face drained of color. Blinking, she slowly turned around to see a drunken youth standing at the door. He wore a dark pink silk robe, his bright eyes and white teeth presenting a charming visage. Yet, the heavy scent of alcohol and the stubble around his mouth rendered him somewhat disheveled. In that moment, the youth looked at Hua Shuiwe with disbelief, deep despair, and intense loathing. He staggered towards her, grasping her arms tightly, and shouted, "Hua Shuiwe, why do you treat Xiao Lu this way? Which one is the real you?" Hua Shuiwe was taken aback, tears welling up instantly. "Fourth brother, what are you saying? I don't understand. You're hurting me." Seeing her revert to such a pitiful state, Hua Jingji found her utterly repulsive. "You are truly terrifying." Those words, though not a single one was a reproach against Hua Shuiwe, stung her more than any slap across the face could. She hurriedly grasped Hua Jingji's arm, explaining, "Fourth brother, it's not what you think. I never intended to harm Lu Mei. Please believe me. Stop the act." Hua Jingji roared in fury, shaking off Hua Shiyue's hand, and, in a fit of rage, smashed the wine bottle onto the ground. The bottle shattered with a resounding crash in the tranquil night, instantly illuminating several courtyards with light. Had he not overheard Hua Shiyue calling Xiao Lu a fool, he might have continued to deceive himself, believing that the beloved sister he had cherished for so many years would not be so utterly disgraceful. But now, he could no longer lie to himself. All along, the favored, sensible, and exceptional girls were, in truth, the ones who were truly vile, and his Xiao Lu merely endured in silence. Hua Jingji fixed his cold gaze upon Hua Shiyue, declaring, "You are not even worth a single finger of Xiao Lu." The words pierced Hua Shiyue like a dagger, her delicate features contorting with rage. "You speak nonsense. How am I inferior to her? You have dropped the pretense?" Hua Jingji's face flushed slightly from the alcohol. Yet every word he uttered was laced with icy disdain. He averted his gaze from Hua Shiyue, intending to leave, but his eyes fell upon several torn travel journals scattered on the ground. He crouched down to gather the disordered pages, filled with Hua Qianqian's elegant notes. Xiao Lu had collected these books, knowing his fascination with the strange and wondrous tales from distant lands, clearly intending to share them with him. Yet, he had always shunned her, never granting her the opportunity to speak. A pang of sorrow gripped Hua Jingji's heart, and his eyes grew even redder. Chapter 67. A debt of infatuation unrepayable. Hua Jingji wished to avoid Hua Shiyue's gaze, turning to step out of the courtyard. However, he had scarcely walked a few paces when he heard footsteps approaching from outside. Soon, a servant of the Hua residence, bearing a lantern, pushed open the door to the shallow creek courtyard. Hua Jingyi, troubled by the events of the day, hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of the furious Hua Jingji, his brow furrowed with confusion. "Fourth brother, what are you doing here?" As soon as he spoke, a graceful figure hurried out from the room.
Yue?
Seeing Hua Shiyue clad only in a thin coat and dress, Hua Jingyi's eyes filled with concern as he gently asked, "Why are you here when you are not feeling well?" Tears streamed down Hua Shiyue's face like pearls from a broken string as she replied, "Second brother. Fourth brother has drunk too much and said many strange things to me. I am so scared." Instead of addressing Hua Jingyi's concern, she shifted the focus to Hua Jingji. Hua Jingyi glanced at Hua Jingji, noting his disheveled appearance and the stench of alcohol. His brow tightened further. "Fourth brother, why have you drunk so much? Look at yourself. You frightened Shiyue. What I am like is none of your concern." Hua Jingji retorted, his voice tinged with irritation. "I heard from third brother that you have been drinking and carousing day in and day out, neglecting your responsibilities. Have you not had enough madness outside, that you return home to act like a fool?" Turning his head, Hua Jingji caught sight of Hua Shiyue's terrified expression, as if she had suffered a great injustice, and suddenly burst into laughter.
Hehe, EML.
"Indeed, I have gone mad. It was my madness that led me to harm Xiao Lu." Hua Jingji laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed from his eyes, pointing at Hua Shiyue. "Hua Shiyue, how did I never notice how adept you are at feigning innocence? You pretend to be sensible in front of eldest brother, obedient in front of second brother, and wronged in front of third brother. We have all been played by you. And yet it is not enough. Why do you still not leave Xiao Lu alone?"
No.
"Fourth brother, I would never." Hua Shiyue bit her lip, shaking her head through tears. "I love Xiao Lu just as much as you do. How could I harm her? You dare to deny it? I distinctly heard you insult her and seek to harm her. The room is in disarray because of you. Do you still wish to quibble?" "Fourth brother, you misunderstand me. I came to the shallow creek courtyard because I miss Xiao Lu, and I wanted to ask Qing'er to help tidy her room." Hua Shiyue cried, wiping her tears. "I know you care for Xiao Lu. Do you think I do not? When I called her foolish, it was out of sorrow for her sudden estrangement from us. Not for the reasons you think. You." Hua Jingji was left speechless with anger, his hand raised as if to strike her. But just as he did, Hua Jingyi stepped protectively in front of Hua Shiyue, and another fist swiftly landed on his face. "Fourth brother, get a grip." Hua Jingji stumbled back, regaining his balance only to see the furious figure of Hua Jingli before him. "You want to act like a drunken fool? Go do it on the streets. If you dare touch a single hair on fifth sister, I will not spare you. Third brother, please do not hit fourth brother. He is merely drunk and worried about Xiao Lu. I do not blame him." Hua Shiyue rushed to grasp Hua Jingli's arm. Hua Jingli gritted his teeth. "Fifth sister, why do you still defend this worthless fool? He is just like Hua Qianqian. You clearly wish them well, yet they do not comprehend. How can such a person come to their senses without a good beating?
Ha ha ha.
Hua Jingji wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the light in his eyes dimming. Am I truly mad, or can you all simply not see the truth? No wonder Xiao Lu has distanced herself from us. She is too clever and has surely been deeply hurt. He shrugged off Hua Jingli's grip on his collar, casting a cold glance at the three before him. I still hoped for Xiao Lu's return, but in this den of wolves, it is better she does not come back. His gaze fell upon Hua Qianqian, and he coldly warned, do not provoke Xiao Lu again, otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our blood ties. With that, Hua Jingji strode out of the courtyard, his sleeves flaring as he left unsteadily. Fourth brother, Hua Qianqian attempted to follow, but was halted by Hua Jingli. Let him be, he will recover from the alcohol. When he sobers up and remembers what he has done today, he will surely come to apologize. When that time comes, do not forgive him too easily. Let him learn a lesson. Hua Qianqian watched Hua Jingji's retreating figure, quietly sobbing without a word, yet her eyes betrayed a deep-seated hatred. She knew that Hua Jingji would not look back. In this world, since she already existed, why should Hua Qianqian appear? She would never allow Hua Qianqian to take anything from her again. The winter sun lazily climbed into the sky, blanketing everything in a pristine layer of white from the snowfall last night. Qiu Tao helped Hua Qianqian choose a vibrant red dress adorned with butterfly patterns, and styled her hair into a chic, neat bun. After finishing her hair, Qiu Tao stared at the bronze mirror, awestruck. Miss, how have you grown more beautiful? Hua Qianqian playfully tugged at Qiu Tao's little nose, scolding, you flatter me. Where did you learn such sweet talk? How could a servant be so glib? I speak from the heart. Hua Qianqian chuckled, not disbelieving Qiu Tao, but rather finding amusement in her tendency to compliment everyone. Just days ago, she had praised Qiu Lu, the son of the tofu vendor at the street corner, proclaiming him handsome and knowledgeable, certain to succeed in the future. Her flattery had turned Qiu Lu's face crimson from head to neck, causing him to serve Qiu Tao an extra bowl of tofu pudding. Be careful with your words. One day, you may attract an unrepayable debt of infatuation. Qiu Tao scratched her head in confusion. Miss, you jest. Those debts of infatuation are usually associated with the young masters of wealthy families. I lack the ability for such things. Chapter 68. You young rascal. Consider yourself improved. Li Yuanbang had completed his morning exercises and, after bringing his spear into the courtyard, headed straight for the kitchen. However, he was soon yanked out by Guanshi by his ear. Ouch! 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 Mother, you are too strong. No wonder his father feared her so much, to the point of not daring to take a concubine. The technique of twisting the ear is undoubtedly a martial art secret. Even his father could not break free. The Guan family did not loosen their grip, glaring at Li Yuanbang. What can your brain possibly contain? When I called you back, what did I ask you to bring? How could you return with nothing but a broken spear? Li Yuanbang slapped his forehead in realization. Tofu pudding. Qianqian loves tofu pudding. My mother specifically reminded me to bring it back. How could I have forgotten? Oh, dear mother, please overlook my folly. I shall go buy it right away. Just loosen your grip. Mother. Guan's initial intention was to scold Li Yuanbang further, but upon seeing the approaching Hua Qianqian, she softened her grip. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuanbang escaped from Guan's grasp, grimacing while rubbing his ear, casting a grateful look at Hua Qianqian. I'll go buy tofu pudding and return promptly. Without the need for Guan to speak, Li Yuanbang, displaying keen awareness, dashed out of the courtyard, completely forgetting to put down the spear in his hand. Hua Qianqian watched as Li Yuanbang bolted out of the yard as if his behind were on fire, stifling a light laugh. Alas! How did I end up with such a dimwit for a brother? He bears no resemblance to me at all. With a smile, Hua Qianqian approached to assist Guan. Her second cousin possessed a handsome appearance, having inherited his looks from his mother, while his temperament clearly reflected his father's influence. It is worth mentioning that among Hua Qianqian's cousins, all bore the advantages of their parents' traits, yet one could still discern the familial resemblance. Only the eldest cousin appeared entirely different from the rest. Perhaps it was because he had grown up in the northern frontier. Nonetheless, that man was indeed exceptionally handsome. Why had she never noticed before? Qianqian. Qianqian. Guan, observing Hua Qianqian frozen in place as she lifted the steaming basket, called out to her, fearing she might burn herself. Only then did Hua Qianqian realize she had momentarily lost her focus, her face flushing crimson. She quickly lowered her head and, together with Qiu Tao, placed the steamed buns onto a plate. Outside the Li family courtyard, a figure crouched at the corner, constantly glancing towards the Li family gate. Before long, Li Yuanbang emerged, rubbing his ear and muttering, "No wonder my father says my mother is two-faced. Tieste, that is truly frightening. I can never marry such a wife." The figure in the corner, witnessing the mumbling Li Yuanbang, gasped and hurriedly concealed himself in the shadows. His furtive movements inadvertently drew Li Yuanbang's attention. "Who is there?
Come out."
Li Yuanbang swiftly pursued, spotting a man in a lake blue robe attempting to flee with his back turned. "You little thief, if you dare run, I'll break your legs." With that, he struck the man's back with the butt of his spear.
Ouch.
The man, caught off guard, stumbled several steps before barely regaining his footing.
Liarlan.
A sudden exclamation rang out, and Li Yuanbang raised an eyebrow at the person who turned to face him, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "It's you. What's the matter? Is Miss Cheng still not done causing a ruckus in the shop, and now she has come to our home to stir trouble?" Cheng Zhen, having been unjustly struck, was furious. Upon hearing Li Yuanbang's words, her face flushed with indignation. She had already been reprimanded by her father, mother, and brothers and knew she was in the wrong. The Chung family had even sent gifts to Renjitang as an apology. However, she felt it necessary to apologize directly to Hua Qianqian, and despite being hesitant to knock on the door, she had not anticipated encountering the unfortunate Li Yuanbang. The stinging pain on her back made Chengzhen pout in annoyance. This Li Erlang is such a simpleton. Who could withstand his blow? Any other person would have been knocked out. "You've misunderstood me. I came to apologize to Lu Nyang." "Apologize?" Li Yuanbang looked at Chengzhen with disdain, arms crossed and spear tucked under his arm, appearing rather foolish. "You unreasonable young ladies probably don't even know how to write an apology. I see you as a mouse paying a New Year's visit to a cat, with ill intentions. Hurry and leave. Or else I won't be the only one who won't let you go. My spear will have something to say too." "Li Erlang, you've gone too far." Chengzhen, exasperated, placed her hands on her hips, pouting in grievance. "I truly did not mean it. Moreover, I sincerely came to apologize." As she spoke, she produced a small wooden box from her bosom and stepped forward to place it in Li Yuanbang's hands. "Indeed, I have never apologized to anyone before. Nor do I know how to apologize, but I've seen my second brother make amends with gifts when he has upset a girl. This is a gift for Lu Nyang to express my apology. If she doesn't forgive me, I will come every day." As she spoke, Chengzhen's eyes reddened, but she said no more, turning away after handing the wooden box to Li Yuanbang. As she walked away, she gently rubbed her aching back. Li Yuanbang noticed her gesture and instinctively retracted his smirk. He had no intention of hitting a woman. Who could blame him for her sneaky behavior? He glanced at the box in his hand, muttering in annoyance, "What a hassle." Despite his words, Li Yuanbang turned back towards home. Upon entering the main room, he found the meal already set. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, causing Li Yuanbang's stomach to growl. Just as he was about to lift his garments to sit down, he spotted his mother glaring at him with fierce eyes. "Where's the tofu pudding?"
Oh, dear. I forgot.
"You." Guan was furious with Li Yuanbang. "You rascal. What were you doing outside?" Embarrassed, Li Yuanbang scratched his head and hurriedly produced the wooden box, handing it to Hua Qianqian. Guan had just raised her hand to pinch Li Yuanbang's ear, but upon seeing him present a gift to Hua Qianqian, her outstretched hand froze in midair. The anger on her face transformed into a smile, playfully chiding Li Yuanbang. "You little rascal, it seems you've made some progress. Sneaking off to buy a gift. I truly thought you only had thoughts of those spears and sticks." Li Yuanbang was bewildered by Guan's gaze. But what frightened him more was the look from his older brother sitting beside him. He felt as if today Li Yuan was about to strangle him with his eyes. Chapter 69. Could it be that he harbors affection for women? Hua Qianqian was equally surprised to receive the box from Li Yuanbang. Upon opening it, she found a gold hairpin adorned with rubies. This hairpin was evidently of considerable value, and at that moment, the entire family's gaze converged on Li Yuanbang. Li Yuanbang hastily explained, "Someone asked me to bring this for my cousin." Upon hearing this, Guan's smile instantly froze on her face. How could he be so oblivious? Not only was he inept, but now he was also playing the role of a matchmaker. She wished she could return him to her womb and start anew. Beside her, Li Yuan's expression darkened further, a mix of anger and anxiety. Who could have sent this gold hairpin? Was it Xiao Yan, or Wang Zhao? Or perhaps someone else entirely? Why are you all so tense? Li Yuanbang, perplexed, scanned the room and continued. It was sent by Miss Cheng from the Cheng family. She wanted to apologize to my cousin, but I sent her away. Upon hearing it was a gift from a girl, everyone collectively sighed in relief. Guan and Tuango wiped the cold sweat from their brows in unison. Hua Qianqian, however, remained puzzled by the expressions of those around her. The Li family had just relaxed when they realized that even a girl knew to send gifts to please Qianqian. While their inept son could not even manage to buy a simple tofu pudding, they felt utterly deflated. Old Madame Li, understanding Guan's sentiments, gently patted her hand, whispering words of comfort. Take it slow. Hua Qianqian, oblivious to the atmosphere, became lost in thought while gazing at the gold hairpin nestled within the box. The hairpin. She had once seen it atop Hua Xiu's head. Little did she expect that her reincarnation would alter the relationship between Cheng Zhen and Hua Xiu. Regardless of whether the Wuxiang Marquis would ultimately be appropriated by the Zhao King, at least Cheng Zhen would no longer be so easily exploited by Hua Xiu. Although Cheng Zhen possessed a certain arrogance, her nature was kind-hearted, and she did not wish to see Cheng Zhen meet the same tragic fate as in her previous life. Li Yuan observed Hua Qianqian's unwavering gaze upon the hairpin and assumed she held a particular fondness for it, which inexplicably stirred a sense of melancholy within him. If memory served him correctly, the third miss of the Cheng family had always favored male attire and often secretly followed her second brother into the brothels of the capital. At 16 or 17, she had yet to be courted. With this thought in mind, Li Yuan reached for the box containing the hairpin from the table and handed it to Li Yuanbang. Return it. Li Yuanbang, puzzled, raised an eyebrow and asked why. It's inappropriate. Li Yuanbang remained perplexed, finding nothing wrong with a gift from a girl. She had previously erred and ought to make amends to her cousin. Yet, upon noticing the dangerous glint in Li Yuan's eyes, he dared not continue.
Secretly, Li Yuanbang skufa.
Perplexed as to why his usually unflappable elder brother had become so irritable of late. Could it be that he recalled Cheng Zhen's attire and her furtive demeanor today? Which young lady in the capital would behave as she did? She relished dressing as a man. Could it be that she harbored affections for women? This notion struck Li Yuanbang with unexpected clarity, and for the first time, he and Li Yuan shared an unspoken understanding. His eyes widened suddenly. His cousin had already suffered emotional wounds. He could not allow that girl, Cheng Zhen, to lead her astray. Thus, he swiftly concealed the wooden box and earnestly assured Li Yuan, I understand, brother. I will certainly return this to her. Hua Qianqian found herself bewildered by the exchange between the two. However, lost in thoughts of her past life, she focused on her future plans and paid little heed to their conversation. After dining, Hua Qianqian conferred with Guanshi about establishing a farm on the outskirts of the capital specifically for producing medicinal ointments. Guanshi had long contemplated this venture. Recently, the business of Renji Hall had flourished, with customers queuing for the ointments even before dawn. Shortly after the hall opened, the prepared ointments would sell out, leaving many disgruntled customers cursing in the streets. Some ladies with whom she had previously been acquainted even came to her home seeking special treatment. It was known that after her husband's disgrace, those people had shunned her family. Yet, due to this ointment, her stature had risen once more. Guanshi was elated. Having acquired some silver, she was able to redeem several loyal servants from the Li family who had been sold off. These individuals were longtime retainers, steadfast and nimble, perfectly suited to assist at the farm. Reflecting on the recent changes within the Li family, Guanshi felt a surge of emotion. During the time Hua Qianqian had been absent, she had truly struggled to cope. Guanshi felt satisfied, yet Hua Qianqian believed it was far from sufficient. It was not greed that drove her. Rather, the formidable adversaries they would soon face were truly daunting. It would not be long before her second cousin embarked on a political career, and should he display exceptional prowess, the Zhao King would undoubtedly take notice. The treacherous nature of Yuanian was beyond ordinary comprehension. On the day of his triumph, who could say how many loyal ministers and generals he had slain? Rejecting the Zhao King's overtures would be even more perilous, for he bore a narrow-mindedness that would harbor resentments, only to exact 1,000-fold retribution when the time was ripe. Therefore, to stand against the Zhao King, one must amass sufficient resources and strength. She recalled the ducks Guanshi had helped raise on the farm and inquired, Aunt, how are those ducks faring? Quite well, Guanshe replied with a smile. The other day, Huang Wang's family came to report that the ducks raised on those 2 farms have laid quite a number of eggs. I instructed them to pickle all the eggs according to your recipe. Guanshe assumed Hua Qianqian had collected the ducks for making the salted duck eggs she had mentioned and frowned slightly, asking, Qianqian, are those salted duck eggs truly that delicious? Ducks do not lay many eggs in winter. It seems labor-intensive for little profit. Even if those salted eggs are delicious, they are just duck eggs. What value do they hold? Moreover, they must be pickled for over a month. It hardly seems worthwhile. Hua Qianqian, however, smiled softly and replied, Aunt, those salted duck eggs are for us to enjoy. There is no need to sell them. Little Tuan, upon hearing of the delicious treat, rushed over with bright eyes, grasping Hua Qianqian's arm, and exclaimed, Cousin, is that true? Are the ducks also for Tuan to raise for eating? Hua Qianqian playfully pinched Tuan's nose and laughed. With so many ducks, how could your little belly manage to eat them all? Li Nianxi was equally curious about the matter. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at Hua Qianqian, gesturing, if they are not for eating, then why raise so many ducks? Hua Qianqian looked at the inquisitive siblings, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Before long, you will find out. Just wait patiently. Once this is settled, Cousin will arrange for you to move into a larger courtyard. Upon hearing they could change residences, Tuan leapt for joy. After all, he was still a child, perpetually enamored with the prospect of new experiences.
Li Nianxi, observing Tuan's delict,
also smiled with her eyes sparkling. Chapter 70. Whom is he angry for? Hua Qianqian regarded Li Nianxi, feeling a pang of sympathy. She pondered how sometimes fate seemed profoundly unjust. Her cousin, gentle and unassuming, such a splendid individual, had been born unable to utter a sound. She had examined her closely, yet curiously, she could not discern the root of the affliction. The only hope was that, like the cases recorded in the medical texts of the renowned physician Zhua, she might suddenly find her voice due to some triggering event. For now, all she could do was protect her, safeguard the Li family, and ensure that Nianxi would never suffer the same fate as in her past life. The progress of Renji Hall and the duck farm was exceedingly smooth, allowing Hua Qianqian to breathe a sigh of relief. One day, after Li Yuan had prepared the medicinal bath, Hua Qianqian entered to administer acupuncture. Initially, neither spoke until Hua Qianqian removed the last needle, at which point she addressed Li Yuan, elder cousin. I just observed your pulse. It resembles a qin string pulse, indicative of liver qi stagnation. Hua Qianqian regarded Li Yuan earnestly, her bright eyes reflecting a trace of confusion. Your condition has improved significantly compared to before. What is troubling you? Are you not aware that this ailment cannot tolerate anger? She had exerted considerable effort to stabilize his condition, yet he remained sullen. This was utterly perplexing. Li Yuan was acutely aware of his situation, but some matters were beyond his control. For whom, indeed, was this heartless woman angry? Though he thought this, Li Yuan refrained from revealing any hint of his feelings, offering only a subtle nod in response to Hua Qianqian's words. She had grown accustomed to his brusque demeanor. Though he was reluctant to concede, he ultimately nodded in agreement. A gentle smile curved her lips, revealing a charming dimple, and she looked at Li Yuan with warmth in her eyes, saying, Thank you for the previous matter. Li Yuan was taken aback, turning to meet Hua Qianqian's gaze, which sparkled like water. The young woman stood so close, the faint scent of medicine enveloping him, causing his breath to catch. His throat tightened slightly as he turned his face away, murmuring, For what? For the matter regarding Yu Yuan and the events at Renji Hall, Hua Qianqian replied. At her words, Li Yuan froze momentarily, his deep-set eyes tinged with a hint of tension. He was uncertain how Hua Qianqian had discerned this, nor did he know if she had guessed his true identity. The emperor would eventually target the Chengwang residence, and he wished to shield her from becoming entangled in its murky waters. As Li Yuan contemplated how to obscure the truth, he heard Hua Qianqian softly say, These individuals are not so easily indebted. Cousin, please do not seek their help on my behalf in the future. Her voice was gentle, revealing the weight of her thoughts over the past few days. The Grand Princess and the Duke of Qinghe would not assist her without reason, as she had no connections with either of them. The only plausible explanation was the close ties both held with the Prince Cheng's residence, and that her cousin, during his time in the northern frontier, had been a subordinate of Prince Cheng, likely leveraging the old prince's influence to aid her. Each of those individuals was astute. How could they readily extend their assistance? She wished to prevent Li Yuan from being bound by any power, especially if the source of that entanglement was her. Hua Qianqian's seriousness was evident, and Li Yuan instantly understood that she must have misunderstood the situation. Such help was merely a trivial matter for them. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I once saved the old prince," implying that Hua Qianqian need not dwell too much on these matters. At such a tender age. Why did she ponder so deeply, calculating every detail? Upon hearing this, Hua Qianqian's brow furrowed further. It was indeed surprising that her cousin had once saved the old Prince Cheng. No wonder her uncle had angered Tianyan. Yet this misfortune had not extended to her family. Her cousin must have intervened to protect her grandmother and the rest. This seemingly aloof man had been silently and wholeheartedly safeguarding their family. Noticing Hua Qianqian lost in thought, Li Yuan felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. He longed to reach out and smooth the faint worry etched on her brow, but as he raised his hand, he restrained himself and let it fall. "In a few days, I must leave the capital for a while," he said softly, as if uttering those words was a struggle. Startled, Hua Qianqian quickly inquired, "Where are you going? For how long? When will you return?" The tension on her face was unmasked, and she herself could not fathom why her heart was suddenly so unsettled at the thought of Li Yuan's departure. In her previous life, he had also left the capital abruptly and never returned. After his departure, she had remained unaware of his fate, and she feared that this departure might mirror the last, leaving her without knowledge of his whereabouts again. "Can you not leave?" Hua Qianqian's voice quivered, revealing her distress as she lamented how her efforts seemed futile. Li Yuan felt his heart tremble upon hearing her words. Did she truly care for him? Observing the slight flush on Hua Qianqian's nose, his gaze deepened. "I will return soon, I promise." His voice was earnest and resolute, marking his first vow to another. Hua Qianqian had no standing to obstruct his departure, and she sensed that he had compelling reasons for needing to go. "Then let me prepare some medicine for you to take," she suggested, surprised by the hint of reproach in her tone. What was happening to her? Quickly regaining her composure, she forced a smile and added, "Please be careful on your journey. And if your absence extends, remember to write to my grandmother, so she does not worry." As she said this, she hurriedly reiterated, "It should be a letter for my grandmother, so she doesn't fret." Watching the flustered Hua Qianqian, Li Yuan could not suppress the smile tugging at his lips. After she departed, he continued to wear that smile. A duo found it peculiar that Miss Qianqian had merely agreed to prepare some medicine for the master, yet it had brought him such joy. Could it be that the prospect of leaving the capital was what pleased him? However, it would not be long before they returned to the capital. At that time, once the master reclaimed his true identity, they would likely no longer be able to remain at Li's residence. Contemplating this, a duo felt melancholy. Lately, he had scarcely read his storybooks, finding joy merely in the company of the Li family. Upon returning to the cold and lonely Prince Cheng's residence, he would have to sell a few storybooks to pass the time again. Yet, he had heard that the author of Spring Day's Image had released a new storybook, even more thrilling, titled Winter Night's Elegy. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. He was busy calculating his monthly allowance, ensuring he reserved enough to save for a wife, while wondering if he had enough left to purchase a first edition of Winter Night's Elegy. When suddenly, he was yanked by Amo, who dragged him out. "Master." Amo knelt before Li Yuan, prompting a duo to hurriedly do the same. Li Yuan glanced at the two before speaking solemnly, "We shall depart tomorrow. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can return." Tomorrow? A duo had thought they would need a day or two to prepare. If they were to leave tomorrow, where would he find time to buy his storybook? Alas, how unfortunate he was. "Amo, you stay behind." He paused, his ears slightly reddening, "to protect my grandmother." Amo looked up in surprise. Since coming to serve the master, he had never left his side. Yet, with the order given, he could not defy it, casting a worried glance at a duo, who was reluctant to leave. Both were enveloped in a cloud of discontent. The following morning, Hua Qianqian was jolted awake by a nightmare. Chiu Tao, seeing the beads of sweat on her forehead, tenderly wiped them away. As she felt the warmth of Chiu Tao's palm, Hua Qianqian's heart began to settle. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed the heavy snowflakes falling outside and the cold wind seeping into the room sent a shiver through her. Chiu Tao, sensing Hua Qianqian's pallor, urged her to sleep a little longer, but she was unwilling to remain in bed and rose instead. Upon reaching the front courtyard, she did not find Li Yuan. After inquiring, she learned that he had left the capital in the middle of the night. How hastily he had departed. Hua Qianqian's brow knit in concern, and the worry in her eyes did not escape the notice of elder Lady Li. Seeing Qianqian's demeanor, it was clear she knew Li Yuan was leaving. Though elder Lady Li had not anticipated that Li Yuan, with his typically reserved nature, would take the time to inform Qianqian before his departure. Do not fret. I can see that Li Yuan has improved significantly. He is merely stepping out for a while and will return before long, elder Lady Li reassured her. Hua Qianqian's face flushed as she quickly retorted, I am not worried. I just think, with such heavy snow, he could have left a bit later. Upon hearing this, elder Lady Li's eyes sparkled with mirth. This girl, how shy she had become. Observing Hua Qianqian's reaction, elder Lady Li's cloudy eyes brightened. Bonger may lack insight, but Li Yuan does not. Though Li Yuan is not my biological grandson, that matters little. What is important is his noble character. He possesses the intellect to govern the world and the prowess to conquer it, a rare gem indeed. Moreover, they share a bond from childhood, and Li Yuan once left behind a token. Now that Li Yuan's health has improved, I can entrust Qianqian to him, with confidence. Yet, she wondered if Qianqian harbored similar feelings. As elder Lady Li lost herself in thought, contemplating how to gauge Qianqian's feelings for Li Yuan, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Hua Qianqian listened intently and furrowed her brow, saying to elder Lady Li, grandmother, it seems that second cousin is quarreling with someone. Elder Lady Li, irritated, slapped her thigh. This dim-witted boy, not only had he failed to realize his own shortcomings, but he had also disrupted her opportunity to question Qianqian about Li Yuan. Next time, she should have her daughter-in-law take his ears directly, for a good tug. Unbeknownst to Li Yuan, he was the source of his grandmother's vexation as he continued to argue passionately outside.
Li Erlan.
I have come to see Lu Nyang. On what grounds do you block me? Cheng Zhan had indeed kept her word, returning each day to seek Hua Qianqian's forgiveness. Today, even the heavy snowfall did not deter her. By sheer coincidence, she had mustered the courage to knock on the door only to encounter the departing Li Yuan. Seeing Li Yuan return her gold hairpin, Cheng Zhan grew anxious and brandished a small whip, determined to charge into the Li residence.
Li Wanbang scrutinisa Shenzhen,
who was still clad in male attire, her hair tied up high with a lake blue ribbon. Her neck was elegantly straight, and her features were both delicate and spirited. Such a countenance could easily be described as the favored type among young ladies, often referred to as a pretty boy by storytellers. Instantly, Li Yuanbang's expression turned icy. Upon seeing her brandish her weapon, he engaged her in a spar. The two kicked up a flurry of snow outside the Li residence, but within a few exchanges, Cheng Zhan found herself at a disadvantage. To evade Li Yuanbang's onslaught, she had no choice but to retreat toward the courtyard gate, only to collide with Hua Qianqian, who had rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Thankfully, Cheng Zhan was agile enough to catch Hua Qianqian around the waist, and they twirled a few times in the snow before regaining their balance just in time to avoid falling. Sixth miss, are you alright? I didn't mean to bump into you, Cheng Zhan exclaimed as she recognized Hua Qianqian, hastily apologizing, forgetting that she still had her arm around Hua Qianqian's waist. Li Yuanbang's eyes widened in anger at the sight. Indeed, his elder brother was shrewd. This Cheng Zhan was clearly up to no good. He swiftly stepped forward to pull Hua Qianqian back. What is wrong with you? I came to apologize to Sixth Miss. What business do you have with it? Cheng Zhan, feeling like she was being treated like a thief, puffed up her cheeks in indignation. Li Yuanbang shot her a disdainful glance, muttering, You're the one who's sick. Just as it seemed the two were about to bicker again, Hua Qianqian interjected, Please, stop arguing. She turned to Li Yuanbang, exasperated, second cousin. Why don't you go practice? I have some matters to discuss with Miss Cheng. With that, she invited Cheng Zhan inside. Miss Cheng, it's cold outside. Come in for a cup of hot tea. Cheng Zhan, initially expecting another fruitless visit, was pleasantly surprised by Hua Qianqian's gentle demeanor. Her face brightened as she cheerfully agreed, even sticking her tongue out playfully at Li Yuanbang. Enraged, Li Yuanbang felt an urge to use his mother's secret technique to yank Cheng Zhan by the ear and throw her out, but seeing Hua Qianqian, he refrained, merely glaring at Cheng Zhan in frustration. Hua Qianqian led Cheng Zhan into her room and instructed Qiu Tao to brew a pot of tea. Cheng Zhan curiously surveyed the modestly furnished space, noting the absence of decorations aside from a thick stack of books on the table. Compared to the lavish quarters of Hua Shuyue, this room appeared quite humble. Both were young ladies of the same household, Why was one surrounded by luxury while the other struggled for sustenance? Cheng Zhen felt a pang of sympathy and quickly reined in her curiosity, saying to Hua Qianqian, "Sixth miss, whether you believe me or not, I truly never intended for that incident to escalate. However, since it stemmed from my actions, I sincerely wish to apologize." Cheng Zhen, who enjoyed masquerading as a man, was straightforward and direct in her speech. Hua Qianqian found no offense in her demeanor, being of noble lineage. She respected valor and did not wish to dwell on trifles. Most importantly, her initial decision to sell the ointment to Cheng Zhen was driven by her own motives. "Miss Cheng," Hua Qianqian addressed her, "if you don't mind, you may call me Zhen." Cheng Zhen's offer was met with a moment's consideration from Hua Qianqian, who decided against adopting the more familiar name. She was inherently slow to warm up to others, despite understanding Cheng Zhen's character. Trust was not easily given, especially after her prior experiences with Hua Qianqian, whom she had called sister for many years before meeting a tragic end at her hands. "Miss Cheng, I've invited you in today to propose a business arrangement." "Arrangement?" Cheng Zhen inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Chiao Tao entered with the tea, pouring each of them a cup. Feeling the chill in her hands, Hua Qianqian cradled her cup, gazing at the steam rising from it as she spoke slowly. "What do you think of the ointment from Renjitang?" Cheng Zhen was taken aback by the question, nodding awkwardly. "It's excellent. Truly effective." This time, she had thoroughly tested it on someone. The frostbite ointment from Renjitang was undoubtedly superior to any other pharmacy's offerings. Furthermore, she had inquired about the cough syrup and burn ointment, and everyone affirmed their efficacy. Her repeated visits to Hua Qianqian were not merely apologies for her impulsive behavior. There was a hint of self-interest in her heart as well. She desired the doctor who formulated the ointments to treat her mother. "Since you find the ointment effective, then that simplifies matters." Hua Qianqian took a sip of tea and continued, "I can treat your mother's burns, but I have a favor to ask in return." Cheng Zhen's eyes widened in astonishment. "You say you can help my mother recover from her burns?" She emphasized the word "you," unable to fathom that Hua Qianqian claimed she could heal her mother's injuries. Hua Qianqian did not conceal her medical abilities from Cheng Zhen. Knowing that mere ointments would not suffice for her mother's treatment, she needed to take action herself. "Indeed, I can assist your mother in healing her burns," she affirmed calmly, adding, "The ointments from Renjitang were prepared by me, but I wish for this knowledge to remain confidential. I ask you to keep it a secret." Cheng Zhen's eyes grew round, and her mouth fell agape. She had imagined that the genius behind such remarkable ointments would be an elderly sage, not someone like Hua Qianqian. Had it been anyone else, she would have dismissed the claim outright, but Hua Qianqian's serene expression lent her words a degree of credibility. Moreover, such a fabrication was easily debunked. Hua Qianqian had no reason to deceive her. After a moment of astonishment, Cheng Zhen's emotions gradually settled. "I promise, I won't tell anyone," she said earnestly after a moment's thought. "What do you need me to do?" "As long as you can heal my mother, I would go through fire and water for you." "Nothing so drastic," Hua Qianqian chuckled lightly. "I simply wish for the Marquis of Wuxiang to accept my second cousin as a student." At the mention of Li Yuanbang, Cheng Zhen's brows furrowed. "You want my father to take that blockhead as a student?" The term blockhead slipped from her lips, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching her head. This condition was not overly burdensome. If Hua Qianqian truly could heal her mother, Cheng Zhen would agree to even more daunting tasks. Yet, the thought of Li Yuanbang potentially becoming her father's student was infuriating. She pouted, hesitating for a moment before a new idea struck her. If her father accepted Li Yuanbang as a student, wouldn't he then become her junior? As a senior sister guiding her junior, it would be only natural, and she could finally take her revenge for the past few days. This arrangement was too good to pass up. Instantly, Cheng Zhen's expression brightened, and she clapped her hands, declaring, "I agree." Seeing her eagerness, Hua Qianqian smiled as well. "It would be best if you do not mention my treatment of your mother to Lord Cheng." She hoped her second cousin could earn the Marquis of Wuxiang's respect through his own merit. If their teacher-student relationship were to be tainted by ulterior motives, it would lose its purity. Cheng Zhen understood this principle well. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "My father does not easily take on students. It depends on their aptitude and character. That is only natural. Regardless of whether my second cousin passes the Marquis's assessment, I will assist in treating your mother." She was not merely a kind-hearted person, she had confidence in Li Yuanbang's abilities. Hua Qianqian's words moved Chengzhen deeply, and she gazed at her with shining eyes, saying, "All right, Liang Nyang, rest assured, I shall find a way to persuade father to accept Li Erling. I will return promptly. Await my good news." With that, she dashed out the door, encountering Li Yuanbang at the entrance of the courtyard. As Chengzhen contemplated the prospect of rightfully tormenting Li Yuanbang in the future, she suddenly found his face less odious than before. Li Yuanbang, observing the peculiar smile on Chengzhen's face, couldn't help but shudder, muttering to himself, "How perplexing." In recent days, Hua Qianqian's life had been remarkably tranquil, yet the capital was far from peaceful. In a tea house, a group of idle individuals gathered, exchanging tidbits of gossip about the happenings in the capital. "Have you heard? Recently, Lord Tian of the Ministry of War severely reprimanded the old Chengwang." One whispered conspiratorially. "Why, pray tell?" Another inquired. "It is said that not long ago, the Northern Zhou launched a surprise attack on Liangzhou city, seizing a substantial amount of provisions. The old Chengwang's memorial merely complained about the cold weather, claiming that the soldiers suffered from frostbite and could not fight. He offered excuses of insufficient military funds and hunger among the troops, essentially deflecting responsibility." A third chimed in, "I too have heard this. They say Lord Tian berated the old Chengwang in the palace. He even mentioned that when the emperor led troops into battle, he never suffered a defeat. If the soldiers fell ill, he would summon military doctors immediately. How could they lose because of sickness among the troops? Such incompetence." At this, someone reverently gestured towards the heavens, exclaiming, "The emperor is wise." Others quickly echoed, "Indeed, the emperor is wise." Upon learning of the soldiers in the northern border suffering from frostbite, the emperor, feeling deep sorrow, decided to have imperial physician Chen prepare a balm for treatment to send to the northern border. "Why not use the frostbite ointment from Rinji Hall? I have tried it, and it is indeed more effective and affordable than that from Wanan Hall."
Hold on.
"Let me finish," another interjected. The emperor intended for Chen to create the frostbite balm. But at that moment, Prime Minister Liu intervened, reporting the recent events that transpired in front of Rinji Hall to the emperor. The emperor specifically summoned imperial physicians Zhang and Zhao to inquire about the matter, and upon learning of the efficacy of Rinji Hall's ointment, he decided against having Chen produce the balm. Rinji Hall has gained quite a reputation. One wonders who this mysterious physician behind it might be. Perhaps the emperor will take notice and summon him to the palace as a court physician. Chapter 73. She simply admires Cousin Yuan as the discourse shifted towards the physician. Various speculations emerged. Some claimed he was the wise master from Taifeng Mountain, while others suggested he was the wandering Taoist, Xicheng. The opinions were diverse and lively. In a curious turn of events, the conversation transitioned to the two young ladies of the Hua family. Some were puzzled as to why Hua Yunyang chose not to return to the Hua residence after parting ways with young Master Xiao, opting instead to remain at her maternal grandfather's house. "Are you unaware?" A knowledgeable individual chimed in. "The entire Hua household disapproves of Hua Yunyang. She envies the affection her relatives show towards her cousin, and thus refuses to return." "Is that so? If one is unlikable, there must be a reason. How can she have the audacity to envy others?" "Indeed, I have heard that Hua Wujia is exceptionally charming and talented. Recently, she gifted the Empress a quilt she personally stitched for the Empress's birthday, which the Empress adored, praising her craftsmanship publicly. With such a daughter in the family, who wouldn't shower her with affection? Indeed, I hear several princes have expressed an interest in marrying Hua Wujia. It remains to be seen who will win her heart." Such discussions were not confined to a single location. Even the vegetable vendors in the market were gossiping animatedly. A mother and daughter duo, dressed in luxurious silks, emerged from Rinji Hall, having overheard the gossip. "Mother, that old shopkeeper truly lacks discernment. You mentioned being the sister of Rinji Hall's owner, yet he still refused to give us the ointment. Once we arrive at Aunt Chi's, make sure you have him dismissed." The young girl, around 15 or 16, wore a peach-colored embroidered outfit, her face heavily powdered. The woman beside her, adorned with an array of sparkling hairpins, was the fourth sister of the Guan family, and the girl was her daughter, Guahan. Several official ladies who were acquainted with Guan's fourth sister, upon learning that her younger sister was the owner behind Rinji Hall, sought her assistance in procuring some ointment. Guan's fourth sister readily agreed, but was taken aback when they were told to queue upon arriving at Rinji Hall. Guan's fourth sister's face darkened with displeasure, exclaiming, to dismiss him would be too lenient. If he were one of our servants, I would have him soundly punished. As the carriage rolled along, Guahan eagerly lifted the curtain to gaze outside, noticing they were nearing Annie's street, and leaned closer to her mother, asking Mother, "Do you think my outfit is attractive today? Will Cousin Yuan like it?" Guan's fourth sister shot her an irritated glance. "Why are you still thinking about that cripple?"
How not?
"Let me tell you, if things were as they once were, I wouldn't oppose your interest in Li Yuan. But now, that cannot be. If you were to marry him, they would surely cling to our family. I cannot bear to see you suffer with them." Guahan's face fell in discontent, though she refrained from rebutting her mother. Secretly adjusting her hairstyle, her anticipation undiminished. She simply admired Cousin Yuan. Before long, they arrived at the Li residence. Upon hearing Uncle Zhang's announcement, Guan frowned as she stepped out to welcome them. "Fourth sister, why have you come?" Guan's fourth sister shot her a reproachful glance, saying, "What do you mean? I simply came to see what treasures you possess." Guan's fourth sister's husband held a respectable position, yet their relationship had soured since the Li family fell from grace, leaving Guan unimpressed by her sister's sudden visit. Guan's fourth sister did not respond to her remark, disdainfully surveying the courtyard as she followed Guan into the main hall. Upon entering, she spotted a striking young lady in a crimson gown seated within, and both Guan's fourth sister and her daughter were momentarily taken aback by the girl's beauty. Hua Qianqian had been learning embroidery from Guan when she noticed guests arriving, rising to greet them politely before retreating to the inner chamber with Qiutao. Guan's fourth sister assumed Hua Qianqian was merely a girl learning embroidery from Guan and did not inquire further. After Hua Qianqian departed, Guan's fourth sister approached the table, eyeing the somewhat shabby chairs, intending to call for a servant to clean them. However, noticing the absence of any attendants, her distaste only deepened. She resorted to wiping the chair herself before sitting down leisurely. Guahan glanced around, noticing the lack of others, and could not help but ask, "Aunt, where are Cousin Yuan and the others?" "Yuan has left the capital for a couple of days," Guan replied coolly. "Left the capital?" Guahan's face fell in disappointment. "Where has he gone? For how long? Who knows? The child has grown up. I cannot keep him tethered to me," Guan responded. Upon discovering Li Yuan was not home, Guahan lost interest. "What about Banger and Yanxi? They must be here," Guan's fourth sister remarked with discontent. "I'm not criticizing you, seventh sister. But although you are now common folk, you still hail from the Guan family. You cannot allow your children to forget basic etiquette. She has been here quite some time, and not one of the younger generation has offered her tea or water. It is truly impolite. Fourth sister, Banger and Yanxi are indeed busy. We commoners cannot afford to be as leisurely as you. If you have nothing to do, then do sit and enjoy yourself. I have many tasks to attend to. So, I shall not accompany you." Guan Shi directly countered Guan Xijia with words, leaving her so furious that her face turned green. Seeing that Guan Shi was truly about to leave, she hurriedly blocked her way. "What are you in such a rush for? I have no significant matters to discuss. If you are busy, I won't delay you any longer. Just fetch me some ointment from Renjitang. No need for too much. Just 3 to 5 dozen bottles of each type will suffice. I wouldn't want to carry more than that. If not, next time, just have someone deliver it to our residence to spare me the trip. Hurry along now. I shall wait here." Upon hearing this, Guan Shi nearly laughed in exasperation. "Fourth sister, if you wish to purchase ointment, you ought to go to Renjitang, not come here."
What do you mean by that?
Upon hearing Guan Shi's words, Guan Xijia's expression abruptly changed. "Am I not being clear? If fourth sister wants to buy ointment, just line up at Renjitang. What do you come to me for? I cannot conjure ointment for you." Guan Xijia glared. "Do you think I am unaware? Isn't Renjitang just a stone's throw from home?"
Guan Yuan.
"I am your sister. Do you truly begrudge me a few bottles of ointment?" Guan Shi brushed her dress lightly and replied, "This Renjitang is my niece's shop. It has nothing to do with home." "Niece?" Guan Xijia looked at her with disdain. "You mean that plump, foolish Hui Lunyang, who was just sent back by the Yongning Marquis' residence?" Chapter 74. Is this something a true aunt could do? Guan Xijia tilted her head. "Isn't she staying at your house? Being sent back, the Hua family has no use for her. With her looks, she will surely remain unmarried and stay at your home for life. If you can take her in, she ought to be grateful to you. I heard she entrusted the shop to you. Thus, isn't it yours? We're sisters. Why pretend with me? I merely ask for a few bottles of ointment. What value could that possibly hold? Why must you concoct so many excuses to brush me off?" Hearing Guan Xijia insult Hua Qianqian, Guan Shi's expression darkened. It is not that the Hua family rejected Qianqian. It is Qianqian who refuses to return. And who says she cannot marry. She is such a fine young lady. Surely suitors will line up outside the western gate to marry her.
Uffed.
At Guan Shi's words, both Guan Xijia and her daughter burst into laughter.
Aunt. Dumatiest.
Setting aside that Hua Qianqian has been married once, I have seen her before, with her foolish demeanor. Who would want her?
Alright, Hanar.
Why bring up a woman who has been cast off? It is truly ill-omened. Guan Xijia had come to request ointment and did not wish to create a rift with Guan Shi, so she leaned closer and took her hand. Seventh sister. Let me speak frankly. The Guan family is finished. You must think of yourself. I see Renjitang is doing well. It would be wise for you to secure the shop's deed soon. If one day the Guan family truly cannot sustain itself, you will have a shop to rely on. And I will help you run it. Business will surely flourish. We are sisters. I would not deceive you. But now, quickly fetch me some ointment. I have promised several acquainted ladies, and I cannot delay. At this moment, Guan Xijia suddenly recalled something and said to Guan Shi, by the way, besides the ointment, I have some joyous news to share. A cousin of your brother-in-law lost his wife a few months ago and is looking for a gentle and pleasant girl to remarry. I thought of our Nian Ci. Seventh sister, you know the Gua family. Just look at my current life. And you will see that Nian Ci will surely enjoy a life of comfort if she marries into that family. For a mute girl to encounter such a good match, the old Guan family truly must be blessed. Perhaps Banger and Tuan Gur will also benefit from Nian Ci's fortune. Guan Shi gazed at Guan Ximei's smug expression, nearly bursting with rage, unsure of how to chastise her effectively. Her brother-in-law was already over 40. His cousin must be nearing 50. For Guan Ximei to propose such a match for Nian Ci, could this truly be something a genuine aunt would do? Just as Guan Shi was about to speak up and dismiss them, a clear, chilling voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. If aunt thinks it wise, why not allow your daughter to marry him? Upon hearing this voice, both Guan Xijia and her daughter turned abruptly towards the door. Qiu Tao lifted the curtain for Hua Qianqian, who entered the room holding a hot water bottle. She had sensed some familiarity with the two women while leaving, and after a moment's reflection, she recalled that this woman was Guan Shi's sister. In her previous life, it was she who facilitated Nian Ci's marriage. As Hua Qianqian stepped inside, her cold gaze sent a shiver through both Guan Xijia and her daughter. Guan Xijia, with a displeased expression, retorted,
Whose daughter are you? How rude to eavesdrop.
Hua Qianqian scoffed, even if I am lacking in manners, I know the propriety of not discussing others behind their backs. You speak of me while plotting to take from my shop, and you expect me not to listen? Upon hearing this, Guan Xijia widened her eyes in disbelief, scrutinizing Hua Qianqian from head to toe. Next to her, Gua Han blinked, equally astonished. You are Hua Qianqian? How can this be? How could Hua Qianqian have transformed so drastically? Gazing at the fair-skinned, delicate Hua Qianqian before her, Gua Han's eyes nearly overflowed with envy. Guan Shi's face flushed momentarily upon seeing Hua Qianqian. During the Guan family's downfall, none from her maternal family had offered assistance, and now that Renjitang had gained some fame, they shamelessly sought to exploit it. This filled her with shame and anger. Fourth sister, not only can I not authorize the ointment from Renjitang, but even if I could, I would not give you a single bottle. As for Nian Ci's marriage, it has nothing to do with you. If you wish to scheme for someone to marry that old man, go ahead. Do not set your sights on our Nian Ci. Our family temple is small. We cannot accommodate such a grand figure as you. Please leave, and do not return. Guan Shi unceremoniously urged them out, tearing the mask off her relationship with Guan Xijia. Guan Xijia's face shifted between shades of green and red as she pointed an accusatory finger at Guan Shi. You actually dare to drive me away? You think the Guan family has incurred divine wrath? Do you believe our shop's success is solely due to your surname? It is because of the connections we have. My request for that ointment is to help maintain those connections. I shall see how long your shop lasts once you offend us. Guan Shi, weary of further arguing, pushed Guan Xijia towards the door. Qiu Tao, knowing Hua Qianqian's disdain for the two, also came to assist in pushing them away. The once proud pair found themselves in a most undignified situation. Just as Guan Shi pushed them to the entrance, a carriage raced towards the Guan family residence from the street, and the driver urgently pulled the reins as it approached. The old steward flung open the carriage curtain and leaped out, spotting Guan Shi, and hurriedly stammered, The master? Seeing the old steward in such a state, Guan Xijie assumed something had gone awry at Renjitang and felt a rush of glee. Guan Shi, however, furrowed her brow in worry, uninterested in Guan Xijie, and approached the old steward. What is it? Has something happened at the shop? Noticing the old steward nodding frantically, Guan Shi's heart sank further. How could they conduct business properly, yet face such difficulties? Who was causing trouble at the pharmacy this time? Observing the old steward's panicked expression, it was clear this incident was anything but trivial. At that moment, Hua Qianqian also stepped forward, and upon seeing her, the old steward rushed over. Master, quickly prepare. Someone from the palace has arrived. From the palace? Guan Shi's eyes widened in confusion, and Guan Xijie raised an eyebrow. Hua Qianqian, however, calmly responded to the old steward, Do not rush. Tell me slowly what has occurred. It is the emperor who sent an envoy to declare an edict. Master, prepare yourself. The envoy will arrive shortly. It is no wonder the old steward was so anxious. He could hardly have imagined speaking with someone from the palace in his lifetime. Sister Guan, who had been reveling in schadenfreude, suddenly had her expression stiffen. An imperial edict? What edict? Dressed so flamboyantly for whom? She, a mere wife of a sixth-rank official, had never even seen what a royal decree looked like. Why should she and Hua Qianqian be the ones to receive it? Hua Qianqian understood the old steward's intent. She asked him to wait in the front courtyard for a while, then returned to the room with Guan to tidy up their attire and help the old matriarch Li out. Before long, a carriage from the palace halted at the door of the Li residence, and a eunuch clad in palace attire, accompanied by several young attendants, entered the courtyard. Seeing that the old matriarch Li and others were already awaiting in the yard, Eunuch Hai was quite pleased and wasted no time with idle chatter. Directly addressing them, Miss Hua, old matriarch Li, I bring several words from His Majesty. Please step forward to receive the edict. Hua Qianqian nodded toward the eunuch, supporting the old matriarch Li as they stepped forward and knelt on the ground with proper decorum. The others, including Guan and the old steward, hastily followed suit. Even Sister Guan and her mother, who had not yet departed, had no choice but to kneel. Once everyone was in position, the eunuch proclaimed loudly, The medicinal materials sold by Renjitang are affordable and of superior quality, never forgetting the heart of a healer. The frostbite ointment is effective, truly deserving its title as the best balm in the world. Young Miss Hua, at such a tender age, is willing to sell this excellent remedy at a low price to spare the common people from the suffering of frostbite, which is truly commendable. Therefore, I bestow upon her a golden gourd, hoping she will not forget her original intentions. Upon finishing, the eunuch received a golden medicinal gourd from a young attendant and approached Hua Qianqian, smiling. Miss, please accept this reward. Hua Qianqian and the old matriarch Li bowed respectfully to the golden gourd, and only then did Hua Qianqian accept the emperor's gift, saying, Thank you for your kindness. After they rose, the old matriarch Li stuffed a bag of silver into the eunuch's hands. The eunuch did not refuse and chuckled at the old matriarch Li. As I rode here today, I saw a purple cloud drifting from the east side of the Li residence. Old matriarch, it seems your family is about to enjoy a turn of fortune. Before coming here, His Majesty even mentioned to me that if General Li acknowledges his mistakes and reflects for a year or a year and a half, he may return. The Li residence, although once neglected, can be restored. Given your age, you may move back and live there once it is tidied up. Hearing the eunuch's words, old matriarch Li was nearly brought to tears of joy. She had thought she would never see her son again. Little did she expect that her son would be allowed to return, thanks to Qianqian. Many thanks to the emperor for his grace. Many thanks to the emperor for his grace. The eunuch nodded with a smile and turned to look at Hua Qianqian. Before he could speak, Hua Qianqian handed a prepared square box to the eunuch. Eunuch Hai, this is the medicinal formula for Renjitang's frostbite ointment. Please present it to the emperor. I heard he has been worried about the war in the northern frontier. While I am powerless to assist, I can only offer this formula to alleviate his concerns. Eunuch Hai's eyes lit up. He had been pondering how to approach Hua Qianqian in a manner that would showcase the emperor's authority while also bestowing royal favor. He was pleasantly surprised by Hua Qianqian's perceptiveness in presenting the formula directly, saving him the trouble of lengthy discourse. This made him regard Hua Qianqian with newfound esteem. Very well, I shall certainly deliver it for you. If you do not mind, Please step into my humble abode for a cup of hot tea to warm yourself. The old matriarch, Li suggested with a smile. Eunuch Hai quickly waved his hand. No, no, old matriarch, you need not be so courteous. I must make a stop at the Hua residence. To the Hua residence? Old matriarch Li's eyes filled with curiosity. Only then did Eunuch Hai remember that Hua Qianqian was also a daughter of the Hua family, and he chuckled, indeed. Speaking of which, the two granddaughters of Minister Hua are truly remarkable. Miss 6, your formula has solved an urgent issue for the Emperor, while Miss 5's down comforter and cloak are also excellent items. The Emperor has also bestowed a reward upon Miss 5, so I must make a trip to the Hua residence and cannot linger here. Eunuch Hai smiled broadly, embodying the jovial spirit of a Buddhist monk. In the capital, fortunes fluctuate. Who can predict when a fallen family might suddenly rise? Did he not know the connection between Hua Qianqian and the Hua family? His detailed remarks were merely an attempt to promote Hua Qianqian favorably. Hua Qianqian, understanding his intentions, exchanged pleasantries with Eunuch Hai and presented him with a jade pendant before seeing him off from the courtyard. After Eunuch Hai departed, the neighbors finally dared to show their faces, having heard of the Li family's imperial reward, and rushed over to curry favor. Standing aside, Sister Guan and her daughter felt their eyes redden, almost biting their lips in frustration. Remembering the words exchanged with Guan, they regretted their earlier remarks. Eunuch Hai had just announced that the Emperor intended to allow Li Liangyi to return to the capital. It seemed the Li family was on the verge of revival. Sister Guan, reflecting on her earlier words, felt a strong urge to slap herself. Watching Guan, who was surrounded by admirers, her expression changed multiple times before she tugged on Guahan and approached her again. Seventh sister, congratulations. I told you the Emperor still valued your brother-in-law. It won't be long before he returns, and you can reunite. Seventh sister, you have finally endured to see the light. Guan's demeanor immediately turned frosty upon seeing Sister Guan. What did she mean by enduring to see the light? Was she trying to sow discord between her and her mother-in-law? Guan shot Sister Guan a disdainful glance, saying, I am not like Sister Guan, with a brother-in-law who has so many concubines. You have many worries. But my mother-in-law dotes on me, my children are dutiful, and I have a niece to assist me. What do I have to endure? With that, she turned to the old steward and declared, from now on, anyone who uses my name to obtain ointment from the shop will be denied. If they are dissatisfied, they can come directly to me. I wish to see how those sycophants can deal with me. Sister Guan was nearly driven to tears by Guan's pointed remarks, but dared not confront her outright. She could only endure, dragging her daughter away from the Li residence, all the while muttering angrily, what a petty person. How proud she is. It's just a few jars of ointment. Whether Li Liangyi can return is still uncertain. However, Guahan felt that if seventh uncle returned, it would be a good thing. If he returned to his official post, then her mother would not prevent her from marrying cousin Yuan. Thinking of Yuan, Guahan's face broke into a shy smile. Yet, recalling Hua Qianqian's face, her expression turned cold again. That shameless woman, why does she linger at the Li residence? And dressed so flamboyantly for whom? Seeing her today, she acts as if she is the mistress of the Li family. Could it be that she harbors designs on cousin Yuan? Bah! A woman who has been divorced would never catch his eye. Absolutely not. After Sister Guan and her daughter left, the courtyard of the Li residence buzzed with activity before gradually settling down. Hua Qianqian felt a twinge of unease thinking of Sister Guan. She feared overlooking something that could lead to a repetition of past mistakes. Fortunately, the current circumstances of the Li family were vastly different from her previous life. Hua Qianqian believed that Sister Guan would temporarily refrain from scheming against Nian Xi. Now, she only hoped for Li Yuanbang to successfully pass the martial examination, for that would completely transform the Li family's fortunes. Qianqian, where should we display the Emperor's bestowed golden gourd? Hua Qianqian was lost in thought when she suddenly heard Guan's voice. Turning, she smiled, anywhere is fine. Guan held the golden gourd and walked around the room several times, causing old matriarch Li to feel dizzy. You silly child. In a few days, we will be moving back to the General's residence. What are you worrying about now? Only then did Guan remember that the Emperor had bestowed their home back to them, and naturally, Qianqian would return to the General's residence with them. She understood that the Emperor's acknowledgement of them was largely due to Qianqian. Though she struggled to express her gratitude, she took Qianqian's hand and said, Little lucky star, what would you like to eat? Tell me, and I will make it for you. Seeing the joy of the old lady Li and Madame Guan, Hua Qianqian felt a surge of happiness as well. Homemade noodles? Aunt's handmade noodles are the most delicious.
All right.
Just wait. Madame Guan hurriedly lifted her skirt and exited. After she left, old lady Li engaged in casual conversation with Hua Qianqian for a while. Glancing at the golden gourd bestowed by the emperor, she suddenly recalled what Eunuch Hai had mentioned about Hua Shuiyue also receiving a reward.
Qianqian.
Eunuch Hai said Hua Shuiyue was also favored by the emperor for creating some down comforters. Have you heard what that is? Hua Qianqian naturally knew what a down comforter was. In her previous life, Hua Shuiyue had not only received the emperor's favor for that comforter, but had also opened numerous shops, amassing a considerable fortune. Subsequently, she had used that wealth to assist Prince Zhao in recruiting soldiers, securing his position as heir, and becoming his most trusted confidant. I heard it is filled with the down feathers from ducks, sewn into silk, making it much warmer than ordinary cotton quilts, Hua Qianqian replied casually. Old Lady Li frowned, remarking, this Hua Shuiyue truly knows how to please others. The Empress Dowager is sensitive to the cold. No wonder she cherishes the comforter gifted by Hua Shuiyue. Hua Qianqian smiled and nodded, aware that Hua Shuiyue often possessed whimsical ideas and had an astute understanding of people's preferences. Otherwise, she would not have enjoyed such adoration from them. However, in this life, she would not allow Hua Shuiyue to navigate so smoothly, nor would she let her accumulate such wealth. Old Lady Li, recalling Hua Shuiyue, gazed at Hua Qianqian with concern. I see your cousin is a person of deep thoughts and great ambition. Even if you are not at the Hua residence, you must remain cautious of her. Hua Qianqian felt a pang in her heart at Old Lady Li's admonition. In her previous life, her grandmother had given her similar warnings, yet she had disregarded them entirely. Nestling in Old Lady Li's embrace, she obediently nodded, Rest assured, grandmother, I shall not afford her any opportunity to harm me. The news of Renjitang receiving the golden gourd from the emperor soon spread throughout the capital. Hua Qianqian kept her promise and arranged for the physicians at Renjitang to provide free consultations for the common folk on the 1st and 15th of each month. Consequently, Renjitang quickly became one of the most reputable pharmacies in the capital. With Renjitang on the right track, Madame Guan and the old steward managed the shop's affairs. As the weather grew colder, Hua Qianqian nestled indoors, engrossed in her reading. Around mid-morning, a commotion arose from the front courtyard, indicating visitors had arrived. Qiu Tao, curious, kept peering outside, and Hua Qianqian, knowing her active nature, tethered her to herself, fearing she might become restless. Why don't you go for a stroll? I have no need for you here, she suggested. Qiu Tao's eyes sparkled with delight. The maid will be back soon after a little walk. Off you go. Hua Qianqian replied, watching as Qiu Tao bounded out of the courtyard, feeling her simple joy infectious, prompting her to return to her reading with a smile. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Qiu Tao returned, visibly flustered. Hua Qianqian was taken aback by the speed of her change in demeanor, but she refrained from asking. Knowing Qiu Tao would soon divulge the details. Sure enough, after entering, Qiu Tao picked up her embroidery but found herself unable to concentrate. Quickly moving to sit beside Hua Qianqian. Miss, can you guess who the visitors are? Hua Qianqian raised an eyebrow. Surely not that bean curd seller? Qiu Luling. Qiu Tao's face flushed, Miss. How can you jest at such a time? Then who has managed to vex our Qiu Tao so? Hua Qianqian inquired with a smile. It's Madam, and the 3rd and 4th young masters. Upon hearing this, Hua Qianqian's smile gradually faded. It was no surprise for Madame Li to return. Seeing the potential for the Li family to rise again, she would naturally seek to mend relations. Qiu Tao continued, Miss, can you guess why Madam has come? Hua Qianqian playfully tapped Qiu Tao's forehead. Speak properly. Qiu Tao scratched her head, obediently stating, Madam has come to ask for medicine for Hua Shuiyue. She caught a cold while gathering ducks to make that down comforter for the Empress Dowager, and is now suffering from a severe cough. Hearing that Renjitang's cough syrup is effective, she sent someone to purchase it but failed to do so. Madam and the 3rd young master were worried and rushed here to seek medicine. Also, Miss, I overheard from the window that Madam kept asking Old Lady Li about which divine physician formulated Renjitang's ointment. I wonder what she meant by that. What did grandmother say? Hua Qianqian asked, her expression growing cold. Old Lady Li didn't say much. Merely told Madam to queue at Renjitang if she wished to buy the ointment and asked if she had any other business. Unable to listen any longer, I returned. Hua Qianqian nodded lightly, refraining from further inquiries. Hua Shua is ill. This revelation caught her off guard. In her memory, that woman had always been in robust health. However, it was also possible she was feigning illness to elicit information from Madame Li. Hua Shua was not like Xiaolon. She possessed her own cunning. Hua Qianqian's recent changes would undoubtedly raise Hua Shua's suspicions. To maintain her grip on the Hua family, Hua Shua would not grant her an opportunity for resurgence. Though Hua Shua feared losing even a fraction of her possessions, Hua Qianqian scorned everything she had. As Hua Qianqian pondered Hua Shua's situation, she heard footsteps approaching in the courtyard. Qiu Tao, having noticed as well, exclaimed, "I'll go see." The moment she stepped outside, she spotted Hua Jingji approaching with an exquisite wooden box, prompting her to ask, "Fourth young master? What brings you here?" "I wish to see little six." Hua Jingji's voice trembled slightly. "My young lady is resting. Please come another day." Qiu Tao understood her mistress's aversion to the Hua family and took it upon herself to dismiss Hua Jingji. "I have something to give little six. I'll leave once I deliver it." Qiu Tao attempted to obstruct him, but Hua Qianqian had already risen and exited the room. She knew Hua Jingji's character. Though he appeared carefree, he was quite obstinate, and Qiu Tao could not deter him. Upon seeing Hua Jingji, a flicker of surprise crossed Hua Qianqian's eyes. The once spirited and flamboyant youth now looked rather disheveled. He sported an uneven beard, his skin darkened, and he was dressed not in luxurious silks but in rough, dark blue fabric. Had she not recognized his voice, she might have doubted his identity. Little six. Upon seeing Hua Qianqian, Hua Jingji's eyes widened with joy and a hint of apprehension. "It truly is you." Hua Jingji's expression mirrored her astonishment. Since their last meeting in the elegant garden, little six had blossomed into a striking beauty. Compared to then, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. It turned out little six had lost weight and looked stunning, surpassing any girl he had ever encountered. While Hua Jingji's eyes sparkled with delight, Hua Qianqian maintained a demeanor of coldness and distance. "What brings you here?" Sensing her aloofness, Hua Jingji felt a pang of heartache. Yet he quickly donned a smile. "Little six, look what I have brought for you." He presented the wooden box to Hua Qianqian and opened it. As the lid of the box was lifted, a dazzling array of pearls shimmered within. The box was filled to the brim with lustrous pearls, each one round and plump, with one particularly rare golden pearl nestled among them. "Little six, do you know where these pearls came from?" "A few days ago I visited Songdong River, just as you mentioned. You said the books recorded that many pearl oysters could be found there. I was skeptical, but upon visiting, it was just as you described. These were all brought back by fourth brother. Do you like them?" Hua Jingji's voice trembled slightly as he gazed at Hua Qianqian, his eyes filled with hope. "Xiao Lu, you must understand that I remember what you told fourth brother before. Please do not hold it against him any longer, all right?" His expression resembled that of a loyal dog seeking its master's approval. However, Hua Qianqian's gaze remained devoid of joy as she looked at the box of pearls. Only impatience reflected in her eyes. She waved her hand dismissively, pushing the box away and furrowing her brows. "I do not like them. I have already stated this. Do not come looking for me again." Why was it that these people could not comprehend her words? Frustrated, she exerted more force than intended, causing Hua Jingji to become momentarily dazed as the box toppled over, spilling pearls across the stone floor. The sound was a cacophony that pierced his heart, causing it to ache with every resonant clink. In a flurry, Hua Jingji crouched down to gather the pearls, muttering repeatedly, "It's all right. If you dislike them, fourth brother will find you something else enjoyable." He dared not meet Hua Qianqian's gaze, fearing she might see the pain reflected in his eyes. "Xiao Lu, do you prefer the plums from Nanling, the gemstones from the western regions, or the incense from the east? Just say the word, and fourth brother will fetch them for you." At that moment, several figures approached from outside, including the matriarch and others from the Li family. From a distance, Li Shi noticed Hua Qianqian overturning the pearls from fourth brother's hands and rushed over in anger, pointing accusatorily at Hua Qianqian. "What are you doing? How can you treat your fourth brother this way?" She stepped forward, intending to help Hua Jingji up, but he recoiled from her touch. As he picked up the pearls one by one, his hands reddened from the cold, and Li Shi's heart ached at the sight. With tears brimming in her eyes, she turned to the matriarch, saying, "Mother, look at Qianqian. Is she possessed? What have we done to deserve this treatment? Fourth brother has gone to great lengths to please her, even sneaking out of the house for a month. Just look at how thin he has become." Hua Jingli. Equally incensed, added Hua Qianqian. Do you have any idea how much hardship your fourth brother endured to acquire these pearls? When he returned home, he was utterly exhausted. I urged him to rest, but he refused, immediately seeking out a beautiful box to present to you. Even if you dislike them, you ought not to treat them so carelessly. Have the manners you once learned been thrown to the dogs? Cannot you learn from Shuyu? Learning from Hua Shue? The very thought nearly made Hua Qianqian laugh aloud. She fixed her gaze on Hua Jingji, her voice icy. Fourth brother, do you also deem my act of overturning this box of pearls as impolite? Yet, do you recall how many of my food containers you have overturned? When I crouched to gather the pastries and rice you scattered, I did not think about your rudeness. I merely pondered how to prepare something even more delicious for you next time, so you would not find fault. Her words pierced Hua Jingji like a dagger, leaving him breathless with pain. The image she painted flooded his mind, and his nose tingled with emotion, the tears blurring his vision. At the moment the pearls hit the ground, he felt his heart shatter, realizing this had happened countless times with Xiao Lu. He truly was a fool. Xiao Lu. Fourth brother was wrong. His voice was hoarse and raw, tears welling up in his eyes as he clutched his chest, believing this gesture might ease his heartache. Yet it did not. The pain was overwhelming, leaving him at a loss for how to cope. Hua Jingji pressed his forehead against the chill of the stone floor, unwilling to look up at Hua Qianqian's frigid gaze. Li Shi, observing her youngest son in such despair, felt her heart break. Qianqian, even if fourth brother has erred, he is still your kin. He has already apologized. What more do you desire? It has been long enough. Your tantrum should have subsided. Must the entire world be made aware of our transgressions against you? If this will appease you, I, as your mother, will kneel and beg for forgiveness. Are you satisfied now? As she spoke, Li Shi prepared to kneel, but before she could, Hua Jingli stopped her. Mother, how can you kneel to her? There are only errant children, not errant parents. She is the one being obstinate. Do not stop me, third brother. It is my failure as a mother. I have not taught her well nor guided her, allowing her to develop such a willful temperament. It is all my fault. If it would quell her anger, not only would I kneel, I would leap into the river. Chapter 78. I simply disdain her. Li Shi's words struck Hua Qianqian deeply, yet she stood resolute. Her slender neck held high. Hua Jingji shakily rose to his feet, positioning himself before Hua Qianqian, his eyes red as he implored Li Shi. Mother, this is a matter between me and Xiao Lu. It is clearly my fault. Why do you treat her this way? Why scold her? Li Shi froze in shock at his words. She had spoken out of concern for her son, yet he was now directing his ire at her. Overwhelmed with frustration, she lamented, You all blame me. I endured 10 months of hardship to bring you into this world. Is this my fault? Heaven above. Are you all here to collect a debt for me? What must I do to make you happy? Enough. The matriarch could no longer bear the scene. Fourth brother and the others were her grandsons. She had hoped to prevent any lasting rift between them, so when fourth brother expressed a desire to see Qianqian, she had acquiesced. However, she had not anticipated her daughter's excessive bias. Not only would Qianqian feel cold, but the matriarch's own heart had grown icy with disappointment. Guanxi could no longer restrain herself and approached the matriarch, taking Hua Qianqian's hand in hers while casting a scornful glance at Li Shi. This is a novel sight indeed. One would expect a parent to cherish their own flesh and blood. I lack the fortune to be Qianqian's mother. If she were my daughter, I would awaken from dreams laughing with joy, never allowing her to suffer even the slightest grievance. Yet for the daughter of another family, you bow and plead like a servant, while your own daughter is met with scorn. Who is truly the one seeking recompense? The matriarch looked at Li Shi with disappointment, sighing heavily. You are truly foolish. Leave now. Do not return. Shaking her head, her eyes reflected both sympathy for Hua Qianqian and disillusionment with Li Shi. And do not think of the medicinal syrup from Renji Hall. You may as well pour it out and feed it to the dogs. Mother. Li Shi stared at the matriarch in astonishment, unable to fathom her mother's words. Do you not realize that Shu Yu is the favored lady of both the Empress and the Grand Princess? She may have a bright future ahead. Fourth brother and the others will rely on her support. Li Shi could not comprehend her mother's blind folly, unable to see the greater picture. The matriarch sneered. Regardless of who favors her, I have no regard for her. Even if she becomes a high-ranking consort, what concern is it of mine? I will not allow my precious Qianqian to suffer any injustice because of her. If you wish to fawn over her, then do so. I am eager to see if she will ever respect you as a mother. Will your son soar to greatness because of her? The matriarch's disappointment in Li Shi ran deep. She could not bear to look at her any longer and ordered the servants to escort Li Shi and her companions away. Li Shi and Hua Jingli were led out, yet Hua Jingji lingered, his eyes red as he gazed at Hua Qianqian. Filled with words he longed to express, but found himself at a loss for what to say. Xiao Lu repeatedly murmured the name of Hua Qianqian, yearning for just a glance from her. Yet, Hua Qianqian, with her cold gaze unchanged, pursed her lips and returned to her room after lifting the curtain. Lady Li observed Hua Jingji turning back to look at Hua Qianqian with a sorrowful expression, and her heart softened as she called out to him. "Ah, fourth brother. If you truly care for your sister, you ought to empathize with her feelings. Cease these futile actions. It is time for you to mature." The chill of winter does not descend in a single day. For a girl as sentimental as Qianqian, her current demeanor towards the Hua family must stem from deep-seated pain. She would not urge Qianqian to forgive fourth brother, but merely hoped he would grasp this truth. Upon hearing the courtyard gate slam shut, Lady Li twisted her handkerchief. Overwhelmed with irritation, she had failed to procure the medicine or ascertain which esteemed physician at Renjitang had prescribed it. Returning empty-handed would surely invite a scolding from her mother-in-law. You all go queue at Renjitang to buy ointment for Shuyue. If necessary, spend a bit more silver to purchase a few bottles from those who have obtained the medicine. Lady Li recalled Hua Qianqian's earlier attitude and grew increasingly furious, thinking to herself, had I known the sixth miss would become this way, I should never have given birth to her. Hua Jingji scoffed at her words, unwilling to waste breath on Lady Li and Hua Jingli, and turned away, heading towards the alley. "Fourth brother, where are you going?" Lady Li called after him, but Hua Jingji did not look back. Hua Jingli, with a grim expression, addressed Lady Li, "Mother, do not concern yourself with him. He is surely off to squander time with those debauched friends. Once his money runs out, he will return, compliant." Lady Li gazed worriedly at Hua Jingji's retreating figure and sighed deeply. In the past, she had worried about the reckless third brother's antics. Now, it was the third brother who was the most obedient and sensible. After leaving the Li residence, Lady Li and Hua Jingli went to Renjitang again. But after 2 hours of waiting, they still could not acquire the cough syrup. Furthermore, they discovered that Renjitang had long established a rule against reselling the ointment. Thus, even if they offered a high price, no one would sell to them. The two could only return to the Hua residence in resignation. Upon their return, they were inevitably met with a barrage of cold reprimands from Lady Hua. Hua Shuyue merely coughed discreetly to mask her discomfort, and once Lady Hua finished her tirade, she sighed softly. "Grandmother, please do not blame Aunt. I am not too unwell. I merely worry about the down comforters. It is all my fault. I previously boasted to the Grand Princess and the Empress Dowager that we would produce more comforters. But what can we do if we cannot find duck down? What if the Empress Dowager becomes displeased?" As she spoke, Hua Shuyue's eyes glistened with tears. Lady Hua grew even more anxious, glaring at Lady Li and declaring, "You fail to contribute to the Hua family, and Xu has put in so much effort. After gaining the Empress Dowager's favor, she has fallen ill. And you cannot even procure a bottle of medicine." With that, she thought of Hua Qianqian, her heart heavy with frustration. That wretched girl is simply envious of Shuyue and does not wish for her recovery. She thinks that with the Emperor's favor, she has become significant. The Emperor only acknowledges her because she bears the Hua name. Lady Hua rambled on, and Hua Jingyi, standing nearby, furrowed his brow deeply. Noticing Hua Jingyi's expression, Hua Shuyue quickly said, "Grandmother, sixth sister must have her reasons." "Reasons?" Lady Hua retorted angrily. "Tell me, what reasons could she possibly have? Knowing you are in such a condition, she is reluctant to part with a single bottle of medicine." Chapter 79 to Cousin. How could you be the eldest grandson? She is nothing but a heartless ingrate. How foolish of you to have treated her so well. Hua Shuyue began to cough vigorously, drawing the concerned gazes of Hua Jingyi and Hua Jingli. "Where you should refrain from going out for now. Leave the duck-down matter to your second brother. I will surely find it for you." Hua Jingyi spoke gently, his eyes betraying his worry beneath his mask. "Indeed, I am here as well. Next time, simply ask third brother to assist you. With him around, how could we allow you to tire yourself?" Hua Shuyue had initially wished to handle the matter of the duck down without involving the male members of the Hua family. She did not want anyone to share in her glory or to be privy to the intricacies surrounding the comforters. After all, beneath the surface of the down comforters lay immense commercial potential, and she trusted no one. Yet, having scoured the capital with little success, she had no choice but to enlist the help of Hua Qianqian and Hua Jingli. Suppressing the sparkle in her eyes, she feigned a frail demeanor as she spoke. Cough. I fear I may burden second brother and third brother, which is why I have not spoken up. Fifth sister, how can you think like that? Hua Jingli frowned, resolutely stating, leave this matter to us. We will ensure everything is handled properly and that you face no repercussions. Well then, I shall trouble second brother and third brother. Hua Qianqian had no idea that the ducks she sought had already been claimed by Hua Qianqian, who had dispatched others to continue gathering ducks in the towns surrounding the capital. Mrs. Guan had also heard of the comforter situation and could not help but inquire of Hua Qianqian how she had foreseen it. Naturally, Hua Qianqian would not divulge the truth. Had she confessed to Mrs. Guan and her grandmother that she had been reborn, they would surely be taken aback. She simply informed Mrs. Guan that she was gathering ducks for another purpose, and it was merely coincidental that it overlapped with Hua Qianqian's plans. Mrs. Guan, trusting of Hua Qianqian and aware of her resourceful nature, refrained from probing further, even though she was curious about the multitude of ducks Hua Qianqian was collecting. Days later, the general's residence was readied, its plaque changed to that of the Li family. Hua Qianqian had already established her household in Jingzhou Prefecture. She initially intended to remain on Leisure Street, but the old matriarch of the Li family would not allow it. She could not bear to let Hua Qianqian live alone. Thus, a separate door was constructed for the eastern courtyard of the Li residence, allowing for internal passage between the two households. To outsiders, it appeared as though they were two separate families, which helped avoid unnecessary gossip. In reality, they still resided together, and the old matriarch could look after Hua Qianqian at any time. Understanding her grandmother's concern, Hua Qianqian no longer objected and moved back to the Li residence with her family. The Li residence was situated on Yongzi Street in the eastern part of the capital, a locale frequented by esteemed officials. As Hua Qianqian alighted from her carriage and gazed at the plaque of the Li residence, she felt as if she had stepped into another world. How long had it been since she last visited this place? The old matriarch of the Li family was equally sentimental, reminiscing about the desolate courtyard to the east. She smiled at Hua Qianqian and asked Qianqian, do you remember the night you and fourth brother sneaked into the Chengwangfu? Hua Qianqian's face flushed as she nodded gently. In her youth, she had been so naive and fearless. With a former prince Cheng stationed at the northern frontier, the Chengwangfu had remained abandoned. Hua Jingji, eager to see what it looked like, had taken her on a midnight adventure into the estate. However, she was slow and, in the darkness, quickly lost sight of Hua Jingji. Terrified, she cried as she hid in a rock cave, only to unexpectedly encounter a small beggar who appeared unwell. Despite her fear, she felt compassion for him and shared the plums from her pouch. In an unexpected turn, she fell asleep next to the small beggar, finding comfort in his presence. Although she could no longer recall his appearance, she vaguely remembered that he was extraordinarily handsome, even more so than the heavenly children depicted in paintings. For the next few days, she returned each night to the cave in the Chengwangfu, bringing food for the small beggar and spending her meager savings to buy medicine for him, hoping it would restore his health. However, her mother discovered the secret of her and Hua Jingji sneaking into the Wang residence and gave them a severe reprimand, forbidding them from staying at their grandmother's place any longer. Many days later, she secretly returned to seek out the little beggar, only to find that he had vanished. Since then, she had not seen him again, leaving her to wonder if he had recovered from his illness and how he was faring. Hua Qianqian was lost in her memories when she suddenly heard Li Yuanbang approach the elderly matriarch, proclaiming with conviction, "Grandmother, one day I shall restore the plaque of the general's manor." Hua Qianqian turned her head just in time to see the youth's eyes shining brightly as he gazed at the characters of the Li residence on the plaque, his face radiating determination. The old matriarch nodded approvingly, while Tuan Goer pouted, saying, "Cousin said Tuan Goer can become a top scholar. Perhaps this will one day be the bachelor's manor or the grand tutor's manor." Li Yuanbang shot Tuan Goer an exasperated glance, asserting, as the eldest grandson, "The plaque of the Li residence will naturally align with my official rank." Tuan Goer was not pleased, his round eyes brimming with defiance, insisting that the one with the higher rank should have the final say. The two brothers were at an impasse, their faces flushed from their spirited debate. while Hua Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle at their spirited exchange over an issue that had yet to materialize. However, Hua Qianqian looked at Li Yuanbang with some confusion. Cousin, how can you be the eldest grandson? Hearing her question, Li Yuanbang nearly stumbled over his words. Under the fierce gaze of the old matriarch and the stern Mrs. Guan, he wished he could slap himself. I was moving things. Hua Qianqian shifted her gaze to Tuan Gur, who responded with a silly grin. I'll help second brother. Thus, the two brothers resumed their tasks in perfect harmony, as if they had never quarreled. Mrs. Guan intervened, trying to smooth things over. Yuan was in the northern frontier before, and Bang took it upon himself to be the older brother. Knowing Hua Qianqian's intelligence, Mrs. Guan feared her inquiries and hastily changed the subject. It has been some time since Yuan left. I wonder when he will return. Very soon. I received word a few days ago that he would be back shortly. At this point, the old matriarch deliberately glanced at Hua Qianqian and smiled. I have already written to inform him that his courtyard will be arranged behind yours, for your convenience in attending to his health. Upon hearing that Li Yuan would reside next to her, Hua Qianqian felt her heart inexplicably quicken. Even she herself could not comprehend why she felt so anxious. Chapter 80. Young master does not know how to write the character for Lu's. Hua Qianqian, flustered, replied hurriedly, Grandmother, I shall help move things too. The old matriarch observed Hua Qianqian's hasty descent from the carriage, her smile broadening. After spending a good part of the day, Hua Qianqian and Qiutao finally arranged the new courtyard. Perhaps it was due to the newfound stability, but that night, Hua Qianqian slept particularly soundly. The next morning, a visitor arrived at the Li residence. To Hua Qianqian's surprise, the first guest was Chengzhen. Chengzhen brought an abundance of gifts, directing her servants to arrange exotic flowers throughout the courtyard. Sixth sister, for your housewarming, I was uncertain what to gift you. My second brother suggested that a girl like you would surely appreciate flowers, so I specifically had these brought for you. Do you like them? If not, I can find something else. Hua Qianqian, knowing Chengzhen was a woman of her word, promptly replied, I love them. Thank you. Chengzhen was overjoyed to see Hua Qianqian finally relax her formal demeanor towards her, her eyes crinkling with delight. Li Yuanbang, lurking outside the courtyard, watched Chengzhen's exuberance with a strong desire to rush in and pull her out. Always either gifting hairpins or flowers, it was indeed suspicious. After arranging the flowers, Chengzhen approached Hua Qianqian, linking her arm with hers and cheerfully suggested, Sixth sister, the Winter Hunt Festival is just around the corner. Come with me to Xishan. Hua Qianqian suddenly recalled that in just a few days, it would be the annual Winter Hunt Festival of the Great Feng dynasty. Since the founding emperor of Great Feng conquered the land on horseback, successive emperors would spend a few days at the Xishan Palace during this time to hunt with favored ministers. Those permitted to accompany the emperor would receive silver arrows as a royal gift, and their families would also be granted permission to attend. This time, both my elder brother and third brother will not be going, so our Chung family has 2 spots available. If you have any friends you wish to bring along, feel free to invite them. Chengzhen, fearing Hua Qianqian might decline, blinked eagerly at her, subtly glancing towards the courtyard exit. Hua Qianqian stifled a laugh, realizing Chengzhen was inviting her along for the sake of her second cousin's apprenticeship. Just as she was about to agree, Li Yuanbang interjected, crossing his arms and scrutinizing Chengzhen with a frown. After a long appraisal, he turned to Hua Qianqian and warned, Qianqian, do not agree to her invitation. She may not have the best intentions. Accompanying the emperor to Xishan was a supreme honor, which noble family would not strive to bring along as many of their kin as possible to gain favor in front of the emperor and empress dowager. Chengzhen's seemingly kind offer was anything but trustworthy. What he did not know was that Chengzhen had been crying and making a scene in the Chung residence for the past few days to persuade her father to take Hua Qianqian and Li Yuanbang along. The Marquis of Wuxiang was thoroughly exasperated. In the end, he stipulated that when she went to Xishan, she must obediently stay by her mother's side and wear women's attire. Any discussion of other matters was off the table unless she complied with these 2 conditions. She had already promised Hua Qianqian she would find a way for her father to accept Li Yuanbang as a student. This was the perfect opportunity, and she could only agree to her father's demands with tears in her eyes. How could she have anticipated this thick-headed boy would doubt her intentions? If you do not believe me, then you can accompany Qianqian. Li Yuanbang scoffed. I'm busy. I do not wish to see you every day. You? Chengzhen was so furious, she stamped her feet. I wager you are too afraid. You must be lacking in archery skills and fear losing face in front of others. I spit. When have I ever been afraid? If you are not afraid, then join me. We shall compete when the time comes. Let us compete. Who is afraid of whom? The two glared at each other defiantly, refusing to yield. Hua Qianqian observed this exchange with her head lowered, suppressing her laughter. Chengzhen's provocation was rather clumsy, yet it was incredibly effective on Li Yuanbang. Cousin, you must prepare well. Do not let Miss Cheng outshine you. Li Yuanbang felt quite aggrieved that even his cousin did not trust him, puffing up in indignation. Humph. I do not know how to write the character for lose. As long as she does not claim I bullied her. With that, he shot an irritated glare at Chengzhen and strode out of the courtyard. Chengzhen watched him leave, exchanging glances with Hua Qianqian, feeling a sense of triumph, and playfully winked at her. Thank you. Hua Qianqian expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Why so formal with me? It's just a small matter. Chengzhen replied, patting her chest confidently. You can trust me to handle things. By the way, before the Winter Hunt Festival, would it be convenient to visit Madame Cheng? Chengzhen's eyes lit up, asking, Did you not mention needing something to treat my mother Esperance? Have you found it? Hua Qianqian smiled and nodded. Chengzhen exclaimed with excitement. Then, let us go tomorrow. I'll come to fetch you. Understanding Chengzhen's eagerness, and knowing that Madame Cheng's wound would benefit from prompt treatment, Hua Qianqian agreed. All right. I will be ready for your visit tomorrow. After Chengzhen departed, Hua Qianqian asked Qiu Tao to help organize the items she would need for the following day. Once everything was prepared, night had already fallen. After dining with the old matriarch, Hua Qianqian returned to her own courtyard. Unlike Ani Street, Yongzi Street was eerily quiet at night, with few couples arguing over trivial matters, leaving Hua Qianqian feeling somewhat unsettled. After reading for a while, she attempted to settle down, yet found herself unable to sleep. Hearing the soft snoring of Qiu Tao in the ear room, I couldn't bear to wake her, so I quietly rose, took a candle, and lit a lantern to stroll in the courtyard. The night breeze was slightly cool, and Hua Qianqian tightened her cloak as she walked along the bluestone path. Suddenly, she discovered a small door near the wall of the Chengwangfu, the very door she and Hua Jingji had once squeezed through as children. Approaching it, she hesitated for a moment before gently pushing the wooden door. It creaked open, quickening her heartbeat. The dark, uninhabited Chengwangfu was shrouded in shadows, with only the faint glow of her lantern illuminating the surroundings. Should she venture to see the rockery? Perhaps the little beggar had returned? With that thought, she lifted her skirt and stepped through the door. Yet, after barely 2 steps, she suddenly heard strange noises not far away. Startled, Hua Qianqian hesitated, contemplating whether to retreat, when a stone suddenly flew through the air, extinguishing her lantern in an instant. Alarmed, she intended to turn back to the courtyard, but a tall figure loomed over her, pinning her against the wall. Hua Qianqian wanted to scream, but the stranger's large hand covered her mouth, and her wrist was pressed against the wall, rendering her immobile. The man was imposing, blocking the chilling wind. In the stillness of the night, all Hua Qianqian could hear was his heavy breathing. Was he the night watchman of the Wangfu, or perhaps a thief seeking to plunder? Hua Qianqian lamented her impulsiveness in entering. If he were indeed a thief and had seen her, would he silence her? In an instant, myriad possibilities flashed through her mind. Whatever the case, she could not perish in such a place. Immediately, she blinked her innocent eyes and attempted to explain to the man, I am a traveler, not here to intrude. I have no idea who you are, nor do I wish to know. Let's pretend this encounter never happened. The man's hand muffled her words, rendering them indistinct. The warmth of her lips grazing his palm deepened the shadows in his gaze. He had never seen Hua Qianqian like this before, pleading and displaying a hint of vulnerability, which inexplicably made her somewhat endearing. Observing her, Li Yuan felt a softening in his heart. He hadn't anticipated encountering her in such a manner. Eager to see her, he had rushed back to the capital without even returning to the palace, hesitating by the wall separating the Li residence from the Chengwangfu. When he unexpectedly saw her carrying a lantern, crossing through the wooden door, and entering the courtyard alone, fearing she might recognize him, he quickly used a stone to extinguish her lantern. Afraid she might scream, he instinctively rushed over to restrain her and cover her mouth. Gazing into her doe-like eyes, Li Yuan felt a lump in his throat, his ears burning with embarrassment. He had never acted so foolishly in his life. What should he do now? They remained in that position, silent, almost able to hear each other's heartbeats. Gradually, Hua Qianqian sensed that the man bore no ill intent and spoke again. I won't scream. You can loosen your grip. Li Yuan was surprised by how quickly she regained her composure. Her courage surpassed that of most women. She had never been this bold as a child, often clinging to his arm in fear of the dark. He released her, but the sensation of her delicate skin lingered on his fingertips, causing him to unconsciously clench his hand into a fist behind his back. The night was too dark for Hua Qianqian to discern the man's features, yet she felt an inexplicable familiarity. As she was about to inquire about his identity, he offered her the lantern he had picked up from the ground and quickly vanished into the night. Exiting the Chengwangfu, Li Yuan adjusted the leather mask on his face and called for a duo to prepare the horse for their return to the palace. A duo hesitated, suggesting, "Master, perhaps we should rest for the night and enter the palace tomorrow morning. You've been traveling for several days, and your leg has only just healed. I'm worried the fatigue might trigger your old ailment." However, Li Yuan shook his head, resolute that having chosen to return to the capital, he could not afford to falter. He glanced towards the Li residence, acknowledging that if he could not sever ties, he would guard them fiercely. A duo dared not argue further and prepared the horse to accompany Li Yuan into the palace. Upon reaching the outer gates of the second palace, a duo was stopped by the guards, while 2 members of the Imperial Guard escorted Li Yuan to the Imperial study. It was already the second watch of the night, and the Emperor was still reviewing memorials in the study. Upon hearing the report from Eunuch Hai, he tossed the documents onto the table and rose from the couch to stretch his back, saying, "Let him in." Eunuch Hai complied and hurriedly ushered Li Yuan into the study. Upon entering, Li Yuan performed the customary bow, proclaiming, "This humble subject, Li Yuan, pays his respects to your majesty." The Emperor waved his hand, indicating, "Rise, no need for excessive formalities." Once Li Yuan stood, the Emperor patted his shoulder, smiling. "In the blink of an eye, you've grown so much. The last time we met, you were still a child. Now that you've returned to the capital, I hope you won't have to endure hardships in the northern frontier any longer. Your royal grandmother has expressed her wish for you to return soon. She will surely be delighted to see you." Li Yuan nodded, responding, "Yuan has longed to return to be by grandmother's side, but my health has been poor, causing delays." Upon hearing of Li Yuan's health issues, the Emperor raised his brows, scrutinizing him. Noticing his paler complexion than usual, he inquired with concern, "Oh, what ailment do you suffer from? Are you feeling better now?" As soon as the Emperor finished speaking, Li Yuan knelt again, stating, "This humble subject has come to report my safety to your majesty and also to ask for forgiveness." The Emperor stroked his beard, returning to the couch, feigning confusion. "You've lost me. You and your father have defended the northern frontier for me. You are heroes of the Dafeng. What offense could there be?" In truth, Li Yuan had already been back in the capital for some time. This was a matter the Emperor could quickly investigate should he desire. So Li Yuan chose to inform him preemptively. The Emperor's expression shifted slightly, not responding but allowing Li Yuan to continue. Li Yuan then revealed the matter of the poison he had been afflicted with, explaining that he had resorted to using the identity of the wayward son to return to the capital, fearing ambush during his journey. Upon hearing Li Yuan's account, the Emperor's expression immediately darkened. Whose audacity is so great as to dare to harm my nephew? He felt he could not blame Li Yuan but rather needed to find a way to clarify that he was not the perpetrator.
Eunuch Hai,
Swiftly summon Imperial Physician Zhang and Physician Chen to examine Yuan. Standing at the door, Eunuch Hai quickly dispatched a young eunuch to relay the message. As the Emperor watched Li Yuan still kneeling, he urged, "Rise. I do not blame you for this incident. I will certainly find out who poisoned you. There is no need for you to worry. Both Imperial Physician Zhang and Physician Chen possess exceptional medical skills. They will certainly cure your ailment." After granting Li Yuan a seat, the Emperor discussed some matters regarding the northern frontier, and soon Imperial Physician Zhang and Physician Chen arrived. The Emperor instructed both physicians to take turns examining Li Yuan's pulse. He had summoned 2 physicians not only to express his concern for Li Yuan but also because he did not fully trust his words and wished to hear the physicians' assessments directly. After the examinations, Physician Chen spoke first. "Your Majesty, the young prince is indeed poisoned." The Emperor furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. "Is there a possibility for recovery?" The 2 physicians exchanged glances and lowered their heads in unison. Indeed, Dr. Zhang was profoundly astonished upon seeing Li Yuan. Having previously treated him, he had expected Li Yuan's condition to be dire based on earlier symptoms. However, upon examining Li Yuan's pulse, he discovered that the poison within him had been remarkably suppressed, a true miracle. Chapter 82. Had he transformed into a spirit? Dr. Zhang was preoccupied with pondering how Li Yuan's ailment had improved, rendering him momentarily unresponsive to the emperor's inquiries. Meanwhile, Dr. Chen, with a grave expression, remarked, "In my humble opinion, the poison within the young prince is exceedingly rare. Even I may not possess the means to concoct an antidote. We can only strive to ensure his safety for the time being." The emperor, taken aback by the severity of the poison afflicting Li Yuan, found himself in a predicament where even the esteemed Doctors Zhang and Chen were at a loss. "Regardless of the methods you devise, it is imperative that you restore my son." The emperor's demeanor, whether genuine or feigned, revealed his evident distress. The two doctors promptly knelt in obedience. The emperor sighed deeply and advised Li Yuan, "Do not mention this matter to your grandmother. She has longed to see you wed and bear children. Should she learn of your illness, it would surely cause her great worry." "Yes," Li Yuan nodded, "I shall not allow my grandmother to fret." The emperor assented, suggesting that Li Yuan take a night to rest before paying a visit to his grandmother the following day. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "You are not a child anymore. In a few days, accompany me to Xishan to observe if there are any suitable young ladies. Perhaps having a companion may aid in your recovery." Li Yuan understood the emperor's intent to confine him within the capital, seeking someone to monitor his actions. Lowering his gaze, he remained silent for a moment, but when he looked up again, his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. "Your Majesty, I already have someone in mind." "Oh." The emperor, surprised by Li Yuan's candor, inquired, "Is she from the northern frontier?" "No, she is from the capital." The emperor's brows furrowed in sudden interest. "Which esteemed family does she belong to?" His tone was casual, yet his eyes glinted with a hint of danger. The power wielded by the Prince of Cheng had always been a source of anxiety for him. Should Li Yuan forge a union with a prominent family? How could he maintain his grip on the throne? The emperor awaited Li Yuan's response, his mind racing with speculations about the ambitions of the Cheng royal household. Unexpectedly, Li Yuan replied, "I am yet unaware of her feelings. I cannot tarnish her reputation. Thus, I must respectfully refrain from disclosing her identity." He continued, "If she is unwilling, I shall not press the matter. I am content to remain in the capital, watching over her." As he spoke, his gaze softened, and the rigidity of his form relaxed, his ears betraying a faint blush. The emperor, having traversed the path of youth himself, recognized the unmistakable signs of a young man in love. To his astonishment, his reserved nephew had indeed found a beloved. "Should she be an ordinary girl, I would not oppose your union. You are my personally appointed Prince of Cheng, a title of great significance. What woman would refuse to marry you? If she is reluctant, I shall personally select a suitable bride for you, certainly the finest in the capital." With that, the emperor playfully patted Li Yuan on the shoulder. "Now, return and rest." Both men harbored their own schemes, yet outwardly, none could discern their true thoughts. After Li Yuan departed, the emperor turned to the two physicians, his back to them, and inquired softly, "Can nothing be done for the poison afflicting my son?" Dr. Chen's gaze flickered with uncertainty, but he cautiously replied, "It is difficult." Dr. Zhang hesitated for a considerable time before finally revealing the truth about Li Yuan's improved condition. The emperor acknowledged this with a nod and asked, "How fares the Empress Dowager these days? Has her abdominal pain subsided?" Dr. Chen, with an air of servility, approached. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I have not neglected the Empress Dowager's ailment. She has been improving significantly." The emperor nodded with gratitude. "I am thankful for your diligence. You have worked hard. Go and rest." Flattered by the emperor's praise, Dr. Chen left the study, a spring in his step, while casting a glance at Dr. Zhang behind him. In the Chung residence, Hua Qianqian assumed that after the strange occurrences she had encountered, she would be unable to sleep upon returning. Yet, to her surprise, she awoke to the dawn, as if the previous night had been but a dream, leaving her uncertain of its reality. As she was to visit the Marquis of Wuxiang today, Chiu Tao prepared a stunning amber skirt for her, complemented by a narrow-sleeved, autumn-hued coat, enhancing Hua Qianqian's slender figure and fair complexion. After dressing, Qingzhen arrived at Li's residence. Hua Qianqian greeted the matriarch and exited with Qingzhen. Upon stepping out, they noticed a convoy of carriages parked on the street, with numerous individuals unloading boxes of various sizes for the Chung residence. Qingzhen, observing Hua Qianqian's puzzled expression, chuckled. "You are yet unaware? The young prince has returned to the capital." Upon hearing this, Hua Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this be? In her previous life, the young prince had never returned. Could her rebirth have influenced the happenings within the Cheng household? Her brows knitted in contemplation. Hua Qianqian was uncertain whether this change was fortuitous or ominous, and she remained oblivious to the events that had led to this outcome. Suddenly, she recalled the events of the previous night. Perhaps that individual was a guard of the young prince, seeking to ascertain if the Cheng residence posed any potential danger. It seemed wise to seal the wooden door upon her return. It would not bode well if the young prince misconstrued her intentions. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she climbed into the carriage alongside Qingzhen. Qiu Tao followed, loading the items Hua Qianqian had prepared onto the carriage. Qingzhen, spotting a basket of fish that Qiu Tao had brought, expressed her surprise and confusion. Qianqian, what do you intend to do with these fish? Hua Qianqian, roused from her reverie by Qingzhen's inquiry, smiled gently. The healing of Madame Cheng's burn relies upon them. Them? Qingzhen questioned incredulously. Can fish truly heal? Qiu Tao, sensing Qingzhen's skepticism, interjected. Miss Cheng, you must trust my young lady. These are no ordinary fish. She spent quite a sum to have them expedited from the south. Qiu Tao's unwavering faith in Hua Qianqian was unshakable. If she had resolved to do something, it was undoubtedly the right course. Qingzhen's lips twitched in disbelief. Did fish transported from the south possess some magical properties? She felt both bewildered and concerned, yet recognized that perhaps these fish served as some kind of medicinal catalyst. Lacking knowledge on the subject, she deemed it impolite to question further, choosing to suppress her curiosity until they arrived at the Cheng residence. The carriage soon departed from Yongzi Street, and shortly thereafter, Li Yuan emerged from the Cheng residence with several attendants. Pausing momentarily, he instructed his attendant a duo. Go and report my safety to grandmother. The grandmother he referred to was naturally the matriarch of the Li family. Although the Empress Dowager treated him well, he had been under the care of the matriarch during his formative years, thus holding her in equal regard as a cherished elder. Chapter 83. Your eyes are about to pop out. A duo departed to the Li residence, and Li Yuan then urged his horse toward the palace. Unbeknownst to Hua Qianqian, the individual she longed to see had just galloped past the very carriage she occupied. The carriage journeyed for a quarter of an hour before arriving at the Marquis of Wuxiang's estate. As the carriage halted, servants hurriedly brought a footstool. Qingzhen assisted Hua Qianqian in disembarking, and they entered the estate. Since Madame Cheng had suffered burns to half her face, she had relocated to the western wing of Songyang Courtyard. As Qingzhen led Hua Qianqian through the estate's garden, they spotted a group of maids gathered around a pavilion in the distance. Qingzhen pouted, knowing without a doubt that her second brother was once again up to some mischief, drawing the attention of the maids to his antics. Upon hearing footsteps, the clustered maidservants turned their heads. Upon realizing it was the third miss, they all lowered their gazes and stepped aside, revealing Qingyu in the center. Qingyu was gently caressing an injured little bird, and upon lifting his gaze, he found his younger sister frowning at him. Second brother, look at you. You've attracted all these girls. There's no one left to attend to mother. Her elder brother had a knack for drawing attention wherever he went. Fearing punishment from Qingzhen, the maidservants hastily bowed to her and scurried away from the pavilion. Once the crowd dispersed, Qingyu noticed someone standing behind Qingzhen. The sight left him momentarily stunned, even as the bird in his hand flew away unnoticed. The young lady was simply breathtaking. With just a hint of makeup, her face radiated brilliance, devoid of any vulgarity. A breeze swept by, playfully tousling her hair and skirt, and for a fleeting moment, Qingyu felt as though she were a celestial being gracing the earth. Second brother. Second brother. Hearing Qingzhen's call, Qingyu snapped back to reality, his cheeks flushing as he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. How could he be so entranced by a girl? This is Lu Niang, Qingzhen introduced. Before turning to Hua Qianqian, this is my second brother. He often indulges in poetic musings to win the favor of young ladies. Do not pay him any mind. Qingyu's face reddened further at his sister's revelation. Yet upon hearing Qingzhen mention that the girl was Hua Lunyang, his eyes widened in surprise. Hua Lunyang? Hua Qianqian? The very same Hua Lunyang rumored to have been abandoned by Xiaoyan? The one looked down upon by Hua Xilang and his cohorts? Qingzhen noticed the astonishment in her brother's eyes, but it was hardly surprising. Who would have anticipated that the once unremarkable Hua Lunyang would transform into such a vision? Even she, as a girl, found it difficult to tear her gaze away from Lunyang. She quietly approached Qingyu and tugged at his sleeve. Second brother, Your eyes are going to fall out. Can you please compose yourself? Realizing his lack of decorum, Chengyu shot Qingzhen an annoyed glance. Why hadn't she informed him sooner? Surely, he had left a poor impression on Lunyang. He waved his hand to dismiss Qingzhen's face from his view and smiled at Hua Qianqian. I regret not visiting to congratulate Lunyang on her new residence. I wonder if the flowers and herbs sent by Zhen were to your liking? Qingzhen thought to herself how shameless her brother was, claiming the flowers as his own. She knew if she didn't whisk Lunyang away quickly, her brother would soon be engaging her in discussions of poetry and distant places. All right, second brother. What about your ambitions? I must take Qianqian to see mother. With a disdainful glance at her brother, Qingzhen linked arms with Hua Qianqian and headed towards Songyang courtyard. After pondering for a moment, Qingyu hastily followed. I too wish to see mother. Let's go together. Today, the Cheng residence was bustling with visitors. In the dreaming flower courtyard, which was close to the main hall, Lady Guo was entertaining her sister-in-law and niece. The sister-in-law and niece were none other than fourth sister Guan and Guahan. Fourth sister Guan sat at a small table, munching on sunflower seeds and citrus fruit sent from the south, carelessly tossing the peels onto the ground. Sister, I've heard that the Marquis no longer visits Lady Cheng. Why don't you take the initiative and bear him a son? Lady Guo replied indifferently. It's not that the Marquis doesn't go to Songyang courtyard, but rather that the lady does not wish to see him. Fourth sister Guan retorted, my foolish sister, this is an excellent opportunity. Lady Cheng is pushing the Marquis away. You should be pulling him closer. If Lady Cheng's face were to heal, wouldn't your chances diminish? Lady Cheng was renowned for her beauty, who in the capital was unaware of the Marquis's deep affection for his first wife, who had no concubines aside from a childhood companion. The Marquis had taken her sister-in-law as a concubine only because she had nearly drowned 2 years ago and was saved by him. Lady Guo, however, scoffed derisively. With her face in such a state, how could she ever recover? Besides, the lady was injured while saving my maid. If I were to pull the Marquis into the room now, it would only invite ridicule. Playing with the fluff on her sleeve, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. She was not in a hurry. The Marquis was sentimental and would not abandon his wife so quickly. However, as time progressed, feelings could fade, and when the Marquis no longer wished to bother with his wife, he would naturally gravitate towards her and recognize her worth. Fourth sister Guan pondered for a moment, considering the validity of Lady Guo's words, and glanced at her with greater scrutiny. You're right. The Marquis does seem to treat you well. I hear he intends to take you along for the winter hunt. Sister, look at it this way. With the eldest son working away from home and the third son studying abroad, there will be plenty of vacancies at the Cheng residence during the winter hunt. Can you take Han along? If Honor finds a good match, you could support each other in the future. A flicker of impatience crossed Lady Guo's eyes. Her sister-in-law was indeed opportunistic. However, fourth sister Guan was not entirely wrong. If her maternal family had well-matched daughters, she would naturally benefit as well. Let me inquire about the Marquis's thoughts first. Fourth sister Guan quickly smiled. As long as you ask, the Marquis will surely agree. Just then, a maid hurriedly entered, bowing to the group before whispering to Lady Guo, Madam, Cui Shi from Songyang courtyard sent word that the third miss seems to have summoned a doctor for the lady. Lady Guo raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. That girl truly knows how to stir up trouble. If Chen Tai couldn't cure her, does she think she can summon a deity? Yet after a moment's thought, she stood up and declared, Let us go see what sort of quack dares to deceive the Marquis of Wuxiang. Fourth sister Guan, eager for the spectacle, naturally followed along with Guahan. Chapter 84. Do you remember me? In Songyang courtyard, Lady Cheng, veiled, gazed absent-mindedly out the window. Only when the maid reported that the third miss and second young master had arrived did she reluctantly sit up. Upon entering, Hua Qianqian immediately spotted Lady Cheng leaning against the bed. Her face was obscured by a veil, yet the hideous burn on her right cheek was still discernible. Observing Lady Cheng's wan demeanor, Hua Qianqian felt a pang of compassion, recalling how Lady Cheng had tragically taken her own life shortly after the winter hunt festival. In the wake of Lady Cheng's death, a multitude of rumors had surfaced. Some claimed she was jealous and forbade the Marquis from taking concubines, leading to her wrath against Lady Guo after the birth of her daughter, setting fire to the household in a fit of rage, only to be left disfigured. The Marquis, upon learning the truth, became disheartened and wished to avoid her. With her beauty ruined and her husband's affection lost, she had chosen to end her life. However, Hua Qianqian did not believe such rumors. She looked at Lady Qing's haggard face and recalled an incident from her childhood. At that time, she was still naive, believing that Hua Shuya treated her well. During a flower banquet at the Wen Mansion, Hua Shuya had pulled her aside to share some pastries, even bringing an entire plate to her to ensure she could reach them. Yet, as she reached for a pastry, Hua Shuya had suddenly let go, causing the plate to crash to the ground and nearly injuring a nearby young lady. The commotion drew the attention of the other ladies, who rushed over to inquire about the ruckus. Hua Shuya, crying, had claimed it was her fault for being clumsy, pleading with everyone not to blame the foolish girl standing nearby. At that moment, she did not perceive anything inappropriate in Hua Shuya's words. She was also quite frightened and did not offer any explanations to the others. However, the glances from the other ladies were disapproving, and her mother rushed over to reprimand her for her clumsiness over something trivial, expressing regret for bringing her outside. Only Madame Qing approached her, examining her with great care and inquiring with concern whether she had sustained any injuries. When Madame Qing looked at the child, her eyes radiated warmth. She could not believe that such a gentle woman would harm an innocent child. Chengzhen noticed that Hua Qianqian seemed momentarily lost in thought and gently tugged at her, saying, "Sixth sister, this is my mother." Upon seeing Hua Qianqian, Madame Cheng's face blossomed into a gentle smile as she delicately adjusted her hair and beckoned to the group. Chengzhen hurried to her side and asked, "Mother, does your face still hurt today? Have you taken your medicine?" Madame Cheng tenderly patted Chengzhen's head and nodded, reassuring her, "Do not worry, mother feels much better." After saying this, she turned her gaze back to Hua Qianqian. "You are sixth sister, aren't you? You are just as beautiful as you were in childhood. Do you remember me?" She had heard from Chengzhen that a doctor had come to treat her today, and she was surprised to discover that it was this young lady. Although she was somewhat astonished, she held no misconceptions about her injury and showed no signs of resistance towards Hua Qianqian. Hua Qianqian was taken aback that Madame Qing recognized her at a glance and nodded, saying, "I remember. You helped me out of a predicament when I was little." "What predicament?" "You were so young. I was genuinely worried you would be frightened. Zhena was much naughtier at your age." As she reminisced, Madame Qing appeared to regain some spirit. Her mood lifted slightly. Just as Hua Qianqian was about to examine the wound on Madame Cheng's face, she noticed on the table a bowl of breakfast that had barely been touched, causing her to furrow her brow. She approached and picked up a dish of pickled vegetables beside the congee, asking Madame, "Do you eat this every day?" Chengzhen exchanged a glance with Madame Cheng, uncertain about the implications, and replied, "My mother has had little appetite lately, so Anqua prepared some local pickles to stimulate her appetite." Suddenly recalling something, she widened her eyes and asked, "Is there something added to these pickles that is preventing my mother's wound from healing?" "No, these pickles are perfectly normal." Hua Qianqian set the dish back on the table. Just as Chengzhen sighed in relief, Hua Qianqian added, "But Madame should avoid such foods for now." Hua Qianqian was unsure whether Anqua was intentional or oblivious. Having witnessed many dubious matters in large households, she maintained a skeptical stance towards everything. "I will prepare a dietary plan for you. Make sure your mother consumes more eggs and beans and avoids spicy and greasy foods, as they are not conducive to recovery." Chengyu, standing at the door, observed Hua Qianqian speaking with such authority and was pleasantly surprised to find she understood medical principles, his gaze towards her brightening. Just as he intended to fetch paper and pen for her to write the dietary plan, Chengzhen suddenly approached, saying, "Second brother, mother, sixth sister. And I need to talk. You should not eavesdrop on women's conversation. Go attend to your own matters." Chengyu shot Chengzhen a glance. Indeed, his mother and sixth sister were women and beauties, but his sister hardly resembled a lady. "You all chat. I will just sit nearby." Chengzhen, seeing that Chengyu would not leave, grew anxious. Sixth sister was here to attend to her mother, and she did not want anyone to know of her medical skills. If her second brother stayed, how could sixth sister treat their mother? She glared at Chengyu and, without further ado, pulled him out of the courtyard. "Third sister, what are you doing?" "I wanted to spend more time with mother." "You should accompany Miss Ruji from the Yihong courtyard. Or go find fourth young Master Hua for a drink. You haven't seen him in days, and didn't you say you missed him recently?" As she spoke, she dragged Chengyu out of the courtyard. Once Hua Qianqian saw the two of them walk away, she felt a sense of relief. She had prepared the items needed to treat Madame Cheng, but could not afford to delay. After they left, Hua Qianqian instructed the maid in the room to tidy up and asked Chiu Tao to prepare the necessary items. Chiu Tao brought over the prepared anesthetic soup, And Hua Qianqian said to Madame Cheng, Madam, let us begin. There's no need to fear. It won't take long before your face will be as beautiful as before. Madame Cheng hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded. She thought to herself that the worst could not be worse than her current condition. Thus, she accepted the anesthetic soup and drank it down. Before long, the effects took hold, and Madame Cheng lay down on the bed, falling asleep. Hua Qianqian then removed Madame Cheng's veil and began to clean her wounds. Just as she was halfway through, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Hearing this, Hua Qianqian furrowed her brow. Cheng Zhen had mentioned that few people visited her mother's courtyard, yet a crowd had come at the very moment she was treating Madame Cheng. Chapter 85. Open the door for me with a solemn expression. She instructed Qiu Tao, no matter who it is, do not let them in. If anyone enters, Madame Cheng's wounds may never heal. Qiu Tao was alarmed. Madame Cheng was so beautiful, and if her face could not heal, it would be a great pity. Most importantly, if Madame Cheng's face did not heal, then Miss Jing-san would surely doubt her young lady's medical skills. She could not allow her mistress to be questioned. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Qiu Tao hurriedly ran out the door. Upon exiting, she saw several women laughing and chatting as they entered the courtyard. Among them were two familiar figures, Sister Guan and her daughter Guahan, who had previously attempted to obtain ointment from the young lady without payment. Upon seeing them, Qiu Tao's face hardened with suspicion, her fists clenched tightly, glaring at them like a little guardian spirit. Sister Guan and Guahan noticed Qiu Tao as well, feeling that she looked familiar, but could not place her immediately. Hua Qianqian dismissed the maid standing at the door and approached, her displeasure evident as she noted Qiu Tao blocking the entrance. Which courtyard are you from? Why are you being so uncouth? Step aside. Qiu Tao, however, spread her arms to guard the door, declaring, you cannot enter now. The two maids from Songyang courtyard hurried over and bowed to Hua Qianqian, saying, Madame Hua, the lady is receiving guests. Perhaps you could return later. At that moment, Sister Guan suddenly recalled Qiu Tao's identity and pointed, asking, I remember now. Aren't you the maid beside Hua Qianqian? What are you doing here? Realizing Hua Qianqian's confusion, Sister Guan whispered, she is the Hua Lunyang who was expelled from the Shao and Hua residences. Upon hearing this, Hua Qianqian quickly grasped Hua Qianqian's identity. The rumors about her had been rampant lately, and Miss San had even clashed with her over the ointment issue. It would be hard to believe she hadn't heard. She had also heard that a miraculous doctor was stationed at Renjitang. Could it be that Cheng Zhen had invited that esteemed healer through Hua Lunyang? Hua Qianqian pondered for a moment, her eyes narrowing as she frowned. Since she is a guest, why are you two blocking the door? Madam is unwell. How can she manage without anyone to attend to her? As she spoke, she attempted to push past Qiu Tao and enter the room. Qiu Tao, however, was determined not to let her in. Her mistress had instructed her not to let anyone disturb them while treating Madame Cheng. She refused to explain further, taking a stance that anyone trying to enter would face her wrath. Hua Qianqian exerted considerable force, but could not push her aside. How dare you block me? What kind of barbaric guests are you? Are you plotting against Madame? The more Qiu Tao obstructed her, the more curious Hua Qianqian became to see inside. She shouted to her followers, Someone, quickly, seize this maid. Go check on Madame. As soon as Aunt Gua's voice fell, the maid she brought rushed forward to pull at Qiu Tao. Qiu Tao was on the verge of tears, her hands gripping the door tightly, refusing to let anyone in. Yet how could she withstand the force of so many people tugging at her? Just as it seemed Qiu Tao would be dragged away, a figure rushed toward the courtyard entrance. Brandishing a whip, she struck the ground forcefully and commanded, Everyone, stop this at once. Upon hearing the voice, Aunt Gua froze, turning to see Cheng Zhen. Her face filled with fury. Cheng Zhen raised her whip without hesitation, striking the two maids holding onto Qiu Tao while scolding, Are you itching for a beating? How dare you run rampant in my mother's courtyard? Aunt Gua was startled, nearly receiving a lash herself. With reddened eyes, she protested, Third miss, you misunderstand us. Look, this girl has locked the door tight. We are merely concerned for the lady's safety. Enough with your pretentiousness. Cheng Zhen shot a disdainful glance at Aunt Gua. My mother is receiving guests. Do not disturb her. Cheng Zhen showed no mercy to Aunt Gua, treating her like a mere servant of the household, which infuriated Aunt Gua, who clenched her fists in indignation. Nevertheless, she suppressed her anger and feigned concern, saying, Third miss, please heed my advice and have someone open this door. Regardless of who mother is meeting, the door cannot be shut so tightly. If this reaches the Marquis's ears, he might misunderstand. It is broad daylight, and to shut the door so firmly while receiving a guest is bound to cause suspicion. Sister Guan quickly grasped Angua's insinuation, feigning embarrassment as she said, "Oh, how unfortunate. We merely wish to see Lady Cheng, but it seems Lady Cheng is not available. Perhaps we should take our leave." Sister Guan's sarcastic remarks nearly brought Chengzhen to tears.
What do you mean by that?
Chengzhen demanded. Sister Guan pretended to be frightened, retreating several steps. Rest assured. Third miss, we wouldn't dare speak of this. We will certainly act as if we saw nothing. Chengzhen was furious, wanting to tear Sister Guan's mouth apart. The implication of her words was unmistakable, suggesting her mother was engaged in an affair. If this rumor spread, what would happen to her mother's reputation? Chengzhen was at her wit's end, wondering what to do. Should she really let them in? But Sixth Sister had instructed her that no one was to enter while tending to her mother's injuries. Just as Chengzhen was at a loss, heavy footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. Moments later, a burly man with a full beard strode in. His face was a mask of anger, and behind him followed a maid, one of Angua's own. "Chengzhen, what is all this commotion?" the man bellowed, striding forward. "Open the door for me." Seeing her father, Chengzhen's eyes reddened even more. "Father," she interjected, blocking Cheng Haoi's path. "You can't go in yet. Just wait a moment." Angua, upon seeing Cheng Haoi, immediately approached him sweetly, greeting him with a curtsy. "Marquis, you have arrived." Cheng Haoi glanced at Angua and responded dismissively, then hurriedly pushed through the crowd, intent on entering the room. Realizing she could not stop him, Chengzhen clung to her father's waist, crying, "Father, you truly cannot go in. I have summoned a doctor for mother, and the doctor has forbidden anyone from entering." At her words, Cheng Haoi halted, though his anger remained palpable. Angua seized the opportunity, stepping forward with a concerned tone. "Marquis, I have never heard of a doctor treating someone while the door is closed. The lady's injury is to her face, not elsewhere. If Dr. Chen cannot treat her, who knows if that so-called doctor is a fraud?" "I could not dissuade the third miss, and was left with no choice but to seek you out," Angua continued, dabbing at her tears. "I truly worry for the lady. Alas, why was I not the one injured?" Upon hearing Angua's words, Cheng Hao's brow furrowed deeply, and he glared at Chengzhen, admonishing, "You are being ridiculous. You are not to go to Shishan. Stay home quietly for a month. You are not permitted to leave." He was preoccupied with thoughts of his wife and wished to avoid further discussion with Chengzhen. He reached for the door to his wife's room, but Chengzhen clung tightly to him, refusing to let him advance. In a fit of rage, Cheng Hao instinctively raised his hand to strike Chengzhen. But before he could do so, the door creaked open, revealing a stunning visage, albeit one that radiated coldness. "Sixth Sister, how is my mother?" Chengzhen rushed forward upon seeing Hua Qianqian, her eyes filled with concern. "Rest assured, the lady is unharmed. Fortunately, my skills have not faded. Had I been any slower, these people would have barged in, and the outcome would have been dire." Cheng Hao was too agitated to pay attention to Hua Qianqian, striding into the room. Just as Chengzhen attempted to follow, she heard her father exclaim in shock, "Hua Xian, what has happened to your face?" Upon hearing this, both Angua and Chengzhen hurried into the room. Angua gasped upon seeing Lady Cheng's face, letting out a scream. Chengzhen covered her mouth, her complexion turning pale. At that moment, Lady Cheng was still unconscious. One half of her face remained breathtakingly beautiful, while the other half was marred, covered in fish skin, rendering her ghastly. "Hua Xian." Cheng Hao looked at his beloved wife, his voice trembling with emotion. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Chengzhen. He knew he had indulged his daughter, but he never imagined she would cause such a calamity. If his beloved Hua Xian awoke to find herself in this state, she would surely be heartbroken. It was at this moment that Angua regained her composure, scanning the room before asking Chengzhen, "Third miss, did you not say you summoned a doctor for the lady? Where is the doctor?" When they entered, apart from Lady Cheng, only Hua Qianqian was present. This made it abundantly clear that the only one treating Lady Cheng's injuries could only be Hua Qianqian. Cheng Hao quickly grasped the situation, his eyes blazing with fury as he shouted, "Someone, seize that woman." As soon as he finished speaking, several servants rushed into the courtyard. Chengzhen, feeling dizzy, instinctively stood in front of Hua Qianqian, declaring, "She was invited by me. I dare anyone to lay a hand on her." "Third miss, Aunt Gua exclaimed urgently. Lady Cheng's face has been ruined by her. How can you still protect her? Sister Guan chimed in. Third Miss Cheng. Surely you have been deceived by this woman. She is no good. She is Hua Qianqian, driven out by both the Xiao and Hua families. I heard just days ago she lured her mother and brother out of the house while seeking medicine. How can you trust such an unfilial and heartless woman? And to let her treat Lady Cheng? Oh, what a pity for Lady Cheng's beauty. How will she ever show her face again? Sister Guan's words deepened Cheng Hao's fury as he glared at Hua Qianqian. Setting aside everything else, who treats someone and leaves their face in such a condition? The mere thought of his wife living with such a disfigurement made him wish to strike Hua Qianqian dead. Take her away and give her 50 lashes. Cheng Hao's command rang out, and several servants moved to apprehend Hua Qianqian. Seeing Cheng Zhen still obstructing them, Cheng Hao roared, bind her as well. Though Hua Qianqian was stronger than the average woman, the servants of the Marquis's household possessed some skill, making her no match for them. She regarded the approaching servants coldly, stating, Cheng Hao, I am not a servant of your household. How dare you abuse your authority against me? Do you think you can threaten me? Even if I were to die here today, what of it? Cheng Hao commanded the servants, strike her. Do not hold back. Beside them, Gua Han observed with delight as Hua Qianqian faced punishment from Cheng Hao. The thought of her being struck 50 times brought a smile to her heart. Surely, she would be left crippled, unable to continue her flamboyant attempts to seduce Cousin Yuan. At that moment, Zhou Tao, in a bid to protect Hua Qianqian, was brutally struck by several servants of the Cheng residence. While Cheng Zhen could handle one or two, the sheer number of approaching servants overwhelmed her. Just then, Hua Qianqian approached Cheng Hao with a worried expression, urging, My lord, quickly remove the fish skin from the madam's face. Then summon Physician Chen. Perhaps we can still save her beauty. Cheng Hao deemed Hua Qianqian's suggestion reasonable and reached out to tear the fish skin from Cheng madam's face. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, a sharp voice rang out. Stop! Hua Qianqian glared fiercely at Cheng Hao, drawing a dagger from her waist and pressing it against Cheng Zhen's neck. If you move again, I shall kill her. The cold glint in her eyes sent shivers down spines. Unable to reason with these people, she resorted to such extreme measures. She exchanged a fleeting glance with Cheng Zhen, who subtly nodded in understanding. Daddy. Cheng Zhen felt a sting at her neck, tears streaming down her face. Though Cheng Hao was angry with Cheng Zhen, she was his treasured daughter, and he could not bear to see her harmed. As he watched the blood flow from her fair neck, his hand trembled in the air. What do you intend to do? Cheng Hao stammered. Hua Qianqian replied coldly, If you wish to save her life, you must expel all these people. Cheng Hao hesitated for a moment, but the pressure from Hua Qianqian's grip intensified.
Fine.
He relented, urgently commanding Hua Qianqian and the others to leave. Hua Qianqian hesitated, but Cheng Hao roughly pushed her. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear? Seeing the lord genuinely enraged, they complied and exited the room. The previously noisy chamber fell into an eerie silence. Release Zhen'er, or I will ensure your demise is most painful. Cheng Hao threatened, glaring at Hua Qianqian once the room was empty. I will release her, but you must allow me to finish speaking. What is it you wish to say? Cheng Hao's voice was icy as he directed his gaze at Hua Qianqian. You cannot touch the fish skin on the madam's face, nor can anyone else. Cheng Hao was about to explode with rage, but Hua Qianqian continued calmly. Cheng Hao, do you not realize that ignorance and folly can lead to dire consequences? Her words struck Cheng Hao, causing his expression to stiffen. What do you mean? Is it not clear? I applied the fish skin of the snakehead fish to treat the madam's burns. This treatment is effective in preventing infection and scarring, and it promotes healing. In 10 to 20 days, the wound will mend, and the fish skin will naturally shed. While her face may not return to its original state, it will be nearly restored. Your ignorance and haste in condemning me without inquiry could lead to irreversible harm to the madam's face. Hua Qianqian's words stirred something in Cheng Hao's chest. He had never been so insulted, yet her statements brought him to a state of clarity. Particularly the thought that his foolishness might render the madam's face irreparable. His hand began to tremble again. What a sharp-tongued girl. I have never heard of fish skin being used for healing. Moreover, why did you lock the door while treating the madam? Hua Qianqian replied with calm detachment. The prepared fish skin must not come into contact with dirt, otherwise it could cause infection on the madam's face. Furthermore, a physician must focus entirely on their patient. Those who knew a physician was treating the madam still barged in. What intentions did they harbor? Cheng Zhen, hearing this, found Hua Qianqian's reasoning compelling and turned to Cheng Ho. Indeed, father, mother has exempted Hua Qianqian from her daily greetings. She has not visited Songyang courtyard in days. Yet, upon my invitation to a physician, she arrived, and even sent someone to summon you. Seeing Cheng Ho's demeanor become more composed, Hua Qianqian continued, My lord, I understand your desire to protect your wife, but have you considered what motive I would have to harm Cheng madam? What benefit would I gain if she were to suffer? At this, Cheng Ho scrutinized Hua Qianqian intently. She withdrew the dagger from Cheng Zhen's neck and stated, In this world, there exists red seawater, plants that can consume humans, and fish that sprout wings. The unknown is not always erroneous. Her words resonated deeply within Cheng Ho, and as he regarded the unyielding Hua Qianqian, his resolve wavered. Just then, he heard rustling noises and turned to see Cheng madam awakening. Shui Xian, Cheng Ho exclaimed, concern etched on his face. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Cheng madam, surprised to see him, shook her head and turned to find Hua Qianqian and Cheng Zhen. Upon noticing Cheng Zhen's bleeding neck, she struggled to rise and grasped her, exclaiming, What happened? Mother. I'm fine, Cheng Zhen reassured. Does your face still hurt? Cheng madam instinctively reached for her face, but Hua Qianqian interjected, Madam, you must not touch the fish skin on your face. It may itch after some time, but you must resist the urge to scratch. In a few days, it will fall away on its own. Cheng madam immediately withdrew her hand, nodding. Very well, I shall not touch it. With Cheng madam awake, Hua Qianqian sensed she would no longer face Cheng Ho's hostility, and her tense demeanor gradually relaxed. Will your face truly heal in days? Cheng Ho questioned in a hushed tone. Cheng madam shot him a reproachful glance. My lord, Lun Yang is our guest, and she is aiding me in my recovery. Why speak to her in such a manner? This was the first time Cheng madam had engaged with him so directly since her injury, and Cheng Ho quickly donned a smile. I only wish to ascertain if she can genuinely heal you. Cheng madam's eyes revealed a hint of sadness. Even if she could not be cured, it was not Lun Yang's fault. Her face was already marred, and even if there was a mere 1,000th chance of recovery, she wished to try. I sought her help. My lord, please do not make things difficult for Lun Yang. Seeing Cheng madam's expression, Cheng Ho's heart ached. Physician Chen had seen no results despite his prolonged efforts, but he could wait a little longer. If, after a fortnight, Cheng madam's face showed no improvement, he could always deal with Hua Lun Yang then. Very well, I shall heed your wishes, Cheng Ho replied, noticing Cheng madam's fatigue. He turned to Cheng Zhen. See her out. Allow your mother to rest. Cheng Ho intended to remain with her, but Cheng madam said, My lord, you should return as well, and help me see off our guest. Hearing this, he had no choice but to rise. Very well, rest well. If anything arises, send for me. After advising Cheng madam a few more times, Hua Qianqian followed Cheng Ho and Cheng Zhen out of the room. As they exited, they found Hua Qianqian and others peering into the chamber. Thinking Cheng Ho had subdued Hua Qianqian, Guanxi Jie commanded the servants, What are you dawdling for? Seize this witch. The servants exchanged glances with Cheng Ho, who frowned at Guanxi Jie and replied coolly, This is no concern of yours. Leave at once. Upon hearing this, Aunt Gua and Sister Guan exchanged looks of astonishment. How can the Marquis just let her go? Before Sister Guan could finish her sentence, she sensed the piercing gaze of Cheng Ho, which instantly silenced her. Cheng Ho turned to Aunt Gua and coldly inquired, What brings you here today? Aunt Gua's heart trembled slightly, and she nervously replied, My sister-in-law expressed a desire to visit the madam, so I brought her along. Cheng Zhen, filled with indignation, exclaimed, I explicitly instructed the maid to guard the courtyard and inform visitors that my mother is not receiving guests today, yet they still barged in. Father, they are clearly up to no good. Aunt Gua quickly defended herself. Marquis, I am genuinely concerned for the madam. She locks herself away daily. If she becomes ill from being cooped up, it would be dreadful. Thus, I invited my sister-in-law to keep her company. My dear sister, how unfortunate you are. Sister Guan lamented, hoping that Aunt Gua would secure her position in the Cheng household to support them. She couldn't bear to see her suffer. With a cunning glint in her eyes, she grasped Aunt Gua's hand and sobbed, Even if our Gua family is in decline, with your beauty and grace, surely you could marry a worthy husband as a legitimate wife. If not for the Marquis's advances, how could you endure such indignity as a concubine? Chapter 88. Is he belittling his education? Aunt Gua, too, quietly wept. Sister, the Marquis saved me out of kindness. I bear him no resentment. It is my fault. I ought to find a temple to end my life or simply drown myself. Chung Ho listened to the weeping women and felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. Enough, enough. I was merely inquiring. Chung Zhen, seeing Aunt Gua's tearful and aggrieved expression, remembered that her mother had been injured while trying to save her daughter. Unable to restrain her anger, she approached Aunt Gua and slapped her fiercely. If you wish to die, then go ahead. Why linger here? To take advantage of our kindness and then play the victim is utterly despicable. The slap stunned everyone present. Aunt Gua seized the opportunity to weep inconsolably, while Sister Guan consoled her, yet with a sardonic tone directed at Chung Ho. The Marquis of Wuxiang truly has a splendid upbringing, allowing his children to humiliate their stepmother so freely. I am still here, yet they dare to act thus. If we were not present, who knows how my sister would be mistreated? Chung Ho glared, his fury palpable, just as he was about to reprimand Qing Zhen when a cool voice interrupted. Marquis, the reason Aunt Gua is here today is of little consequence. What matters most is the madam's injury. Please pay careful attention to her diet. Pickled vegetables are highly detrimental to her recovery and must not be allowed again. Pickled vegetables? Where did they come from? At the mention of Madame Chung Ho's attention was immediately captured by Hua Qianqian's words. He had been mindful of the madam's meals, but had not encountered any pickled vegetables. Aunt Gua's complexion paled, and she hastily knelt beside Chung Ho. It was I who prepared them for the madam. I noticed she was unable to eat, so I made her some refreshing pickled vegetables. She felt Hua Qianqian's observant gaze upon her, and her heart sank. Could it be that Hua Qianqian had discerned her intention of sending pickled vegetables to the madam? Marquis, I truly did not know that pickled vegetables would hinder the madam's recovery. She saved my child. I am grateful to her and would never wish her harm. Hua Qianqian regarded Aunt Gua with feigned sympathy, a subtle smile gracing her lips. If you truly wish to serve her, you ought to thoroughly understand her condition. Do not claim that good intentions lead to bad outcomes. Your good intentions are worthless, yet your misdeeds may inflict a lifetime of suffering. At Hua Qianqian's words, Chung Ho's chest tightened, his brows furrowing deeper. Do not attempt to offer explanations. I desire only to see the outcome. Hua Qianqian coldly interrupted Aunt Gua, refusing to engage further in debate. This matter was a family affair, and her comments sufficed. If Chung Ho began to harbor suspicions about Aunt Gua, he would investigate on his own. Having fulfilled her promise to Qing Zhen, she took her leave. As Hua Qianqian prepared to depart, Chung Ho called her back. He furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before finally speaking. Girl, how do you know that there exists a Red Sea, that there are plants which consume humans, and that fish can grow wings? Qing Zhen interjected. Yes, and that fish can grow wings. Hua Qianqian raised an eyebrow, looking at the father and daughter, her gaze clear, and gently replied, Read more books. Read more books? Chung Ho exclaimed in disbelief, feeling belittled by a mere girl. Was he being mocked for his lack of education? Chung Ho cleared his throat awkwardly, waving his hand at Hua Qianqian. All right, I understand. You may go. Qing Zhen realized that although her father had not fully trusted Lu Nyang, he would not make things difficult for her until her mother recovered. Now, she could only hope for her mother's speedy recovery. Aunt Gua, watching Qing Zhen escort Hua Qianqian out, tearfully addressed Chung Ho. Marquis, it was my oversight. I will be more cautious in the future. Please do not misunderstand me. Recalling Hua Qianqian's earlier words, Chung Ho regarded Aunt Gua with increased wariness. You need not handle the madam's meals any longer. Furthermore, if you wish to prove your innocence, refrain from visiting Songyang courtyard for the time being. Aunt Gua felt a surge of frustration at Chung Ho's words. Marquis, enough. If there's nothing else, you may return. Chung Ho's words left Aunt Gua speechless, and she could only leave Songyang courtyard with Sister Guan and Guahan. On the way, Aunt Gua was so furious that she nearly tore her handkerchief to shreds. Sister Guan consoled her. Do not be upset, dear sister. Do you truly believe that Hua Lu Nyang can heal the madam's face? I just saw her. Her face was covered in fish scales, which is frightful. If she remains like this, how could the Marquis ever venture into her chambers? Just a glance would be nauseating. We have plenty of time ahead. Your good days are yet to come. Aunt Gua recalled Madame Cheng's appearance earlier, and her expression softened slightly. If the esteemed physician behind Renjitang had come today, she would have been concerned. But since it was Hua Lunyang, there was little to worry about. As the madam's condition worsens, the Marquis would not only punish Hua Lunyang but also distance himself from the third miss, who consistently opposed her. Anqua sighed with relief, muttering, I wonder what kind of enchantment Hua Lunyang has cast over the Marquis. He actually believes her and does not pursue the matter. Sister Guan concurred. Indeed, Hua Qianqian is quite extraordinary. Sister, you have no idea. She did not always look this way. I used to frequently visit the Shao residence for tea and saw her there. While Sister Guan and Anqua were discussing Hua Qianqian, Cheng Zhen had already escorted Hua Qianqian back to the departure gate. After exiting the carriage, Cheng Zhen noticed Hua Qianqian lifting her skirts and walking towards the gate. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to pursue her. Lunyang, today's events were mishandled on my part, and I almost caused you to suffer. I apologize. She truly did not expect the situation to escalate so dramatically. Hua Qianqian had been mentally prepared, as her methods of healing were unfamiliar to others, and it was natural for them to feel apprehensive. Cheng Zhen had shown her unwavering trust and protection at a critical moment, leaving her with no reason to be angry. Seeing the wound on Cheng Zhen's neck, she took out a vial of golden ointment, applying a small amount to the wound. Zhener, I harmed you in my urgency. This ointment will ensure no scar remains if you apply it for 2 days. When Cheng Zhen heard Hua Qianqian call her Zhener, her eyes widened in surprise. Although Hua Qianqian had pressed a knife against her neck today, she understood the intention behind it. Ultimately, it was she who invited Lunyang to the residence. If Lunyang were to be harmed as a result, she would truly be at a loss for what to do. Cheng Zhen opened her arms and embraced Hua Qianqian tightly, whispering in her ear, Lunyang, you are truly wonderful. Chapter 89. He has truly returned. When embraced by Cheng Zhen, Hua Qianqian stiffened. Apart from her grandmother, she seldom experienced such closeness with others. Observing Cheng Zhen's eyes redden and her nose quiver, Hua Qianqian felt her body relax. She gently patted Cheng Zhen's back, murmuring, do not worry, Auntie will recover swiftly. As Hua Qianqian comforted Cheng Zhen, a figure suddenly darted out from within the residence. What are you doing? In the courtyard, Li Yuanbang, upon hearing the sound of carriages, assumed it was Qianqian returning. He cheerfully stepped outside to greet her, only to witness the scene before him. Enraged, he rushed forward and seized Cheng Zhen by her collar, dragging her aside. At that moment, Cheng Zhen appeared to Li Yuanbang as a mischievous little wild boar that had pilfered his family's precious cabbage. With her collar grasped by Li Yuanbang, Cheng Zhen felt akin to a chick being lifted by him. She struggled to push his hand away, but her efforts were in vain. Li Bangchue, let go of me. If you don't, I shall not hold back. Li Yuanbang retorted. Oh, do show me what you can do. Hua Qianqian watched the two bicker, her eyelids twitching. It was uncertain whether the two were fated to clash or were simply too compatible, but they always seemed to argue upon meeting. However, this time, Li Yuanbang refrained from escalating the situation. Instead, he pushed Cheng Zhen aside and instructed Hua Qianqian, come, let us return home quickly. Li Yuanbang wore a somewhat mysterious expression. After bidding farewell to Cheng Zhen, he led Hua Qianqian through the gates of the residence. Upon entering the second gate, Hua Qianqian noticed several newly added maidservants whispering to one another, seemingly discussing a particularly handsome young man. When the maidservants spotted Hua Qianqian and Li Yuanbang, they immediately blushed and hurried off to attend to their tasks. Feeling perplexed, Hua Qianqian followed Li Yuanbang into the main hall. As she approached the door, her gaze was drawn to a pair of enchanting, deep-set eyes fixed upon her. In the sunlight, the young man's lips, slightly tinted red, were neatly pursed, while his inky hair was meticulously tied atop his head, revealing his well-defined features. In that instant, Hua Qianqian comprehended whom the maidservants had been discussing. In this world, it seemed no visage could so effortlessly ensnare a maiden's heart like a tranquil spring. To see him again, her heart twisted with emotion. He had not deceived her. He had truly returned, unlike in her previous life, when he vanished without a trace. Li Yuanbang observed the young girl in red gazing intently at him, and his expression softened instantly. Lady Li, watching from the side, seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words in her gaze, her lips curving upwards with satisfaction. She had known it. With her discerning eye, she could not be mistaken. Cousin, come here. Look, brother has brought back so many delicious treats for us. Tuanga stared at the array of boxes piled on the table, drooling in anticipation. The Li matriarch cast a disapproving glance at her youngest son, knowing he only cared for food. Your brother went out on important business. Why does he bring back so many snacks? Li Yuanbang, feeling a bit embarrassed, admitted, they're indeed all snacks. I didn't know what else to buy, so I had a duo get some treats along the way. Upon hearing that they were all delectable treats, none were as pleased as Tuan Ge. He cheered and eagerly tore open a package, revealing a bag of candied dates. Knowing Hua Qianqian enjoyed sweets, he held it out to her. Cousin, here, have some. With a smile in her eyes, Hua Qianqian waited for Chiao Tao to bring a basin of water to wash her hands before she picked up a date and popped it into her mouth. Is it sweet?
Sweet.
Then eat more. As he spoke, Tuan Ge placed the candied dates beside Hua Qianqian and rushed to open another package.
Li Yuanban.
Observing from the side, could not help but twitch his eye. Who, pray tell, had purchased all these treats? Fortunately, Tuan Ge was still young. Had he been over 8 years old, Li Yuanbang might have been unable to resist kicking him out of the hall. Tuan Ge, oblivious to Li Yuanbang's discontent, opened the next package but was not as excited this time. Dried apricots? He pouted. Why is it more candied fruit? Though he did not dislike them. His mother warned him that eating too many sweets while teething would lead to cavities. He aspired to become a cabinet scholar. How could he allow himself to have cavities? Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he continued to unwrap 2 more packages, one containing plums and the other apple slices. He was utterly deflated. Was his brother attempting to buy every type of candied fruit in existence? Only then did Li Yuanbang realize that the majority of the snacks he had instructed a duo to purchase were indeed candied fruits. His face flushed slightly, and he cleared his throat, saying, I remember there being some pastries. Do look carefully. What time is it? Dinner is almost ready. Who is in the mood for pastries? Quickly tidy up and save them for later. Seeing Li Yuanbang return, Guanshi was equally delighted. She rose and declared, Today I will personally cook a delicious meal for you. Hua Qianqian smiled, and, let me help you. The marinated duck eggs should be ready to eat now. Yes, I have been eager to try those duck eggs. And let us also slaughter one of the 2 ducks we raised in the courtyard for a stew. The Li brothers' eyes sparkled like jewels at the mention of slaughtering ducks, and they swallowed in unison. The personalities of the brothers varied greatly, yet at that moment, they all thought the same thing. Mother, what has happened to your decorum? Guanshi, Li Nianxi, and Hua Qianqian headed to the kitchen together, while Tuan Ge and Li Yuanbang rushed to catch the ducks. Watching the 2 large white ducks, Tuan Ge, with tears in his eyes and saliva dripping, lamented, Oh, ducks. The books say that raising soldiers for 1,000 days prepares one for a moment of battle. Raising ducks must be the same.
Li Yuanban.
Hearing Tuan Ge's childish musings, chuckled and patted his head. You truly are a hypocrite, lamenting while you eat. Why waste your breath? I am merely informing them that their demise is justified. Hypocritical. Foolish. The 2 brothers exchanged exasperated glances and hurriedly carried the ducks towards the kitchen. Li Yuanbang gazed at the bustling crowd, feeling a sense of stability he had not known in many years. Though the weather was cold, the warmth of family enveloped them. Yuan, when you entered the palace, did the emperor trouble you? Once everyone was busy, the Li matriarch finally had the chance to speak privately with Li Yuanbang.
No.
The northern frontier is unsettled. The emperor will not take action against me. Lady Li nodded, comprehending the current situation. Several grown princes were subtly vying for power. Any prince who garnered the favor of the reigning monarch posed a significant threat to the one on the throne. Chapter 90. This soup is also sour. Yuan's willingness to return to the capital indicates that the emperor has managed to keep the Prince of Qing's residence under control, for now. He will not act against Yuan. However, the future remains uncertain. Lady Li felt a twinge of worry. If she entrusted Qianqian to him, would Yuan be able to protect her? Yet, she reflected, even if Qianqian was in the residence of the Earl of Yongning, it might not guarantee her safety. If Yuan truly cared for her, she believed that together, they could carve out a peaceful existence. With a resolve forming in her heart, a smile resurfaced on Lady Li's face. She pondered for a moment before tentatively asking Li Yuanbang, Have the Emperor and Empress mentioned your marriage while you remain in the capital? At her words, Li Yuanbang's ears flushed slightly, and he instinctively glanced towards the kitchen in the side courtyard. I have consulted with the Emperor. I wish to decide my own marriage. As the old lady observed Li Yuan's demeanor, her smile deepened. Well, if Yuan takes a liking to any young lady, let me know, and I shall assist you. Noticing Li Yuan nodding slightly with some discomfort, the old lady continued, I am not worried about your marriage. My concern lies with Qianqian. Although she appears perceptive about everything, she is rather dull when it comes to matters of the heart. She sighed, reminiscing about the past, and slowly recounted before her marriage to young Master Xiao. I once asked her if she truly liked Xiao Yan. Can you guess how she responded? Li Yuan, unaware of the tension building within him, furrowed his brow upon hearing the old lady's words. What did she say? He asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. Qianqian stated that marrying a husband means following him. If she wed him, she must respect and love him, exerting all her efforts to care for him. The old lady shook her head, lamenting. That girl does not comprehend what it means to truly like someone. She tends to shoulder unnecessary burdens. With a wistful sigh, the old lady spoke not solely for Li Yuan's benefit. Her heart ached for Qianqian. Listening to her words, Li Yuan's gaze fluctuated between brightness and gloom. Indeed, as his grandmother had said, she was somewhat oblivious. Perhaps her heart no longer clung to Xiao Yan, yet it did not necessarily mean he held a place in it. Observing Li Yuan in silence, the old lady resolved to drop another bombshell. In this regard, Qianqian and Banger are quite similar. Your aunt and I considered protecting Qianqian from being bullied outside. It wouldn't he do to let Banger? Before the old lady could finish, Li Yuan interrupted her. The mere thought of Qianqian marrying Yuan Bang sent his heart racing with uncertainty. He feared he could not provide her with a future, yet entrusting her to another felt even more unsettling. Having already missed one opportunity, could he endure losing her again? After a moment of reflection, Li Yuan realized he had lost his composure, took a deep breath, and quietly remarked, she must understand what she truly desires to avoid future regrets. The old lady understood Li Yuan's character all too well. His ability to voice such sentiments made his feelings unmistakably clear. Yuana harbors feelings for Qianqian and respects her choices. This is commendable. Other matters can unfold gradually. The pair conversed for a while until a lavish spread of dishes was laid out on the table. 8 treasure glutinous rice duck, savory eggplant, assorted delicacies, canned wild chicken, fried purple cover, and duck blood soup, all tantalizingly arranged. Tang Gur watched eagerly as each dish was placed on the table, his mouth watering. Even Li Yuanbang's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the feast. Everyone gathered around the table, and Guanshi served a bowl of soup to the old lady, smiling. Today, it was all Qianqian's handiwork. I merely assisted from the sidelines. Just look at this table of dishes. I've never seen them before. The aroma in the kitchen nearly overwhelmed me. The old lady looked at Hua Qianqian with a mix of pride and concern. Those daughters from noble families who claimed culinary prowess could only manage a few simple dishes. Few would actually venture into a smoke-filled kitchen to cook. Qianqian not only cooked but did so exceptionally well, having undoubtedly invested significant effort. The old lady lifted the bowl of duck blood soup and took a sip, her eyes lighting up. Delicious. You all must try it. Li Yuanbang quickly stood to serve himself a bowl and, before sitting down, took a sip, only to grimace in pain from the heat. Hua Qianqian promptly cautioned, "Second cousin, be careful. Let the soup cool before drinking. It's too hot for your health." Li Yuan raised an eyebrow at Li Yuanbang, taking a mouthful of a dish that turned out to be quite sour. He also quietly poured himself a bowl of soup and took a sip. But Hua Qianqian was too busy serving the old lady to notice him. This soup is also sour. Guanshi, noticing Hua Qianqian's concern for Banger, felt elated. Unaware of the old lady's intentions, she kept signaling to Li Yuanbang. However, Banger was too engrossed in eating to notice her hints. Frustrated, Guanshi kicked Li Yuanbang under the table, prompting him to finally look up. "What is it, mother?" He grinned, rubbing his leg. Guanshi, unable to express her thoughts directly, simply placed a dish in front of Li Yuanbang with a sigh. To her surprise, he misunderstood her intentions and happily picked up a piece of food, smiling at her. "Thank you, mother." Guanshi rolled her eyes in exasperation, wishing to retort, "Thank your legs." How could she have given birth to such a foolish son? Why couldn't he be a little more astute? Alas, it felt as though the daughter-in-law she had hoped for was slipping away. As Guanshi lamented her son's shortcomings, she noticed a small chubby hand snatching a salted duck egg from the plate, leaving it empty in the blink of an eye. "Moment latte." Tang Gur let out a loud belch. "Oh dear little ancestor, how could you eat so much? I had cut 5 eggs. Tang Gur wiped his mouth and exclaimed, "It was just too delicious. I couldn't resist." Guanshi hadn't even tasted the salted duck egg herself when Lin Yanci, offered her a piece. After taking a bite, her eyes widened in surprise. Forgetting her son's antics, she pointed at the salted duck egg and said to Hua Qianqian, Qianqian, this salted duck egg is incredible. If you open a shop to sell these, business would surely thrive. Hua Qianqian laughed. Andy, if you wish to open a shop, go ahead. We have so many ducks. We can't possibly eat all the duck eggs anyway, but you would have to work hard if you opened a shop. Guanshi felt no exhaustion in the prospect of earning money. Immediately, she began discussing with Hua Qianqian what location would be suitable for the shop and what it should be named. The family chimed in with suggestions. Li Yuanbang proposed, let us call it Salted Egg House. It's straightforward and easy to remember. How tacky. Tang Gur scoffed. It sounds like something mother often scolds father with. Salty radish. Laughter erupted around the table. Li Nianci gestured. How about duck knows best? It embodies the saying, the spring river warms. The duck knows first. I hope the weather warms up soon so it won't be so cold. As she spoke, she dipped her finger in some tea and wrote duck knows best on the table. That name sounds splendid. Hua Qianqian agreed with a smile. Let us open an inn, focusing on dishes made with duck. Business will surely flourish.
Excellent. Let us settle on that.
Guanshi felt increasingly excited, eager to secure a shop immediately. While they enjoyed their meal, Guanshi contemplated the appropriate size for the establishment. After finishing their meal, the servants came to clear the table. And only then did Hua Qianqian notice that Li Yuan was still seated in his wheelchair. Frowning, she approached him and asked, is your leg still unwell? This shouldn't be the case. By my estimate, you should be able to walk normally by now. It may take a bit longer, Li Yuan replied softly, reluctant for her to discover his true feelings. Only in a state of illness could she show him a modicum of concern, he mused. Hua Qianqian furrowed her brow in confusion. I'll check on you later. Seeing her earnest expression, Li Yuan felt his ears flush and quietly replied, all right. The old lady smiled, urging everyone to disperse, and Hua Qianqian began pushing Li Yuan towards Mo Hua Yuan. Once everyone had departed, the old lady called Guanshi aside. My dear, do you have something to say to me? Noticing the old lady's hesitance, Guanshi set the account book sent by the servants aside, curious about her thoughts. The old lady was well aware of Guanshi's fondness for Hua Qianqian and her desire for Qianqian to become her daughter-in-law, but some things cannot be forced.
Vigneland.
What do you think of Qianqian and Yuan? My dear, your sentiments seem to have shifted quite rapidly. Although she cherished Yuan, it was undeniable that Banger was her biological child. She was not a saint. It was only natural for her heart to lean slightly in one direction. Lady Li chuckled. Is it not my desire for Qianqian to marry into our family? Yet, look at Banger. He has yet to awaken to his feelings. Mother, Banger is still young. In a year or two, he will surely understand. Wasn't father the same way in his youth? What do you mean young? He is nearing adulthood. He may have inherited Liang Yi's temperament, but even Liang Yi blushed when he first saw you. Hearing Lady Li mention her husband, Guan's cheeks flushed, recalling how, in their youth, he would often seek her out for conversation and bring her treats. Suddenly, she remembered that Yuan had returned today with a bundle of preserved fruits that Qianqian loved, and she covered her mouth in surprise. Could it be that Yuan? Lady Li's eyes sparkled with amusement. I dare say, it is highly likely. Oh dear, this lad. Guan did not expect this iron tree to bear blossoms one day.
And what of Qianqian?
Lady Li sighed, shaking her head. At present, I can discern nothing. Alas, that girl keeps her feelings tightly wrapped. Even if she harbors affection, she may not even be aware of it herself. Guan nodded in sympathy. These two children were not the proactive type. If they kept second-guessing each other, they might miss their chance.
Guan was someone who could take things in stride.
Since Banger and Qianqian were not suited for each other, it would be quite nice if Qianqian could marry Yuan. After all, she would still be half a daughter-in-law to her, which was far better than letting someone else take her place. Seeing Guan's anxious expression, Lady Li smiled and pulled her closer, whispering, then let us devise a way to assist them. Upon arriving at the Maxiang courtyard, Hua Qianqian helped Li Yuan check for any abnormalities, but found none. All she could do was massage his leg acupoints to relieve tension and promote circulation. How does it feel? Do you have any sensation in your legs? Hua Qianqian gazed into Li Yuan's eyes, which were as clear as a spring. Li Yuan sat stiffly in his wheelchair, his lips pressed tightly together. Realizing he might have made a regrettable decision, Hua Qianqian's gentle hands kneaded his legs, devoid of any flirtation, yet it deepened the intensity of his gaze. However, the mess he had made must be endured, so he replied in a muted voice, "It's fine." Hua Qianqian's lips twitched. What does fine even mean? She continued to massage him earnestly, but felt his body was as rigid as iron, refusing to yield. "Do not be afraid. Try to relax," Hua Qianqian patiently urged, standing to fetch him a glass of water. Yet, having crouched for too long, she felt a wave of dizziness as she stood. Seeing her about to fall, Li Yuan swiftly grasped her wrist, attempting to pull her closer. Hua Qianqian lost her balance and stumbled into him, one hand resting on his chest while the other clung to his neck. As she opened her eyes, she was met with the depth of his gaze. The strong rhythm of his heartbeat resonated through her palm, and her cheeks flushed as if painted with rouge. Li Yuan maintained his upright posture, his expression unchanged. But the crimson hue of his neck betrayed his feigned composure. Hua Qianqian felt like a precious jade nestled in his embrace, engraved in his heart. As she gazed up at him, her innocent eyes filled with confusion and trepidation, his throat grew parched. For reasons unknown, the room seemed to grow increasingly warm. Flustered, Hua Qianqian stood up, blinking to mask her embarrassment. "Logically, your legs should be healed. I am uncertain why you are still unable to walk. I shall consult more texts in the coming days to investigate the cause, so do not fret." Her words tumbled out in an unprecedented rush, and she added, "It is getting late. You should rest early. Your room feels a bit stuffy. It would be wise to let in some fresh air." With that, Hua Qianqian hurriedly lifted her skirts and exited the room. Yet, as she reached the courtyard, she instinctively turned back and caught sight of Li Yuan's open window, where he was gazing in her direction. At the door, Qiu Tao observed Hua Qianqian emerging from Li Yuan's chamber, her cheeks flushed with confusion. "Miss, is it very warm in young Master Yuan's room?" "Yes, a bit." Qiu Tao scratched her head, puzzled. "But how could it be warm? I saw that young Master Yuan's window has been open the entire time." Hua Qianqian recalled the earlier incident and wished she could bury herself under the covers. Why did such situations always arise when she treated Li Yuan? Qiu Tao watched as Hua Qianqian's pace quickened, as if someone were pursuing her, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Days passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 days had flown by. During this time, Hua Qianqian visited the Cheng residence several times and noted that Madame Cheng's skin had begun to heal, bringing her some relief. Following this incident, Cheng Zhen realized her mother's precarious situation and forbade anyone from the Songyang courtyard from disclosing Madame Cheng's condition, while also taking measures to deal with several suspicious maidservants. Upon hearing that Hua Qianqian and Li Yuanbang would accompany the Cheng family to Xishan, Guan hurriedly prepared clothing for Hua Qianqian. However, she frowned at the sight of Hua Qianqian's worn jewelry and garments, dissatisfied with each piece. This was Hua Qianqian's first appearance at such an occasion since leaving the Xiao residence. She must be dressed beautifully to show the Hua and Xiao families just how blind they had been. Thus, Guan urged Li Yuan to accompany Hua Qianqian to Qiaorong Pavilion to purchase several new accessories. Li Yuanbang, observing his elder brother escorting Hua Qianqian out of the estate, could not help but approach his mother, asking, "Mother, why did you always send me to do this before? Why is it now my brother's turn?" Guan shot him an exasperated glance. "You, my dear, are simply not cut out for it." Li Yuanbang found himself increasingly baffled by his mother, and with a huff, he wandered to the door. Hua Qianqian sat in the carriage, stealing glances at the contemplative Li Yuan, puzzled. Given his temperament, it was quite surprising that he had agreed to accompany her aunt for a shopping trip. "Is there something on my face?" Li Yuan's cool, detached voice broke her thoughts, causing Hua Qianqian to sit up straight. "Well," she teasingly dabbed at his nose with a handkerchief, pretending to be serious, "there's a bit of dust." Hua Qianqian's wide eyes, stripped of their usual sharpness, now reflected the innocence of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight of her. Meanwhile, on another street, a carriage approached Qiaorong Pavilion, with a young lady glancing at the man riding alongside. She lowered the carriage curtain and turned to her companion, "Xu, your brothers are truly good to you. Whenever Hua Heir has a break, he accompanies you to buy clothes and jewelry, unlike my brothers, who only care about their own pleasures. This is something you cannot envy. Who told you to be so fortunate? However, if you wish to be pampered like Xu by the Hua family brothers, I do have a suggestion. You could choose one to marry," teased another girl nearby. The young lady's face flushed crimson at the suggestion. "I see you are the one who wishes to marry into the Hua family. So, tell me, which brother has caught your eye?" Hurry and ask Shua for help. I have not. The teasing continued, and the young ladies laughed and bantered. Shua sat quietly to the side, watching her two close friends playfully spar. But her smile did not reach her eyes. In her view, these two were merely there to accentuate her presence. She did not want her brothers to marry so soon. Once married, their affections would surely be diverted to their wives, and they would no longer dote on her as they did now. Oh, by the way, Shua, have you finished sewing the duck-down quilt for the Empress Dowager? My mother has heard about how soft and warm it is, and wants one for herself. The young lady affectionately linked her arm with Hua Qianqian's. Hua Qianqian furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a wave of displeasure wash over her. The quilt was something she had not even dared to make for herself. How could Miss Wen have the audacity to bring it up? The mere mention of the down comforter soured her mood significantly. For days, her second and third brothers had been tirelessly searching for ducks to procure down. After much effort, they finally found a family willing to sell duck down, but the price was exorbitant, over 100 taels of silver for just £1. Yet, she had already promised the emperor to create several down comforters for the Empress Dowager. With a heavy heart, she was compelled to spend all their savings on the down. She had initially intended to craft duck-down quilts and cloaks to earn some silver, but before she could even set her plans in motion, she found herself financially drained. All she could do now was hope that this trip to Xishan would endear her to the Empress Dowager, thus increasing her leverage. As Hua Qianqian contemplated her situation, the carriage came to a gentle stop. Upon arriving at Qiaorong Pavilion, the three ladies alighted, and Hua Jingyi dismounted from his horse. A shop assistant rushed out to tie up the horses, and Hua Jingyi followed the three ladies into the shop. The moment they entered, the shopkeeper greeted them with great enthusiasm. Esteemed guests, please head upstairs. Our craftsmen have just completed several new pieces of jewelry, freshly delivered. Would you care to take a look? As regular patrons of the shop, the ladies were uninterested in the common styles displayed on the first floor, prompting the shopkeeper to usher them upstairs. Just as they ascended, a few more customers entered the store. The shopkeeper, noticing an unfamiliar face, cheerfully addressed a handsome young man in a wheelchair, asking, "Are you accompanying your lady to choose some jewelry? You've come to the right place. Our shop's jewelry is crafted by renowned artisans and is sure to complement your lady's beauty." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Hua Qianqian's face flushed. She was about to explain, but Li Yuan interjected, "Select a few sets worthy of her beauty." He added, "Money is no object." The shopkeeper, hearing that money was no issue, beamed widely, then glanced at Hua Qianqian, momentarily taken aback by her beauty. If he was to impress her with jewelry, he would need to showcase the finest pieces in the store. Yet those prices were not within reach for the average person. After a brief hesitation, the shopkeeper realized that Li Yuan could not ascend the stairs. So he summoned an assistant to push him into the inner hall. "Cousin, you rest here. I will choose a few pieces of jewelry myself. Once I'm done, we shall leave." Li Yuan did not object, gently nodding as he sipped his tea. Hua Qianqian then followed an assistant upstairs with Qiao Tao in tow. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Miss Wen was torn between a jade bracelet and a tourmaline bracelet. She hurried to Hua Qianqian, seeking her opinion just as footsteps echoed from the staircase. Soon, a beautiful woman in red appeared before them. Upon seeing Hua Qianqian, the others were momentarily stunned. And after a pause, Hua Jingyi exclaimed incredulously, "Qianer?" At his words, Hua Qianqian and the others recognized Hua Qianqian. The look in Hua Qianqian's eyes nearly betrayed her jealousy. "Hua Qianqian? How has she become so stunning?" Miss E blurted out. Miss Wen, puffing her cheeks in disdain, retorted, "What beauty! It's merely the dress that looks good." Yet, despite her words, she nearly bit her lip in frustration. The last time they met at Renjitang, Hua Qianqian had a slightly plump figure. While beautiful, she did not possess the ethereal charm she exuded now. "Sixth sister, are you here to buy jewelry as well?" Hua Qianqian managed to compose herself, smiling as she greeted Hua Qianqian. However, Hua Qianqian ignored her, turning instead to the shopkeeper. "Please select a few suitable pieces of jewelry for me to see." "Miss Liu, are you deaf? Qianqian is greeting you, yet you failed to respond. How impolite." Miss Wen recalled the humiliation she suffered at Renjitang, where she was pelted with rotten eggs and vegetable leaves, and found it hard to view Hua Qianqian favorably. Qiao Tao, furious, nearly retorted, but Hua Qianqian restrained her, coldly stating, "If I were to respond to every barking dog, would I not become a beast myself?" Miss Wen, enraged, pointed a finger at Hua Qianqian, exclaiming, "Whom do you call a beast? I will scold anyone who barks at me." Hua Qianqian calmly selected jewelry, unbothered by her anger. Her composed demeanor only fueled Miss Wen's fury further. Turning to the shopkeeper, Miss Wen sarcastically remarked, "I advise you not to show her anything too expensive. She has been abandoned by her husband, and her family no longer wants her. I doubt she can afford anything from the second floor. Be wary that she doesn't clumsily damage your goods, as she likely cannot compensate for them." The shopkeeper cast a glance at Hua Qianqian, pondering the implications of Miss Wen's words. Abandoned by her husband? Who was that handsome young man accompanying her then? Who says our young lady cannot afford it? She has plenty of silver. Renjitang is our young lady's shop. Chiu Tao retorted indignantly. Miss Wen burst into laughter. "Oh, do you honestly believe earning a few dozen taels a day constitutes a fortune? This wild chicken believes herself a phoenix." She shook the jade bracelet in her hand mockingly, adding, "This bracelet from Chiarong Pavilion costs over 1,000 taels. Can you afford it?" Hua Qianqian glanced at the bracelet, then turned to the shopkeeper. "Has that bracelet been paid for yet?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "Then wrap it up for me, along with that tourmaline bracelet." "My lady, that bracelet is a bit too mature for you," Chiu Tao remarked. Hua Qianqian smiled. "It matters not. The material is exquisite and can be gifted to my grandmother and aunt." Upon hearing this, Miss Wen's expression darkened. What did Hua Qianqian mean by that? Was she implying that she looked old? Moreover, these two bracelets were quite expensive. Miss Wen had hesitated for a long time before deciding against buying them, yet Hua Qianqian was casually purchasing them without a second thought. Hua Xiu's frown deepened. She too coveted the bracelets Miss Wen held, but her finances were depleted due to the duck-down situation. This outing was supposed to be funded by Hua Jingyi to buy her some jewelry, yet she could not bring herself to choose anything extravagant. To maintain her image as a sensible person, she could only select pieces around 100 taels. Like Miss Wen, she wondered how Hua Qianqian could afford such luxury. "Sixth sister, I know that the old matriarch and the others dote on you, but given the current situation..." She adopted a worried expression, glancing at Hua Qianqian, struggling to find the right words. It was clear she was hinting that Hua Qianqian was exhausting her family's resources for the sake of appearances. "If you are in need of jewelry, I have several unused hairpieces. Shall I have Qinger send them to you later?" Hua Jingyi added, frowning slightly as he looked at Hua Qianqian. "If you like these two bracelets, I will buy them for you. Do not waste your money in the future." Hua Qianqian turned her gaze to Hua Jingyi, a cold smile gracing her lips. Among the Hua brothers, her second brother was the most frugal. He would not discard clothing unless it was torn. In the past, she had saved her pocket money to buy him fabric for new clothes and shoes, and he had advised her not to squander her money. Yet when Hua Xiu needed silver, he unhesitatingly gave all his savings to her. "My silver is mine to spend as I please. It has nothing to do with you." Hua Qianqian spoke softly, instructing Chiu Tao to present the silver note to the shopkeeper. At that moment, a hurried attendant rushed upstairs, summoning the shopkeeper. The attendant whispered a few words to the shopkeeper, whose gaze toward Hua Qianqian shifted dramatically. After the attendant finished, the shopkeeper nodded and said, "Very well, I understand." Once the attendant departed, the shopkeeper produced a key and approached the cabinet, unlocking it. He carefully retrieved a beautifully crafted zetenwood box and walked back to Hua Qianqian. "Miss, this is the finest headdress set from Chiarong Pavilion. Please take a look," he said, opening the box. This headdress was crafted by Master Gu, featuring a meticulously filigreed hairpin and exquisite earrings made of top-quality red jade. The two six-sided butterflies adorning the hairpin were particularly intricate. It was said that Master Gu spent half a year creating these butterflies, and the materials used were beyond measure. Upon seeing this splendid red jade headdress, Hua Qianqian's eyes sparkled with delight. The butterflies on the hairpin appeared lifelike, and the cascading tassels glimmered with a spectrum of colors, captivating anyone who gazed upon them. This headdress was undoubtedly a masterpiece, likely the crown jewel of Chiarong Pavilion. Witnessing the shopkeeper presenting this exquisite headdress to Hua Qianqian, the expressions of one and her companion soured. Miss Wen scoffed, "Shopkeeper, she merely purchased those two bracelets to save face. Do you really consider her a goddess of fortune? Such a headdress would cost at least 30 to 50,000 taels of silver. Not to mention her. Even a princess would think twice before making such a purchase." Hua Qianqian clearly recognized the value of the headdress and had no intention of acquiring something so extravagant. She replied, This set is rather too grand. Do you have anything else? Wen's laughter rang out at Hua Qianqian's response. If you can't afford it, just admit it. No need for excuses. While Wen mocked Hua Qianqian, Hua Shuye felt pleased. However, noticing Hua Jingyi's increasingly furrowed brow, she interrupted Wen, saying, "My sixth sister has become more beautiful. Of course, she should dress accordingly. However, that headdress is indeed too expensive. Not only my sister, but we also cannot afford it. Shopkeeper, please put this headdress away and bring out some simpler styles for us to consider." Hua Shuye believed she was aiding Hua Qianqian, expecting Hua Jingyi to appreciate her kindness. Yet the shopkeeper glanced at her, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Chapter 94. Young Master Yuan truly is reliable. The shopkeeper did not return the jewelry, but addressed Hua Qianqian. "Miss, this red jade headdress has already been paid for by that gentleman. I brought it for you to see if you are satisfied. If not, we can make adjustments." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hua Shuye and her companions turned incredulous. "Shopkeeper, are you jesting? How could anyone spend such a fortune on her?" Wen's voice elevated in disbelief. "Indeed, shopkeeper, you must be mistaken," he exclaimed, pointing at Hua Qianqian in disbelief. "If that gentleman spoke of a lady from the Hua family, it cannot possibly be her, but rather the one beside me." Hua Shuye straightened her neck, looking at the shopkeeper with a glimmer of hope, as she believed the truth might align with Yi's assertion. However, the shopkeeper's face was filled with discomfort as he bowed slightly to the ladies, stating, "Ladies, I assure you I am not mistaken. That gentleman arrived with this young lady." Turning back to Hua Qianqian, he continued, "In addition to this headdress, that gentleman also asked me to help you select a few bracelets and accessories. You may choose any piece you like, and I will have it wrapped immediately." At this, the three women felt a flush of embarrassment. Chiotao cast a triumphant glance at them, her chin raised in pride. Young Master Yuan is indeed reliable. She, unaware of the subtlety, simply thought that since young Master Yuan was kind to her mistress, it was only natural for him to treat her well in return. Thus, she urged Hua Qianqian, "Miss, look at this beaded circlet, those pink jade earrings, and that pearl pendant. They are all exquisite. Let us purchase them together." Hua Qianqian feigned annoyance at Chiotao. "Are you trying to dress me like a flower maiden at a temple fair?" Though she jested, her mind was more occupied with the source of Yuan's substantial wealth. The dialogue between Hua Qianqian and her maid felt like a slap in the face to Wen and her companions. The three women watched as the shopkeeper meticulously wrapped the Zetonwood box, their hearts brimming with jealousy. "Hua Qianqian, I've heard you've ingratiated yourself with Miss Cheng. I never expected you would be willing to spend such a fortune on jewelry just to accompany her to Xishan and make an appearance." Wen gritted her teeth, her words laced with bitterness. Yi chimed in, covering her mouth with a mocking smile. "With such efforts to adorn yourself, you must be hoping for young Master Xiao to reconsider. However, I advise you to abandon that thought. Young Master Xiao is discerning and will undoubtedly not look back." Seeking to regain their dignity, the two women spewed their harsh words. Chiotao could not tolerate the humiliation of her mistress and retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? My mistress has not ingratiated herself with Miss Cheng, nor does she care to meet young Master Xiao again. You merely envy my mistress for being able to afford such jewelry. How could Miss Cheng willingly take her to Xishan if she hadn't ingratiated herself?" Wen rolled her eyes dramatically. He added, "I wonder how Jin was bewitched by you. For years she has ignored her old friends, but chooses to take you instead. You truly have a way with people." Listening to the two ladies mock her mistress, Chiotao's face flushed crimson. Yet her mistress had advised her to think before acting, so she pondered but only grew more frustrated. Hua Shuye, recalling the exquisite headdress, felt a flicker of calculation in her eyes. She stepped forward and softly addressed Hua Qianqian, "Sixth sister, if you wish to go to Xishan, you should inform us. I will ask grandfather to take you along. We are family, and he will surely agree. Why trouble the Chung family?" If Hua Qianqian were to travel with the Hua family, Li Shi and old lady Hua would not allow her to wear such a headdress, fearing it would overshadow them. Perhaps Li Shi would even demand that she gift the headdress to her. Hua Jingyi also felt that if Qianqian accompanied the Hua family, it might ease the tension between them and her, allowing her to return to the Hua household gracefully. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "What you says is right. Qianqian, come with us. Do not worry about grandfather refusing. I will persuade him." A hint of expectation gleamed in Hua Jingyi's eyes when suddenly a cold voice echoed from downstairs. Do you intend to accompany them and continue to endure their humiliation? Everyone turned to look downstairs, where a man with a jade-like complexion and deep-set eyes sat in a wheelchair, casting a chilling gaze upon them. Upon seeing Li Yuan, Hua Qianqian's face flushed with color. This young master, who had not been mentioned in celebration of Huan'er, possessed a demeanor and appearance far surpassing that of Zhao Wangyuan, making it difficult for anyone not to be captivated. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear and curtsied to Li Yuan, softly saying, "Cousin Yuan." Hearing these words, Li Yuan's brow furrowed tightly, revealing an expression of distaste. Such an overt display of emotion was rare for him, and Hua Qianqian couldn't help but smirk at his reaction. You need not accompany the Cheng family, nor concern yourself with the Hua family's opinions. The journey to Xishan will include those from the Li family as well. With Li Yuan mentioning the Li family, Wen and Yi immediately deduced his identity. Although Wen was captivated by Li Yuan's appearance, she couldn't help but retort, "You can eat recklessly, but you must not speak recklessly. Those who receive the imperial silver arrows are almost exclusively officials of the third rank or above. It is not just about their current standing. Even in the past, they might not have had the opportunity to accompany the emperor. Indeed, I have not heard of His Majesty granting silver arrows to the Li residents. Who do you think you are?" Li Yuan cast a frosty glance at Miss Yi, his voice icier than the winter chill. "Does the emperor need to inform you of his actions?" This statement startled Miss Yi significantly. If it were overheard by someone with ill intentions, the Yi family would surely face severe repercussions. Realizing this, she turned pale and dared not utter another word. Hua Qianqian, unwilling to engage in a petty dispute with these individuals, rose from her seat and descended the stairs, addressing Li Yuan. "I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Let us take our leave." Li Yuan cast a brief glance at the others above before turning his affectionate gaze upon Hua Qianqian, his eyes radiating warmth. He nodded gently in agreement and then summoned the proprietor, whispering, "In the future, any jewelry suitable for her should be sent directly to the Li residence." The proprietor, elated by Li Yuan's words, bowed repeatedly, assuring him, "Yes, I will certainly comply." After delivering this promise, the proprietor respectfully escorted Li Yuan and Hua Qianqian from the shop before returning to attend to Hua Shuiwei and the others. Chapter 95. Provide for me, Miss Wen stood on the upper floor, watching as the carriage carrying Hua Qianqian and Li Yuan receded into the distance, her frustration causing her to tear at her handkerchief. What audacity for the son of a traitor to act so high and mighty. How brazen to assert that their family was among the emperor's inner circle. Miss Yi, still shaken, approached to offer counsel. Why bother with someone like him? The winter hunting festival is approaching, and when the truth of his claims is revealed, we shall see what excuses Hua Qianqian concocts. Hua Shuiwei and Hua Jingyi also held skepticism toward Li Yuan's words but remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. The proprietor, standing by, quietly assisted the group in selecting items, his head bowed, careful not to speak out of turn. The gentleman who had just left was certainly not one to boast frivolously. It was evident he could afford 6,000 taels. However, he dared not speak freely in the presence of these young ladies, for gossip in the capital was treacherous. And as a mere shopkeeper, he could not afford to offend anyone. Observing Hua Qianqian's dismissive departure, Hua Jingyi felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. In the past, she would eagerly approach him with questions, yet now, she scarcely exchanged a word. He instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist, only to remember that he had returned it to her. Hua Shuiwei noticed the despondent expression on Hua Jingyi's face and, feeling uneasy, asked, "Brother, are you unwell?" Hua Jingyi came back to reality and replied softly, You should continue to browse with Miss Wen and Miss Yi. I have some matters to attend to, and will take my leave first." As he spoke, he unfastened the pouch at his waist, intending to give it to Hua Shuiwei, only to realize it was embroidered by Qianqian. With a slight frown, he reclaimed the pouch and turned to the proprietor, instructing, "If Yuer finds anything she likes, put it on my account. I will send someone to settle it later." With that, he hurriedly exited Xiaorong Pavilion. Hua Shuiwei stood by the window, watching as Hua Jingyi rode off in pursuit of Hua Qianqian's carriage, her nails digging into her palm. After leaving Xiaorong Pavilion, Li Yuan did not return to the Li residence with Hua Qianqian, but instead took her to purchase various cosmetics, fabric, and other items before finally turning the horse back toward home. Inside the carriage, Hua Qianqian had endured in silence throughout the journey, but eventually, she could no longer suppress her curiosity. "How do you possess so much silver?" From the emperor's favor, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. He spoke the truth. His recent audience with the emperor was not without merit. As a minor prince, a few thousand taels hardly concerned him. However, Hua Qianqian remained perplexed, her confusion unabated. The circumstances of this life diverged significantly from the last. The emperor's favor? She mused quietly, resting her chin on her wrist as she contemplated. Perhaps this silver was bestowed upon him for saving the old prince. Yet why had he not received such a reward before departing the capital in her past life? Hua Qianqian's thoughts became muddled, and she decided to dismiss them. It seemed that all the discrepancies from her previous life manifested in Li Yuan's affairs, and they appeared to be developing favorably, which was a positive sign. As for the silver, she had no intention of burdening Li Yuan with the expense. Not only was he not her brother, but even if he were, she lacked the audacity of Hua Qianqian to claim what was not hers.
So,
You may advance the funds for me, and I shall repay you once I have earned enough. She had just calculated her finances. Selling duck down to Hua Qianqian had netted her several thousand taels, and with the profits from rengetang in recent days, she had just over 10,000 taels. To her surprise, the money was quickly dissipating, indicating that it was time to prioritize the expansion of rengetang's branch and the tavern. Upon hearing her words, Li Yuan pressed his lips together tightly, his expression growing colder. There is no need for you to reimburse me.
what do you mean by that?
Hua Qianqian inquired impulsively. Are you suggesting I repay you with gold? I do not possess any. Li Yuan sighed, wishing to respond with, just provide yourself to me. Yet, upon seeing Hua Qianqian's bewildered expression, the words lodged in his throat, and he could only sulk in silence. Hua Qianqian found his mood to be utterly unpredictable. Why was he suddenly displeased? Nevertheless, she had no time to dwell on Li Yuan, as the thought of spending so much silver caused her heart to ache miserably. Disguised as a coachman, Amo drove the carriage while listening to their conversation, silently lamenting his master's predicament. It seemed that only a duo and Miss Qianqian remained oblivious to his master's true feelings. He felt anxious for his master. At that moment, Amo spotted a stone in the road and suddenly had a clever idea, deliberately urging the horse over it. The carriage jolted violently as the wheels struck the stone, catching Hua Qianqian off guard and sending her tumbling against Li Yuan, instinctively clutching his garment for support. With a rip, the front of Li Yuan's attire tore, revealing his solid chest. Hua Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson. I apologize, I will make amends. Upon hearing this, Amo sighed in satisfaction, mentally cheering. Master, I can assist you no further. Before long, the carriage returned to Yongzi Street, where Hua Qianqian helped Li Yuan disembark and immediately spotted a figure holding a horse at the entrance of the Li residence. When Hua Jingyi caught sight of Hua Qianqian, his brow furrowed slightly, causing a pang in his heart.
Qianqian.
As he approached, eager to assist her in pushing Li Yuan inside, Hua Qianqian's expression tightened further at the sound of her name. She had once believed her second brother to be different from the others. He was the only one who would call her Qianer. Yet, she had forgotten that he would tenderly ruffle Hua Qianqian's hair and affectionately say, You are such a good girl, you are. Hua Jingyi, with his gentle disposition, never displayed disdain towards anyone, always striving for fairness. Yet, the dynamics within the Hua household tilted heavily in favor of Hua Qianqian, making balance impossible. The enmity between her and Hua Qianqian was irreconcilable, hence she wished to sever any ties with the Hua family members who stood behind Hua Qianqian. Please refrain from addressing me as the second son of the Hua family in the future. Hua Qianqian said coldly, I do not appreciate it. At her words, Hua Jingyi's grip on the reins tightened, and a hint of sadness flickered in his eyes hidden beneath his mask. Very well, I shall not call you that anymore. Hua Jingyi, not one for eloquence, had long wished to visit Hua Qianqian, yet he found himself at a loss for words upon their meeting. Fourth brother had not returned home in quite some time. After a long silence, Hua Jingyi finally spoke. I have heard he has gone to sea. At this, concern filled his eyes. Hua Jingyi was the youngest among them, coddled by their mother and raised in luxury. Chapter 96. So sweet that my teeth might fall out. Hua Jingyi furrowed his brow. Ever since his last encounter with Hua Jingyi at Qianu's Shallow Creek courtyard, the fourth brother seemed to have transformed completely. Not only did he sneak off to Songdong River, but upon returning, he barely stayed at home for a day before vanishing again. The family was distraught. He had even enlisted the help of his colleagues in the Imperial Guard to inquire after him, and it was only then that he learned the young man had actually set sail with a fleet. With the spring examination approaching, The audacity of his brother to go out to sea was alarming, were it not for their mother-s pleading on her knees. Their grandfather might have disowned him from the family lineage. His greatest concern remained the safety of the fourth brother. He had no idea where he might be at this moment. Recently, many troubling events had transpired within the Hua household, and he yearned to confide in Hua Qianqian. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Upon hearing that Hua Jingji had gone to sea, Hua Qianqian pressed her lips together for a moment before inquiring, "Is this the sole reason for your visit?" Hua Jingyi shook his head, urgency creeping into his voice. "There is more I wish to convey. On that day at Renji Hall, I spoke harshly to you, and I regret it." He continued, in a moment of desperation, "I did not intend to bring forth the dagger you gifted me. Are you suggesting that you wish to redeem the dagger with silver, young Master Hua?" Hua Qianqian laughed lightly, but alas, it is too late. The dagger has already been destroyed. Though her tone was casual, Li Yuan couldn't help but recall the moment when Hua Qianqian had handed the dagger to Chiu Tao for pawn. Her eyes had brimmed with unshed tears, evoking a deep sense of sorrow. There was no remedy for regret in this world. Hua Qianqian had nothing further to say to young Master Hua, so she turned to him. "Let us depart." Nodding, Hua Qianqian guided Li Yuan through the gates of the residence. Had Qian truly destroyed the dagger? Hua Jingyi felt a sharp pang in his heart, causing him to clutch at his chest involuntarily. How had things come to this? Why had Qian chosen such a resolute path? He lingered at the entrance of the Li residence for quite some time, until the lanterns in the street began to flicker to life. With a heavy heart, he turned and rode away from Yongzi Street. Upon returning, Hua Qianqian was greeted by the smiles of her maternal grandmother and others, and the shadows of her earlier worries quickly dissipated. The family gathered around to admire the treasures she had brought home that day, and she distributed the items among them. She adorned the elder matriarch with a deep purple East pearl headband, and even fetched a bronze mirror for her to admire. The elder lady gazed into the mirror, her eyes crinkling in delight, yet she playfully scolded Hua Qianqian, "You silly girl, what purpose do these gifts serve? You're merely wasting silver." Hua Qianqian nestled her head against her grandmother-s, beaming at the vibrant woman in the mirror. "It is not wasteful at all. I merely wish to spend all my silver on you, grandmother, for that brings me joy. You sweet child, you make my teeth ache with your sweetness." The elder lady chuckled through tears, her heart warm with affection. "Even if I lost a tooth, I would still be overjoyed." Guanxer clutched the jade bracelet tightly, unable to part with it, as she lamented that her own son had never gifted her such a thoughtful present. This thought made her glare at Li Yuanbang, exasperated at having such a foolish son. Li Yuanbang, oblivious to his mother's ire, observed the room filled with women excitedly inspecting their new treasures, and he couldn't help but join in their laughter. In addition to the elder lady and Guanxer, Hua Qianqian had also prepared gifts for Li Nianxi, 2 bolts of Yunluo brocade. One was a delicate lotus pink, elegant and refined, while the other was a bamboo green, simple and unpretentious, colors perfectly suited to Nianxi. Upon receiving the brocade, Li Nianxi was so enamored that she hesitated to touch the soft satin. When Tuan Gur saw the satin shimmer like water, he stretched out his little hand to feel it, but was promptly swatted away by Li Nianxi. "Ow, sister, can I not even touch it once?" Tuan Gur pouted, his face contorting into a faux pitiful expression. "My cousin hasn't given me a gift. I just wanted to see yours." Hua Qianqian burst into laughter at the antics of the little boy. How could we forget our Tuan Gur? She presented him with a packet of roasted chicken and a hat, placing the hat atop his head. At that moment, Tuan Gur, still sporting his long hair, felt warmth envelop his head as he beamed, holding the roasted chicken aloft. "I knew my cousin loved me best." Li Yuanbang, observing that Tuan Gur had received a gift, felt a pang of envy. He turned to Hua Qianqian and pointed at himself. "What about me?" Hua Qianqian was taken aback and apologized. "I forgot." In her excitement to choose gifts for her grandmother and the others, she had indeed overlooked her 2 cousins. Li Yuanbang's lips curled in disappointment as he picked up Tuan Gur's roasted chicken, declaring, "You have a hat now. This chicken is mine." Tuan Gur was not about to concede easily and chased after Li Yuanbang to reclaim the chicken. The two engaged in a playful tussle until the elder lady laughed and intervened. The lively atmosphere within the household brought immense joy to the elder lady. She instructed the servants to tidy up the gifts and then pulled Hua Qianqian aside, inquiring if she had prepared everything for their trip to Xishan. At the mention of the journey, Chiao couldn't help but glance at Li Yuan, scratching his head in a naive manner. Young Master Yuan, is it true that the Li household can accompany the journey to Xishan this time? Upon hearing this, everyone halted their activities and turned their attention to Li Yuan. Brother, can we truly go to Xishan? Tuan Ge's eyes widened in excitement at the prospect. Hua Qianqian noticed that those from the Li family did not seem surprised by Chiao's words. She raised her brow at Li Yuan, only to see him cough discreetly, his fist covering his lips. I possess a golden waist token bestowed by the emperor, allowing me to accompany the court every winter hunting festival. Every year? Chiao gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment. Even the officials did not enjoy such privileges. Not only Chiao, but Hua Qianqian was equally astonished. Could it be that the emperor rewarded him with a token for saving the old Prince Jing? Yet, Li Yuan had saved the old prince, not the emperor himself. Though Hua Qianqian was filled with questions, she refrained from probing further, understanding that everyone held their own secrets and that Li Yuan had his reasons for not elaborating. However, the elder lady felt a surge of concern. While Li Yuan's status permitted him to go to Xishan, if he took them along without permission, the emperor might not take kindly to it. Yuan, perhaps we should not go. Li Yuan merely smiled gently at his grandmother, replying, Grandmother, I have already sought the emperor's permission. There is no need for concern. He sighed quietly, knowing he could not allow that young lady to accompany the Qing family on their journey. Having made up his mind, the elder lady chose not to press the matter further. Chapter 97. Let the concubine accompany you with the journey approaching. Preparations were in order. The elder lady and Guanshi instructed the servants to begin packing. It was not until nightfall that everyone had eaten and retreated to their respective quarters. In stark contrast to the lively warmth of the Li household, the Hua residents felt desolate. Li Shi was consumed with worry over Hua Jingji's fate, weeping incessantly. Hua Xiu attempted to console her for a time, but seeing no improvement, she grew weary and made an excuse to return to her own room. Once alone, Hua Xiu retrieved the book Qinghua Year and searched through its pages, but she found no mention of the eldest son of the Li family. She felt an unease wash over her. This Li family scion seemed extraordinary. With his looks and demeanor, he could easily serve as the protagonist. Yet he bore no name within these pages. Frustrated, Hua Xiu tossed the book aside, unable to comprehend why Hua Qianqian had suddenly slipped from her grasp. The members of the Li family had always been compliant with her wishes, yet now, her fourth brother had eloped from home for her sake. And even her second brother occasionally mentioned Hua Qianqian. This situation was intolerable. A glint of malice flickered in Hua Xiu's eyes. If Hua Qianqian wished to venture to Xishan, then she would ensure that the girl faced utter humiliation, to see if the Li family would still protect her then. As the winter hunting festival approached, just like in previous years, shortly after the hour of Chen, the emperor and empress majestically departed from the palace. Following closely were several royal carriages, flanked by the noble lords' chariots, while the final segment was occupied by officials of lesser ranks. Even those who found themselves at the end of the procession enjoyed a certain prestige, as countless officials aspired to receive the emperor's silver arrow, allowing them to sit in a carriage and bask in the adoring and envious gazes of the common folk. At the rear of the convoy were the carriages of the Hua and Wen families. The Yi family, lacking a silver arrow, depended on the Wen girl's kindness for the chance to join the festivities. The Wen and Yi girls had already arranged to ride together with Hua Xiu, eager to converse on the way. Thus, at this moment, the three young ladies sat together, showering each other with compliments regarding their attire. By the way, didn't Hua Qianqian's cousin mention he would accompany the procession today? Have you seen him? Wen girl inquired with a playful glint in her eye. Don't mention it, Yi girl exclaimed. I just sent my maid to check, but there's no sign of the Li family's carriage at all. That young master from the Li family is all looks and no substance. How could he even think he has the right to accompany us? Wen girl stifled a laugh, covering her mouth, and then teased. Why lament so? Are you perhaps enamored with the Li family's handsome visage? Upon hearing this, Yi girl's face flushed crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? I'll tear your mouth apart. Shuiwe, save me. She's onto my thoughts and wants to silence me. Watching the playful banter between the two girls, Hua Xiu couldn't help but smile. She had been worried that the Li family might truly find a way to accompany them, but it seemed her concerns were unfounded. It was quite possible that the previous day's claims were mere fabrications, and Hua Qianqian was simply showing off. Unbeknownst to the three young ladies, The Li family's carriage was actually positioned at the front of the procession, placed right behind two royal carriages, with the Wuxiang Marquis' carriage following closely behind. Their position was even more prominent than that of the Liang Duke's carriage, let alone the Hua family at the back. The convoy had already exited the capital and would require another 5 to 6 hours to reach Xishan. Bored and restless in her carriage, Cheng Zhen fidgeted with a sachet at her waist before finally deciding to leap out of her carriage. Knowing that Hua Qianqian's vehicle was ahead, she gleefully chased after it and hopped aboard. Though she wore women's attire, she displayed none of the decorum typically expected. When Li Yuanbang spotted her, he frowned, ready to pull her from the carriage, but failed to catch her in time. Cheng Zhen peeked through the carriage curtain and stuck out her tongue at Li Yuanbang, laughing. How silly. Li Yuanbang glared at her, visibly irritated. You wait. Ignoring him, Cheng Zhen settled beside Hua Qianqian, sixth sister. I've missed you so much these past few days. Did you miss me? Hua Qianqian shot her a playful glare, astonished that Cheng Zhen could utter such sentimental words. Yet Cheng Zhen persisted, shaking Hua Qianqian's arm. Come on, tell me, did you?
Of course I did.
Hua Qianqian surrendered. You've occupied my thoughts entirely. Cheng Zhen beamed with delight. Sixth sister. I feel the same. You have no idea how exhausting these days have been for me. As she spoke, Cheng Zhen pouted. Hua Qianqian recognized that her friend was indeed worn out from her constant vigilance over Cheng Madam, fearing for her safety. Sixth sister. I followed your advice and stationed someone outside my mother's courtyard. They indeed spotted a suspicious person repeatedly inquiring about my mother's situation. I captured that person, intending to hand them over to my father, but my mother disagreed. Cheng Zhen huffed, hands on her hips. That person is undoubtedly sent by Aunt Hua. She has ill intentions. My mother is far too kind-hearted. Hua Qianqian chuckled. Even if you handed that person over to your father, it would be futile, without evidence. Aunt Hua would never admit to anything. Cheng Zhen pondered this and nodded, conceding that Hua Qianqian had a point. That woman will inevitably reveal her true colors. My father has grown wary of her. He didn't even bring her to Xishan this time, and she cried for days, constantly weeping before him. At this, Cheng Zhen brightened again, mimicking Aunt Hua's voice. Lord Marquis, what will you do without me by your side? I'm truly worried about you. As she spoke, she snuggled closer to Hua Qianqian. Hua Qianqian couldn't help but laugh at Cheng Zhen's antics, acknowledging that her imitation was quite accurate. Encouraged by Hua Qianqian's laughter, Cheng Zhen grew even more animated. They exchanged playful banter until their carriage came to a gentle halt. Cheng Zhen lifted the curtain and realized the convoy had paused for a rest. Let us get down and stretch our legs, she suggested. Knowing her friend couldn't remain still for long, Hua Qianqian nodded and joined her in disembarking. The lengthy procession seemed endless, and after a brief moment by the carriage, Hua Qianqian felt a chill creeping in. Li Yuan raised the curtain and spotted Hua Qianqian curled up, her nose reddened from the cold. Frowning slightly, he contemplated sending AMO to fetch a cloak for her, but just then, a handsome young man on horseback approached. Chapter 98. Dapper yet unreliable. Seeing Hua Qianqian and Cheng Zhen alight from their carriage, Chengyu smiled and offered them a hot water bottle, followed by a food box. Third sister, sixth sister, after a long morning's journey, you must be hungry. Please, eat something to warm your stomach. The young man, clad in a pristine white robe, radiated warmth and cheer, dispelling the chill of winter. Eat while it's hot. I also brought a flask of plum wine to warm you further. Cheng Zhen opened the food box and was pleasantly surprised to find it lined with cotton and containing 2 warm water bottles, preserving the heat of the dishes inside. You truly know how to take care of me, elder brother, she exclaimed, touched by his thoughtful gesture. Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Erlang's gaze frequently lingered on Hua Qianqian, a fact that did not escape Li Yuan's notice. Watching Chengyu smile at Hua Qianqian, Li Yuan's normally stoic expression threatened to freeze over. AMO. Observing the situation, sighed, this unsolicited kindness is often suspicious. It's either ulterior motives or deceit. As he lamented that if the master did not act soon, young Miss Qianqian might be swept away by someone else, he heard Li Yuan's cold command, push me over there. AMO promptly complied, guiding Li Yuan to the vicinity of Hua Qianqian and the others. Upon hearing the sound of wheels, Hua Qianqian turned and spotted Li Yuan's displeased expression approaching. Grandmother wishes for you to join her for some snacks, he stated. The look on Li Yuan's face made Hua Qianqian feel as though she were a child reluctant to return home after playing outside. with the elder resorting to the lure of food to summon her back. All right, I shall go, Hua Qianqian replied, then turned apologetically to the Chung siblings. I must attend to my grandmother. Realizing Hua Qianqian was leaving, Chengyu felt his hopes dashed, a hint of disappointment clouding his features. Wait. Take the plum wine with you. It's a long journey in the cold, and a sip will ward off the chill. Chengyu stepped closer to Hua Qianqian, offering her the white jade flask containing the plum wine. Hua Qianqian hesitated, unsure whether to accept, but before she could respond, Li Yuan spoke coldly. There is no need for young Master Cheng Heir to worry. My younger sister cannot handle alcohol and should refrain from drinking. Chengyu glanced at Li Yuan but did not relent, hurriedly adding, This wine is specially brought for the ladies. It is not intoxicating. Then you should offer it to other ladies. Li Yuan's tone was frigid, and Chengyu naturally discerned the hostility directed at him. The two exchanged a silent glance, and Cheng Zhen inexplicably sensed the tension between them. Why don't we dine together? Cheng Zhen tentatively proposed. Chengyu immediately responded with a smile. That would be splendid. Just as he intended to step forward, Li Yuan swiftly blocked his path, stating apologies, but we have not prepared enough food. With that, he denied Chengyu any opportunity to speak, casting a glance at Hua Qianqian. Isn't it cold? Why aren't you leaving? Li Yuan's mood had been fluctuating in recent days. Yet Hua Qianqian paid no heed. She certainly would not undermine him in front of others. Moreover, given Li Yuan's sensitive identity, it was entirely normal for him to avoid close ties with the Cheng family. With this in mind, she bowed to the Cheng siblings to bid farewell, adding to Cheng Zhen, I shall return shortly. Cheng Zhen nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will wait for you. As Li Yuan departed, Hua Qianqian glanced at his stern face and curiously inquired, Do you dislike young Master Cheng? Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised at how obvious his disdain seemed. Who said he disliked him? He simply found young Master Cheng unappealing. Clearing his throat, Li Yuan replied, He is overly ostentatious and untrustworthy. Keep your distance from him. Hua Qianqian tilted her head in contemplation. While young Master Cheng was indeed a dashing gentleman, he was not as dreadful as Li Yuan portrayed. Li Yuan was judging solely by appearances and she disapproved, saying, That is prejudice. Li Yuan, feeling increasingly suffocated by Hua Qianqian's defense of that young man, had arranged for their carriages to be positioned together, fearing she might feel stifled during the journey. Little did he expect this would invite trouble. Meanwhile, Amo sighed quietly, pondering how his master had unwittingly invited vexation upon himself. Observing Hua Qianqian depart with Li Yuan, Cheng Zhen took the wine jug and food box from Chengyu and headed toward her carriage. Chengyu, feeling somewhat disheartened, snatched back the wine jug, exclaiming, Young ladies should not drink. The speed at which his elder brother turned hostile was akin to flipping a book. Leaving Cheng Zhen at a loss for words, You weren't saying that just now. Why can sixth sister drink, but I cannot? Having her thoughts exposed by her younger sister, Chengyu's handsome face flushed slightly. I was inconsiderate. I shall not bring wine next time. After saying this, he took the wine jug from Cheng Zhen's grasp and sought out other friends to converse with. On the other side, Hua Shuiyue and others from the rear of the procession had also descended from their carriage. The group gazed ahead, where they could see the imperial guards holding the red and yellow flags, solemnly surrounding the royal carriage. The ladies' eyes sparkled with varying degrees of envy, especially Hua Shuiyue, whose gaze was filled with fervent desire. One day, she too would sit in the most esteemed and luxurious carriage, leading the procession rather than trailing behind. Inhaling the dust stirred by the front carriages, Shuiyue, let us walk ahead. It has been a while since I saw Zhener. The carriage of the Marquis of Wuxiang should be just ahead. Although Wen's words suggested camaraderie, her true intention was to spy on whether Hua Qianqian had accompanied Cheng Zhen. If Hua Qianqian had indeed shamelessly come with Cheng Zhen, she would be sure to humiliate her properly. Hua Shuiyue, eyeing the procession, also wished to advance. But her goal was to catch a glimpse of Prince Zhao. With a slight turn of her gaze, she nodded. All right, I too am weary of sitting. Let us take a stroll. Each of them, harboring their own thoughts, walked together toward the front. After about a quarter of an hour, they spotted the carriages of the Marquis of Anyang and the Marquis of Fengyue, yet the carriage of the Marquis of Wuxiang was nowhere in sight, leaving them puzzled. Could it be that we missed it? Should we turn back to check? No, I was quite observant along the way. Hua Shiyue's intention was not truly to find Cheng Zhen. She was not overly concerned if she did not locate her. Instead, she looked toward the front of the convoy and softly suggested, Shall we take a look ahead again? That might not be wise. looking troubled, remarked. The front is all royal carriages. Would it be inappropriate for us to approach uninvited? Yet Hua Qianqian remained unwilling to relent, encouraging, it will be fine. Let us walk a little further. If the Imperial Guard stop us, we shall promptly return. Chapter 99. Suspicious Behavior. Seize them. Recalled how the Grand Princess was particularly fond of Hua Qianqian. If they encountered her at the front, perhaps she would invite them onto her carriage. Immediately, she concurred, indeed, we have come this far. Let us proceed a little further. Seeing both of them eager to move forward, one felt it would be inappropriate to hinder them and nodded to follow behind. As they chatted and walked, Hua Qianqian, who had been glancing around, suddenly halted. Qianqian, what is the matter? One inquired, perplexed, following her gaze to see Hua Qianqian descending from a carriage, dressed in a striking crimson cloak with a fur collar. She stood out vividly against the snowy backdrop, making it difficult not to notice her. Upon spotting Hua Qianqian, the group began searching for Qingzhen's figure, and indeed, not far away, they saw Qingzhen in a lake blue cloak, smiling and waving at Hua Qianqian. Upon seeing Qingzhen, their faces immediately displayed expressions of realization. One was the first to approach, greeting her. "Zhener, we finally found you." Qingzhen furrowed her brows as she looked at Hua Qianqian and the others.
What do you want with me?
Her bluntness left one feeling quite embarrassed. She pursed her lips, saying, "Surely you're not still upset about that incident. It has been ages. You shouldn't be so petty." Possessing a bit more cunning than one, noticed that the Chung family's carriage was leading the convoy. Assuming it was a special favor from the emperor, indicating that the Marquis of Wuxiang was in high favor. Not wishing to offend Qingzhen, she smiled and approached. Taking Qingzhen's hand, "Come now, we have known each other for so many years. Let bygones be bygones, and let us return to our previous friendship, shall we?" She understood Qingzhen's temperament. She was easy to appease. Then, casting a glance at Hua Qianqian, he added, "If you ignore us for the sake of an outsider, it will only hurt our feelings." Qingzhen could hardly contain her laughter at Yi's brazen demeanor, wondering what she thought of herself. After being manipulated and harmed, would she still foolishly maintain relations with them? "Whether you are hurt or not is of no concern to me. If there is nothing else, keep your distance. I do not wish to see you." Qingzhen's attitude reddened, one's face with anger. "Qingzhen, are you truly willing to sever ties with us for that abandoned woman?" At those words, Qingzhen's eyes turned icy, and she swiftly moved forward to slap one across the face. "Mind your tongue. If I hear you insult Sixth Sister again, I will not be so courteous next time." One covered her stinging face, tears immediately welling up. "Do you not realize she is using you? Her friendship is merely a means to elevate her own status, treating you as a stepping stone. How can you be so naive? What right does that abandoned woman have to join us in Xishan?" He also stepped forward, grasping Qingzhen's arm. "Zhener, heed our advice. Hua Liujiao's intentions are not as simple as you think." Qingzhen shrugged off Yi's hand, moving to link arms with Hua Qianqian, her voice cold. "Sixth Sister is indeed extraordinary. You are unworthy even to compare, with a hair on her head. I like Sixth Sister. I enjoy being with her. What business is it of yours?" With that, she triumphantly rolled her eyes at Yi. "You must be exhausted from walking from the back of the convoy to here. I suggest you hurry back, otherwise, you might eat a mouthful of dust when the convoy departs." Miss Yi was so enraged by Qingzhen that her face turned crimson. Despite her thick skin, she could no longer bear to cling to Qingzhen. "Huayu and Wano may have some misunderstandings about my Sixth Sister. Please do not take it to heart." Hua Qianqian did not expect Qingzhen to be so close to Hua Qianqian now. She bit her lip, determined not to make a fool of herself like when Huayu and Iwan. As she approached, she had already adjusted her expression and attempted to mediate, saying, "Isn't it true that Zhener and my Sixth Sister have a bond formed through conflict? With Zhener looking after her, I feel reassured." After saying this, she turned to Hua Qianqian. "You mentioned that you would leave the residence to accompany the caravan to Xishan and not travel with Zhener. I was initially worried that you might find the long journey uncomfortable and asked grandmother to reserve a spot for you. I never expected you would still come with Zhener. However, this outing is different from being at home. You must not act recklessly and cause trouble for the Qing family. If anything happens, come find me. Fifth Sister will find a way to assist you, do you understand?" While Hua Qianqian's words appeared to express closeness towards Hua Qianqian, they implied that Hua Qianqian had a difficult temperament, being vain and deceitful. When Huayu failed to perceive Hua Qianqian's pretense and said through gritted teeth, "Qianqian, how could someone who rides in the Marquis's carriage possibly be with us? You are wasting your concern on her." Chengzhen finally understood the implication behind their words. They believed that Lu Nyang had ingratiated herself to her, thus gaining the opportunity to travel to Xishan. What an absurd notion. Lu Nyang had not wanted to come. It was she who had begged her to join. Moreover, Lu Nyang was not traveling with the Cheng family, but rather with those from the Li family. She had not deceived Hua Qianqian. Although Chengzhen did not know why the Li family could accompany the caravan, she sensed that the Cheng family's carriage would lead the way, perhaps benefiting from the Li family's favor. Before their departure, she had seen the eldest son of the Li family conversing with old Master Hai, who then ordered the placement of the Li and Cheng family carriages in this position. Thinking of this, Chengzhen could not help but chuckle, her laughter ringing like a bell, leaving Hua Qianqian and the others perplexed. This laughter naturally attracted the attention of many. Mo frowned and addressed Li Yuan in the carriage. "Master, it is that fifth miss from the Hua family again. Let the Yulin guards handle it." Li Yuan replied coldly, brows furrowed. "Show no mercy." "Understood." Mo swiftly jumped down from the carriage, and soon, a team of lightly armored Yulin guards approached. Upon seeing Hua Qianqian and the others, the lead officer barked, "What are you doing? What are you trying to achieve by mingling in the caravan?" When Huayu and the others were startled by Mo's shout and hurriedly explained, "We did not sneak in. I am from the Wen family." She pointed at Hua Qianqian. "This young lady is the legitimate granddaughter of the Hua Xiang family." "Nonsense. How could people from the Wen and Hua families appear here?" The officer's furious shout frightened the young ladies, who exchanged anxious glances. Seeing their silence, the officer declared, "Your behavior is suspicious. Seize them." Before the officer's words had even settled, two Yulin guards advanced towards Hua Qianqian and her companions. The girls were instantly terrified, their faces pale. "Guards, we are truly not bad people. We are here to find Jinner," Yuan frantically explained to the guards. "Jinner, please help explain to them. Quickly. Make them stop." "Yes, Jinner, tell them we really are from the Wen and Hua families. Do not speak nonsense. I am not familiar with you." "What do you want with me?" Chengzhen replied with a sly smile. "Big brother guard, these girls have come over to chatter with Lu Nyang. They must have ulterior motives. Quickly, apprehend them." The officer's expression grew colder as he glared at Hua Qianqian and her companions. "No matter who you are, you cannot intrude upon the Li family's caravan without permission." With that, he waved his hand to his subordinates, ready to take action. "Quickly, throw them out." Upon hearing this, Hua Qianqian and the others froze. The Li family's caravan? What did that mean? This was the Li family's carriage? At that moment, Hua Qianqian and the others finally noticed that the emblem hanging on the carriage in front was not that of the Marquis of Wuxiang, but simply a character for Li. So, the eldest son of the Li family had not lied. The Li family was indeed qualified to accompany the caravan and was leading the procession. Are your eyes blind? How could you not see such a large character for Li? Chengzhen could not help but mock. As she spoke, she unfastened the whip from her waist and handed it to Hua Qianqian. "In the future, if such people bully you, use your strength rather than your words. This whip is for you. If they bully you again, strike them hard." Hua Qianqian accepted the whip with a smile. Though she understood that matters in this world could not be resolved purely through force, Chengzhen's goodwill warmed her heart. "All right, next time someone bullies me, I'll use the whip Jinner gave me to strike them." For quite some time, Hua Qianqian and the others remained in shock, until the Yulin guards approached. When Huayu, still dazed, shook her head and exclaimed, "Impossible. How could this be? What right does the Li family have to go to Xishan? You must be mistaken." At that moment, a middle-ranking officer of the Yulin guards rode over. Hearing when Huayu's loud outburst, he immediately shouted, "Which foolish woman is causing a ruckus here? Do you not know that you are disturbing His Highness, the young prince's rest? Drag her away and punish her with 20 strikes. Anyone who dares to disrespect the imperial authority and continues to make noise will suffer a death sentence on the spot." Upon hearing the officer's words, Hua Qianqian and Wen Huayu felt their legs go weak. Two guards immediately seized Wen Huayu, who desperately sought mercy. However, the look in the officer's eyes made her fear that if she spoke out again, she would be killed, and her voice caught in her throat. Unable to utter another word, she was dragged away, leaving a puddle behind. Chengzhen frowned in disdain and whispered to Hua Qianqian, "How could she be so frightened? Just a moment ago, she was so arrogant." Just as Qingzhen was lamenting with Hua Qianqian, they heard the sound of a wooden board cracking nearby. Hua Shuiwei and Yuan also heard it, their lips turning pale in fear. With 20 strikes, who knew if Wen Huayu would still make it to Xishan? Or if her legs would even be intact? Despite knowing the severe consequences, they dared not utter a word to plead for Wen Huayu. They had heard of the young prince's infamous reputation for being unpredictable, cruel, and exceedingly ugly. If he disliked a servant in his household, he would have them executed without a second thought. Thus, many petitions against the prince piled up in front of the emperor. However, the prince was the emperor's younger brother, and he had achieved great military feats in the northern border. The emperor would never punish him for such trivial matters. Provoking such a madman, they had no grounds for complaint, especially since they had indeed intruded upon the front of the caravan and disturbed the young prince. The middle-ranking officer of the Yulin Guards, seeing two trembling young ladies nearby, disapprovingly remarked, "I do not know which family's daughters are so lacking in decorum." With that, he waved his hand to his subordinates, quickly, "Take them away as well. No one can afford to delay the journey." The team of Yulin Guards responded in unison, "Yes," and proceeded to escort Hua Shuiwei and Yuan away. The two were taken to the roadside as the caravan began to move forward slowly, dust swirling around them, leaving them in disarray. The once polished appearance of the two young ladies was now completely ruined. However, they were far luckier than Wen Huayu, who had been struck 20 times and fainted. When the Yulin Guard sought to identify her, Madame Wen nearly fainted upon seeing her daughter in such a state. Wen Darren remained resolute, understanding that the most pressing matter was to find a doctor to attend to his daughter's injuries. However, if he were to seek medical attention for Wen Huayu, it would undoubtedly delay their carriage's journey, and the officers of the Yulin Guard would never acquiesce to such a request. Ultimately, with no other recourse, the Wen family's carriage was forced to halt and turn back to the capital. Meanwhile, Hua Shuiwei and Yuan were escorted back to the Hua residence by the Yulin Guard. Upon seeing Hua Shuiwei in such a disheveled state, the old matriarch of the Hua family was taken aback and furiously confronted the two guards who had returned her granddaughter. "How could our Shuiwei end up like this? What sort of protection is provided by the Yulin Guard?" One of the guards sneered in response, "Old Madame Hua, such arrogance. The Yulin Guard is the imperial escort. It is fortunate we did not apprehend the fifth miss for her reckless intrusion into the royal convoy." As he spoke, he shook his head at his companion, lamenting how each year there were always naive young ladies who dared to push their way into the front ranks, presumably seeking to rise in status. Oh, these girls today. Their ambitions know no bounds. They mocked as they rode away, leaving Hua Shuiwei crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could bury her face in the ground. Why was this happening to her, the chosen one? It was all Hua Qianqian's fault. She vowed to reclaim her dignity 1,000-fold. Hua Shuiwei's teeth ground together in frustration, her nails digging into her palms without her even noticing the pain. The old matriarch, seeing her granddaughter covered in dirt, felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy and quickly ordered the servants to bring fresh clothing and water to clean her up. "Shuiwei, what on earth happened?" she asked anxiously while helping to tidy her hair. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Shuiwei managed to regain some composure and softly replied, "Grandmother, I saw Sixth Sister up ahead."
What?
The old matriarch was astonished. That wretched girl is here too. Her anger flared at the mere mention of Hua Qianqian. Hua Shuiwei, too, was puzzled by the depth of her grandmother's disdain. It seemed the old matriarch's aversion to Hua Qianqian was not solely due to the latter's role in the demise of her parents. Yet, she could not fathom what other transgressions a mere girl could commit to inspire such loathing. Grandmother, Sixth Sister came with someone from the Li family. The Li family? The old matriarch's surprise deepened. Yuan nodded vigorously. Indeed. Moreover, their carriage is part of the royal convoy. How could this be possible? Seeing the bewildered expression on her grandmother's face, Hua Shuiwei realized that the old matriarch was equally uninformed about the Li family's circumstances. She refrained from asking further questions and focused on composing herself. Upon reaching Xishan, she could not allow Prince Zhao and others to witness her unkempt appearance. Moreover, she had to attend the evening banquet at the Xishan Palace and could not let this incident affect her mood or leave a poor impression on the Emperor and Empress Dowager. Once the procession resumed, it did not halt again until they finally arrived at the Xishan Palace at dusk. The Xishan Palace, the largest among the royal residences, had been expanded in recent years to accommodate ministers traveling with the court. The Li family's designated quarters were located on the west side of the palace. with royal relatives occupying the front and back courtyards. Not all ministers accompanying the court were afforded accommodations. Those of lower rank had to set up tents outside the palace. The Hua family was led by an eunuch to a secluded courtyard within the outer palace. Hua Jingli frowned at the cramped quarters and addressed the attendant. "Excuse me. Is there a mistake? This is not where we stayed last year." This courtyard was clearly the least favorable in the palace. Though they did not have to set up tents outside, the conditions were hardly superior. The eunuch, keen to avoid offending Hua Jingli, smiled and replied, "Third young Master Hua, I am merely a guide following orders. If you have grievances, please take them up with Lord Hai. Do not trouble me." With that, he respectfully bowed to the Hua family and took his leave. Watching the eunuch depart, Hua Jingli fumed. They must think that, without our grandfather here, they can relegate us to such a place. This time away from the capital, Prime Minister Li and Minister Hua remained behind to manage state affairs. Thus, they did not accompany the group. "It's only a few days. We can endure," Hua Jingyi reassured his brother. "You all should quickly organize your belongings. We mustn't miss the evening banquet in the palace." The servants promptly began to pack, while Hua Shuwei retreated into her room to select her attire. Which is more beautiful, this blue one or the purple one? She rummaged through the 10 or so dresses she had brought, pointing out 2 to Qing'er for her opinion. "Miss, you are stunning in any gown." Qing'er didn't dare make a decision for fear of misstepping. Hua Shuwei shot her a disapproving glare. Neither dress seemed satisfactory. She recalled Hua Qianqian's attire from earlier that day, how strikingly she glowed, as if she had captured all the brilliance of the world. She could not allow herself to be overshadowed. After much deliberation, as dusk approached, she settled on a vibrant red gown and asked Qing'er to assist her in wearing it. Remembering the exquisite jewelry that the Li family's eldest son had gifted to Hua Qianqian, she glanced at her own accessories and found none that could compare. After further selection, she finally adorned herself with a pair of intricately designed gold hairpins shaped like flying phoenixes. While Hua Shuwei was preoccupied with outshining Hua Qianqian, the latter herself was unconcerned with her appearance. The elaborate headpiece gifted by Li Yuan was too ostentatious for her. Instead, she opted for a simple, elegant orchid jade hairpin, casually inserting it into her hair. Had it not been for the urging of old Madame Li to change her attire, she might have chosen to wear her daytime outfit. This time, Guanxi helped Hua Qianqian select a maple leaf-colored skirt, paired with a short, unadorned cloak that appeared both elegant and unassuming. Once everyone was ready, nightfall had arrived, and a group of palace attendants came with lanterns to escort them to the main hall. The hall had been meticulously arranged by the palace servants, with over 100 small tables set up, each adorned with platters of dried fruits and fresh fruits. The attendants ushered Hua Qianqian and her companions to seats positioned toward the front, not far from the area designated for the Cheng family. Cheng Zhen and her mother had already taken their places, while Lord Cheng sat beside her, peeling fruit for her, leaving Cheng Zhen isolated on the other side. She had indeed adhered to Lord Cheng's advice, dressing appropriately in feminine attire and applying a touch of makeup, resulting in a charming and lovely appearance that contrasted with her usual boisterous demeanor. Upon spotting Hua Qianqian, she smiled and approached.
Li Wanban, Basida Hua Qianqian.
Was seeing Cheng Zhen in women's clothing for the first time, and he was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Cheng Zhen blushed, noticing Li Yuanbang's gaze, and playfully glared at him. He too reddened, turning his face away and muttering dismissively, "You look terrible. You're the one who's ugly. No one is uglier than you." Seeing the two about to bicker, Hua Qianqian quickly intervened. "You both look lovely. Haven't you noticed everyone is watching you?" Li Yuanbang and Cheng Zhen glanced around, realizing that a few people were indeed looking their way, and they exchanged embarrassed glares, ceasing their quarrel. "Sister 6, may I sit with you?" Hua Qianqian turned to glance at the old lady, who smiled and said, "You young folks have your conversations. There's no need to keep me company. I have your aunt and Nian Xi with me." Hua Qianqian nodded and took a seat beside Cheng Zhen. Although the hall was filled with many people, it was not chaotic. Everyone settled down in an orderly fashion. Before long, the hall was packed, and the emperor along with the empress dowager took their places at the elevated seats. Once all were seated, the emperor stroked his mustache and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Today is a family banquet. To me, all of you ministers are not only my subjects but also my family. Therefore, since it is a family gathering, there is no need for formality. We have gathered here with great difficulty, so do not let me feel stifled." The attendees, understanding the emperor's jest, laughed in unison and exclaimed, "Thank you, your majesty, for your kindness." At that moment, the grand princess turned around and smiled at the emperor, saying, "Brother, even if you wish to feel stifled today, it won't be possible, for everyone has brought forth the talented daughters of their households. Who among them is not a remarkable individual with exceptional skills?"